2 years.
To do it again here, or are the Spanish contingent going to show their hand? It's definitely going to be very exciting. Jake Sanson here with you for the entirety of this weekend. Hope you're enjoying things from back home, wherever it is that you're watching from. The IAME Euro Series 2021 continuing here for round 2 at Zuera after a brilliant season opener at Marienborg in Belgium. So we're going to go on with the weekend. It's obviously been a very interesting one from the first 3 heats yesterday, because obviously we're having to run a very compressed weekend due to the travel restrictions. Obviously we're ending early on Sunday so that everybody can get their flights home again. And it is obviously a very difficult situation, but we are doing the best we can with it. Qualifying heat, the E versus F yesterday saw Oliver Greenall take the victory in front of Thomas Fleming and Morgan Porter. Hugo Natteril in 4th place in front of Benjamin Hovelak and Dan Antunes, with Alex Martinez 7th in front of Kalai Atkins, Evan Becerra and Marlo Bollier, with some interesting incidents that took out Teresa Babachkova and Federico Scalvini on the very first lap, along with the Dutchman Drake Jansen. In the second heat yesterday for Senior X30, we had Enzo Levesque take the victory in front of Callum Bradshaw, a bit of a replay of what we saw in the final battle at Marienborg back in March. Pedro Hiltbrand was 3rd position in his new berth at Fusion Motorsport in IAME X30 Senior. Lazar Lactigo was in 4th place. Penalties for Henki Counter and Herberts Moore and Lawrence de Satua dropped them down to 5th, 6th and 7th respectfully from Benjamin Pack, Mark Kimber and Sergio Barrera in the top 10. Fascinating battles there. Just a little bit of a moment in the race where we saw a very close battle between Aaron Walker and Robert De Haan, the 2 drivers actually falling way down the field, and Dan Nogales actually spinning out of the race to avoid them. Was a nasty moment at turn 1. Fortunately, everybody was okay. And then we had qualifying heat A versus B with the fastest 2 drivers from the weekend thus far. The 2 Spanish charges, Santivalve for the Mol Racing team aboard his Tony Kart, and Ivan Batalla of the AC Motorsport squad in their Kart Republic chassis. Ivan Batalla was the original pole position sitter from time qualifying, and it was Santivalve who took the win in the 3rd heat yesterday in front of Ivan Batalla and Kian Shields, who has now switched to the Dan Holland Racing team for the foreseeable future. Ellie Goldstein, Clayton Ravenscroft and Clarissa Dervich were there in the top 6, along with Eloy Gonzalez, Noah Maton, Caleb Marshall and Josep Vea. Just the one retirement from the race yesterday, namely Alejandro Huguet in the MCD kart. He went off after losing his front fairing on the first lap. Several karts involved in that incident, like the likes of Matilda Olsen, Luciano Morano, and Aton Vaison, all involved in that one, as of course was the fast-starting Alvani Vivas, and she was very disappointed after getting involved in that incident, but fortunately there are plenty more heats today to get things right. The morning warm-up sessions obviously give us an indication as to who's doing what in terms of speed. Louis Westover was the fastest in the first group of warm-up this morning in front of Henki Kelterman and Kian Shields, Eloy Gonzalez, Clayton Ravenscroft and Maximus Meyer up in the top 6 of the timesheets. In the second session it was Ellie Goldstein who was fastest in front of Ivan Bataya and Aaron Walker, then Santi Valve, Sam Balota and Enzo Peugeot, the Frenchman for PB Kart. And in the third and final warm-up group this morning, it was a Fusion Motorsport top 3, headed by Matilda Olsen, the Swedish driver, ahead of Oliver Greenell and Pedro Hiltbrand. Mark Kimber in 4th place. Alfie Prince, who was luckless in qualifying, but the fastest in the original practice session yesterday. And then 6th place for Caleb Marshall. Plenty of great talent here this weekend, and it's going to be like that all the way through the meeting as the drivers prepare for action. This time out. We obviously had some very exciting battles in the IAME Winter Cup back in March, and that was obviously going to be a very exciting start to the day for everybody. Dean McDonald, of course, coming through as the winner of that. He is here in the paddock, but not driving. And, of course, last time out, we saw the victory for Aaron Walker in his first Senior X30 bout ahead of Enzo Levesque. And a fabulous battle for third position saw Oliver Greenell take that third place spot. So there's plenty of great action to come in Senior X30. Lots of races over the course of the day, 20 in total today. And obviously we're also going to have at the end of the day the second chance and consolation heats. They will all be compressed into the Saturday of Thunder, as tomorrow we will just see pre-finals and finals after a fabulous weekend of race action. The drivers are about to get underway for the first heat of the day, which is here at Circuito Zuera. They're getting underway in a couple of minutes' time. And the first heat is going to be qualifying heat A versus C, and that will put the original pole position sitter Ivan Bataya on pole position. Alongside him will be Lazar Lartigo, with Ellie Goldstein third on the starting grid. Alongside him will be the Spanish star Herberts Moa. And then Josep Vea and Hugo Trichard will be on the third row from Clayton Ravenscroft and Senna van Seulen, who did another great job in time qualifying. The privateer, Lucas Teilman, way up in 9th place on the grid. Alexandra Mono in 10th position. You're probably wondering where all the big names are. Well, they're down the order. Qualifying did not go well for several big names in the field. After waiting and waiting and waiting to get their time run in. They left it too late in several qualifying sessions, not just in senior, but also in junior and mini as well. So several big names are actually finding themselves way down the order, having to fight their way back into contention because they only, in some cases, got one flying lap because they waited so long to get out onto the circuit. So not everybody has had a great preparation coming into the weekend. A lot of speed in the practice sessions and in free practice on Wednesday and Thursday, but have not really had the opportunity in qualifying to showcase their natural speed. So they're having to play catch-up for the rest of the weekend, and that's definitely going to put a few drivers on the back foot. But here we go. Green flag and the X30 Senior qualifying heat, A versus C, will get underway. Ivan Bataya, pole position from Lazar Lartigo on the front row of the grid with him. Then it's Ellie Goldstein and Herberts Moa from Josep Vea and Hugo Trichard. Clayton Ravenscroft and Senna van Seulen from Lucas Teilman and Alexandra Mono. Eloy Gonzalez and Andreas Hebert from Paul Cobain and Louis Westover. Eliska Babachkova and Mark Kimber. Matilda Olsen and Dan Nogales. Bart Pluch and Benjamin Pack. Enzo Peugeot and Mika Voss. Maximus Meyer, Jolan Rakimir, Matteo Salomone, Sergio Pereira and Sam Figueras at the back of the grid after failing to get a single lap time in qualifying. Mechanical problems for Sam Figueras put him out of the weekend. There's another driver out of the weekend before it really got started, and that unfortunately is Petra Babachkova, the youngest of the three sisters in Senior X30. Sadly, in last week's warm-up race, she actually had an accident in which she broke her hand, so she's not able to continue this weekend. Very unfortunate for her, because she was showing amazing speed last weekend, apparently. So it's not going to be her weekend, but obviously Teresa and Eliska are out there on the karts today. It is Eliska that is in the kart for this particular heat. So this circuit is one of the toughest on the karting scene in Europe, 1.6 kilometers in length, and it is 13 degrees air temperature, a lot cooler than we saw yesterday. Yesterday was a bit of a heat wave, and we got to a high of 29 degrees Celsius. Well, today the weather has changed completely. It's a lot cooler, which is definitely going to help the tyres. But it's going to change a few things for a lot of drivers, especially those who need to make comebacks through the field. So watch the likes of Eloy Gonzalez, Louis Westover, Eliska Babichkova, Mark Kimber, Matilda Olsen, Bart Pluch, probably Maximus Meyer in there as well, Sam Figueras. A lot of drivers who will be charging their way back through the field after a difficult qualifying session yesterday, and they will be trying to make up the numbers as they get through over the course of the races. You'll see plenty of overtaking on this circuit. You do anyway, because this is one of the fastest circuits in the European karting scene, and it's used for many multitudes of different events. Obviously, it was used for the European Karting Championships last year, and it's here once again for IAME Euro Series for the first time since 2016. And it's great to be back here once again with the paddock. Very excited for this one. It's very fast, very flowing, and the drivers are always on the ragged edge here. Good battles and good racecraft aplenty. So Bataya and Luck to go, Goldstein and Moore from Josep Vea, Hugo Trichard, Clayton Ravenscroft and Senna van Solent, then Talmont, Mono, Gonzalez, Hebert, Coban, Westover, Babichkova and Kimber ahead of Olsen, Nogales, Pluch and Pack. So let's see how they get underway down the main straight, and they're going to go round again. They do indeed. It's a false start on this occasion. The drivers were calling for it, and it was given the indication anyway, so they are going to go around for an additional formation lap. That gives us a little bit of a waiting time. I know everybody back home is fever pitch waiting for us to get going. And if you're watching along on the Facebook stream, do send your comments and your messages in. I'll try and get as many of them read out over the course of the day as humanly possible. We're a very social community here in the IAME Euro Series, and we love to have your patronage. We love to engage with our audience and our fan base as well, especially during a time when we're not able to have spectators at the race circuit. It's still a very unfortunate time, but we are, of course, embracing the challenges, and we're doing the best thing that we possibly can, which is bringing the racing to you from home. Thibaut Turancho watching along at home. Teofil Nile for the win. He's been very close indeed, very fast over the weekend in the junior category, of course. He'll be coming out on circuit a little bit later, and he was very rapid indeed in qualifying again this weekend. Francois Morel says gaz gaz, we're definitely ready for it. And Herman Copanel says go for a good day of racing. I think we're going to get one of those, you know. So Ivan Bataya holds his line to the front end of the field. Lazar Latigo on the front row of the grid with them, and that's a very fast start indeed from Ivan Bataya. Is that going to be a start again? Yeah, they're going round again. Well, Ivan Bataya getting nervous then on the front of the starting grid. He launches early, and that's the second time of asking then. So the pressure is definitely on Ivan Bataya as the Spanish charge comes through. I do believe we've got red flags out on the course. Yes, we've got red flags out on the starting line, so the race is being stopped before we even go racing. Now, I think there is a slight issue with the drivers coming off the start. The clerk of the course, Martin Bean, is heading to the start line. So I would suspect that the drivers are going to get a bit of a reminder as to how to start racing here, which is unfortunate, but there have been a couple of drivers who have been a little bit naughty in terms of their start procedures and their warm-up procedures. So drivers have had to be warned and reminded a couple of times of how to go racing. So the red flags have come out, and they're going to be brought to the starting line. I guess the argument being that Senior X30 should really know what they're doing by now. So they're going to come through, and they're going to be brought onto the starting grid. So it's going to be a little bit of a delayed start. There you can see the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, bringing the drivers to the starting grid. So they will come together and they will be brought onto the starting grid. You can see Martin Bean there in the middle of your screen. Gonzalo Planta is the man with the red flag on the starting grid. And there you can see Martin Bean clearly has a word or two to say to the Senior X30 drivers. How do we start racing, folks? I think you know this by now. So while they're having that conversation, we should probably go and have a look at some of the activities that we've been doing around the rest of the weekend. Obviously, one of the drivers on the starting grid here this weekend in Senior X30 is the reigning IAME Euro Series champion, Guy Cunnington. Great to see him back in the paddock once again. We caught up with him over the course of yesterday morning.
Yeah, I hear this track is known for the wind to pick up, so if that happens, it will definitely change everything. The times drop a lot when it got windy. On Wednesday, the track was slow and it was windy, so I just hope the wind stays off. First round didn't go amazingly, so we're going to be a bit up against it for the rest of the year, but I'm still confident and I think I can still do the job I did last year. So with the overtaking practice I had last week, I think it'll be fine. The qualifying here I don't think is as important as other tracks because the overtaking is very easy. It's easy to come through, and if you're quick enough, then you'll be able to get through them.
Still always very interesting to remind ourselves that Guy Cunnington is only in his second year of racing in X30 because he made his debut in the category last year and went straight into the Euro Series. So fabulous situation for them. The drivers here, a little bit of a conference going on here as the competitors are reminded by Martin Bean, look, we've got a whole racetrack to play with here. So let's get the racing done correctly. Obviously the drivers this weekend under a lot of intensity, a lot of pressure because the race weekend has been compressed and the schedule has been very tight compared to normal circumstances. But I think the drivers have all got the message. We should be able to go racing again very soon indeed. The drivers will return to their karts. I'm fairly sure that the drivers will be left to their own devices to get started. I don't think we'll have the mechanics rejoining them on the starting grid. They're all going to clear. Yes, indeed, they clear back to their positions on the pit wall. So the drivers will be left alone to start their karts. They'll only need their mechanics if they can't get the kart started again. So we will be able to get going once again very shortly indeed. It was just a gentle reminder to the drivers, come on, this is how we need to start. So off we go, green flags, and they will go around for a third formation lap. Martin Bean, the iron fist of power on this paddock. His word is law, and he always makes the right calls, whether they be for safety reasons or logistical purposes. And Martin Bean obviously making the decision there that the drivers needed to be reminded how to go starting on the races. They are senior X30 drivers. They've all got decent experience, so they should know the form by now, whether it was just nerves or whether it was just eager anticipation to get started. Whatever the factor was, he felt that they just needed a gentle reminder that this is how we start racing. You know this, so let's get it done correctly. So it's going to be Ivan Bataya from pole position. Once again, the AC Motorsport driver doing a fantastic job over the course of time qualifying. The Kart Republics under the AC Motorsport colour banner look so rapid this weekend. They really have been able to utilise the home advantage and gain good speed around here. But then this is a circuit that lends itself to good speed and good energy and rhythm and flow. So this is a circuit where you really do get the best of it in terms of raw speed. Alison Walker watching along at home. Good luck to Aaron Walker. He's coming out on track a little bit later. Let's hope for a repeat of round one. And good luck to Strawberry. Well, they've got one of their drivers up at the sharp end. It's going to be an interesting one. Away we go. Up to the first corner, that's more like it, and we are racing. A good start from Goldstein as he tucks in behind Ivan Bataya. They come up towards turn two, which isn't a break on normal laps, but on the first lap it certainly is. What a move around the outside. That's a fast start indeed from Clayton Ravenscroft. Goodness me, he has launched forward from 7th on the grid to lead. That is an absolute flyer of a start from Clayton Ravenscroft. Absolutely astonishing. We've got a couple of drivers running wide on the far side out of the hairpin as up the inside. That's a big lunge from Lucas Tileman to get through on the inside. And he's made that one stick. But what a flying launch from Clayton Ravenscroft. He leads here in front of Ivan Bataya and Ellie Goldstein. My goodness. That was an absolute rocket launch as the field squabbles its way through the hairpin at the end of Marshall Post 6. And Ravenscroft has fired out of the bullet of the cannon of the gun and launched his way into the lead. Absolutely amazing here. Ivan Bataya and Ellie Goldstein working well in second and third. So a really exciting battle for them at the moment as Bataya tries to hold on, but Goldstein is going to be pushing very hard indeed down the main straight, and they're going to gain on Clayton Ravenscroft very quickly indeed. You can see the wind resistance as they come down the straight as the front fairing flaps in the breeze. That's not loose. That is literally just how fast they are traveling and how they are fighting against the wind as the front fairing flaps in the breeze. It's not loose at all. It's just that is how quickly the kart is traveling down the straight, as you get that little bit of flex in the front fairing just due to the wind resistance and them cutting through the air. So out of the right-hander and down the straight. This is Lazar Lactigo having a great battle with Lucas Tileman, who's made an absolute cracker of a start as well. The only person really in the top 10 that has kept their position off the start is Ellie Goldstein, who is still in P3, and that's where he started from. How on earth did Ravenscroft launch forward from 7th to 1st on that opening couple of corners, though? That is absolutely astonishing. I guess, essentially, he took advantage of the fact that Goldstein and Bataya were having a fantastic battle on the opening lap for the inside line, and Clayton Ravenscroft just decided, right, well, you're going to go for the inside, I'll take the outside line then. And here comes Bataya now for the lead. He gets through. So no problem at all for Bataille to take the lead of the race for the moment in time, but Ravenscroft is definitely going to be a factor in this one. He's back, and he's charging forward. So Bataille, Ravenscroft, and Goldstein, that's your top three as they go into the hairpin. So far, so good as the drivers battle away in the midfield. No carnage and no controversy at the moment in the heat. As the battle for fourth position is now led by Lucas Taalman. Herberts-Moore is up to fifth position. Then in sixth place, it's Lazare Lartigot in front of the fastest man on track. That's Eloy Gonzalez. Here he is. He makes his move on the inside. Gonzalez going through, and he takes sixth position. Good move on Lartigot from Eloy Gonzalez, the fastest man on track in the FA Racing España car. Very resplendent in the Fernando Alonso Racing colours of Oviedo, the local region where the two-time world champion is from. He's, of course, racing in Monaco this weekend, while his young charges are here in Zuera. So Ivan Bataille and Clayton Ravenscroft at the front end of the field. Let's watch as they come down the straight. Ravenscroft's got a good run into the first corner. Bang! Leads the race again. But Ellie Goldstein is close in behind now, so he might want to help Bataille and come through as well. Bataille tries. Ravenscroft holds the line and keeps the lead for the moment. Excellent run from Ravenscroft at the moment. He continues to hold the lead. Goldstein now through into second place as a result of that, and Herberts-Moore is the fastest man on track in fourth position, bearing down on them. Ravenscroft is defending already on lap 4. Goodness me, the battle really is joined between Senior X30. We've now got 6 of them challenging for victory. Ravenscroft, Goldstein, Bataille, Moore, Taalman, Gonzalez. And here comes the move from Bataille on the inside of Goldstein. Dives through on the inside and a run wide from Moore. That's going to put Lucas Taalman alongside him. But Lucas Taalman can't quite get the switchback maneuver, and that defensive move from Ravenscroft has given him a bit of breathing space now between himself and Bataille, with Goldstein in third position and Moore in fourth, and they're all raining down on the parade of Bataille. Nice cheeky move on the inside from Herberts-Moore to get into third position as he gets past Goldstein through the final left-hander. They're out of the final turn, which is the long sweeping right onto the main straight. Flat on the floor through turn 1. Bit of a brave late manoeuvre from Gonzalez, not going to make that stick on Lucas Taalman. It's a lift of the throttle here, up the inside from Herberts-Moore, sweeps through on Bataille. Goldstein gets through around the outside as well. And that's a nice move. Goldstein back on the inside of Moore, and Lucas Taalman and Gonzalez both get past Bataille now. Bataille down to 6th, could be 7th if Lazare Lartigot lines him up in the hairpin. Gonzalez now dives on the inside for Lucas Taalman. Taalman carries the cart round the outside, holds the place. Excellent stuff. Eliska Babichkova gets the fastest lap of the race in as well, a 1:03.8. So some great battling. Here comes Gonzalez now on the inside of Taalman and Bataille and Lartigot. Taalman's going to get squeezed onto the grass around the outside. Gonzalez tries to fit through the gap. No, sorry, that is Paul Coban. Paul Coban is trying to come through as well, but he can't make it through, so he has to wait. Excellent racecraft from the Senior X30 drivers at Circuito Internacional Zuera. Still some great battles to come here in qualifying Heat A versus C, but Ravenscroft has got 7/10 clear of Goldstein, and he's going to need some support from Herberts-Moore to catch him. 4 laps to go. Here comes Bataille on the inside of Gonzalez, gets through. So Bataille and Gonzalez having a great tussle now for 4th position. 6th place downwards is Taalman, Lartigot, Coban and Babichkova. She's caught up with them. So Eliska Babichkova now up into 9th place. The strongest we've seen from her for a while, and great to see her on the fly. Mark Kimber sets the fastest lap of the race in 10th position. Lartigot gets squeezed onto the grass, and it looks as though Babichkova and Kimber both get past him there. So Lazare Lartigot down to 10th position as Babichkova and Kimber make the move into 8th and 9th. 2 different teams, same chassis. Here comes Kimber on the inside of Babichkova. And that's nicely done from Mark Kimber up on the inside of the TEPZ Racing Team car of Eliska Babichkova. Ravenscroft still leading. Goldstein and Moore have teamed up now in their bid to close up, and they've made up 0.3 of a second already. So Ravenscroft is going to be a sitting duck down the main straight. He knows it, but Goldstein and Moore are going to work together. They might even catch him and make a run at him up towards turn 4. Ravenscroft on the line there, as you can see, but Goldstein and Moore raining down quickly. 0.3 of a second was the gap, and in the toe, you make up so much time on your opponent. And so now Moore giving Goldstein a little bit of a hurry up towards turn 4. Surely they're still a little bit too far back to make the lunge on the inside, but on the next lap, they're going to be right there for the moment. Goldstein may want to hurry up here and get the move early, because Ravenscroft is only a couple of kart lengths ahead. But in the braking zone, there's nothing in it, and Herberts-Moore is getting very hectic behind him. He wants to take the position, so Goldstein expect a move here onto the left-hand hairpin, but Ravenscroft's got a cleaner run out of the right, and so he's able to stretch away a little bit. So Goldstein and Moore still having a really exciting run. Herman Koppenol watching there. Nice move, Clayton. There's a nice move as well. Herberts Moore gets through into second place. Excellent run there. And Herman Koppenol was not wrong. It was a good move from Ravenscroft to defend and then just hit the throttle and disappear away from them to get a couple of kart lengths. But now it's going to be neutralized as they come across the line. 2 to go, and things are about to kick off here. Moore goes for the inside line very late into turn 1, but it's a perfect maneuver. And Goldstein is going to try and sweep by 2. Ravenscroft chops across, makes sure that the Belgian doesn't get there. And now the battle is raining on behind them as well. That is one of the Dan Holland racing carts getting in amongst them. That is Louis Westover. He's getting himself side by side with Eliska Babachkova and Mark Kimber. Bataya, Gonzalez and Goldstein are having a great scrap as Goldstein gets into 4th position. Gets the move there on the inside of Gonzalez. Louis Westover with another new fastest lap as he tries to get into the battle. But into the lead now, Herberts Moore, as we know. Ravenscroft second, but he's going to be chasing Herberts Moore on the final lap. If Ravenscroft's got one final trick up his sleeve, he's got a great opportunity. Christoph van Rossum is watching along. Go Eli. And he is doing a great job in 4th position at the moment, chasing after Ivan Bataya. Into the final lap they will go. 2 laps remaining, and now 1 lap remaining as they come onto the main straight, and this is it. It's all about the toe down the main straight, and Ravenscroft is making massive gains on Herberts Moore. Moore protects the inside line as he comes through. Actually backed off the power a little bit. Now trying to squeeze Ravenscroft out. Ravenscroft will not be intimidated. He gets into the lead. So Ravenscroft gets into the position. Now he slows the car down on the inside. Goldstein dives on Moore, and Gonzalez gets through as well. Moore cannons back to about 6th position. Where did Westover come from? Westover is now in 5th position, behind Mark Kimber. So Kimber and Westover have made up massive ground in the last lap and a half. They are now 4th and 5th. And here comes Gonzalez making a bid on Goldstein. Goldstein shuts the door. Kimber and Westover get side by side. Ravenscroft has checked out by a few kart lengths, and that's going to be enough to hold it. Amazing moves from Ravenscroft as Kimber now gets on the inside of Gonzalez in the final couple of corners. He makes up another place. There's no retaliation from Gonzalez. He's crushed it down already, and Clayton Ravenscroft is back to the front. What a drive, what a battle, what a victory. Excellent from Ravenscroft. Eli Goldstein second, Mark Kimber third. Well, it's been a while since we've been able to see Clayton Ravenscroft at his gutsy fighting best. He's back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to see. He's got his elbows out here today, and he's done it in exactly the right way. Physical when he needed to be, dictatorial when he had the line, and absolutely disciplined when in the gaggle. Terrific from Ravenscroft. That is how you go racing. Textbook from the KR Sport driver, as Gonzalez and Kimber did a fantastic job to get up into 2nd and 3rd place in the closing stages as well. Eli Goldstein, he almost has exactly the same initials as Eloy Gonzalez on the feed there. I do apologize. It was Eli Goldstein who worked his way into 2nd place. Great job as well from Goldstein. It looked as though he was spent at one point, but he fought himself back into contention in very calm and collective fashion there. But Ravenscroft from 7th on the grid to 1st at turn 2, and then fought and battled for every inch to get himself back into contention. Absolutely astonishing. So the results, unofficial of course, because they need to be taken into consideration afterwards. Clayton Ravenscroft and Eli Goldstein from Mark Kimber and Eloy Gonzalez. Louis Westover from Ivan Bataya, Herberts Moore, and Eliska Babachkova. Great drive from her. Paul Caban did well, 9th position ahead of Lucas Talman. Then Anzo Peugeot, Dan Nogales and Lazar Lactigo. Matilda Olsen fought back well to 14th with Alex Mono and Bart Pluch from Joseph Weyer, and the new boy Jolan Rakemir doing a fantastic job there in 18th. 19th for Andreas Herbert, Matteo Salomone in 20th in front of Hugo Trichard and Senne van Solen. And then we have Mika Vos, Sam Figueras, Sergio Pereira, Benjamin Pack and Maximus Meyer. And not a single driver in the race ended up retiring. They all came home. A couple of incidents had a few drivers down the order. You can see there that Benjamin Pack and Maximus Meyer were off the back of the train. And this is how quickly we're going through it. Straight into the action again for X30 Senior. Qualifying heat D versus F now, as we watch Enzo Levesque from pole position and the young star from Jamaica, who of course he's based in Britain these days, Kalai Atkins. They run for the front of the grid. Henki Kalteren and Federico Scalvini on the 2nd row. Pedro Hiltbrand and Francois Hernandez next up. Then Callum Bradshaw and Hugo Natteril from Robert De Haan and Benjamin Hovelak. Laurence de Certois and Isabelle Abbas from Aaron Walker and Ferdinand Winter. Guy Cunnington and Teresa Babichkova from Jose Gomez, Morgan Porter, Sami Darri and Roman Andriolo. Dan Steenman, Sita van Meert. Then Jaime Sanz, Sam Balota. And at the back of the grid, the two Brits, Rihanna Reagan and Alfie Prince. So 9 more laps of the Circuito Internacional Zuera in X30 Senior. The drivers will be pushing tooth and nail for a good result. Great to see the new faces joining the fray this weekend. There's quite a few new names in the mix in Senior X30 this time. Some good performances from a lot of the new stars that have joined the rankings here. Most notably of the British contingent, one of the new drivers in the field is Rihanna Reagan. She, of course, was racing a few years ago at the Coningsby Grass Kart Club. Many years ago. She's worked her way through the British ranks of karting and toiled her way through to the IAME Euro Series. It's great to see her with the Crop Promotions team doing a fantastic job. A couple of drivers missing from the fray this weekend. Speaking of Crop Promotions, Caden McQueen is notable by his absence. We're not entirely sure what the reason for that is. I'm sure that will become apparent when he's obviously tuned in, watched along, and then decided to give me all the latest info. He always does. And obviously, a lot of the fans of Fusion Motorsport will have noticed that Lewis Mackey is absent this weekend. Well, he should be here, and he knows that he would love to be here, but unfortunately, it's exam week, so he's got to focus on his GCSEs. Good decision, mate. Absolutely spot on. The education always comes first. Racing can happen later, but education only happens once, and you've got to prioritise it. Good work, mate. So Enzo Levesque and Kalai Atkins on the front row of the starting grid for this one. Were very quick in qualifying, particularly Kalai Atkins, who really nailed the qualifying procedure yesterday when it was very tricky in places. But Kalai Atkins was one of the drivers who was so sensible and so wise, got out a little bit earlier than the others, and that was able to give him a second lap of qualifying, which enabled him to grab a very fast time indeed. And now he finds himself on the front row of the grid for every heat this weekend. Hopefully he's going to have a strong weekend as a result of that. Enzo Levesque controls the pace on the cutting Loisir Neuilly chassis. Is this going to be a start? It is indeed, and it's a great start from Kalai Atkins. He's kept the kart nicely there for the outside, but the inside inevitably gets the switch. So Levesque, Counteran and Hiltbrand to the inside line as they get up to the hairpin for the first time. They go through the right flick and then up through the left. This is going to be the big first opportunity. Henki Counteran straight into second, Hiltbrand straight through into third, and Kalai Atkins in fourth position, and there's karts off in the background. So somebody's gone clean off there. I think that's one of the Marlin kart machines going off at the back of the field. We'll try and pick up the number. That is Jose Gomez who went off. So Jose Gomez in the 339 going off the road. Meanwhile, Counteran is going to make his bid on the first lap on the inside of Enzo Levesque, and he gets through. My goodness, no waiting around for Henki Counteran. The Flying Dutchman doing a sensational job so far. And I have to say, ever since he joined the Strawberry Racing team at the tail end of last year, Henki Counteran has been so impressive. He really has been able to make this his own opportunity now. He storms his way forward and is doing a sensational job of it. So across the start-finish line, 3:20. Callum Bradshaw has come up. He's up into fourth position already as he now battles with Pedro Hiltbrand. And there is going to be a nice little tussle here between the drivers. Callum Bradshaw past Pedro Hiltbrand. One world champion takes on another. Bradshaw, of course, the champion in 2020. Pedro Hiltbrand 4 years before that. And now they're racing here wheel to wheel for third position. Is there going to be a move from Levesque onto Henki Counteran? He's going to have a look at it. Hasn't quite been able to make it stick. So the battle is still raging at the moment as they drive down towards the hairpin. Here comes Bradshaw on the inside of Levesque. The last time those two met, they came together at the end of the race at Marienborg. This time it's clean as a whistle. Bradshaw gets through and joins his teammate Henki Counteran up at the front end of the dais. Some great battles all around as well. Teresa Babichkova in the middle of the field there battling with Kalai Atkins and Ben Hovelak. It's not gone well for Atkins. Here is Hiltbrand. He gets through in a third position on the inside of Enzo Levesque. So he gets through into third. And watch out, here comes Robert De Haan, the young Dutchman in fifth position. Dabbling in karting again, having been racing in Ginetta Juniors early this season. At Thruxton, he's going to do a full campaign with them, but he's back in karting because he loves it so much. He's battling with Federico Scalvini, who gets through into fifth place. Here's the move for the lead. Bradshaw on the inside of Kalteren. Hiltbrand tried to sneak through as well, but it's Kalteren who has to concede, and he's in second place now behind Callum Bradshaw. Hiltbrand is third, Levesque is fourth from Scalvini, and Aaron Walker, here he comes. Aaron Walker charging his way back through. Guy Cunnington's in the mix there as well with Robert De Haan, and I think Cunnington's going to make his bid on the inside. There he goes. They both run wide, and Robert De Haan drops down about 4 places, is now on the inside. Lawrence de Satua trying to be squeezed there, but it's a very tricky one as De Haan now recovers in 12th position behind Lesatua, Babichkova and Hovelak. So Hiltbrand under intense pressure from Alonso Levesque as they come through the final corner. This is where the toe means everything. You've got to love the racing at Zuera. So exciting, so action-packed. It is non-stop drama here in Senior X30. And the battle continues as Scalvini closes up on Walker to try and make the switchback maneuver. But he's really going to struggle here because there's no stopping Walker on the inside of Hiltbrand. Hiltbrand gets the move and goes up into second place there on Henki Kalteren. Alonso Levesque fourth, 5th place for Aaron Walker. Then it's Scalvini, Natterell, Cunnington, Lesatua, Babichkova, Hovelak, Balota, Atkins and De Haan. Hugo Natterell, the fastest driver out on track. Watch out for him. He's going to try and make his bid on the inside, but he's not going to get there before Walker does. Walker gets Levesque first. Then Scalvini and his teammate Natterell are queuing up behind each other. The 2 AC Motorsport karts are on the charge behind Alonso Levesque. Alonso Levesque very easy to spot from the pink and white machine. But Pedro Hiltbrand holding on in front of Henki Kalteren as they duel over second place, but they're trying to chase the world champion up in front of them. The man who won the crown in Portimao 2020 is now hustling his way around Zuera. And Kalteren is giving plenty of assistance here to Pedro Hiltbrand because that's his teammate in front of him, but he wants to win just as much as Bradshaw does. There's no team's championship in the world of karting. It's every man for himself. Once you get out of the course, Hiltbrand sweeps through on Bradshaw. Brilliant, bags the lead. And now Hiltbrand is parking the kart on the inside apex on lap 5. Bradshaw nudging him. Come on, get out of the way. You can't defend on lap 5. What are you playing at? But Hiltbrand is loving it in the lead of the race here. Bradshaw's going to make another bid on the inside, gets the move, and a big squeeze between Walker and Kalteren. Kalteren goes backwards. Oh dear, that got very tight and compressed between them. Even Walker was not quite able to make the move cleanly. They ended up compressing together. Now, was that Walker barging Kalteren out of the way, or did Kalteren just not think Walker would commit to the move? Either way, we've now got Alonso Levesque getting past Aaron Walker, and he gets through in a 3rd position, and it's really starting to kick off here. It's Skittles as they come off the turn. Teresa Babichkova's now up to 5th position. Great work from her as she runs in front of Guy Cunnington, and the door is left wide open by Federico Scalvini. He goes wide in turn 1. And that's an off. That's the 265. That's Hugo Natterell. He goes off at turn 2. And that's going to drop him behind the 318 of Ferdinand Winter. Alonso Levesque goes grass tracking out of the exit of 4. Babichkova trying to keep him back. They bang wheels and throw on the inside. Now comes Guy Cunnington, the reigning Euro Series title winner. Kalteren trying to get back in. Lesatua gets in on him. And through comes Sam Balota. Alonso Levesque defending from Guy Cunnington. These two battled for the title last year. Robert De Haan getting back in there as well with Kalai Atkins. Atkins throws his weight into the battle, tries to get alongside Ben Hovelak and can't quite make it stick. There's the move from Cunnington on Levesque. He gets through. I'm struggling to keep up with it at the moment. This is absolutely brilliant. Frenetic, fast and furious stuff. Moves coming in every second. Lesatua now gets the move on Babichkova. She loses ground to Hovelak as well. 3 laps to go. Does it have to be quite so frenetic? I'm struggling to keep up with it. Balota and Babichkova now both get in on Lesatua. Here comes Henki Kalteren making the bid for the inside line as well. Kalteren gets there, drifts out wide. Babichkova on Balota, Lesatua on Kalteren. And here comes the move again in behind from... Now, who is that trying to make a bid in there? That's Scalvini trying to bounce back, and Scalvini's made the move on Kalteren. Behind them, you've got Hovelak, De Haan, Morgan Porter's getting back into it as well now. Kalteren gets the move on Scalvini, and Morgan Porter hustling Robert De Haan with Kalai Atkins on his tail. Senior X30 is never dull. Doesn't matter where we go. Doesn't matter who's on the grid. Senior X30 is always fast, furious and frenetic as Morgan Porter gestures to De Haan. Come on, let's work together. Let's get after the guys in front. But Callum Bradshaw continues to hold the lead, but he's being caught rapidly by Pedro Hiltbrand. How about this? 2 world karting champions going head to head, mano a mano, and this is only the second heat of the day. Hiltbrand charging after Bradshaw, and not only that, it's 2 old rival teams, Strawberry Racing versus Fusion Motorsport. Big head-to-head coming between these two. Bradshaw versus Hiltbrand, down to the hairpin. Hiltbrand decides to wait until lap 9 to make the move. Lap 8 is not the chosen move. Bradshaw looking over his shoulder. He knows that this is going to be tough to hold on in front of Pedro Hiltbrand. 2016 world champion on your left, Pedro Hiltbrand. 2020 world champion, Callum Bradshaw on your right. And these two absolutely battling tooth and nail. They were teammates last season. Now they are implacable rivals again. Bradshaw and Hiltbrand dueling away for position. Aaron Walker's in the hunt as well. He's there in 3rd position, having worked his way forward. And Guy Cunnington's up to 4th place. Great work from Cunnington in front of Levesque and Babichkova. Balota, Lecertua, Kalterin and Scalvini in the top 10, but that could all change. They come onto the main straight. Get ready for battle. This is going to be 1 lap to go, and Bradshaw looks back to Hiltbrand. He lets him go there on the inside because he knows there's a better chance of getting it back later on the lap. So he lets Hiltbrand take the initiative, but Bradshaw's got a trick up his sleeve. He knows that Hiltbrand will take the move, but Bradshaw's got a plan. Hiltbrand's going to defend. Bradshaw's going to get back on him. He comes back side by side. What will Hiltbrand do? Bradshaw drives around him. Brilliant from Callum Bradshaw. He knew that Hiltbrand would go ultra defensive in the hairpin, and he drives right round him. So Bradshaw gets the lead. He gave him the place so that he could be in the prime position for later round in the lap. Bradshaw takes 1 step back to go 2 steps forward. Excellent calculated strategy from Callum Bradshaw. Can he now hold it in the final few corners? This could be a drag race to the line, especially with Aaron Walker bearing down on them now as well. If Walker gets the toe, he could grab a victory instead. But Bradshaw's timed it to perfection. Hiltbrand's in the toe. Is there going to be one final change? Across the line, Bradshaw's got it from Hiltbrand and Walker. That had all the makings of the final, and that was only the second heat of the day. Terrific, excellent work. And I have to say, take a bow, Callum Bradshaw. That was master tactics. Let Hiltbrand go to get him back later in the lap. Amazing from Callum Bradshaw. That was streetwise good thinking. Excellent work from Callum Bradshaw. Hiltbrand doing a great job to get into 2nd place. Aaron Walker, phenomenal fight back from 13th on the grid to 3rd. Guy Cunnington from even further back, 15th on the grid to 4th. I did say there'll be drivers charging their way through. Teresa Babichkova up to 6th from 16th, and Sam Balota up to 7th from 24th. So some great comeback drives. But Callum Bradshaw had the tactics to make it count. And in 2 races now, we've had the guy who started 7th take the victory in the heat. Excellent work from Bradshaw, and gets the job done. A lot of likes coming through. Herman Coppenel writes, fantastic second senior race. I could not agree more. That was absolutely terrific stuff. So the drivers come in, and we get ready for the 3rd heat of the morning. That's coming up in a moment. But Callum Bradshaw takes the win in front of Pedro Hiltbrand and Aaron Walker, Guy Cunnington, Enzo Levesque, and Teresa Babichkova. Sam Balota 7th in front of Lawrence Lecertua, Henki Kalterin and Federico Scalvini. Then Morgan Porter and Robert Dehaan, Benjamin Hovelak and Carly Atkins. From Ferdinand Winter, Roman Andriolo, Hugo Naturel, and Sita van Meert. In 19th was Francois Hernandez. Then we had Alfie Prince in front of Jose Gomez, Jaime Sanz in front of Sami Dahri, then Isabel Abbas and Rihanna Reagan. And the one retirement from the race who didn't make it to the flag was Dan Steenman, who ended up retiring 4 laps from the finish. And I can't see his kart out on the circuit, so I will assume that he has ended up with a mechanical problem and already brought it into the pits. I certainly didn't see a big accident for Dan Steenman in the process leading up to his retirement. But it's going to be a very exciting battle today if those 2 heats are anything to go by. I couldn't keep up in that one. Absolutely amazing. I did my best. But when X30 Senior gets going, it really gets going. So we've got a bit of time to talk you through the grid for the next one, because there are a couple of minutes in between, and it's qualifying heat B versus E. A great batch of drivers in the field for this one, and then you will have met all of the competitors trying to get through the battles this weekend. Santivalve will line up in pole position for this one. the young driver for Mole Racing aboard his Tony kart, one of the stars of the Spanish circuit. So he knows this circuit very well indeed. Alongside him on the grid, young Oliver Greenall, who bagged a podium last time out of Marienborg. He would dearly love to get a victory in his third outing as a senior X30 driver. He was one of the stars of junior last year, almost won the title. Now he's got a chance to go for it in senior X30 this year. And he is a dark horse for this crown. Third at Marienborg. He's got so much speed under his right foot. So he could be a contender for the crown very easily this year. Cian Shields, third position on the starting grid for Dan Holland Racing. Good to see him up at the sharp end at his new berth. He'll be the man in black this weekend in his Alpine Star suit. The young flying Scotsman in third position. And alongside him on the grid will be Yannis Stevenhadens, the Euro karting sensation from Belgium, who will be there once again. He's always very fast on Friday and struggles to maintain it on Saturday and Sunday. Hopefully this time he will have a great chance of the podium, because we know how fast Yannis Stevenhadens can be. Fifth position on the grid. What a weekend Clarissa Dervich is having. Great to see her at the sharp end for AC Motorsport, having only stepped up to the Senior X30 category at the tail end of last year at the International IAME. And now she is here, fifth position on the starting grid, on the third row for every race she does. And this is definitely going to be a chance for Clarissa Dervich to show the world what she can do. Sixth on the grid, Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland Racing team. Very much the staple of that awning now. And great to see him doing such a good job up at the front end of the field as usual. Seventh on the starting grid, Noah Maton for the RSG karting team. Good to see him there up in the top 10 as well. Had some very difficult weekends in the past, but it's good to see that this time things are going much better for him in terms of raw speed. Eighth position on the grid, Dan Antunes for the TD Kart Marlon Kart squad. There he is in the 272. You can see his Tony Kart chassis there on the right-hand side of your picture. And then in ninth place, it is Caleb Marshall. Another good weekend from Caleb. Great to see the speed is really getting underneath him now as he pushes forward for a stronger result. And he's matching that raw ability we've always known him to have now. 10th position on the starting grid beside him. That is the MDC Racing, I should say even, of Joan Pasalaigua, who is there in the 244, the CRG, in 10th position on the grid. His teammate, Alvani Vivas, is there in 11th position on the starting grid. The young Colombian racer who races under Spanish license, of course, these days and is based out of Spain. Great to see her doing such a good job in qualifying yesterday. Real speed. And again, it seems as though the Spanish ladies are doing a fantastic job this weekend. It's up to everybody else to hustle and challenge them. 12th position on the grid for Malo Bollier from the Karting Loisir Neuilly squad. Good to see Marlo really starting to get up to the same sort of pace that we've seen from Enzo Levesque in recent times. And Marlo Bollier definitely getting faster and faster every time we see him. Rivaldo van der Westerleken, always a factor in these races. 13th on the grid for this one in the Dimes Racing team kart. And alongside him on the starting grid is Joey Hansen, another Dutchman who's always very much at the sharp end. He's there on the energy course for AD Motorsport. 15th on the grid for Enzo Le Cruz, the other Enzo at Karting Loisir Neuilly. He is their 15th position on the starting grid. And then 16th is Alex Martinez. He'll be in front of David Rodriguez with Evan Becerra. And then Aton Bazan and Abdi Naji, the Algerian, I should say. My apologies. The Algerian driver who is there in 20th on the starting grid aboard his Sodi kart. Last few drivers on the starting grid. You'll have Alejandro Huguet, who's hoping his race today goes a little bit longer than yesterday's did. Taken out of the race after an accident on the opening lap and lost the front fairing. 22nd on the grid is Alex Kobe, the Irish female, doing a fantastic job for KR Sport. Didn't quite get the qualifying lap she deserved, but she was top 10 in the practice sessions, so her speed is guaranteed. Then you've got the 23rd place. That's Beren Vandenberg from Drake Jansen, and then Luciano Morano and Olivan Veit. Here they come, out onto the starting grid. X30 Senior Qualifying Heat B versus E. And here is your rundown of drivers. Santiago Valve and Oliver Greenall from Cian Shields and Yannis Stevenhadens. Clarissa Dervich and Thomas Fleming from Noah Maton and Dan Antunes. Caleb Marshall and Joan Pasalaigua. Alvani Vivas and Malo Bollier. Then Rivaldo van der Westerleken, Joey Hansen, Enzo Le Cruz, Alex Martinez, David Rodriguez, Evan Becerra, Aton Bazan, Abdi Naji, Alejandro Huguet, Alex Kobe, Beren Vandenberg, Drake Jansen, Luciano Morano and Olivan Veit. Hey ya to Ingen Sommer Utan, who's watching along over in Sweden. And there's plenty of Swedish talent on the grid coming up later, of course, particularly in Mini X30. You'll see the superstar Jonathan Landstrom come out a little bit later on. And, of course, Matilda Olsen in Senior X30 has just been out, made a good recovery drive to work her way up through the field. And I'm sure there's going to be more from her. She was fastest in warm-up this morning, so expect big things from Matilda Olsen over the course of the day. Hello to all those of you who are watching wherever you are around the world. It's going to be a fabulous, fabulous day of race action. Those of you watching on our YouTube stream, hello to you. And you can even interact with us if you are watching via the Facebook stream. We will take your messages and your comments. Morgan Westerman says, go Matilda Olsen. She's done a very good job actually this weekend. Unfortunately qualifying because leading up to that, she was mega fast. So I'm hoping she gets some more opportunities to charge her way through the field and go very quick in overtaking. In warm-up this morning, she was the quickest in her group, so hopefully it's a good one. Simone Leslie Wingfield, good luck to Oliver and Fusion, and to the mechanic, Luke Wingfield. That'll be why she's taken an interest. No, in all seriousness, it's going to be a very good day at the office for Oliver Greenall, the way things are currently going. Fusion Motorsport have been very quick to get up to speed in the Senior X30 category, and Oliver Greenall looks naturally flawless at the front end of the field here this weekend. He did a very good job in yesterday's heat, took victory convincingly, and hopefully he's going to make it 2 out of 2. But there's plenty of drivers on this field that are going to want to have something to say about that. Santi Valve also took victory in his heat yesterday, so they can't both win. It's definitely going to be interesting to see who gets the job done. Santi Valve, Oliver Greenall, Cian Shields, Yanis Stephen Haydens, Clarissa Dervich and Thomas Fleming, from Noah Maton, Dan Antunes, Caleb Marshall and Joan Pasalaigua. As they get off the start of this one, it's going to be very tight and tense indeed. They come off the corner. That looks very well stacked to me. Looks like the right side of the grid's actually made a good start of it. And away we go. Oliver Greenall loses momentum in the slipstream though. Drops to 4th position initially, but he can fight that back as they all tuck 4th position into the right-hander. It's a great start for the pole sitter, Santi Valve, right in behind him. That is Cian Shields, who is already starting to make a bid. And Clarissa Dervich has worked her way into 3rd position, just in the natural flow of turn 1. So it's Valve from Shields and Dervich, 4th position, no problem at all from the Fusion Motorsport driver Oliver Greenall. But Cian Shields is already hustling Santi Valve. He wants to get the lead early by the look of it. He's going to have to make a big lunge on the inside, and he knows that that's not quite going to work, so he has to settle in for 2nd place. Little bit of dust kicked up on the first lap, but nothing major. So Valve, Shields, Dervich and Greenall is the order at the moment. 5th position, that looks like Yanis Stephen Haydens in the Euro karting machine. They're in 5th position, so he's still there up thereabouts. We've had an off further back, yellow flags, and it's one of the CRGs that's gone. That's the 342 that's gone off there in the middle of the field. That is Alejandro Huguet, just as he did yesterday, unfortunately. So once again, he has yet to complete a full racing lap. So here comes the opportunity for Cian Shields, tucks in behind Santi Valve. And of course this afternoon you'll get to see the second chance and consolation heat races for those drivers who don't quite make the cut for the top 30. There's only 36 make it through to the final, don't forget, and there are many drivers on this grid in Senior X30. So Santi Valve is still hanging on in front of Shields, Dervich and Greenall, and these 4 very close together on the 2nd lap. Yellow flags are waving because they're still clearing the incident for Alejandro Huguet. Huguet is still in the kart, I can tell you. But I think it's more not wanting to get out of the kart than it is a major problem or concern. But we'll double check, as obviously the marshals are down there trying to move the incident, but it's just one corner where there's yellow flags. So now Dervich having a look on the inside and gets the move on Cian Shields, and that's enough for Oliver Greenall to get through as well. So Clarissa Dervich makes her launch forward, gets into 2nd position. We've been waiting for Clarissa Dervich to really show the world what she can do, and here's her best first chance as she creeps up behind Santi Valve. Clarissa Dervich having only just recently made the switch to Senior X30. Here comes the move from 2 of them. Greenall and Shields go in together and gang up on Clarissa Dervich. She shuts the door in time to stop Yanis Stephen Haydens coming through. She gets back in on Cian Shields. Well done, Clarissa. Keep it going. And now up the inside, that's Yanis Stephen Haydens getting through. And well defended from Shields. A big launch in from Noah Maton. He nudges in there. Thomas Fleming almost got a bit of a black eye there from Noah Maton, trying to creep in behind. Now Fleming goes for the move on his teammate, and Cian Shields drops back again, but Shields on the switchback, gets side by side with Fleming. Careful boys, you're in the same awning. And Shields tries again. Fleming chops across. Goodness me, trouble in paradise as the 2 teammates go to battle, and now Noah Maton is queuing up for a manoeuvre. But Shields holds on to the inside line, and Noah Maton will try again. But it's Santivalve who leads the race. Oliver Greenall in second. Clarissa Dervich in third once more from Yannis Stephen Haydens. And then in behind, we've got Fleming, Shields, Maton. And then it is Caleb Marshall doing a great job in 8th place from Becerra. And Rivaldo van der Westerlegen, who's forced his way up the field as well. So Becerra is up 9 places. He was in 18th on the start and is now up to 9th place. So the one car running at the back of the field is Olivan Veit. And we seem to have had a retirement, I think a mechanical failure of some kind for Luciano Morano of the Castellet kart racing team. He's out of the race, unfortunately. So no Castellet kart for Luciano Morano in this one. Good battles from the MDC racing teammates in the middle of the field as well. Alvani Vivas is up to 11th and Joan Pasalegua is in 12th. So they're doing a great job. In fact, Alvani Vivas is actually the fastest driver on the track in Sector 1. So she's doing a terrific job. The girls are really pushing it here this weekend. Santivalve, Oliver Greenall, Clarissa Dervich, Yannis Stephen Haydens, Thomas Fleming and Kian Shields. That's your top 6 at the moment as they come through at the end of lap 4. 5 laps to go in this heat. And a great battle from Santivalve. He's doing a great job in the lead of the race. Greenall second, Dervich third. What will Kian Shields do next about Thomas Fleming as they get up towards turn 2? It's a lift here in the natural flow of speed. Drivers were telling me you don't brake really for turn 2, you just ease off the throttle, and it's very difficult to time it when you're making an overtake. It takes real bravery. But then the big stopping point is turn 4. That's the big heavy braking zone. If you go around the circuit and walk it, you'll see that the road is just completely black at that point, with all the rubber that's been laid down from drivers trying to stop the car. And firing up the inside. Another retirement, I'm afraid. Beren Vandenberg has brought the car into the pits to retire now as well. And it's Olivan Veit who's down at the back of the field trying to get back into contention for the VDK racing team. Drivers just settling into a bit of a rhythm up front. Santivalve doing a great job. Oliver Greenall second, Clarissa Dervich in third place from Yannis Stephen Haydens, Thomas Fleming and Kian Shields. They're going to tighten together. Herman Koppenol cheering for Joey Hansen, the former world champion in KZ, and of course the 4-time Dutch champion. Joey Hansen still with plenty of great ability under his right foot. He's never really lost his speed. He's just enjoying the racing because he loves it. And of course, a great battle still going on between these drivers out there. Ima Montoro is watching along. Animo Clarissa has a move there from Shields. He gets through into 5th position on Fleming. And that's because Kian Shields is setting the fastest lap of the race, so he's clearly the fastest driver out there. Another move made up by Evan Becerra. He gets through into 8th place by Caleb Marshall. As now we've got Santivalve being caught rapidly by Oliver Greenall. Greenall's really getting into this battle now. He's had to time it right, but he's got the toe to utilise, so he doesn't have to panic too much about when the kart is going to come to him. And Santivalve knows it. He checks over his shoulder. He's starting to get fired up now. He knows that there's going to be an imminent threat from the man who is chasing him down. It's going to get pretty hectic out there. And so already Santivalve perhaps feeling a tiny bit intimidated from the man who's trying to charge in behind him. Oliver Greenall, who he knows is a big factor in this championship season, knows that he's got big speed, knows that he's got incredible dexterity behind the wheel. So he's got to consider him a major factor for this one. And Shields now hustling Yannis Stephen Haydens up the inside. Santivalve, Greenall takes the lead. How did he do that? Santivalve was defending, Valve gets back on him. So Greenall takes it briefly, and Clarissa Dervich now up to 2nd place. So Dervich makes the hop through and into 2nd position. A great start for the battle there, but Greenall essentially got through briefly, then ran wide on the exit. Santivalve set him up for that one. But Clarissa Dervich, who is riding a massive wave of confidence, now has a great start. And she could become the 2nd female to win a heat in IAME X30 Senior in the Euro Series. The first one, of course, was Matilda Olsen. Clarissa Dervich is not far away from becoming that. I do apologise, the 3rd female driver, because, of course, I'm neglecting to remember that we had a consolation race a couple of seasons ago that was won by one of the Brits in the field. Santivalve doing a great job there in front of Clarissa Dervich, but this battle really starting to tighten up now as they battle away for position. Great racing from the competitors. They're really starting to rock and roll. Here we go. Greenall defending on the inside line from Shields as Fleming gets through on the inside. So an absolutely fascinating battle continues now from the competitors. I'm reliably reminded that the other woman to win a race in the IAME X30 Euro Series up to this point, we had Matilda Olsen do it, and the other was Alicia Barrett, who won a second chance race a few years ago. So Clarissa Dervic hoping to become the third driver to win an IAME X30 Euro Series heat. And she is not far behind Santivalve, and with 2 laps to go, she's got a great chance of it now. She's just got to hustle in behind Santivalve. The battle for third place has dropped off the back of them. Greenall third, Shields fourth, Fleming fifth, Stephen Hayden sixth, and Noah Maton in 7th place. So they're going to have an interesting Royal Rumble on the final lap. But can Clarissa Dervic get close to Santivalve on the final lap? Santivalve has been so ruthlessly fast here. And that's Greenall trying to defend and move to cover from Shields and Fleming, the 2 down Holland racing carts, really charging in behind Oliver Greenall now. This could be an epic battle on the final tour as Greenall covers a little bit. Doesn't have to defend too much yet. Now he does, because Geert Shields is right there. And Fleming's moving to the inside to cover from the 2 Belgians. Chops across on Yannis Stephen Haydens, and Noah Maton shuts down the move before it even starts. Excellent racecraft so far, and Santivalve looking for win number 2. But Oliver Greenall has to be content with 3rd place. Ivella Shields, there comes the move from Maton. He tries and fails. Fleming and Yannis Stephen Haydens both get through. Maton now gets side by side with Yannis Stephen Haydens. Is there enough room for both of them? There is. And Noah Maton gets through. No, he doesn't. Yannis Stephen Haydens tucks in round the outside. And there's a very interesting battle. We've had an off further back. Couldn't see who that was, but someone's come off the cart in the background. But it's victory for Santivalve. He gets the win in front of Clarissa Dervic in 2nd. 3rd place for Oliver Greenall, and Geert Shields in 4th. Terrific stuff so far from the competitors. And it's the 322 that came off in the bitter end. Now that, unfortunately, is Aton Vaison. There he is with the FFSA overalls. So Aton Vaison, the privateer, unfortunately out of the race on the penultimate lap. But Santivalve gets the job done, and it's Spanish 1-2 there as Santivalve continues his brilliant weekend so far, looking for his first win in Senior X30. He did a fantastic job last year, if you remember, in the junior category. Opened his account for the season with a dominant display at Essay on the circuit at Aulnay-le-Bois in France. And now here he is on his home turf at Zuera, and he looks absolutely unstoppable. A great job in this race from Santivalve, and he can be very happy indeed with the way things are going. Clarissa Dervic in 2nd place, and Oliver Greenall in a fine 3rd. So the battles are really starting to take shape now as the competitors are looking over their shoulders and starting to battle tooth and nail on the circuit here. And it's Santiago Valde who takes the victory in front of Clarissa Dervic. Great job. Oliver Greenall 3rd in front of Geert Shields and Thomas Fleming, the 2 Dan Holland racing carts. Yannis Stephen Haydens, Noah Maton, and Evan Becerra makes a trio of Belgians. Marlo Bollier and Alvani Del Vivas. She's done an amazing job there for 10th position. Caleb Marshall and Onzo Le Cruz from Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Joan Pasalaigua. Then Dan Antunes and Alex Martinez in front of Joey Hansen in 17th and Abdi Naji, the Algerian, in 18th place. In front of David Rodriguez and Alex Kobe, then Oliver Veit and Drake Janssen. Aton Vaison, rather sadly, out of the race, as of course was Beren Vandenberg, Luciano Morano, and on the very first lap as well, we lost Alejandro Huguet. So the battle definitely joined. Joe Tournier is watching along. Bonjour de Suisse, bon weekend à tous supporters de Matt Corby Racing. Well, that's a great message there from Joe Tournier, who is watching along from Switzerland and rooting for young Matt Corby. You'll see him out in the Mini X30s a little bit later on in the day. We're going to have some great battles from X30 Junior very shortly as well. Their races are about to get underway, and we obviously heard from a few of the junior drivers over the course of yesterday. We'll try and bring you some of those over the course of the morning. We will start with a conversation that we had with the young Italian star who is based out in the United Arab Emirates these days. Matteo Quintarelli has made his way to the IAME Euro Series. We discussed many things with him, including the differences between racing out in Asia compared to racing here in Europe.
Preparation's going well. Team's doing very well job. It's going great so far. I like the track. Track's very nice, very fast. Mostly the competition. In Dubai, we're not as many. Probably double the drivers that we have in Dubai. We don't get rain in Dubai, especially, and if it rains, we don't race. Being it dry is certainly an advantage. Fast in the dry, so it's good. Well, we've been very competitive in these free practices, so definitely at the top is the expectation for this week. Very excited. There's a lot of competition. It's very nice. It's very nice to have most of the drivers all in 2 or 3 tenths makes it very, very, very nice.
It's always great when drivers step out of their national and regional territories and come and race in the Euro Series, and even more pleasing when they are competitive and showcase their incredible speed. It really does show that X30 racing, no matter where you go around the world, it really does deliver sensational talent. And when they come to the international scene here at the IAME Euro Series, they really do get the chance to step up to the plate and showcase their incredible ability. Great to see more talent coming through the ranks. And in junior, you're definitely going to see some excitement over the course of the day. Yesterday, we obviously had our yesterday we had our 2 qualifying heats leading up to the battle. Qualifying heat A versus B saw the original pole position sitter, Théophile Nile, get the pole position and get the victory as well in front of Vinnie Phillips, Adrian Mariero, Arthur Poulain, Finn McLaughlin from Ireland, and Gaspard Lagaye from Switzerland in front of Canato Lee, Adrian Mustienes, Brandon Carr, and Paul Chaos. In the second heat yesterday, we had Ivan Arias lead home a Spanish trio victory for the AC Motorsport driver ahead of Denis Kudavali and Eric Genet. And then we had Bart Harrison in 4th position in front of Adrien Closmenil, the French privateer, and Henry Jocelyn from the Coles Racing Team in front of Adam Rahali, the Megakart Kart Pro Racing driver from Algeria, in front of Zach Scoulard of the United Arab Emirates, Thomas Strauven of Belgium, and Eduardo Dominguez, the home favourite. Some great battles in the races yesterday in junior. There's only going to be more where that came from over the course of today. The warm-up session for the odd number drivers, the fastest driver this morning was Japan's Kanato Lee, who has switched to the Strawberry Racing Team for the rest of the season, ahead of Adrian Mariero and Denis Kudavali from Ethan Ischer, the Swiss driver for Spirit Racing, Paul Chaos of FA Racing España, and Ivan Arias, who was the heat winner yesterday, of course. And then in the warm-up session for even number drivers this morning, it was Brandon Carr who topped the timesheets for Fusion Motorsport by 0.13 of a second ahead of Gaspard Lagaye and the young man from the Philippines, Zachary David, who is racing for Monlau Competition in his first weekend in the IAME Euro Series this weekend as well. Jan Paral, who of course won last year's IAME Winter Cup in the Mini X30 category. He is now a junior racing for Monlau Competition. Kevin Rabin of the Spirit Racing Team. He was 5th fastest this morning, and Sebastian Murray in the KR Sport, another of the young men based out in the United Arab Emirates in the city of Dubai, originally from Scotland, of course. He is in 6th position in this morning's warm-up. But now we can talk you through the battle for qualifying heat B versus C. In pole position, it will be Adrian Mariero, who will be at the top end of the field for Kart Republic España, and alongside him, Bart Harrison, 2-time IAME Winter Cup title winner in 2020 and 2021. The 4th seed coming into this year, the leading favourite on paper for the title, but he knows that it's a little bit harder than just turning up and racing. He's going to have a lot of opponents to battle with in 2021. Sam van Voskuilen, a brilliant job in qualifying from the WJS racing driver. He is 3rd on the grid for this one. Alongside him, the flying Belgian, Thibaut Ramakers, who gets 4th position. Always a strong mini, has done an amazing job stepping up to the junior category, and he is there 4th position on the grid. Welcome to IAME Euro Series, Matteo Quintarelli, and in fantastic style too, 5th position for his first weekend on the 3rd row of every grid this weekend. He's got plenty to be happy about there. And alongside him on the grid, it'll be Ivan Arias, who stormed through from the 3rd row yesterday to grab a convincing victory in his heat. From 6th on the grid, he will go. Iko Segret, another of the drivers from the United Arab Emirates, who is there for KR Sport. He will start 7th on the grid for this one. Alongside him is the French privateer Adrien Closmenel, and it's great to see him doing such a good job in 8th position, going very well from his position on the grid. 9th on the grid, it is Daniel Dalakian. Great qualifying from him yesterday. He lines up 9th on the grid. And 10th position to round out the top 10, it is Ethan Ischer, who has not just been fast in qualifying, has also been fast in practice and warm-up. So keep an eye on Ethan Ischer from 10th position on the grid. He's sure to have a very decent day at the office. The green flag flies, and the drivers will head out onto the course here at Zuera for X30 Junior Qualifying Heat B versus C. And of course, after this rotation, they'll only get 2 more races in junior. We had 2 of the races yesterday. We've already updated you on how those went. So this is the 3rd junior race of the weekend, the first to be televised. And here's the starting grid in full. Adrian Mariero and Bart Harrison from Sam van Voskuilen and Thibaut Ramakers. Matteo Quintarelli and Ivan Arias from Iko Segret and Adrien Closmenil. Then Dan Dalakian and Ethan Ischer. Brandon Carr, 11th from Henry Jocelyn, who did a great job yesterday. Kimi Duran and Mark Granada from Noah Montero and Aaron Ferrazzano. Canato Lee and Mikel Marinho from Alto Valsort, and Alexis Constant, then Juan Aluja, Ben Doughty, Angelo Melli, Vilgo Benson and Thomas Kinsey. So 25 drivers who will battle for supremacy. As it stands at the moment, the drivers on 0 points are Teofil Nal and Ivan Arias, because they took the wins yesterday. Dennis Koulibaly and Vinny Phillips on 2 for finishing second. Adrian Maliero and Eric Genet on 3 for finishing third. It's a reverse golf scorecard if you've never watched the sport before, or if you need a gentle reminder. You get 0 points for winning your heats, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on, all the way down to the lowest rankings. And it's basically like golf. The lowest score at the end of the aggregates wins, gets pole position for the pre-final. Only the top 30 drivers automatically qualify, and drivers below 30th down, they will go into a second chance heat, and it will be the top 6 drivers across the finish line that will progress through to tomorrow's pre-final and final. But that will all happen as the day goes on, and we will bring you all of that action, of course, as it happens here at Zuera. Definitely going to be a very exciting and intense battle for all of our competitors as they race for supremacy. 7 laps this time for the X30 juniors. Not quite as long a race as the seniors, but then they are a little bit younger, of course, than the senior counterparts. Senior drivers over the age of 14, and X30 juniors are between the ages of 11 and 14. So the X30 juniors getting themselves ready for action. Can anybody topple Teofil Nal from the top of the rankings at the moment? It's been a very busy weekend at the office for him, but only because he's been doing so well. And everybody is really quite worried about just how fast and how incredibly efficient Teofil Nal is being. He's not in the heat for this one. It'll be in the next one we'll see him. But what can Ivan Arias do? Can he take a second victory, or will it be the driver starting ahead of him that get the initiative? Let's find out as we go racing to the first corner, and the outside gets the best start. A spin from Maliero! Maliero spins, and it causes absolute chaos into the first corner. Oh, Adrian Maliero spins the kart, and it's left several karts out of action. Adrian Maliero spins from the lead initially. I think he got a love tap from behind. And there's several karts in the wall. The 56 involved in that one. That is unfortunately Aaron Ferrazzano. Several drivers got it caught up in that one. Quintarelli got caught up. Ico Segret got caught up. And it's full course yellows by the look of it. Full course yellows. So full course yellows around the course. We've got several drivers in the wall there. The marshals are taking a look at what happened in the first corner. The 4 karts that are stranded are Ferrazzano, Segret, Quintarelli and Maliero. The pole sitter, Adrian Maliero, caught up in it. What a shame. So Adrian Maliero spun at turn 1, and unfortunately there were several karts that got tangled up in it. The ones that really got caught out, several drivers down the order. Ethan Ischier got caught up, as did Sam van Voskulen. Henry Jocelyn had to take avoiding action, as did Mark Granada. Everybody else pretty much getting through unscathed, but Bart Harrison is the leader. He got the best start from the outside line. Bart Harrison actually made the launch. Oh dear, that is a very battered and bruised kart belonging to Ico Segret. So he's out of the race, as of course are Aaron Ferrazzano, Matteo Quintarelli and Adrian Maliero. The thing is, you're thinking, well, they're way offline there, so why on earth are they giving this full course yellows? Well, the answer is that turn 1 is very fast. It's flat out on the throttle, and if they didn't reset the barriers, if they didn't pull the karts off the line there, it would be very hazardous indeed. So it's the right call under the circumstances to bring the karts to full course yellows. There is another stranded kart. That is Adrian Maliero's pole position sitting kart, stranded and abandoned up at turn 3, I think that is. That he has tried to get the kart going again and has had to abandon it on the inside of the left-hand flick at turn 3. So we're probably going to be under full course yellows for another lap at least. But Aaron Ferrazzano out of the race, as is Ico Segret, Matteo Quintarelli and Adrian Maliero. I've had a note come up on my timing screen that says start under investigation. Now, that's an interesting one. Is that going to be judged that somebody has launched too early or someone out of position? We will have to find out. But so far, let's bring you up to date with the order, because 2 laps have been completed, and I haven't actually told you the running order yet. Bart Harrison is leading. Timon Ramakas in second place from Ivan Arias and Daniel Dalakian. Brandon Carr is in 5th as a result of all of that, make up 6 places. Noah Montero in 6th from Kimi Duron and Mikel Marinho. Canato Lee, Alta Valsort, then Joanna Lugia, Angelo Melli Ethan Ischier recovered in 13th. Adrian Klosminel dropped to 14th. Vilgot Bernsen, Alexis Constant, Sam van Vasculen, Thomas Kinsey, Ben Doughty, Mark Granada and Henry Jocelyn sadly down at the back of the grid. It's almost as if someone just picked up all of the happy families in the card pack, threw them up in the air, and they picked them up in a different order. But Bart Harrison did get a fantastic start from the outside line, and that's why you should never underestimate him as a factor in these races. So Bart Harrison getting the initial launch. We're under waved yellows if you've just joined us because of an incident on the first corner that has taken out Adrian Maliero, the pole sitter, along with Matteo Quintarelli, Ico Segret and Aaron Ferrazzano, all out of the race. All okay, but now out of the running. We're about to go racing again at the end of lap 3, and Bart Harrison has dropped the hammer nice and early. He's going to get a decent advantage over Thibaut Ramakers as we go green, 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 green. And into the first corner, Bart Harrison already has the run. Thibaut Ramakers has got him in the tow though, so I don't think he's going to be holding on to this advantage for long, and Bart Harrison has already started going defensive. He's got 4 laps to hold on to this advantage, and he's got a queue of drivers stacking up behind him now. And up the inside, well, thank you for opening the door, says Ivan Arias. I'm going to get second off Thibaut Ramakers. And now he charges after Harrison. Come on, we can get him. A great run so far from Ivan Arias. He knows this circuit very well indeed. Harrison drifts out wide, cuts back in on the inside. This is their first full racing lap, don't forget, because we went to full course yellows very early on. Here's the move on the inside from Brandon Carr into 3rd position. He is one of the main beneficiaries of that start line incident. And now he's up into 3rd place. What a charge back from Brandon Carr. Great work. Harrison in the lead. Arias in 2nd. Carr in 3rd. Then Thibaut Ramakers in front of Noah Monteiro. What a fight back from the Portuguese star. Great to see him up in the top 5. Really getting his way through. And here comes Arias making the bid on Bart Harrison. And Harrison knows it. Arias is actually trying to disappear away from the rest of the field. He's playing the long game here, because he knows that if he starts battling with Bart Harrison too early, then the other drivers behind are just going to start to form a queue. There's no point going for the overtaking move on lap 5 when you can do it on lap 7. So this is smart thinking from Ivan Arias. Kanato Lee, the Japanese star, sets the fastest lap of the race as he gets up into 3rd position. How has he done that? He started the lap in about 6th position. So Kanato Lee has just chopped his way through. They do say call him Bruce, and Kanato Lee has carved his way through the field a bit like a martial arts sensation there. So Bart Harrison, Ivan Arias, Kanato Lee from Brandon Carr, Thibaut Ramakers and Noah Monteiro. Up to the far side of the circuit. Harrison still just covering the line at the moment from Ivan Arias. No major launches through. Ramakers holding on to 5th place in front of Montero and Kimi Diron, the 2 Victory Lane karting teammates. Dan Dalakian still doing a fair job in 8th place in front of Mika Mourinho and Joana Lugia. Down the main straight. Now Arias has 2 laps to go. When do you make the overtaking move? Not yet, clearly. Because he and Bart Harrison can still stretch away a little more. And let's not forget that he will know the Zuera circuit even better than Bart Harrison will, because this is his home turf. This is his home territory. So this is a chance for Bart Harrison. He sets the fastest lap at 1:05.6, trying to get away from Ivan Arias, but in the tow, he is really going to struggle to hold on to the lead, as Ivan Arias will have so much ground that he can make up in the straight line. Kanato Lee still running a great job in 3rd. Fastest driver on the circuit in Sector 1. Kanato Lee genuinely thinking he can catch these 2, especially if they start to battle and kick off on the final lap. Kanato Lee, fastest of all in the 1st sector, fastest of all in the 2nd sector, until Brandon Carr outpaces him. But this is really close stuff from Kanato Lee and Brandon Carr. If these 2 leaders up front start to battle, there's going to be a 4-way scrap. Great to watch the drivers charge forward. But Bart Harrison out in front of Ivan Arias. Wait for it. Here comes the tow. And they're going to charge through up to the first corner. Flat on the throttle through the right-hander into the final lap. When's Arias going to bolt? Harrison's going to move to cover. Arias can drive right around the outside here if he's not careful. He's going to try and hold it on. The front of the car starts to wiggle. And he's nearly off there. And now he closes up into turn 4. Harrison parks the car on the inside. Watch for Kanato Lee. He's going to draw up alongside Ivan Arias. And they're going to be side by side. I did say watch for Kanato Lee. He's looking very threatening. Someone going wide there on the exit turn. We've lost a couple of drivers from the fray there by the look of it. Mark Granada's out of the race, and we almost lost a couple more. But now Kanato Lee's having to go defensive on Brandon Carr. So he's missed his chance. Ivan Arias was very wise to the maneuver from Kanato Lee, held his ground, and now he's running out of chances on Bart Harrison. So even Arias may get one final chance. He's not close enough to dive on the inside line. He's just going to have to hope that the cart can now drag Bart Harrison on the straight. It's going to be stalemate. Great racecraft from them all, but Bart Harrison should just take the victory here in front of Ivan Arias. Arias tries, but it's not close enough. Bart Harrison holding on for the victory there. Fabulously done. Ivan Arias calculated to try and make the move, but Harrison defending in the right position. And Bart Harrison, who will represent the United Kingdom in the FIA Karting Academy Trophy later this season, doing a fantastic job at the front end of the junior field once again. And that bags him his first victory of the weekend. Great job from number 4. He has 4 points after finishing 4th yesterday, and number 4 takes the victory. Bart Harrison in fine style. Excellent job, great racing, and some fantastic performances from our youngsters. They really are doing a sensational job in Junior X30 thus far. So unfortunate for Adrian Maliero, a DNF, having started from pole position, not where he wanted to be at all. As we watch, I just watched Aaron Ferrazzano coming in after a very difficult end to his race. What a shame. It was a very difficult, very short race for some. But for Bart Harrison, it's a victorious one. Ivan Arias up 4 places, Kanato Lee up 14 places though. He's the hard charger and gets 3rd position. Great job from the young Japanese star. Bart Harrison taking the victory then from Ivan Arias, and Kanato Lee in 3rd. What a drive. Brandon Carr in 4th. A good effort from him too. Tibor Ramakers and Noah Montero impressing in the top 6 from Daniel Dalakian and Juan Aluja. Kimi Duron and Mikkel Marinho from Artavar Sort, and Angelo Melli from Ethan Ischer and Sam van Voskulen. Adrian Klosmenil and Vilgot Bernsen from Alexis Constant and Henry Jocelyn. 19th behind them was Ben Doughty in front of Thomas Kinsey. And the last man home was Mark Granada in the end of reckoning. Unfortunately, there were retirements aplenty, though. Adrian Maliero, Matteo Quintarelli, Iko Segret, and Aaron Ferrazzano all wiped out on the first lap of racing. Very unfortunate. But obviously, when it gets very tight and compressed into turn 1, just the slightest of spins from Adrian Maliero, and that caused him to pirouette around, and we ended up with a very nasty confrontation into the first corner, where several drivers were trying to take avoiding action and just didn't manage to slow the karts down in time. Very easily done, and many a racing driver will know just how easy it is to get caught up in the flow of things when it all starts to go awry. Well, we heard from one driver who was in the race there, Matteo Quintarelli. We're going to hear from another driver who's in the following race, the young man from Ireland, Finn McLaughlin, who did a fantastic job over the course of yesterday's battle. He's trying to fight his way forward, and he spoke to us about life transitioning from a Mini X30 to a Junior X30.
Yeah, preparations are going good, just testing stuff and trying something different to see the pace. We're trying setups just to see the times we can set compared to the other people on the track. It's very hard because it's that fast and flowing. Everyone's going to be fast. There's a few corners that are very hard, but some are just fast and flowing, so it's the rhythm through the track is very good. There's a good few drivers here that are fast, so hopefully that I can stay at the pace and try outrace them at the weekend. Yeah, it's a big step up, more like just the power wise, and the grip and everything is just way more difficult to drive, and you need to be more stronger and fitter just to control the kart.
So it was always good to catch up with young Finn. Obviously, he's going to have a very tough race of it this time. He starts on the 7th row of the grid, but that's not for the want of trying, and we know from the practice sessions that Finn is very fast indeed around here. So expect him to charge his way through the field. If he gets just a whiff of an opportunity, he will take full advantage of it. Here is the starting lineup for today's second race in Junior X30, qualifying Heat A versus D. And it's going to put Teofil Nile up at the front end of the field once again. The 2N Racing superstar has been absolutely a revelation since he came into the IAME Euro Series last time out at Marienburg. And getting the victory has motivated him to go for the whole series title. He could get the job done here. He's been very quick at Zuera, and he's looking very strong indeed for it. Could be the first Frenchman to win the Junior X30 title here in the IAME Euro Series. Alongside him, it is the Spaniard Denis Cudevali, who did a fantastic job in qualifying. The Kart Republic España driver goes off 2nd on the grid, and it'll be fascinating to see what he can do from his position on the grid. Vinnie Phillips will line up in 3rd place, the British driver who's made the transition across to Strawberry Racing and has been very fast indeed, straight out of the blocks. And Vinnie Phillips, definitely a threat this weekend, was hustling Teofil Nal right to the end of the race yesterday. And there could be a few tricks up his sleeve as we get himself ready for more action. Fourth position on the starting grid, Thomas Strauven, his Belgian teammate, who will line up in the 99 on the second row of the grid. He's been secretly getting on with things as Thomas Strauven, stepped up from Mini X30 last year and has been very quick already in the early part of Junior X30 2021. So expect big things from Thomas Strauven. He's been very quiet so far, but now everybody knows who he is, and he's right up at the sharp end, looking to make the numbers up. Zachary David, fifth position, the young man from the Philippines, who is racing in the IAME Euro Series for the first time, having had a multitude of campaigns in the international leagues as well as in his native Asia. But he is here in the Euro Series for the first time and right up at the sharp end, fifth position on the grid for the Mondao Competición driver. Alongside him, another driver we welcome from the United Arab Emirates, Federico Rifai, who has stepped up to the plate in the Euro Series and doing a fantastic job already. Sixth position. I guess it's because the circuit here at Zuera really does match the similar sort of challenges that they have over in the UAE with the intense heat and dusty circuits. So it definitely ends up being a bit of an advantage for the drivers from that part of the world. Seventh on the grid, Gaspard Lagaye, the young man from Switzerland, the Spirit Racing driver, doing a brilliant job thus far and really making light work of things in qualifying. Eric Genet doing a good job in 8th position on the grid for the Mole Racing team as well. He finds himself there on the Tony Kart chassis, just climbing in. And of course, son of the former Grand Prix and Le Mans superstar, Marc Genet. So Eric will do a fantastic job there in 8th position. Adrian Mustienes will be in 9th position on the starting grid for the Kids to Win team as he lines up on the 5th row of the grid. Alongside him will be Zach Scular of the Chaos Sport team, another of the very strong young men from Dubai, who have managed to fight their way to the front of the Euro Series grid without any hesitation at all. And it's great to see Zach Scular really stepping up and taking names out there out on the circuit. 11th on the grid, Arthur Poulain for the PB Kart squad. He lines up 11th on the starting grid in the Alpha Karting chassis, and he'll be there on the 6th row. 12th position on the grid will be the Dutchman Rima Blanc for the PDB Racing team in the Falcon chassis. And it's really good to see the number 149, and you can tell he's number 49 is his number because he has it emblazoned on the 8-ball style helmet design he has on his skid lid, as they call it. Finn McLaughlin, 13th position. You heard from him in the interview pre-race, and he'll be charging his way through from the 7th row of the grid. Very fast indeed. Alongside him will be the young Algerian star Adam Rahali, who we will hear from a little bit later. We caught up with him yesterday as well for the PB Kart squad and for the Pride of Algeria. Sebastian Murray lining up 15th on the starting grid, another of the great young men from Dubai. Obviously, of course, he is originally from Scotland, based in Dubai, and he is there 15th on the starting grid. Eduardo Dominguez, the Spaniard from the ECK Motorsport squad, he lines up in 16th on the starting grid. Good to see him really starting to charge his way through the pack as well. 17th for Julian Carmen of the EGP Racing team. The Dutchman will be there on his Cosmic chassis. Beside him will be Natalia Granada Ferrero, and she is there 18th position on the starting grid, and she goes off row 9. 19th on the grid, a very difficult qualifying indeed for Paul Cayos of the FA Racing España team. He will charge through from 19th on the grid. Expect him to go through the field very quickly indeed as he launches his way through his opponents. Then in 20th on the grid will be Jan Paral, the winner of the IAME Winter Cup in 2020 in Mini X30, has stepped up to junior in 2021 and is very quick already. Just didn't get the qualifying lap that he wanted. 21st on the grid will be Jan Duran for the Cup Republic España team in number 47. Alongside him on the grid will be Oliver Martinez of the ECK Motorsport team in 22nd. 23rd on the grid will be Lars Venink. He will be there 23rd on the starting grid for the VK Racing team. And then alongside him will be Kevin Rabin of the Spirit Racing squad in the number 28. And then taking his place at the back of the field will be the privateer, the Portuguese, Francisco Costa in number 41 as he lines up on the inside line. So 25 drivers. Obviously, there are 30 places available guaranteed for the pre-finals tomorrow. Those who don't make it will have to go into the second chance heat later. But it's time to see if Teofil Nal can hold on to his place at the front end of the grid in X30 Junior in qualifying heat A versus D. Will there be an opposition? Will there be an opponent to shut the door on this young French superstar? So Teofil now in pole position from Denis Coulibaly. Vinny Phillips is third ahead of Thomas Strauven, then Zachary David and Federico Refai, Gaspard Lagaye and Eric Genet, Adrian Mustienis and Zach Scular in the top 10 from Arthur Poulain and Rima Blanc, Finn McLaughlin and Adam Rahali, Sebastian Murray and Eduardo Dominguez, Julian Carmen and Natalia Granada, Paul Cayos and Jan Paral. Then it is Jan Duran and Oliver Martinez from Lars Venink and Kevin Rabin, and Francisco Costa lines up 25th. Now, for some reason, it says there that Adrian Maliero is starting 26th on the starting grid. He certainly is not. Slight error in the timing screen there. Not quite sure what that is in aid of. Adrian Maliero was obviously out of the race in the previous race, having started from pole position. But it's definitely going to be very exciting to see how things go. Hello to all those of you who are watching around the world, to the likes of Andrea Pellini, who is watching along, as well as the likes of Tiro Kumoran and Tony Hogg watching along on the Facebook stream. To those of you who are watching along on YouTube as well, hello to you. You can interact with us via our Facebook stream, as we will take as many messages and comments and any questions you have as well. We will try and answer and get them read out as much as humanly possible through the course of the day. So some great battles coming in X30 Junior. I did notice off the start, actually, that one of the drivers was out of position. That is Rima Blanc, the Dutchman. So Rima Blanc out of position there and has until the red line to regain his position on the grid. He did get out for the start of the formation lap, so now he's got to try and work his way through the grid and retake his position. If he's not able to retake his position before the red line, he'll have to start the race from the back of the grid, essentially. So he's got to hope that the field start to tighten their grip and get themselves back into position. He may well feel that it might just be safer after that earlier first lap incident to go off from the back of the grid, but expect to see Rima Blanc try and fit himself into his original 12th position. If he wants to be higher up the grid, he'll certainly try to get there. So Rima Blanc is trying to work his way around to his original position. A couple of drivers doing the same, and I think Rima Blanc has managed actually to get himself back into position in time. So he should be able to go off his 12th position. So the drivers come through out of the final turn, and we are going to see a start. Hopefully it's going to be green right from the get-go, and it's not. So there's a false start on this occasion. Then we'll go around for another formation lap. A couple of drivers out of position, I think. And that will almost certainly guarantee a chance for Rima Blanc to get back into his grid position. I think Arthur Poulain was out of position initially there as well. So they've been able to get themselves back into position as a result of this. So one of the competitors hoping for a decent start there were denied. Getting very cloudy over the circuit, actually. We had massive heat and solid, a few gusts of wind yesterday, but it certainly was particularly sweltering over the course of yesterday. But a very difficult situation for the competitors as they battle away, but it's looking a lot cooler. The air temperature is only 15 degrees Celsius today. It's I don't think there was a threat for the victory. It is definitely a very tough situation for them, and we weren't predicted rain today, so hopefully there isn't going to be any, but that will definitely make things a little bit nerve-wracking for the drivers as they prepare for the races over the course of the day. So let's see what happens in the offing as the drivers come out of the final turn. In X30 Junior, qualifying heat A versus D. Teofil now, Denis Coulibaly, Vinny Phillips, Thomas Strauven. Are we going for a start? Yes, we are. Where we go, and a great start from the front of the field for Teofil now. Vinny Phillips slots in right behind him as they go through turn one. No major drivers in the first corner. Then through the right flick. This is where things will get quite compressed, and 2 or 3 drivers might come a cropper. But so far, everybody okay. They come up to the hairpin. Round the outside, that's Zachary David trying to look for a move on Vinny Phillips, who leads the race. Vinny Phillips has got through now past Teofil now. Niall gestures to Vinny Phillips. Come on, we need to get away from the rest of the field. But Vinny Phillips is definitely going to be challenging for the victory this time. He's got that clear move. And I think we've got Rima Blanc having problems at the back of the field. So it's an isolated incident initially, but now it's developing as Teofil Niall is getting boxed in behind Vinny Phillips. Zachary David drawing alongside. Teofil Niall under some severe pressure now from the drivers that he's racing against as Vinny Phillips is trying to hold on. Teofil Niall does for the inside. That is not usually an overtaking spot, but Teofil Niall makes it one. Excellent work from the Frenchman. Completely catches out Teofil Niall, who's so catches out Vinny Phillips. So busy defending initially that Teofil Niall thinks, right, well, if you're going to hold me up, I'm going to make the move when you're not expecting it. But now there's going to be a toe from Zachary David. As up the inside goes Eric Genet. Here we go. Vinnie Phillips and Zachary David both get past Teofil Nile. And Nile will have to settle for third position for the moment. Vinnie Phillips back in front. Zachary David diving for the inside line. As Zachary David holds to cover Teofil Nile. He's defending valiantly on the inside line there, but that is holding up the queue, and the cavalcade is really starting to pile up behind as Eric Genet looks for the move on Teofil Nile. So this is definitely going to be an intense battle from the competitors. We're going to see some immense opportunities. Oh, Teofil Nile almost slides into the side of Zach David under pressure from Eric Genet. Genet trying to gang up on him there. And Teofil Nile able to hold on, and sideways that is Finn McLaughlin trying to defend his position. He's made a terrific launch forward. McLaughlin up to 7th. I did say watch for him because he's definitely making some good work of it as Genet gets the move on Teofil Nile. So Eric Genet through into position, and this is one of the first times all season we've really seen Teofil Nile being challenged for his position at the front end of the field, and he's down to 4th. So Phillips, David, Genet, Nile, Koulibaly, Poulain, McLaughlin, Mustienis. Great battle so far. Everybody's still circulating. Adam Rahali and Rima Blanc down the order. David is actually gesturing there in the car as Genet gets through. Nile gets through as well. What was Zach David talking about there behind the wheel? Trying to gesture to the guys that we need to go after the race leader. Yellow flags as we've gotten off up at turn 4, I think it is. Certainly a car coming off the road there at turn 3 initially and then rejoining. It was Sebastian Murray. So Sebastian Murray, having just set the fastest lap of the race, has now got off the road and has rejoined, I think, down at the back end of the field. So a very unfortunate incident for Sebastian Murray, who now tumbles down the order. Oh, he's out of the race. There is Sebastian Murray. He was the fastest man on track up to that point. And I'm afraid Sebastian Murray now out of the race. What a shame. He was looking so good up until that stage. But now we've got Vinnie Phillips in front of Eric Genet, and Teofil Nile is back in 3rd position, and here we go. Eric Genet trying to gesture to Teofil Nile. Don't overtake me, work with me. But are you going to listen if you know you're faster? Teofil Nile pushing hard here to try and get closer to the race leader once again. Vinnie Phillips in front of Eric Genet and Teofil Nile. The same chassis, Tony Karts all the way, but 3 different teams. Strawberry Racing, Mole Racing, and 2N Racing. So they battle away together, all on very similar equipment. But it's all about race preparation and racecraft between these 3 drivers now. Eric Genet knows the circuit better than these 3 do. Vinnie Phillips always up for a good fight. And Teofil Nile just with incredible raw speed. So these 3, oh, cheeky move there from Eric Genet as he sweeps through on the inside of Vinnie Phillips. And Teofil Nile gets through in a 2nd place as well. Nile gets the same move done on Eric Genet that he did on Vinnie Phillips on the first lap. Genet wasn't expecting that one. He should have done though, because obviously that's where he got past Vinnie Phillips before. He's found superior grip on the inside line there through that sweeping right-hander, and that's brave from Teofil Nile, but he's showcasing incredible speed and skill here. In through the first corner, and in the toe, we've got 3 of them now charging up behind Teofil Nile. We've got Genet, we've got Phillips, we've got Zachary David. Oh, the spin! That is the 22 going backwards. That is a very unfortunate incident. That was, I'm afraid, Federico Rifai. Oh, and we've had an incident there for the 31. That is Oliver Martinez. So Oliver Martinez going off the road as well. And is that at turn 1? Yes, it is. Oliver Martinez going off at the first corner, and he's absolutely furious about it. And I think that is where we had the incident between him and Federico Rifai. I don't know what caused it. We certainly didn't see the first part of the incident there. But Federico Rifai and Oliver Martinez went off together. Whether there was contact or not, we don't know. But certainly the 2 drivers were on the same bit of racetrack at the same time. And so we've now got Teofil Nile in front of Eric Genet, Vinnie Phillips and Zach David. They will queue up again, and in 5th place now is Finn McLaughlin. Finn McLaughlin going beautifully. The Irish driver doing a fantastic job down the main straight in front of Arthur Poulain. And as they go to turn 1, watch for Phillips. He's going to use Eric Genet to get past Teofil Nile. Here he goes on the inside. They squeeze Nile down to 3rd position. And Genet into the lead and up into 2nd position. Make that first for Vinnie Phillips. Teofil Nile gets back in on Eric Genet. And Zach David now gets in there as well. Finn McLaughlin coming through in a 4th position as well. Great driving and great opportunism from David and McLaughlin to make their way past Eric Genet. but that was not in the script for Eric Genet. He wanted to take on Théophile Nal and get the move. Genet now going to make a push on the inside of Finn McLaughlin. Gets back through into 4th place and queuing up is Arthur Poulain and Gaspard Lagaye in 7th. So Vinnie Phillips again having to look to see where Théophile Nal puts the car. This is the penultimate lap, so expect another big move from Théophile Nal. Every time he loses the lead, he seems to find the strength to get it back. After Poulain and Gaspard Lagaye battle, Lagaye gets into 6th position, and on the inside, Adrien Mustienes is going to carry the speed. Getting past both of them is Thomas Strauben. 3 wide at the finish line as we go into the final lap. And now Vinnie Phillips has got Théophile Nal all over the back of him. Phillips looking, trying to find out where Théophile Nal's going to put the car. He balances the car to the inside line. And watch out for Zach David. Zach David wants to get his move on the inside line. Théophile Nal hunts down Vinnie Phillips, can't make the move. That was a big lunge from Théophile Nal. He gestures to Zach David, stop racing me, we've got to get after Vinnie Phillips, otherwise he's going to disappear. Eric Genet trying to get back on the inside of Zachary David as well. He tries to make his move. Up on the exit, watch for Finn McLaughlin. He runs side by side with Eric Genet. Zach David defends, moves to cover the line. And watch out for Gaspard Lagaye. Lagaye's got a chance here on Finn McLaughlin to move up into the top 5. But Vinnie Phillips may have done enough here to squeeze out Théophile Nal and level peg the move. Oh, goodness me, Finn McLaughlin having to hold steady in front of Gaspard Lagaye. But well held by the young Irishman who's doing a great job. But out in front, it is going to be Vinnie Phillips. He hangs on in front of Théophile Nal. It is stalemate now between the two. And Vinnie Phillips levels the score between himself and Théophile Nal. They each have a win and a second underneath their belts. What an intriguing battle this is now. So, Vinnie Phillips proves absolutely, categorically, can Théophile Nal be beaten? Yes, he can. I've just done it. And there's not a single gesture but from Théophile Nal as Vinnie Phillips chooses to acknowledge the great battle for Théophile Nal. Nal looks pretty riled up. So Vinnie Phillips has got under his skin. And of all the drivers out there, he'll be very proud of the fact that I was the first one to nobble him. I was the first one to make him crack under the pressure. Vinnie Phillips is up for it. Kitty Thatcher watching along from home. Well done, number 87. Well done, Vinnie Phillips. Great job from the young man from Strawberry Racing. Literally just joined the team. And it certainly seems to have worked out for him so far, doesn't it? What can Théophile Nal do in response in their 3rd heat? We will find out a little bit later on in the day. That was very exciting, very intriguing stuff. Aaron Dalton wishing Finn McLaughlin good luck, and it clearly worked because he was up to 5th by the end. Excellent stuff. Vinnie Phillips taking the victory then from Théophile Nal, and Zachary David in 3rd from Eric Genet and Finn McLaughlin. Gaspard Lagaye and Thomas Strauben. Paul Cayos, Adrien Mustienes and Dennis Cunavali in the top 10 from Arthur Poulain and John Duran. Then Eduardo Dominguez and Zach Scular from Jan Paral and Julian Carmen. Natalia Granada in front of Kevin Rabin, and then 19th for Lars Venink in front of Francisco Costa. And then the 2 drivers who dropped a long way off the field after several incidents, Adam Rahali and Federico Rifai. Rima Blanc never quite got his mechanical problems under wraps. And then retirements in the race for Oliver Martinez and Sebastian Murray. 2 very unhappy drivers after their exits from the fray. But hopefully we will see more great stuff from them later on in the weekend. Well, it's definitely been pretty exciting stuff from the juniors. They've only got 2 races left before we get to the second chance heats, of course, because of the races that we had from them yesterday. Sadly untelevised due to the tight schedule, but certainly you're still seeing the juniors in great action. Mini X30 is up next, and there's plenty of talented race drivers in this particular field. We had a very busy day at the office from them yesterday, of course, as well. And we're going to see some fabulous performances. One of the drivers that you're going to see in the race a little bit later on in the field, the race after this one, we caught up yesterday with the race 1 winner from yesterday's Mini X30, and she's definitely riding the crest of confidence at the moment. We spoke to race 1 winner yesterday, Luna Flusha, after an excellent battle, and how she feels she's going to do over the course of the race weekend.
I'm feeling confident because this circuit is good. If I'm second and the first one is away, I catching off the toe, so I like it. It's not really difficult because it's like there's straight, especially in the 3rd corner, because it's like long left. It's a bit difficult, that corner. So you have to get it right. It's the best team, and they explain things the best because they tell you everything you have to do, and really good. I think I can do a podium like last week, but in the top step.
She's got a great chance of doing it as well this weekend. She was so brilliant in yesterday's heat to take the victory at the finish line in yesterday's Mini X30 heat, snatching it on the finish. So we'll see what she does later on in her race coming up. But let's bring you up to speed with what happened yesterday in the Mini X30 category. It was all about Raúl Thuntharen, the Spanish star who grabbed pole position in yesterday's bout. And so he obviously managed to start from the front end of the field. In the first race we had yesterday in qualifying heat A versus B, it was Luna Flusha who bagged the victory by 0.037 of a second in front of Sandro Perez, with Raúl Thuntharen alongside them as well. So it was a three-way fight for the victory. She got the victory in the end, though. Jensen Graham in fourth place ahead of Jesse Phillips. The two Brits doing very well. Alejandro Martinez in sixth position. Matt Corby in seventh place. Luke Tahl in eighth from Dan Sofranea and Thomas Pradier. So some great performances throughout the field. Bosco Arias getting an exclusion at the end of the race, unfortunately, in qualifying Heat A versus B, and a retirement, a non-start, I should say, and a non-presence from Amir Navarro. But Bosco Arias, unfortunately, had a technical infringement yesterday and was therefore excluded from the race. Hopefully that won't be the case again today. Hugo Marti took the victory in the second race yesterday, and that was in front of Ben Smith from Sasha Van Bosch. Tiziano Kuznini in fourth place ahead of Roman Kamyab and Harrison Mackie from Youssef Martin, Oscar Gouchot, Eloan Bienami, and Victor Galmiche. Fabulous battle between them. And obviously we had some brilliant battles from the 45 drivers over the course of proceedings. You're looking at the Zuera International Circuit, very fast, 1.699 kilometers, just a shave under 1.7, and so rapid, so fast, and so long. It really is a circuit that the drivers either love or loathe, and most of them love it because it really is an ultimate driver challenge to get them right. You can see there that from that final kink in the corner at the right-hander, you are basically flat on the throttle all the way through to turn 2. And even at turn 2, you can see it's actually quite an open right-hander, so you only lift the throttle to go through turn 2 nice and safely. The big stop is at the hairpin at turn 4. And that is where you really get a lot of big challenges and big battles. Let's talk you through the interesting positions in the warm-up this morning, because we had Tiziano Kuznini was actually the fastest in warm-up ahead of the young Portuguese star Rodrigo Seabra, who will be out on the kart a little bit later for his second heat shortly. Roman Kamyab was third fastest in front of Alejandro Martinez, Matt Corby, and Bosco Arias. In the warm-up for even-numbered drivers, we had Luna Flusha fastest again in front of Raúl Thuntharen and Jesse Phillips, who's doing a great job so far this weekend. Just a whisker in front of his teammate. In fact, to the same lap time to the thousandth of a second as his teammate Dan Sofranea. Sasha Van Bosch was fifth fastest, and Youssef Martin in sixth. So the battle is going to be very interesting from the front end of the field, because it's Sandro Perez who lines up in pole position from the front end of the field in the MDC Racing CRG. And he will have an absolutely sensational race ahead of him, no doubt. The battles will be very fast indeed for him. You can see that over the circuit, it's looking a little bit cooler, certainly than it was yesterday. It was very hot indeed over the course of Friday. And actually, even on Thursday, when the wind was very high, it was very hot as well, but it's starting to get cooler. We are not predicted any rain until Monday, according to the official forecast. So hopefully this is just cool and chilly clouds rather than anything else. The rain doesn't look like it's going to hit the circuit, but certainly it could be a very, very interesting day for the drivers in terms of setup, because they may well need to respond to the fact that the circuit is a lot cooler. The tyres should certainly last a lot longer in these cooler conditions, and they will bite into the road a little bit better. So Sandro Perez from pole position in the MDC Racing CRG. He lines up in pole position. Alongside him on the grid will be Tiziano Kuznini, the Swiss superstar for the Spirit Racing team. Watch out for the man in third position, Luke Tahl for Fusion Motorsport, lining up in third place. He's a bit of a revelation in this field. Great to see him doing so well. Alongside him on the grid is Roman Kamyab, who won here in the warm-up race last week and did an absolutely fantastic job at the season opener, of course, at Marienburg. Going to be interesting to see how well they progress this weekend. There's going to be some fabulous battles. Danny Babacek is doing a great job as well. He lines up in fifth position on the grid for this one. And we'll see how well he goes off the grid. So the competitors go to battle. as they head out onto the circuit. The X30 Minis in qualifying Heat B versus C. And they are getting up to speed. Here we go. Sandro Perez in pole position. Tiziano Cucinini second on the starting grid for this one. Then Luke Tal in front of Roman Kamyab, sharing the second row of the grid. Dani Babicek will line up fifth on the starting grid along with Youssef Martin. He will be there sixth position. Elio Gilter will be seventh along with Hugo Marti. And then we have the ninth position for Mick Blankenspoor in front of Ben Smith in 10th position. Dan Sofronia lines up in 11th place in front of Sasha Van Bosch in 12th position. Then Noah Baglan 13th. The Lebanese driver George Nazar, who is based out in the United Arab Emirates, in 14th. Then Jason Bralic is 15th from Eloan Bianami. And then Martin Marquez, Javier Proasca, Romeo Melo of Portugal from Roberto Bas, Senna Munier and Leonie Ella Martinez. Ekaterina Lucia is watching along for her Swiss colleagues by the look of it. Great to see Ekaterina Lucia, who of course is part of the Richard Mille Academy in 2021. Can't keep away from the X30 scene. Hello to you, Ekaterina, and to everybody, of course, watching along on the Facebook and YouTube streams. Sandro Perez is leading them around here in the X30 Mini. Fabulous to see all of the competitors as they get themselves up to speed. They have one out lap and one formation lap, of course, in IAME X30 Euro to warm up tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. But the clouds are coming in thick and fast here. It's getting very ominous over the circuit at Circuito Internacional Zuera. We were not expected rain, as I said, until Monday, so hopefully we're not going to get any at all. But it's definitely getting a little bit dark and foreboding over the Circuito Internacional circuit. As things stand at the moment, victories yesterday for Luna Fuchsia and Hugo Marti put them at the top of the table. We're definitely going to get a potential challenge to that, but Hugo Marti will obviously be starting from all the way back in 8th position on the grid for this one, so it's very tricky for him to come up with another victory, but he could still get it done. There could be a third different winner from the 3 races thus far, especially when you've got the talented drivers up at the front of Sandro Perez, who retakes his position at the front of the field in front of Tiziano Cucinini and Luke Tal. Roman Kamyab there in 4th position as well. You've got to keep an eye on him off the grid. The drivers formed up very early, actually. 5th position on the Paralin. You can see there the very garish black, white and red colours of Dani Babicek, who is the younger brother of the 3 Babichkova sisters, of course. So Dani Babicek, definitely one to watch for. Is very quick indeed this weekend. Youssef Martin, 6th place. Elio Gilter, Hugo Marti, Mick Blankenspoor and Ben Smith. Dan Sofronia, Sacha Van Bosch, Noah Baglin and Georges Nassar. Then Bralic, Bianami, Marquez, Proasca, Melo, Bas, Munier and Martinez. So let's see how the drivers go off the grid. It's going to be very interesting from the start. Is this going to be a perfect start from the outside line? I think it is. They've done very well off the grid so far. Green, green, green. And they're going to roll alongside Sandro Perez to the first corner. Keeping his foot in. Tiziano Cucinini trying to hold it round the outside. And he's got a good chance here. Sandro Perez running well, but up the inside for the lead. It is Luke Tal. The Dutchman has got through into the lead of the race, and through with him is Youssef Martin. Great start from the Spaniard. So Sandro Perez down to 3rd, and Dani Babicek has come up into 4th position. There's a spin at the back, 2 carts going off there. The 939 is one of them, that's Marti Marquez, and the other one, Ben Smith, unfortunately has recovered to join the tail end of the field very quickly, but Ben Smith now down at the back rather sadly. So Ben Smith and Marti Marquez will now have to charge their way back, and they've only got 6 laps to do it. Ekaterina Lucia, which is good luck to all the fighters. And there are certainly plenty of them in this race. Sandro Perez now 3rd behind Youssef Martin and Luke Tal, who is definitely starting to become a bit of a... Oh no, it's Roman Kamyab, I do apologise. That is Kamyab that has charged forward. So Roman Kamyab is leading. So difficult to tell these carts apart still. There is Luke Tal. You can see him in 6th position actually, tucked up behind the Paralin of Hugo Marti. So Hugo Marti is still charging his way through. It's Roman Kamyab who leads on lap 1. There they come. So Kamyab out in front, then Youssef Martin, Sandro Perez, Tiziano Cucinini, Hugo Marti up to 5th already, and Luke Tal. Here comes Perez on the inside of Youssef Martin, and he's there to 2nd, and squeezing through as well. Into position is the 903 of Tizi Cucinini. Watch for Hugo Marti. He's going to get the move on the inside line of Sandro Perez if he manages to squeeze through with Youssef Martin. Tiziano Cucinini up to 2nd. Here comes Luke Tal on the inside of Sandro Perez, and he's through. And there comes the 944 as well. That's Dan Sofronia. Sofronia gets through on the inside of Hugo Marti. Marti tucks back to the inside. Sofronia has to concede, but they've all got past Sandro Perez. Not a great start from the Spaniard. and on the CRG. He's got to try and fight his way back. Nice little switchback maneuver there from, is that the 969? That is George Nassar of the George Gibbons Motorsport team. The young Lebanese doing a great job there. So Roman Kabyab in front of Tizi Kuznini. The battle resumes up front. Luke Tal in 4th place now behind Youssef Martin. Watch for Dan Sofroneya. He's making big moves on Hugo Marti. And as they come to the end of the second lap, 4 to go. But these X30 Minis give us plenty of drama. Don't forget that these cuts are narrower and they are shorter, and therefore they've got more racetrack to play with than their larger counterparts. So expect a few more choice battles. Here's Tizi Kuznini right in behind Roman Kabyab. Kabyab gestures to Tizi. Let's keep pushing. Let's keep getting away from these guys. Then we can battle on the last lap. So Tizi Kuznini decides not to play ball. He goes for the inside line maneuver, and Tiziano Kuznini takes the lead from Roman Kabyab. So Tiziano Kuznini setting up the run here in the Spirit Racing machine. Good battle between him and Roman Kabyab so far in this 2021 season. And it's great to see Tiziano Kuznini really pushing on. Fastest lap of the race so far from Sasha Van Padbosch, who's down in 15th position, really struggling to make the gains. But there's still a very close battle between all of the competitors in this field. So Roman Kabyab just sat behind Tiziano Kuznini now, just waiting for him to make the move. So far, so good for Tiziano Kuznini. Finished 6th in yesterday's opening heat, so a victory will definitely help his points tally. But Roman Kabyab is not going to make it very easy for him. He really wants to push him right from the start here. So Kabyab is going to complete lap 3. 3 to go. Tiziano Kuznini gesturing to Roman Kabyab. Don't pass me. Don't pass me. Let's work. And Luke Tal up on the inside into 3rd position with Hugo Marti. They both get past Youssef Martin. So a very interesting battle so far, but Roman Kabyab still sat behind Tizi Kuznini, and he's playing ball at the moment because from Roman Kabyab's point of view, he's still got plenty of time to make this overtake. Hugo Marti with the fastest lap of the race, a 1:11.9. Still they battle for position. Luke Tal in 3rd place. Hugo Marti stepping up the attack in 4th place. Watch for Dan Sofroneya. He's getting very racy in behind Youssef Martin. And I think there could be a challenge now from Dan Sofroneya for the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team. They're in 6th position. Is there a move for the lead? No. Is there a move for lower back? Well, Luke Tal's defending. Sofroneya goes for 5th and gets it. Nice move from Dan Sofroneya. And here's the move from Hugo Marti. Is he going to get through into 3rd position? Look back, and he is there. Into 3rd position past Luke Tal. Dan Sofroneya 5th, Youssef Martin in 6th, and Sandro Perez still there in 7th place ahead of Danny Babicek, who has slipped back now 4 seconds adrift in 8th position ahead of George Nassar and Elio Gilter. And I think there's been a little bit of a squabble in the middle of the pack. That's why we've had a little bit of messing around in the middle of the pack. A couple of drivers ending up dropping off the tail. Danny Babicek, the leading man to drop back, but George Nassar and Elio Gilter trying to stay in the hunt. Here we go. On the inside, Luke Tal gets Hugo Marti, and Dan Sofroneya gets them all! Dan Sofroneya sweeps through and gets into 3rd position. Brilliant from Sofroneya. Now Sandro Perez gets on the inside of Luke Tal, as did Youssef Martin. Perez closing in. We know that the CRG's got good speed, and he proves it on the inside, gets into 5th position. Nice work from Sandro Perez on the inside of Youssef Martin. So that puts him up into 5th position. Sandro Perez going well on the CRG. And watch for Marti gesturing to Dan Sofroneya. I'm not going to race you. I'm just going to work with you. We need to catch the guys up front. So Dan Sofroneya sat in 3rd position. Hugo Marti in 4th place. He wants the win though, so he's not going to battle. He's going to stay in 4th position behind Sofroneya. If they can't quite catch the 2 leaders up front, then they will have to battle for 3rd place. But if Kuznini and Kabyab start warring, then they'll have a great chance of snatching the victory. That's why Marti just wants to sit behind Sofroneya, and the 2 of them can catch on the toe. Last lap, here we go. Kuznini still gesturing frantically to Roman Kabyab. Let's work together. Here comes Marti. He wants to be in prime position just in case they do kick off, and he gets into 3rd place. Here comes Perez and Martin. They're going to sweep past Sofroneya. They do indeed. Sofroneya on the switchback, gets back on Youssef Martin. Oh, ruthless as Martin takes to the grass, and Luke Tal now trying to get into 6th. He's done that. Sandro Perez now racing after Hugo Marti. But Kuznini has the gap on Kabyab. He's defended nicely. Here comes Sofroneya trying again on the inside of Sandro Perez. Can't quite make it happen. Perez goes wide. Sofroneya on the curb, trying to get the switchback maneuver. But it all settles out, and it's stalemate between the 2. Now, Kamyab has caught right back up to Tiziano Kuznini. Is there going to be a final flourish in the last couple of corners? Here they come. Kuznini knows that Kamyab is right there. There's only a handful of corners left in the lap. Kamyab waits for his moment. He's going to try and outfox Tiziano Kuznini. He sweeps in from the far side. He's got a good exit of the turn. He's got a good chance, but Kuznini's got the position. Is there going to be a switchback from Kamyab? He's gaining. He's gaining. It's not going to be enough, is it? Across the line. And it is Kuznini who holds on, but at the third position, it's going to be close between Perez and Marti. It's Perez by 1,000th of a second. Oh my goodness. That is as close as it can get to a dead heat without being one. Tiziano Kuznini takes the victory. I think he just took his feet off the pedals there to have a bit of a breather. But Tiziano Kuznini, he'll be happy with that. That's a fabulous victory. Oh, what's Tiziano Kuznini up to? Tiziano, what are you doing? Oh, Tiziano Kuznini, I think he may have done something there to the front fairing. We see it on the cameras as bright as day. Oh, Tiziano Kuznini. Well, that could come back to bite him. So Roman Kamyab behind him in second place. And Tiziano Kuznini crossed the line in first place, but he must have felt that there was something wrong with the front fairing there. And unfortunately, if that is going to be spotted by more than just the cameras, then that is going to come back to bite him. Well, unfortunately, sometimes these things happen in racing, but Tizi Kuznini does not want to have an issue there. So they cross the line. Tiziano Kuznini leading the race from Roman Kamyab. Sandro Perez in third ahead of Hugo Marti, Dan Sofronair and Luke Tal. Yusuf Martin and Danny Babicek from George Nassar and Sasha Van Bosch. Jason Bralic and Javier Broasca from Roberto Bas and Elio Gilter. Eloan Pianami and Mick Blankespor from Noah Baglan and Senna Munier. Then it is Ben Smith and Leone Ella Martinez from Romeo Melo and Martin Marquez. And they battle together there. All 22 drivers managed to finish the race. So that is all fine and dandy. Well, fascinating situation for the competitors there as all 22 drivers come home. But it was a very exciting race leading up to that, wasn't it? Absolutely thrilling stuff. And now the drivers are getting ready for the next one already. It's fast and furious stuff with the competitors in karting, as we all know. It's a nice battle, race after race after race. And the drivers are going to have plenty more to do and plenty more to say as we get racing again. We've got the next heat coming up next. And yesterday we spoke to one of the drivers that's going to make a bit of a feature of this one, hopefully, after his amazing opening lap charge yesterday in the heat. The young Portuguese star, Rodrigo Seabra. We spoke to him about how he's settling in to life at the Oliver Rowland Motorsport team and his chances here at Zuera.
They are going well. Like my new mechanic Mark, he always says zero stress to me. And my team manager Shane, he's also very good and very professional. And of course Oliver, he's also very nice. This Zuera circuit, it's not very hard. It's a very fast track. We need to get a lot of tow and push a lot. Or if we don't push, they will catch us.
Always great to hear from young Rodrigo Seabra, doing a fantastic job in the 2021 season, making his full-time progression in the IAME Euro Series under the tutelage of Oliver, Shane, Mark, and all the guys down there at Oliver Rowland Motorsport, doing a fantastic job. He made an amazing opening lap to go from the middle of the field to fourth position at the end of the first lap. It was absolutely astonishing. If he could do that again today, then he's got a great chance of battling for the front end of the field. But there are plenty of drivers in this field, of course. having had a sensational run. Here is your schedule for the next part of the morning. We've got the qualifying heat, A versus D, coming up in a few short minutes. Then, of course, we will have 3 straight races in the seniors. Heat A versus D up at 12:10 local time, of course, this is. Senior qualifying heat B versus F, and then qualifying heat C versus E will come through. And then we'll have qualifying heat A versus C in the junior category. It's all a very tight and compressed schedule today, unfortunately, in some ways, but also fortunately in others, because we get a very busy and hectic day of racing to entertain you with throughout, as all of the competitors are obviously going to have a very strong race ahead. But the battles are definitely getting very tight and very exciting out there between all of the competitors as they run through. But we're definitely going to have plenty of great challenges and opposition. You can see there as well the dial telling you when the next race is going to be as the X30 Mini drivers prepare for it. We obviously have the current interim leader in the race at this particular battle in X30 Mini as the drivers are gearing up for the battle. It'll be Raul Thenthaden that will line up in pole position after his brilliant lap in qualifying yesterday. He will line up from the front row of the starting grid. Here is the remainder of the senior battles. You can see there that in the later part of the evening, we're going to go straight in from the end of the qualifying heats to the repêchages. And this, of course, will be the last chance races for the drivers later on. So we'll keep those races on your screen so that you can follow the drivers that you are following and make a note of when they are out on circuit. I could go through all of them, but that will take a lot longer than the 4 minutes or so that we've got until the next race. So you'll have to do that yourselves using the IAME Euro Series website, iameeuroseries.com, where all of the provisional entry lists, which of course are now the permanent entry lists, the results, the live timing, all of the information and data is there on the website. You can see there the junior qualifying heat B versus D will be at 1:30. And then you'll have the minis will come out again for the last time before their repêchages at 1:50 and 2:10 at local time. Then there will be a bit of a gap in between as we get the senior qualifying heats underway at 3:05. So there'll be a slight pause in proceedings. We'll probably try and bring you the highlights of one of the previous rounds, probably in Marienburg in between to keep you nice and active. Senior qualifying heat A versus F and qualifying heat D versus E at 15:05 and 15:25. And then the last heat for seniors will be 15:45. And then we'll have the repêchages for junior and mini. And the top 6 drivers in that race for each class will progress through to the pre-finals and seniors tomorrow. Everybody else will be going home empty-handed, rather sadly. The seniors, they'll have a consolation race for those that didn't quite make it into the repêchage. And then the senior repêchage will have, again, the top 6 drivers coming home across the line. And they will progress through to the finish of racing. So it's going to be a very interesting continuation of the day. Great to have these new graphics as we continue on here for the IAME Euro Series, promoted by the RGMMC group. Great to see that we are continuing to give you more and more information as we can. Great to see the well wishes as well on home soil. Great congratulations from people. Katerina Lusha writes, congratulations to Tizi Kuznini. Perfect race. Certainly was when he crossed the checkered flag. Bogdan Stagaru is giving big kudos to Denis Koulibaly. And Valerie Tournier-Gouchot is obviously keeping an eye on Oscar, who comes out onto the race circuit in this next heat. The grid will see Raul Thenthaden line up on the front row of the starting grid. Alongside him, Harrison Mackie. What a great performance he did in qualifying yesterday. Great to see him on the front row of the starting grid for every one of his heats. And he really has deserved his place there. Luna Flusha, race 1 winner yesterday. She will be, my apologies. Luna Flusha will be there in 3rd position on the starting grid, hoping for another victory. I wonder if she'll win another race before older brother Lorenzo does in Monaco over the course of this weekend. Luna's certainly looking very good for things here in Zuera. 4th position on the grid beside Luna is Jonathan Landstrom, the Swedish star for AD Motorsport. And he will obviously be there on his Energy Course chassis, gunning for glory, the young Swede. Brilliant in qualifying, exceptionally quick in races, of course, as well. Jesse Phillips looking for 5th position from the inside of the 3rd row. Very, very quick yesterday. Was a little dissatisfied with the top 5 finish. He said, I could have been at least 1 or 2 places ahead of that. That's the right attitude. You just got to keep digging and keep building. And he's doing an excellent job. Quinten van Leuven for the PDB Racing Team running in P6 in front of Matt Corby for the Spirit Racing Team, the young Swiss, in 7th place ahead of Sasha Avril of the PB Kart squad. And then we have Alejandro Martinez, who is there in the Praga Racing chassis, number 9 on the grid. And alongside him is Connor Clancy for George Gibbons Motorsport on the Kart Republic chassis. And Connor Clancy will be there, 10th position on the grid. A great debut for him in the IAME Euro Series paddock. So Jensen Graham and Victor Galmiche doing a fantastic job leading up to the weekend as well. They are on the 6th row of the starting grid from Rodrigo Seabra and Oscar Gusho. And then Bosco Arias from Gustavo Cunha. And then the field continued on by Thomas Pradier in the PB kart, Roman Kinzinger in the kart management chassis. Great to see him in the paddock for the first time as well. Here we go, X30 Mini qualifying heat A versus D, ready to go. Drivers head out onto the course. And what can Raoul Thanthanen do from the front of the grid? We will find out. The Monlau Competition driver from the front, Raoul Thanthanen at the front end of the field from Harrison Mackie, Luna Flusha and Jonathan Landstrom from Jesse Phillips and Quinten van Leuven. Then Matt Corby and Sasha Avril from Alejandro Martinez and Connor Clancy. Jensen Graham alongside Victor Galmiche, Rodrigo Seabra and Oscar Gusho. Then it is Bosco Arias and Gustavo Cunha, Thomas Pradier and Roman Kinzinger. And then we have Alvaro Jimenez and Giovanni Tarazona from Jules Avril, Raul Luis Martinez, and that completes the grid as Amir Navarro is sadly a no-show heading into the weekend. Just 44 drivers taking to the track this weekend. So qualifying heat A versus D, it was a tough one yesterday for Raoul Thanthanen. He ended up 3rd position. He really would have wanted to start the weekend off in fine style with a victory. That went to the driver starting directly behind him on the grid. Luna Flusha doing a fantastic job yesterday and really starting to unlock that raw, natural pace. So now we have 3 different heat winners that have been women over the course of the IAME Euro Series since its inauguration in 2016. Matilda Olsen, who's done it in senior. Alicia Barrett, who's done it in junior in the consolation race. And now we have our first Mini X30 lady taking a heat win. Luna Flusha, she did it yesterday. So now the battle is raging and well and truly joined as the competitors come through, and looking forward to a very exciting day at the office. Qualifying heat A versus D about to get underway. What can Raoul Thanthanen do about Harrison Mackie on the outside line? We've seen a few drivers make a really good impression off the start. So we're going to have a really sensational battle for the competitors as they come through. And we will see what we get from them in terms of exciting battles and great dramas from the competitors as they run through. So the competition continuing on its way as Raoul Thanthanen and Harrison Mackie will run from the front end of the field. Luna Flusha and Jonathan Landstrom on the 2nd row. Jesse Phillips and Quinten van Leuven from Matt Corby and Sasha Avril. Alejandro Martinez and Connor Clancy from Graham, Galmiche, Seabra, Gusho, Arias, Cunha, Pradier, Kinzinger, Jimenez, Tarazona, Avril and Martinez. They come off the final turn. They'll get back up to speed. This looks like a very fast start actually from the drivers. I think they've done quite well with this. It's going to be fast and rapid off the start. Is it going to be a good one? Let's find out. They're going to go around again. So the drivers are gesturing. I think it was a little bit too fast off the start there. So the driver's well aware of the fact that they're going to go around for a 2nd formation lap. Thought that was just about clean enough, but clearly I didn't have the eyes of Martin Bean up at the front end of the field there. So a fascinating battle continuing on here as the drivers are very close together and looking for a strong challenge for the rest of the day. But it is going to be very, very tough to see who's going to get the best of the draw from the drivers. They're working very hard on the start line. So let's see how the competitors are going to run through on the far side as they come through. Raoul Thanthanen, Harrison Mackie, Luna Flusha and Jonathan Landstrom. I'm being interested to see what Landstrom does from the 2nd row of the grid here. He's really come alive in this 2nd round of the season. Good to see him push from what was the midfield and now very much towards the sharp end. But I've said it time and time again with these X30 Mini drivers. All it takes is one good weekend where everything just clicks. And the drivers really start to gain confidence, they start to gain ground, and they make a fantastic push of it right from the start. Great to see how the competitors will continue to operate. So we're going to have a wonderful, wonderful run of it as the drivers continue to push forward. Here they come. Are we going to get a good start this time? Yes, we do. And a great racing start from Harrison Mackie, who squeezes to the inside line and takes the lead. Great start from Harrison Mackie, squeezing across on Ralph and Tharden, and that's a perfect getaway from the second position on the grid. Drivers cutting through on the far side, but Harrison Mackie makes the perfect getaway, chops across on the race leader. His statement of intent is obvious for all to see. So Harrison Mackie leads it. Tharden in second, a little bit of wheel banging further back. As Tharden now tries to make his move, and so does Flusha. So Harrison Mackie has to give best and settle for third position for the moment, but I tell you what, this guy has got some stones to make that bid into the first corner. That was tough to make happen, and Harrison Mackie clearly been taking lessons from the Lewis Mackie School of Driving. A brilliant bit of racecraft there on the start, but inevitably, Tharden and Flusha are able to make the move through on the inside at turn 5. But now we know just how up for it Harrison Mackie is this weekend. He's going to give it everything he's got, and that's exactly what we were hoping to see. So Luna Flusha swarming around now behind Ralph and Tharden. This is going to be a long race for them, despite the fact it's only 6 laps. It's going to take a while for Luna Flusha to make that move on Ralph and Tharden. She's been working hard, the Fusion Motorsport team giving her plenty of tutelage, and she's going to have a very tough race here with Ralph and Tharden. Tharden already starting to sweep across, trying to break the toe from Luna Flusha. But she doesn't wobble, she doesn't twitch, she just keeps herself neatly in position here. So we've had women in the paddock winning heats in all 3 categories now, mini, junior and senior. We have not had a woman on the top step of the podium yet. We've had a woman on the final podium. That was Matilda Olsen 2 seasons ago at Wackersdorf in the senior category when it was a Strawberry Racing lockout, if you remember. But now we've got a real chance for Luna Flusha to get the job done. She won yesterday's heat. She's in second place. She's right in behind Ralph and Tharden, and she's been getting better every single race meet. Ralph and Tharden still looking very fast. Let's not forget how quick he was in the qualifying session yesterday, and it's been great to see Tharden continuing to push and find those additional laps, but he's got good strength and discipline to match it in the races. Look at how he controls the inside line here. No way through for Luna Flusha at the moment, but she's not trying to overtake. He's just trying to hold his nerve. So out of the final turn, and Raoul Tharden and Luna Flusha out in front. Third place for Harrison Mackie, still keeping his cool. Fourth position for Sacha Avril. What a start from the Frenchman. He's done an absolutely terrific job here, Sacha Avril. And now they're battling again for position. So Sacha Avril having a great race in fourth position, tucked up behind Harrison Mackie. This is a great chance for Sacha to really showcase what he can do. Alejandro Martinez in fifth, Victor Galmiche is in sixth place, Jesse Phillips seventh ahead of Rodrigo Seabra. Another good start from the Portuguese. So he's right up at the sharp end. Rodrigo Seabra and Jesse Phillips going through the field together. They're now sixth and seventh. They've worked their way through. So if we look back behind these two pairs, you've got Martinez in fifth, Seabra is sixth, and Jesse Phillips in seventh. Jensen Graham in the mix there, along with Thomas Pradier and Connor Clancy. Jonathan Landstrom struggling off the start and dropping down to 12th position. Matt Corby in there with Quinten van Leuven. But now we've got these two still stretching away. Tharden and Flusha, 1 and 2, the two Spanish talents. And Tharden and Flusha stretching away. Harrison Mackie doing a great job in front of Sacha Avril as they duel over third position. And again, Harrison Mackie just keeping it very steady in third position. Watch behind them, because we've got Seabra and Phillips who are looking likely to sweep past Alejandro Martinez in the first corner. Here they come, Seabra and Phillips. Teamwork makes the dream work. They storm through 5th and 6th place. Good work from Seabra and Phillips. They are such good mates, these two, and they've been working brilliantly together in the Oliver Rowland Motorsport awning, and now they can go through the field together. Have they got enough time to catch up to Raoul Tharden and Luna Flusha at the front end of the field? They're certainly going about it the right way. So Tharden and Flusha, Mackie and Avril, Seabra and Phillips, Martinez, Galmiche, Graham, Pradier, Clancy, and then it is Matt Corby. So some great battles so far. We're on lap 4 of 6, running out of time, but don't get too hasty up at the front end of the field, Luna. Raoul Tharden still holding the line at the moment. Just keeping it nice and steady. The race battle hasn't really started yet between these two. They're just trying to get away, so they've got time to play with in the closing stages. But Raoul Tharden and Luna Flusha definitely looking like the two drivers to battle for the win. If they battle too much, then these two could get in the game. Harrison Mackie and Sacha Avril. So Mackie and Avril, look back and we see Seabra and Phillips. They're going together in 5th and 6th places, trying to charge up to the drivers in front of them. Good to see Seabra and Phillips really coming of age here. What about Sacha Avril? This is a great drive from the Frenchman in 4th position, right in behind Harrison Mackie, who's already showcased his incredible aggression and immense tactics off the line. So some good performances all round so far in Mini X30. Great to see the drivers really starting to push on a pace, and they are doing a great job of it. Here's Luna Flusha, fastest lap, 1:12.087 for her. But Raoul van Tharden still holding on to the position at the moment, not giving best, and certainly no quarters being conceded at the moment. So Raoul van Tharden leads. Luna Flusha second. Fastest of all in the first sector is Rodrigo Seabra, the Portuguese driver. They've closed right up. Look at this. Rodrigo Seabra and Jesse Phillips definitely getting closer now to Harrison Mackie and Sacha Avril on the last lap. They could have a real chance of getting top threes here. Phillips and Seabra going side by the look of it. And Phillips gets through on Seabra, and through as well comes Martinez. But Seabra back on the inside. There's going to need to be a little bit of a war between them, but Seabra decides to concede, lets him go, and now Seabra can charge through on the toe. Last lap begins, and this is about Van Tharden versus Flusha. They will battle down the home stretch into turn 1, and Mackie's got Sacha Avril right behind him. So when is the move? Luna Flusha goes for the move on the inside at turn 2, drifts wide, cuts back across. They both go on the grass! They've both got on the grass! And Van Tharden and Flusha get back into position. They haven't lost anything. Van Tharden and Flusha, first and second, battling for the victory. And Van Tharden and Flusha squabbling. Flusha tries to come around the outside. So they continue. Big drama. And now their lead over Mackie and Sacha Avril has gone. Phillips is there in 5th. Seabra back into 6th place. This is anybody's race now. And we're going to have Van Tharden and Flusha being hustled by Harrison Mackie in the closing couple of corners of the race. Is there going to be one final trick up the sleeve for Luna Flusha? Van Tharden parking the cart nice and neatly. Flusha goes for broke on the inside line. Gets the move. Mackie coming on the inside as well. Van Tharden attacks on the inside. Gets back through. Flusha second. Mackie third. It's as they were, but on the toe. There might be a change of positions. The two Fusion teammates teaming up. Here we go. Flusha's got to run again on Van Tharden. Squeezing out of the grass. And it's Mackie. Mackie gets it on the far side. Cheeky from Van Tharden to squeeze Luna Flusha to the grass when there wasn't a lot of room. But Harrison Mackie steals the win off him. Harrison Mackie takes the victory away. Luna Flusha will not be happy at all. And Raoul van Tharden in 2nd position as a result of that. Sacha Avril to 3rd. And I wonder what's going to be said about Raoul van Tharden squeezing Flusha to the grass where there was not enough room for 2 carts to go side by side there. But Harrison Mackie steals the victory regardless. Excellent work from Harrison Mackie. He just kept himself in contention. This is what you've got to do in these situations. You've got to keep them together. You've got to be so close on the finish line because you never know what's going to happen. And Harrison Mackie read the situation beautifully and bagged a brilliant victory. His first in IAME Euro Series. And the first one is the one you never ever forget. Great job from Harrison Mackie. He storms through to the victory by 9 thousandths of a second in front of Raoul van Tharden. Sacha Avril in 3rd position in front of Luna Flusha. Jesse Phillips in 5th ahead of Alejandro Martinez and Rodrigo Seabra. Jensen Graham and Connor Clancy. Matt Corby and Thomas Pradier from Victor Galmiche. Quinten van Leuven. Raul Luis Martinez and Bosco Arias. Then it is Oscar Gouchot in 16th ahead of Jonathan Landstrom and Jules Avril. Alvaro Jimenez in front of Roman Kinsinger and Giovanni Tarazona. And then Gustavo Cunha 22nd and the last one home. But all 22 drivers coming home to the finish after a rip-roaring race. Very close indeed. And if it all stands as it is now, that means that Hugo Marti is now the interim leader going into the races this afternoon with 4 points for Sandro Perez and Luna Flusha and 5 points for Raoul van Tharden and Roman Kamyab. It's getting very exciting out there, that is for sure. So X30 Mini, plenty of drama and excitement here at Zuera, and there's more where that came from, I'm sure, especially as we head into the next bout on the course, and that is for the senior X30 drivers in qualifying heat A versus D, which will see Ivan Bataya and Enzo Levesque team up on the front end of the starting grid. It's going to be very interesting to see what happens for them as they battle for position. And we're going to see some really exciting battle as things will continue to progress. So the driver's obviously gearing up for an action-packed race again. Ivan Bataya, the original pole position sitter from time qualifying, he will line up in pole position in Senior X30 on the front row of the grid beside Enzo Levesque. And that is going to be one heck of a battle between those two drivers. Each driver very much up for the conquest as they race for supremacy at the sharp end of the dais. Here is the remainder of the schedule, so that you can keep an eye on everything that is happening out on the course. So the senior races are up next. Qualifying heat A versus D from B versus F and C versus E. Then the two junior qualifying heats, A versus C. Those will be the last junior qualifying races before we get to the repechage. And there's going to be a very interesting and very furious battle between our drivers in the juniors as they finish off their qualifying heats. Then the minis will have their last qualifying heats before the afternoon session. And that'll be 13:50 and 14:10 for them. There will be a slight pause next up after that, because then we'll have the last three senior qualifying heats for the weekend. And then, of course, those three last races will lead us into the repechages, and that will be the last chance, really, for the competitors to showcase their skills. There'll be 4 races after these at 3:45, and then we'll have the repechages after that. The juniors will be at 16:05, the minis at 16:25. The seniors that didn't quite make it into the repechage will have a consolation race. That's their last race of the weekend. And then the senior repechage, the top 6 drivers, of course, in that one will progress through to the pre-finals and final tomorrow. Very exciting stuff so far from the IAME Euro Series. We're going to have a very exciting day at the office, that is for sure, for the remainder of the race. Just 1 race to go in junior and mini for each of the drivers. 2 races to go for the seniors. As you can see, their heats are coming up very shortly. So the senior competitors are definitely running out of time now to make an impression on this weekend. They've got to get a decent finish in pretty soon with only 2 chances left. So for Ivan Bataya and Enzo Levesque, it is definitely make or break time at the sharp end of the field. Ellie Goldstein will start this race from 3rd position. Henki Kalteren will be going off P4. Josep Vea will be 5th position on the grid. Has not had the best of luck from the start so far, but certainly has had the speed. So hopefully Josep Vea will be able to turn this into a good result. Pedro Hiltbrand, very much fast and very much furious out there, doing a brilliant job in 6th position on the grid for this one. Let's see what he can get from this race. 7th on the grid, Clayton Ravenscroft. Watch for him from 7th place on the starting grid, because he's proved that that's no barrier. He has already made a charge through from 7th on the grid to 1st. He just needs to do that twice more, essentially. Easier said than done, I know, Clayton. 8th position on the grid is Callum Bradshaw, the reigning world champion, who will line up 8th position on the starting grid on the outside of row 4. Lucas Taalman, 9th position for the Belgian privateer. A great performance from him so far this weekend. The Dutchman, Robert De Haan, who is dovetailing his Ginetta Junior campaign over in the United Kingdom with a great karting charge again here in the Energy course run by AD Motorsport. Eloy Gonzalez in 11th position for FA Racing España, and Laurence de Certua for the LLK Belgium squad. He really doesn't do things by halves, Laurence de Certua. He is literally out racing every single weekend, pretty much. 13th on the grid, Paul Caban, and he is there in 13th. 14th on the grid, Aaron Walker, charging his way through from the 7th row of the grid. Has already been fighting for wins thus far today. 15th on the starting grid for Eliska Babichkova of the TEPZ racing team. And Guy Cunnington is there in 16th position. And then it will be 17th on the grid for Matilda Olsen. Jose Gomez in 18th place. Bart Pluch in 19th. And Sami Darri 20th on the grid. Enzo Peugeot. And then it is Dan Steenman. And then we will have number 23 on the grid, Maximus Meyer from Jaime Sanz, Matteo Salomon and Rihanna Reagan from Sam Figueras in 27th position. So the drivers all getting themselves together in position, just over a minute until they go out onto the circuit again. Very exciting battles. No major updates to bring you from the earlier heat from the seniors, other than penalties for Mark Kimber, Matteo Salomon, Hugo Trichard, Mika Voss, Jolan Rakimir and Benjamin Pack. That demoted Kimber to 16th. The rest were below the top 20. In qualifying heat D versus F, the only major penalty was Guy Cunnington. He got a front fairing, and that dropped him down to 14th at the finish from what was originally 4th. So not a great moment for him, but he's still got plenty of racecraft to come. And in qualifying heat B versus E, all is as was, other than front fairings for Joey Hansen, Abdi Nagy, and Drake Jansen. And they were all outside the top 15. So a bit of a difficulty for Joey Hansen. It only drops him 1 place, actually, in the final reckoning. There'll be more updates as to what is happening in the other heats later from the X30 Junior and X30 Mini state of affairs. But obviously, we still don't really have updates on all of those as yet. So the battle is definitely going to be very interesting indeed as the competitors continue on their way. And we will have a fascinating battle for all of the competitors as they go out onto the circuit. So there will be a fascinating battle for all of the competitors as they continue to charge forward. Let's talk you through the grid in all of the battles. So here they are, Ivan Batalla and Enzo Levesque on the front row of the grid from Ellie Goldstein and Henki Kalteren, Josep Weyer and Pedro Hilbrand, Clayton Ravenscroft and Callum Bradshaw, from Lucas Talman and Robert De Haan, Eloy Gonzalez and Laurence de Sertois, Paul Coban and Aaron Walker from Eliska Babachkova and Guy Cunnington, Matilda Olsen and Jose Gomez from Bart Pluch and Sami Darri, Enzo Peugeot, Dan Steenman, Maximus Meyer, Jaime Sanz, Matteo Salomone, Rihanna Reagan and Sam Figueras. So the last one to get out onto the circuit is Jose Gomez. Almost didn't make the start at all. Has now managed to get out on track, which is good news. So an interesting battle and certainly a tough run for all of the competitors out there, especially for Jose Gomez, who now only has until the red line to regain his original track position. A little bit of an update to bring you. Unfortunately, we have had an exclusion from the meeting, and that is Tiziano Cugnini, unfortunately the winner of the X30 mini heat from earlier on, who has been excluded from the meeting for replacing his front fairing after it was found to be loose. So that is unfortunate, and hopefully we will see Tiziano Cugnini back again for round 3 of the championship at Castelletto on the 1st of August. So it's going to be an interesting battle, that is for sure, between Ivan Batalla and Enzo Levesque from the front row of the starting grid. Ellie Goldstein and Henki Kalteren on the second row from Josep Weyer and Pedro Hilbrand, Clayton Ravenscroft and Callum Bradshaw. And then, of course, Lucas Talman and Robert De Haan from Eloy Gonzalez and Laurence de Sertois, Paul Coban and Aaron Walker from Eliska Babachkova and Guy Cunnington, Matilda Olsen, Jose Gomez, Bart Pluch, Sami Darri, Enzo Peugeot, Dan Steenman, Maximus Meyer, Jaime Sanz, Matteo Salomone, Rihanna Reagan and Sam Figueras. The drivers will come through at the end of this one. It's going to be an interesting challenge, that is for definite, and all of the battles to come in this race are obviously going to be very, very close and very tense. So the drivers will come through hoping for a very solid start to proceedings, but they will now hedge their way off the grid, and it's going to be interesting to see who gets the jump to the first corner, Batalla or Levesque. The engines rise. The speed is going well on the far side. They've got a good chance of this one, actually. Away we go. Is there going to be a launch through from the outside? It's a tough run from Levesque, but he takes it. Also, Levesque takes the lead out of the first corner. Brilliant start from the Frenchman. I thought he was looking strong from the start. So Levesque is through into the lead in front of Batalla, and in third position, that is Henki Kalteren. A big launch on the inside from Goldstein, and Pedro Hilbrand coming through as well. There's a little bit of a jostle for position, but Enzo Levesque has made the launch forward on Ivan Batalla and has taken the lead early doors. Great stuff from the Frenchman as the Karting Loisir Neuilly driver is out in the lead. The rest of the drivers working their way through on the far side. Is everybody going to get through without incident? Just about, but they're going to have to continue through on the far side of the course. But Enzo Levesque has already started to stretch out a bit of a gap. I think he took Ivan Batalla completely by surprise. Ellie Goldstein on the inside for second. Kalteren trying to squeeze through there as well and gets into third position. Watch out for Pedro Hilbrand, who's trying to squeeze in from round the outside. And the 320 is there. Callum Bradshaw queuing up for a move as well. So here we go. Full guns blazing at the start. Enzo Levesque is your leader. Then Goldstein, Kalteren, Batalla, Hilbrand, Bradshaw, Weyer, Ravenscroft, Gonzalez, Cunnington, Talman, Le Sertois and Babachkova. So they run through in fine formation at the moment. And it's going to be a tough run from Hilbrand on the inside. He gets there. So does Bradshaw. They both work their way past Ivan Bataja, who is struggling now, down in 6th position. Kalteren on Goldstein. A bit of a slide there from both drivers. They almost got it wrong. And it's a move enough for Kalteren to get into 2nd place past Ellie Goldstein. So Onze Levesque running well in front of Kalteren and Goldstein as they come towards the end of the 2nd sector. They go up through the right-hander. This is where they'll trip the sector line. And Kalteren into 2nd position past Goldstein, Hilbrand, Bradshaw, Bataja, Ravenscroft, and Eloy Gonzalez, who's working his way through the field rapidly. Hilbrand, a sneaky move on the inside of Ellie Goldstein and gets through. Nicely done from Hilbrand. So the 2016 world champion charges forward as Ellie Goldstein runs in position there. And it's not going to be too long before we have another excellent run from the 320. Callum Bradshaw, is he going to have an opportunity here on Eloy Goldstein? The reigning world champion now stepping up, and Ellie Goldstein looking very strong here. Bradshaw dives for the inside, and Hilbrand already goes to work on Kalteren. Bataja gets past Goldstein as well, as Kalteren closes up on Onze Levesque. And it's Hilbrand versus Bradshaw yet again. The 2 world champions battle for position. Are they going to be able to go close to Kalteren and Levesque? Bradshaw looks for Hilbrand. And there he goes. So Bradshaw in a 3rd position on Pedro Hilbrand. They continue their charge forward. Up through the right-hander. He's trying to give themselves a little bit of breathing space now to go after Henki Kalteren. Ivan Bataja's right on the tail. So there could be a couple of squabbles here as they come off the turn. They're going to use the toe as Bataja tries again on Hilbrand. The 2 Spanish stars going wheel to wheel. Goldstein is right there in the mix, and Clayton Ravenscroft looking for an opportunity, as is the reigning Euro Series title winner, Guy Cunnington. Up to turn 1. Goldstein going well. Up to the first corner. Here comes the lodge through as Bataja goes for Hilbrand. Goldstein was trying to make the move at the same time, and he had to bail out of it. Quick reactions, but Hilbrand gets back on Bataja. Goldstein is going to have a bit of a recompense here. I thought Ravenscroft was going to get him, but he's actually got support from Cunnington. Hilbrand squeezes out Bataja, and Cunnington slots in between Goldstein and Ravenscroft. So Cunnington now up into P7 ahead of Clayton Ravenscroft, and Iska Babic-Kova's right there in 9th. Gonzalez in 10th. Here we go. Bataja on Hilbrand. They're all going to drift wide. Goldstein's going to get across on Hilbrand. Not a lot of room to play with, but Hilbrand keeps himself on the inside line. Gets the place regardless. Cunnington gets through in the 201. Ravenscroft on the inside. Babic-Kova on the inside. Goldstein having to hold it round the outside to stop her coming through. And there is Eloy Gonzalez now through on Babic-Kova. Babic-Kova tries again. And they run out wide. Bataja's got a mistake on the exit. Ravenscroft through. Cunnington through. Goldstein coming through. And now they're going to go for Hilbrand. Cunnington dives on the inside. He just overtook the world champion of 2016. Oh, Goldstein and Hilbrand bang wheels. And the lead has changed. Bradshaw's got past Levesque. Levesque tries again on Callum Bradshaw. Here we go again, these two. So Callum Bradshaw has got himself to the lead of the race. Oh, and off on the grass, that's Ivan Bataja going grass tracking. Ravenscroft gets back through on Guy Cunnington now. Oh my goodness, there are so many great racing drivers in Senior X30 this year. All of them with a great chance for the win. And they're just going to keep on building to the crescendo. Mounting adrenaline. Bradshaw, Levesque, Kalteren. Ravenscroft in 5th position behind Cunnington now. More dust thrown up as a couple more drivers take to the grass on the outside line. This is getting pretty special now at the front end of the field between Bradshaw and Levesque. They're going to come to blows again if they're not careful. Kalteren using the toe to get close to Levesque. He can drag them closer to Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw hoping for raw speed. Cunnington now 4th ahead of Ravenscroft and Hilbrand. Bataja still 7th in front of Goldstein. Lesautua coming through now. The 297 doing a good job there on the LLK Belgian machine. Some big moves in the midfield. A couple of drivers making some big lunges. I think I just saw a double pass there further back in the pack. I think Peugeot just got past Dehaan and Olsen. So an absolutely fabulous run from the competitors. And it's an absolutely sensational run for the drivers as they continue to battle forward. Oh, contact. 2 cars together. That's Goldstein and Bataja. Well, they were racing furiously. And unfortunately, their race comes to a bitter blow. That's going to hamper both of them now moving forward. As Goldstein tries to get going, it's not going to happen. Ellie Goldstein, not a happy man at all. Ivan Bataja gets going. but unfortunately he is now dead last, and Goldstein is out of it. That was kind of inevitable with such furore between the drivers. 2 or 3 of them were always going to come a cropper. Levesque has got right onto the tail of Bradshaw once again. Now we're going to get an absolute dogfight between these two, battling for supremacy again. Watch for the maneuver from Levesque. He's going to get him when Bradshaw's... Oh, Kalteren throwing himself in. Kalteren splits them. Now Henki Kalteren has no pressure at all on his shoulders. He's just going to go for it. So Kalteren will make a bid or two, I'm sure. He gets through on the inside of Enzo Levesque and now chasing after Callum Bradshaw. Bradshaw is not going to want to let his teammate get an opportunity. Henki Kalteren there in second position. But Callum Bradshaw, ruthless and efficient at the wheel. He does not want his teammate getting a whiff of a gap. So Bradshaw going well in front of Kalteren and Levesque. 4th place for Guy Cunnington. 3 out of the top 4 karts are all in the same awning. The Strawberry Racing team going great guns in Senior X30 these days. Ravenscroft 5th, Aaron Walker up to 6th. And then Hilbrand, Gonzalez, the Septua and Matilda Olsen. What a fight back for Matilda in 10th position now. So she is doing the best she can to fight her way back up the mire. Kalteren right on the tail of Bradshaw. They've caught up in the tow. But is Kalteren going to make the bid? 2 laps to go. Kalteren thinking about it. Decides not to do anything about it. They come off of turn 4. Kalteren protecting Levesque here. And that means that Bradshaw is still out in front. So he is basically giving himself the opportunity to be a nice buffer between Bradshaw and Levesque. They had an amazing battle last time out in Marienborg, of course, on the final lap in which the 2 drivers actually tangled with each other. And it robbed Bradshaw of the podium position in the end. But what a sizzling confrontation this is between the 3. Bradshaw, Kalteren, Levesque. At the end of the next right-hander, which is the last flowing final corner, they're going to have 1 lap to go. Bradshaw, Kalteren and Levesque. Onto the main straight again. Here we go. Kalteren closing in on Bradshaw. Levesque closing in on both of them. And Kalteren getting very hectic in behind Bradshaw. He holds his line through the first corner. No change. Here comes Levesque. What will he do? Bradshaw going a little defensive. Kalteren in the middle. Who's going to make the lunge first? The 2 Strawberry Racing carts protect the inside line. Levesque coming for the switchback move. Hasn't quite got the momentum to pass him. He comes around for the outside. Oh, the 2 Strawberry Racing drivers tangle! And that's Levesque up the inside. Their game plan did not work, and Levesque has split them. So Levesque now has a chance here. He needs to get close to Bradshaw. That was so close between the 2 Strawberry Racing teammates. They almost took each other off the track. And now Bradshaw hanging on in front of Levesque. There's a couple of corners left to do something. Levesque knows it. He can go for it. Bradshaw defending. Levesque's got a good chance. If he gets a good run off the final corner, he might be able to out-sprint Bradshaw, but I don't think he's going to manage it. Bradshaw will get the win from Levesque, and it's going to be enough. Bradshaw from Levesque and Kalteren. What a battle. Let's have some more like that, please. Awesome. Ravenscroft in 4th place. Good fight back from him. Walker in 5th. Cunnington 6th. Great racing. Some truly excellent displays in Senior X30 this weekend thus far. It's just getting better all the time. So we're getting more and more sensational, superior driving. Kalteren is really starting to showcase what he can do in the Strawberry Racing awning. A good run from Enzo Levesque in 2nd place as well. Levesque really starting to get feisty as he proves that he is not just a club racer, he is not just a French national doing a reasonable job. He is an international competitor at the top of his game. But Callum Bradshaw, reigning world champion, bags another heat win. And that's an important one for him. Keeps him in the fight, keeps him in the opportunistic maneuvers at the front end of the field, and it keeps him 2nd overall in the intermediate rankings. He could really do with being 1st, but that's almost out of his hands at the moment. He needs Santivalve to not win a race and finish 3rd or lower to top of the balance. So far so good for Callum Bradshaw. He takes the win in front of Enzo Levesque and Henki Kalteren. Clayton Ravenscroft in 4th along with Aaron Walker. Guy Cunnington, Laurens de Sertua and Pedro Hilbrand from Matilda Olsen, Eloy Gonzalez and Enzo Peugeot. Robert Dehaan and Lucas Taumann from Eliska Babachkova and Paul Coban. Maximus Meyer, Sami Dari and Bart Pluch from Jaime Sanz and Samuel Figueras. Mateo Salomon and Jose Gomez from Dan Steenman, Josep Vea, and Rihanna Reagan. Just 2 retirements from the race in the end, and they came together up at the top of turn 4. Ivan Bataya and Ellie Goldstein, they tangled out of the race. Bataya trying to go on another couple of laps, but had too much damage to continue. So some really exciting battles for the drivers thus far, and it's given us plenty to speak about. Lots of good discipline out there, some good racecraft from the drivers, and we're just going to continue as they roll on. So an excellent race then in Senior X30. There's another one like that coming up just around the corner, qualifying heat B versus F, and it's going to see more sensational drivers get out onto the circuit and do another fine job. One of them is the driver starting in P5 on the grid, that is Clarissa Dervich. We spoke to her yesterday in the build-up to what has been a fantastic transition from junior to senior in 2021.
Well, things are going pretty good. We've had 2 days of tests here, Wednesday and Thursday. They both went really well. We've tried a lot of things. We've tried setups, engines. It's been pretty good. We've made good times, good laps. Everything's gone pretty good for now. It's a very fast circuit, very tricky circuit. It's actually pretty difficult. It's got a few turns that are very tricky, and especially the 3rd sector, I really like that. It's got a lot of turns, so it's always fun. Stepping up to senior was a very challenging thing. I started in 2020, last race of the season. Went very well, but was pretty difficult. Everything's new, the challenge. I always love a challenge. Well, I hope it goes very well. It's been progressing pretty good since Wednesday till now. Keeps going like that, and I hope for a good result.
So here is the indication of what is happening over the course of the rest of today on this Saturday afternoon. You can see the schedule. It's obviously a very hectic one, but there's a lot of great races still to come over the course of the day. Great to hear from Clarissa Dervich, having a great season in 2021, a great start to her Senior X30 campaign. And we're all really excited to see how she can take and develop that and continue to make the path up the ladder. Santiago Valve will start from pole position in qualifying heat B versus F. He has been unbeaten across the heats so far this weekend, and Santi Valve will want to keep it that way. Second on the grid, Kalai Atkins, after his excellent run in qualifying yesterday. Hopefully he can salvage a strong result from this next heat. Kian Shields in 3rd position. He will be there in P3 for the Dan Holland Racing Team. 4th position for Federico Scalvini, always very quick over the 1 lap. And for the AC Motorsport team, he's been strong off the far side, has been very unlucky at the start of races so far leading up to this one. Clarissa Dervich, obviously we've already just heard from her. 5th position on the starting grid this time for the young Spanish star. And Francois Hernandez, the privateer, will go off P6 on the grid on the outside of row 3. Then it will be Noah Maton for the RSD karting squad, who will line up 7th on the starting grid alongside Hugo Natteril, who's been very fast off the line for the AC Motorsport team in 8th place. 9th position for Caleb Marshall, and 10th for Benjamin Hovelak, the 2 Dan Holland Racing teammates that will share the 5th row of the starting grid. Row 6 of the grid, I should say. In P11 on the grid is Alvani Vivas, the Colombian based in Spain. And she is there in 11th position on the grid for MDC Racing for the CRG chassis. She is there on the inside of row 11. Did a fantastic job in the last heat to get P10. And hopefully she'll be able to continue that fast manoeuvres at the start of this race. Alongside her on the grid is another fellow female racer, Isabel Abbas, for the WJS Racing Team. She's been very strong in qualifying this weekend as well. Good to see her right up at the sharp end of the field. And hopefully she can continue this great battle as they move forward across the rest of the races. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, 13th on the grid for the Dimes Racing Team on the inside of row 7. And 14th on the grid is the German for CV Performance Group. That is Ferdinand Winter. And he will be there in 14th place on the grid. Enzo Le Cruz for Karting Loisir Neuilly. He will be there in 15th on the grid. 16th place for Teresa Babachkova, doing a great job in her earlier heats. So hopefully she can continue to make progress and charge her way through the pack. 17th place for David Rodriguez, MDC Racing's young gun. He is there 17th on the grid. Alongside is Morgan Porter for the CV Performance Group. He will be there in 18th on the grid on the Kart Republic chassis. Artem Vaison on the Tony Kart, the privateer, in the FFSA Racing overalls. He will be there in position in the 322. Beside him will be in 20th Romain Andriolo for Moteur de Course in the 20th position on the grid. Then it will be 21st on the starting grid for Alejandro Huguet for MDC Racing on the CRG chassis. And then on the kart alongside him, it is going to be on the kart beside him, it is going to be Sita van Meert of the EGP Racing Team. Good to see her continuing to challenge the drivers up in the front end in Senior X30. Then we will have Berend van der Berg for KWM and PDB Racing on the Falcon chassis. And then alongside him will be Sam Balota charging his way back from the tail end of the field after a horrific qualifying from his point of view. The Dan Holland Racing driver will be charging his way back to supremacy again. Then the Castellet kart racing team driver Luciano Morano will be there in 25th position on the starting grid. And alongside him, fastest in practice one, no luck at all in qualifying, Alfie Prince for Evolution. But we know how fast he can be, so do not expect him to be as low as that by the time the checkered flag falls in either of his two remaining heats. So the driver's getting ready to go out onto the circuit. It's going to be a fascinating end to proceedings in Senior X30. They've got 2 races to go, these drivers, to figure out who's going to be in the repechage, who's going to be in the pre-final, and who's going to be in the consolation race. Here we go. The drivers head out. And so we can talk you through the grid in full for X30 Senior Heat qualifying Heat B versus F. And it's Santi Valve and Kalle Atkins on the front row of the grid from Kian Shields and Federico Scalvini, Clarissa Dervich and Francois Hernandez, Noah Maton and Hugo Nataril from Caleb Marshall and Benjamin Hovalak, Alvani Vivas and Isabella Bass from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Ferdinand Winter, Anzola Cruz and Teresa Babichkova from David Rodriguez and Morgan Porter, Arton Vaison and Roma Andriolo from Alejandro Huguet and Sita van Meert, then Berend van der Berg and Sam Balota from Luciano Morano and Alfie Prince. So as things stand at the moment, Santi Valve is currently leading the interim standings with 2 victories. So he'll obviously want to keep it that way with a 3rd. Callum Bradshaw, 2nd position at this moment in time in front of Oliver Greenall and Enzo Levesque. Kian Shields and Thomas Fleming, Clarissa Dervich and Clayton Ravenscroft. That's how it stacks up in the top 8 of the interim rankings at the moment, but there are still some races to go, of course, as the drivers continue to battle forward. We're going to see some real excitement from these guys as they continue their battle to challenge forward. 5 races for each of the drivers in the senior category, of course. And the drivers are getting ready for another one as they form up in the pits already for qualifying Heat C versus E. The drivers released through so that they can watch the start of this next race. But we're definitely going to have some drama from Santi Valve at the start as he wants to move his way up to the first corner. Kian Shields, Federico Scalvini, Clarissa Dervich and Francois Hernandez will be right there to try and get the start of the race they wanted so much. Still clouds in the air, still air temperature of only 15 degrees Celsius, but it remains dry. No rain predicted until Monday, when obviously we will already be long gone and on to the next race meeting we're all going for. So it will be a fascinating battle for all of the drivers as we prepare for X30 Senior Qualifying Heat B versus F. Santiago Valve and Kalle Atkins. There's only one kart not showing up as being out there on the track, and that is Alejandro Huguet. So Alejandro Huguet, I think, is unfortunately out of the running, certainly out of this race. I haven't seen him go out onto the circuit for this one, the 342. Either he's there with a the transponder problem, or he is actually out of the race before it's even started. We'll try and keep an eye on it as the weekend progresses. But here is the race leader, Santi Valve, coming off the turn. Kalle Atkins 2nd. And it looks like it could be a very strong start from the outside line. I think Kalle Atkins has made a real good go of it up to the first corner. We're going to get the start. We do indeed. Green lights go. And it's a start from Santi Valve. But into the lead goes Kian Shields and Clarissa Dervich alongside Santi Valve as well. So they cut through to the inside line. And up the inside, a big lunge forward. Now, who is that that's come through? That's Noah Maton. So Noah Maton through into 3rd position. And Clarissa Dervich is there in 4th place in front of one of the Dan Holland Racing karts. I think that's Kian Shields. Off in the background goes, now that's either Ferdinand Winter or Morgan Porter down at the back of the field. I think it is Ferdinand Winter who's gone off there. We'll double check. It is indeed the German who's gone off the road, the 345 going off the road. And oh no, sorry, that is Morgan Porter. I do apologize. So Morgan Porter down at the back of the field. His comeback drive definitely struggling. So Ferdinand Winter is still in the midfield in the 318. But Kian Shields in front of Santiago Valve, so he leads the race. 3rd place for Noah Maton. And it's the Flying Scotsman doing a great job. In behind Clarissa Dervich there, that is the 210 of Kalle Atkins. Oh no, sorry, Clarissa Dervich is 2 karts in front. That is Federico Scalvini that we're watching, the treble 3. So here we go. Shields, Valve, Mator, Dervic, Marshall. It's Nataril, in fact, not Scalvini, who's had another horrific start. Scalvini down at the back of the field as Marshall battles away there with Isabella Bass. Sorry, that's Hovelak getting through on Isabella Bass. So many mistakes, Jake. Come on. Wipe the spot away and go for it and try again. Here we go. Kian Shields on Santivalve as they charge their way forward. Noah Mator in third, Clarissa Dervic, Caleb Marshall, Hugo Nataril, Kalai Atkins, and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken from Francois Hernandez and Isabella Bass. So this is going to be an interesting challenge for all of the competitors as they continue to charge forward. A great challenge, a great battle, and Santivalve is taking it on with Kian Shields in front of him. Here comes the move from Santivalve, and he finds superior grip on the inside line and gets the move on Kian Shields. So Santivalve gets through. Clarissa Dervic gets the move there on Noah Mator. Into third position goes Clarissa Dervic. Great run from the Spaniard. She now moves up into P3 and is charging after Kian Shields. Santivalve looking to defend from Kian Shields as they go through turn 1. So who's going to make the move for the lead first? Is it going to be Kian Shields or is it going to be Clarissa Dervic trying to charge through past both of them? Santivalve is back in the lead. Here comes Dervic. Shields goes very late to the inside line, squeezes through, and there's a little bit of a tuck in there from Clarissa Dervic. She has to bail out of the throttle, so she drops to fourth behind Mator. So Shields takes the lead back again. Second is Valve, third is Mator, fourth is Dervic, fifth is Caleb Marshall doing a great job. Down to the braking zone again. Dervic on the inside of Mator into third position. And Caleb Marshall, squeezed. Noah Mator gets onto the grass. And he's going to get taken by a couple more drivers on the way through. So Noah Mator onto the grass, unfortunately. So now Santivalve all over the back of Kian Shields. Caleb Marshall third, not for long. There goes Clarissa Dervic back into third position. Great run from her so far as she now finds herself in P3. So on to the main straight, and Kian Shields in front of Santivalve. Clarissa Dervic now P3 in front of Caleb Marshall, Hugo Nataril, and Kalai Atkins. Then it's Ben Hovelak. Kalai Atkins doing a great job in 6th place this time, much better than we've seen from him in the previous 2 heats. So Santivalve having a look at Kian Shields, and there comes Hugo Nataril on the inside of Marshall, and Atkins is there as well. So Hugo Nataril into 4th place, Kalai Atkins into 5th as Alfie Prince sets the fastest lap of the race. He's up to 17th. What did I tell you? He's not going to be as low as 25th by the end of the race. Charging his way forward. And now Shields. Here's Valve on the inside. Santivalve gets the move. Chops across on the exit to make sure that Shields can't get the undercut. So Kian Shields will try every trick in the book on Santivalve. As he holds on to the position, he carries a lot of speed through on the top part of the circuit. And that's where Santivalve is so strong. Kian Shields in 2nd, Clarissa Dervic 3rd, Hugo Nataril, Kalai Atkins, and Caleb Marshall all the way down to P6. Now Kian Shields will get a good draft here from Santivalve. Valve definitely senses weakness from himself in the first corner. Checking over his shoulder, waiting to see what Kian Shields does. Essentially what Shields wants to do is get the move and then back Santivalve into the rest of the field. Here he goes! Another good sling shot from Kian Shields, and he gets through into the lead of the race once more. Santivalve still 2nd. So Kian Shields now moving to hold the inside line. Clarissa Dervic not close enough. Oh, Santivalve nudges on the inside of Kian Shields. That was very cheeky. And Santivalve gets through. Kian Shields will not be happy about that. Here he comes on the inside line again. Parks the car on the inside, shuts the door, retakes the lead. Justice as far as Kian Shields is concerned. So Kian Shields takes the place. Now he's guarding the inside line. Look, he's not letting Santivalve get the lead back again. Clarissa Dervic and Hugo Nataril are lining up some moves here for 2nd and 3rd places. And Santivalve getting frustrated, sat in 2nd place. Kian Shields very well aware of how quick Santivalve can be over 1 lap here, but he does not want to lose ground. He doesn't want to lose the lead anymore. So Kian Shields hanging on to this in front of Santivalve. Valve's going to get through on the inside line. Shields will back out of it. Get him on the switch. Side by side. And Santivalve wrestles him out. So Shields has to take best for 2nd for the moment. Clarissa Dervic in 3rd. Nataril in 4th. Look at them queuing up behind the 2 leaders. Santivalve adamant. He's not going to lose the lead to Kian Shields again. Very tough stuff between these 2 drivers. Kian Shields obviously thinking of playing the long game here as much as he is, because he's got a decent position at the moment for the pre-final, looking at the way things currently are. 7 points scored by Shields. He didn't want to score any more. He's still got time to close up on Santivalve, and Valve knows it. Look, Valve keeps looking over his shoulder. He knows that there's going to be a real threat from Kian Shields, Clarissa Dervic, and Hugo Naturel before this race is out. I think Santivalve needs to worry a little bit less about what's behind him and think about what's up ahead of him. But Kian Shields is pushing on the main straight, charging forward, trying to get close to Santivalve. Clarissa Dervic going very well to close up on Kian Shields now as well. She goes for the move into second position, and Clarissa Dervic gets there. Hugo Naturel tries for a late move to go through on the inside as well, and that's not going to happen. Naturel now goes for Shields. Shields gets a late move for second, gets there. Naturel gets them both, but Shields is going to hold the inside line, edges him out, and Dervic gets back through on Naturel. Atkins gets through Naturel. Excellent responsive driving from Kalai Atkins. That puts him up into fourth position. A good run for the Croc Promotions youngster. And now Naturel dives for the inside of Atkins. Gets through, gets back into fourth position. And 3 wide further back. That is Onzo La Cruz trying to get through, but he ends up on the grass. So Kian Shields now in second place. But he could really do with assistance from Clarissa Dervic and Hugo Naturel. Not opposition, because Santivalve is now long gone. A second clear. So this is not good news for Kian Shields as far as he's concerned. He wants to close up on Santivalve, not disappear. So Santivalve has got a decent gap. Clarissa Dervic decides, right, we need to work with. And Kian Shields is defending. He clearly feels that he's not going to get any more from this. So Kian Shields hanging on to second place in front of Clarissa Dervic. Dervic tries, gets the inside line, hustles and gets through. And Kalai Atkins sweeps in on the inside of Shields and Naturel. They bang wheels, and Atkins gets the third position, and Shields goes down the order. So Atkins and Shields a little too close together there, and it's Kian Shields that comes off worse. So it's Valve who's going to take the victory the way things currently stack up. Dervic in second, Atkins in third, Naturel in fourth, and in fifth position, that is now Noah Maton. So the race continues on. Teresa Babachkova going well in sixth place, having got through up into sixth position. Can she make the move on Noah Maton? Into the right-hander. Oh, it's a big lunge from Hovolak. Hovolak gets through instead. So Benjamin Hovolak gets the move on Teresa Babachkova. And she is still trying to make up the challenge to move forward. Santivalve into the last lap, 2 seconds clear of Clarissa Dervic. That's the win almost guaranteed now for Santivalve, and the third one out of 3. So the battle continues, but it's looking good for Santivalve at this point in proceedings. Down into the braking zone. And Naturel close up on Kalai Atkins. Is he going to make the lunge into the left-hander? Well, Atkins certainly thinks he might do. Puts the car to the inside line. Hugo Naturel is still very close indeed to Kalai Atkins as they come off the right-hander. And still very close. Kalai Atkins feels that there could be a challenge, but he's not close enough. In fact, Hugo Naturel. So Kalai Atkins could be set for a third place here without too much opposition from Hugo Naturel. But it's definitely going to be a strong victory for this man. Santivalve hanging on, ruthless, fast, deadly. Never underestimate him. Santivalve on home soil, going very well indeed in Senior X30. He comes off the turn, and once more, he is unbeaten. Santivalve gets another victory in the heats. Clarissa Dervic, a brilliant second place, not for the first time this weekend either. And Kalai Atkins in a very convincing third. Excellent job from the drivers so far. They really are giving us plenty of entertainment. So now we are in a very exciting battle for supremacy with these drivers. As Santivalve grabs another victory, Clarissa Dervic in second and Kalai Atkins in third. Excellent racecraft, brilliant displays of great kart control from these guys so far. But they've definitely given us so much exciting drama and fantastic racecraft, race trim, awesome. So the battle for supremacy continues on the way. And we're going to have some absolutely sensational runs from the competitors as they continue to move forward. But now we will have Santivalve with another race to go. And is there going to be another chance for somebody to take him on? We'll have to see and figure out if it's going to be a very exciting run for him. But Santivalve taking the victory in front of Clarissa Dervic and Kalai Atkins. That's a very good result for Dervic and Atkins in particular. Santivalve with the win. Clarissa Dervic second. Kalai Atkins third. Hugo Naturel in front of Noah Maton and Benjamin Hovelak in the top 6. Good fight backs from Teresa Babichkova and Sam Balota up into the top 10 from Rivalda van der Westerleken and Sita van Meert doing well to get from 22nd to 10th. Alfie Prince in 11th. What a drive from him. 12th for Enzo La Cruz. Ferdinand Winter in 13th. Kian Shields denied down in 14th. Alvani Vivas. Morgan Porter fights back to 16th. Roman Andriolo and Federico Scalvini. Then it is Francois Hernandez and Artem Vaison from Beren van der Berg. David Rodriguez, Luciano Morano, Isabel Abbas and Caleb Marshall, who finished up dead last after an off on the final lap. What a shame for him. But a very exciting race and a very interesting battle. Now, the start is apparently under investigation in that race, so somebody may well end up taking a penalty. Not sure who that was likely to be, and not sure what that will do for the rest of the race positions, but we'll obviously pick that story up a little bit later on in the battle. So the competition continues on its way. We will have a very interesting challenge and an interesting battle. But we have one more X30 senior race in this rotation. And then, of course, we have 3 senior qualifying heats a little bit later on as well. In fact, we have 2 batches of races in the seniors today because obviously there is the repechage a bit later. But the X30 qualifying heat C versus E is coming up next, and that is going to be a fascinating battle for supremacy again. As we have in qualifying heat C versus E, Lazar Latigo will take up his position on the front end of the field for the Victory Lane karting squad, and he will line up alongside Oliver Greenall, who's already done a fair job so far this weekend from that front row of the starting grid. Herberts Moore will line up 3rd position alongside Yannis Steven Haydens, the Belgian star, and then it is Hugo Trichard for the PB Kart squad in 5th position on the grid for this one. He will line up alongside Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland Racing Team in P6 on the grid. Then it is going to be Senna van Solen. Senna van Solen will be there 7th on the starting grid alongside Dan Antunes, who will be in 8th position on the grid. Alexandre Monod will be in 9th place on the grid for this one for the Victory Lane karting squad. And then it is Joan Pasalaigua, who is in 10th position for the MDC Racing Team on the CRG chassis. Andreas Hebert is next up for the Dimes Racing Team. And then we have in 12th place Marlo Bollier for the Karting Loisir Neuilly squad. Louis Westover will go off 13th position for the Dan Holland Racing Team. And then Joey Hansen, the Dutchman, for AD Motorsport. Mark Kimber, 15th on the grid for Strawberry Racing. Alex Martinez in 16th position for AC Motorsport. Dan Nogales, 17th for Kart Republic España. Evan Becerra in 18th place for the VDK Racing Team. 19th will be Benjamin Pack of RSD Karting on the Cosmic. 20th position will be Abdi Naji for Algeria for the Mega Kart Racing DZ team. Then it will be Mika Vos for VV Racing, 21st on the grid. 22nd will be Alex Kobe, the Irish racer for KR Sport. And then it will be 23rd, Jolan Rakemir, the privateer, running in the 12th row of the grid alongside Drake Janssen. And then Sergio Pereira and Olivan Fight will be the 2 privateers that will run from the back end of the starting grid. No other major causes for concern to report at the moment from the previous races. You can see what the schedule is going to look like for the rest of the day. We have this qualifying heat coming up next, which is C versus E. Then we'll have the junior and mini final qualifying heats of the day before they head into their repechages. So this is where things are going to get pretty heated for the juniors and minis. They will have one final race after this one to really get themselves into a decent starting position on the grid. Then there will be a slight pause in proceedings, and that will take us to senior qualifying heat A versus F, 15:05. 2 more races for them, D versus E and B versus C. And then we'll have the junior repechage at 4:05, the mini repechage at 4:25. And then, of course, we will have the final couple of races of the day after that, which will both be in senior for the final opposing heats of the day. Definitely going to be very interesting indeed to see how they go from the start. I think we're missing a few heats actually from the schedule because we're missing qualifying heats A versus E, C versus F, and B versus D from the Senior X30. They will slot in at the right time, of course. The Senior Consolation race and the Senior Repechage will be the last 2 races of the day, and they will decide which 6 drivers will progress through to the pre-finals and finals. The consolation race obviously will not be able to because that will be for drivers ranked from 67th downwards in the final rankings of the seniors. And given that there are 79 drivers in the mix. There's going to be 13 competitors potentially on the starting grid for that consolation race. And it's always an important race because obviously it may not be one to get you through for the rest of the weekend, but every race is a learning opportunity. Why not take it? If you've got the opportunity to, you may as well give it a try. You never know what can happen. So the battle continues on their way through as the drivers will progress. Just to update you on a result from earlier on, the exclusion for the weekend of Tiziano Cucinini in Mini X30 means that Roman Kamyab was the winner of qualifying heat B versus C in the Mini X30. That and then ahead of Sandro Perez and Hugo Marti, Luke Tal, Danny Babicek, Georgi Nassar, Sasha Van Bosch, Dan Sofronea, Youssef Martin and Jason Bralic in the top 10. That's the update of the earlier heat. So the yellow flag flying at the start of the race further back there. It's going to be a very interesting run for the competitors as they quest for position. But we're going to have X30 Senior Heat now, and that is going to be for X30 Senior Heat C versus E. And that will see Lazar Latigo alongside Oliver Greenall from the starting grid. Victory Lane Karting on the inside, Fusion Motorsport on the outside, and a very exciting group of drivers who will try and battle for another heat victory. Here we go, drivers head out. Do not underestimate how tough it's going to be for the drivers once they go to battle. So Lazar Latigo and Oliver Greenall on the front row of the grid from Herbertsmoor and Yanis Steven Haydens, Hugo Trichard and Thomas Fleming from Senavan Solen and Dan Antunes, Alexandro Mono and Juan Pasalaigua from Andreas Heber and Malo Bollier, Louis Westover and Joey Hansen, Mark Kimber and Alex Martinez from Dan Nogales and Evan Becerra, Benjamin Pack and Abdi Nagy from Mika Vos and Alex Kobe, Jonan Rakimir and Enrique Janssen, Sergio Pereira and Olivan Veit. So the drivers will work their magic to battle their way across the final few corners of the lap, and they will get their tyres and brakes up to temperature, ready for some great race action. The drivers are going to have an excellent battle out on the course. And with Lazar Latigo holding the line onto the inside line, he's going to get the best possible chance of a heat victory here this weekend. He obviously had a good battle in the prior heat as well. But we'll have to see what Lazar Latigo can do from the front row of the grid. He'll have some support into turn one from the likes of Herbertsmoor and Hugo Trichard. But there's still a lot of drivers in the midfield that have a great chance to work their way through the pack. Juan Pasalaigua, Louis Westover, Joey Hansen, Mark Kimber, Dan Nogales, of course. And there are some big names towards the front end of the field who are hoping that this is their chance where pressure-free, they're going to have a bit of an interesting and easy race of it. But that's easier said than done in reality. So we're going to see how the battle continues to progress, but a lot of great driving, great performances from the competitors so far. A lot of great battles from all of the competitors as well. Great to see so many people watching along on the YouTube and the Facebook stream. Hopefully you're enjoying the action as much as we are. Lazar Latigo from pole position. We'll have Oliver Greenall alongside him. And it's going to be really easy and really interesting to see how the competitors are going to get on. Lazar Latigo and Oliver Greenall from the front row of the grid. Herbertsmoor and Yanis Steven Haydens, Trichard and Fleming, Van Solen and Antunes, Mono, Pasalaigua, Heber, Bollier, Westover, Hansen, Kimber, Martinez, Nogales, Becerra, Pack, Nagy, Vos, Kobe, Rakimir, Janssen, Pereira and Olivan Veit. Off the final turn. Hopefully this is going to be a good start straight out of the blocks. Looks like it could be. And it's going to be a false start after all. So a false start from Lazar Latigo and Oliver Greenall at the front end of the field. Martin being adamant that that's not a clean start, so they will go around for another formation lap. And obviously this all just adds to the pressure and the intensity for the drivers. They're obviously trying to balance everything from brake temperature to tyre temperature, get it to the optimum so that they can get started. But it's always a little bit more stressful, a little bit more tension in the air when you've got to go through the starting procedure another time, because it just adds to the drama, it adds to the adrenaline rush of knowing that you've got to build yourself up and then bring yourself back down again, ready for another start. Never easy in these races to bring up the challenge. So the battle is going to be very, very tense and very close indeed as the competitors are ready for more scraps and more battles out there on the circuit. So Lazar Latigo in front of Oliver Greenall, Herberts Moore, Yannis Steven Haydens, Hugo Trichard and Thomas Fleming from Senna Van Sollen, Dan Antunes, Alexandre Mono, Joan Pasalaigua, Andreas Hebert, Marlo Bollier and Louis Westover from Joey Hansen and Mark Kimber. As they come off the final turn, now we're going to get the clean start, hopefully, that we were supposed to get the last time. They come off the corner, the engine revs rise. This looks like a better start. Are we going? Yes! To the first corner, and Greeno chops across on Latigo and gets the lead, followed in by Yannis Steven Haydens. Once again, the outside line gets a better start than the inside line, and Oliver Greenhill takes the lead from Yannis Steven Haydens. Latigo in third position, and in fourth place, we have got Thomas Fleming, having made a great start. Latigo goes straight for it on the inside there of Yannis Steven Haydens, doesn't make it stick, and there's an airborne kart into the barriers further back. That is the 240 that goes airborne, I'm afraid. That's Hugo Trichard. Hugo Trichard, who started way up in P5. So Hugo Trichard goes from 5th position down to the back after cannoning in the air. And Hugo Trichard not happy with the way his weekend is going at all. Great qualifying, horrific race heats. So Lazare Latigo now down in 3rd position behind Yannis Steven Haydens in 2nd. But long gone already up front is Oliver Greenhill, and he can just kick into the stride and continue to charge away. Start under investigation, according to what was said on the timing screens. So far so good for our drivers. They continue to push forward. Greenhill leads, Steven Haydens second from Latigo, Fleming, Moore, Pasalaigua and Antunes. So some good starts already early doors. Joan Pasalaigua doing a great job on home soil in 6th position in this one. They go into the braking zone, and that is a move made by Fleming. He gets past Lazare Latigo. Latigo bouncing around in the curbs as he clearly hasn't got the kart stopped enough to keep the kart under wraps. Moore gets through, Pasalaigua gets through, Antunes gets through. Disaster for Lazare Latigo. He did not need that to go the way it's gone at all. And we've got some magnificent tussles in the midfield as well. Drivers all battling away for position in the hope that they're all going to get through with some decent racecraft. Yellow flags off there as we've got somebody in trouble down at the back of the field. It's one of the Cosmics. I think that's Alex Kobe. I think Alex Kobe has had an incident on the tail end of the field and has got going again. She has indeed, but she's lost a lot of time and is unfortunately now down in 25th position. So Oliver Greenhill leads from Steven Haydens, Fleming, Moore, Pasalaigua, Antunes, Latigo, Hansen doing a great job in 8th place. The former world champion in gearbox getting himself right back into the hunt. So Greenhill, Steven Haydens, Fleming, Moore, Pasalaigua, Antunes, Latigo and Joey Hansen. Alex Martinez going well in 9th place, having made up 7 places of his own. There's Joey Hansen in the 340. Doing a great job to work his way back onto the tail of the original pole sitter, Lazare Latigo, in the hope that the former gearbox world champion is going to have another crack at this. Louis Westover sets the fastest lap of the race, 103.5 for him. But Oliver Greenhill has that half a second advantage well clear on Yannis Steven Haydens. The problem is the toe. You can get a decent advantage on the first lap, but if the drivers behind are in each other's slipstream, then there's going to be so much pace made up on the race leader, who is a sitting target if you're a Lone Ranger on your own up front. So Oliver Greenhill losing time rapidly to Yannis Steven Haydens. That was to be expected. They complete lap 3, 6 laps to go. And Greenhill in front of Steven Haydens, Fleming, Moore, Pasalaigua, Antunes and Latigo. Joey Hansen in the mix there as well, as we know. But Antunes is looking for a move on the inside of Pasalaigua. Pasalaigua holding on to his position in the CRG. Still going full guns blazing. Antunes looking for the move on the inside. Gets there on Pasalaigua and has to run wide there, the CRG driver. So Latigo and Hansen now lining up the move to come through as well there. And Hansen gets the run on Latigo. So Joey Hansen moves up into the position there. The Dutchman going very well indeed. Certainly the best we've seen from him in 2021 thus far. Looking very strong and very confident. So Joey Hansen up into 7th place in behind Joan Pasalaigua. But it's Oliver Greenhill who leads here from Steven Haydens and Fleming. They're just working very radically and just very, very casually together to get close to Oliver Greenhill behind. And there's Latigo back on the inside of Joey Hansen. He gets the overtaking move back once again. So some great battles and some great performances. So Oliver Greenhill doing a great job in front of Yannis Steven Haydens. We're going to have an absolutely sensational battle. Oliver Greenhill and Yannis Steven Haydens from Thomas Fleming, Herberts Moore, Dan Antunes and Joan Pasalaigua. Looks as if we've had someone go off on the dust somewhere. Certainly a spray of dust kicked up somewhere around the course. Couldn't quite see who that was. But Dan Antunes now battling away with Joan Pasalaigua. Louis Westover sets the fastest lap of the race as Hansen has got back through on Lazar Latigo as they duel away for 7th place. Good tussle, good hustle as well from the drivers in qualifying heat C versus E. Some good race driving as Alex Kobe has pulled the KR Sport Cosmic into the pits to retire, I'm afraid. So damage to her kart after the earlier off, and that's a real shame for the Irish racer. She was doing a great job up to that point. Oliver Greenall and Yannis Steven Haydens from Tom Fleming, Urban Moore and Dan Antunes. Joan Pasalaigua, P6. Joey Hansen still there in P7 in front of Martinez, Becerra, Herbert, Mono, Van Solen, Westover, Kimber, Nogales, Rakimir, Nagy, Pack and Bollier. So Latigo battling now with Alexandra Mono. Latigo still losing places in 10th position. Great over 1 lap in qualifying, but the sun now tries to come out onto the circuit, and that will push the grey and gloomy clouds away as Antunes gets back on terms with Joey Hansen, having initially lost out to him. Pasalaigua getting through in a 5th position, and Hansen now trying to battle his way into 5th position. Can't quite get close enough this time, so has to settle for P6 for the moment. So Greenall going well, Steven Haydens in 2nd, Fleming 3rd, Urban Moore, Joan Pasalaigua, and Dan Antunes from Joey Hansen, Evan Becerra, and Alex Martinez, Alejandro Martinez doing a good job there in 8th position from Evan Becerra and Lazar Lartigo. Alex Mono still doing well. This is quite a tame race compared to some of the others we've had in X30 Senior, but don't think for a moment that it's done, because we're going to come out to complete lap 6, and Greenall still holding this nerve in front of Yannis Steven Haydens and Thomas Fleming, but Fleming's really going to start to up the ante now in behind Yannis Steven Haydens. He's on the toe, as you can see, and now he's going to charge after Greenall. He's going to make the move on the inside of Yannis Steven Haydens. You're not catching him fast enough, so you follow me, and I'm going to make the big bid on Oliver Greenall here. So Thomas Fleming in his 2nd position, clearly feeling that they're not catching Greenall fast enough with 3 laps to go. The gap is 0.6 of a second. And the thing is, you've got to be right on the tail heading into the final couple of laps. Otherwise, you're going to be settling for 2nd position. It's as simple as that. The toe means everything. You can gain a massive amount of advantage on the opponent in front, but you've really got to hope that everything goes according to plan in the interim up the run up to that. So Oliver Greenall having a tough race of it, out in the lead of the race, but it looks pretty casual from where we're sitting. But I'll bet you it's very hard indeed to try and keep that sort of pace up, and he is doing it by setting fast lap after fast lap after fast lap. He's not there by accident, and he's actually stretching away a little from Thomas Fleming and Yannis Steven Haydens. 2 laps to go, and he is looking like he's got this one already won. But Thomas Fleming and Yannis Steven Haydens are going to try their best to get closer again to Greenall. But this is excellent news for Oliver Greenall. He really wanted to have a decent run to the victory, didn't want to have too much pressure. Made the perfect start from round the outside, hasn't lost the lead once since then. Fleming and Yannis Steven Haydens are just having a great little tussle for that 2nd place spot. Urban Moore in 4th position, Evan Becerra still in the mix there in 5th, and Joan Pasalaigua in the CRG in P6 in front of Joey Hansen and Louis Westover. 2 of the old hands of the game now, really. Dan Antunes, 9th position, and Alexandra Mono in 10th position. Mark Kimber only able to be 11th after this very strange and very unusual tempo of race. He's not really been able to gain enough ground to get into the top 10. He has time to get past Alexandra Mono, and he's certainly going to make a habit of it. In fact, he is trying to do that as I watch him on the far side of the circuit as I speak to you. So Kimber having a nice little battle there with the likes of Lartigo and Mono, I do believe. So we could well see Kimber on the timing screen come through in the top 10 at the end of this one. Let's look back and see where he is. Hello, Mark. I thought as much. Alexandra Mono tried to sweep by on the inside line, but in fact Mono has to defend from Antunes, and Kimber now up to 9th position as we go into the final lap. So there's a great little midfield battle kicking off between these 3, but Fleming is still controlling 2nd in front of Yannis Steven Haydens, and I don't see how they're going to catch Oliver Greenall. Greenall has really dropped the hammer and started to push away with some qualifying style laps, and that's enough for him to get a decent enough advantage over Thomas Fleming to be quite comfortable heading into this latter stage of the race. Fleming is being very defensive indeed on Yannis Steven Haydens and chops across on him. Yannis Steven Haydens goes wide, and I don't think Yannis Steven Haydens is going to be particularly happy about that manoeuvre. He didn't quite time it right there, Thomas Fleming. He ended up catching the front fairing of Yannis Steven Haydens' kart. Oh, and there's contact on the final lap. That is 2 drivers coming together. That's Marlo Bollier and his tangle with Andreas Hebert. So Bollier and Hebert come together, but it's Greenall who's going to take the victory. Oliver Greenall canters to the flag. Fleming in 2nd place. Yannis Stivaden's in third, and he's not happy about that at all. Herbertsmoor in fourth position. Fifth place for Evan Becerra. And in sixth position, Joan Pasalaigua. Oliver Greenall dances to the victory in that race. And there is a very, very unhappy, very disgruntled Drake Jansen out of the race on the final lap. So Drake Jansen retiring from the race there as well, along with Hugo Trichard and Alex Kobe. And obviously we had Andreas Hebert and Malo Bollier, who crossed the line down at the very back of the field now, I notice, in 22nd and 23rd. But they tangled and came together. Interesting to watch the body language of Oliver Greenall. Just calm, cool, composed, no pressure, no threat. Having an absolutely wonderful, wonderful run. So it's going to be a fascinating battle for the competitors. They will have a really exciting run as they come back in for the next part of race action. But the drivers obviously want a really fired up and motivated battle ahead of them as the battles will continue. So Oliver Greenall in first position after a brilliant fight. Thomas Fleming and Yannis Stivaden's battle to the last in second and third. Herbertsmoor and Evan Becerra from Joan Pasalaigua and Louis Westover. Mark Kimber fighting back brilliantly to 8th place. A good drive too from Joey Hansen in 9th. Dan Antuniez is 10th from Dan Nogales and Alexandra Mono. Lazar Latigo and Alex Martinez. Then Senavan Solen and Jolan Rakemir. Sergio Pereira from Olivan Veit. And then Mika Vos in 19th ahead of Benjamin Pack and Abdi Naji. And then the two drivers who collided on the final lap, Andreas Hebert and Malo Bollier, they got going and rejoined 22nd and 23rd. 3 retirements from the race. Drake Jansen, Hugo Trichard and Alex Kobe. Disappointing that they brought their races to an end. There are 2 heats to go in the Senior X30 battle. So there's going to be plenty of great racing action and suspense from then as things continue to go. So we're going to see some really exciting battles and combats from the drivers. So we'll see how things continue on their way. Now, the battle will continue in Junior X30 now, as we get ourselves ready for race action and great battles once again. So let's talk you through the action by giving you a little bit of a taster to the race that we have in front of us. One of the drivers that we caught up with yesterday and one of the star drivers through the course of the weekend thus far is the young man from Algeria, Adam Rahali. And he will be in the heat after this one, in fact. But we caught up with him regardless to see how he has been coping with the challenges of the Circuito Internacional Zuera. Okay, so we will catch up with that television interview a little bit later in the broadcast proceedings. Apologies for that. So we'll get ourselves ready regardless for the next heat out on the circuit, which is qualifying heat A versus C. And it puts 2 of the most successful men of the weekend thus far on the front row of the grid together. Teofil Nau, who has taken 2 race victories after a fabulous battle so far. And he will put himself into position once again. He's had a win and a second, I should say, Teofil Nal. So he has been levelled by Vinnie Phillips, who also has a win and a second place. Bart Harrison will line up on the front row of the grid alongside him. And that's going to be very interesting indeed, because we saw in the last heat Bart Harrison getting a great start from the outside line and managing to snatch the lead of the race away. Vinnie Phillips will sit third on the grid, so of course this could be a nice precursor to the final tomorrow. We could get a good warm-up between these three drivers at the front end of the field. Fourth position on the grid will be Thibaut Ramakers, as he will line up on the second row. Zachary David in fifth place along with Ivan Arias. And then we have Gaspard Lagaye and Adrian Klosmenil. It will be Adria Mustienis who will line up in ninth position on the grid alongside Ethan Ischier from Atte Poulain and Henry Jocelyn. Then Finn McLaughlin in 13th and Mark Granada in 14th position. Sebastian Murray will be in 15th place from Aaron Ferrazzano, Julian Carmen and Mikel Marinho. And then we will have Paul Cayos in front of Alexis Constant. Jan Duran will be beside Ben Doughty on the grid, and then Lars Venink, Vilger Bernsen and Francisco Costa will complete the grid. But the big story is Teofil Nal versus Vinnie Phillips, take 3, with Bart Harrison thrown in for extra value. This is going to be an excellent, excellent race. So the drivers head out on circuit for X30 Junior Heat, qualifying Heat A versus C. Here's the grid. The last chance to get pole position between Teofil Nal and Vinnie Phillips for the pre-final. Teofil Nal in pole from Bart Harrison second, Vinnie Phillips third from Thibaut Ramakers, Zachary David and Ivan Arias from Gaspard Lagaye and Adrian Klosmenil, Adria Mustienis and Ethan Ischier from Atte Poulain and Henry Jocelyn, then Finn McLaughlin and Mark Granada from Sebastian Murray and Aaron Ferrazzano, Julian Carmen and Mikel Marinho from Paul Cayos and Alexis Constant, Jan Duran, Ben Doughty, Lars Venink, Vilger Bernsen and Francisco Costa complete the grid. Now, with a win and a second place each for Teofil Nal and Vinnie Phillips, this is the race that will decide who will start the pre-final tomorrow morning from pole position, because they both have 2 points scored by getting a win, which is worth 0, and a second, which is worth 2. Reverse golf score card points, of course, because you get 0 points for the win, 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on. And then, of course, it is all about who has the least points accumulated over the course of the 3 heats in junior. And whoever has the least points will progress through to the finals. But there's Bart Harrison in the mix there as well. He wants pole position for the final and the pre-final. And in order to do that, he needs to put himself into a good position. He has 4 points accumulated from the races so far, for a win and a 4th place. So Bart Harrison definitely has a chance to get the pole position here if he's able to overtake and beat Teofil Nal and Vinnie Phillips, and they end up having a difficult race that drops them lower down the field. So there's plenty of opportunities for things to change hands here. And with Bart Harrison starting from the outside of the front row, we saw how fast he was to get into the lead in the last heat. There's a great chance that the junior pole position is going to be contested and won in furious fashion in this junior heat. This is the penultimate junior heat before the weekend goes into pre-finals and second chances. So this is such an important race. And the top 3 drivers all have an excellent chance of getting pole position. If those 3 mess it up, then Ivan Arias is the next one waiting in the wings. And of course, he starts from 6th on the grid. So here we go. They're going to go round again. Good decision. They decided to go around again, and obviously they were not brought up in position. I had forgotten completely that the next heat after this one is not going to involve the top 4 drivers currently in the mix. So the top 4 drivers are currently Teofil Nal and Vinnie Phillips, who have 2 points apiece, as does Ivan Arias, of course, for a win and a second place. So Bart Harrison is 4th on 4 points. So when you consider that you've got Ivan Arias, Vinnie Phillips, and Teofil Nal, who all have a win and a second place from the heats so far, they are genuinely going to be racing very hard indeed in their quest to get pole position, because all 3 of them are at a stalemate at the moment. Teofil Nal from pole, Vinnie Phillips from 3rd, and Ivan Arias from 6th. So all 3 of them have 2 points, and they all have a win and a second place. So whoever beats the other is going to get pole position for the pre-final, unless they all mess up and Bart Harrison snatches the win from them, and they all struggle to score points, because then Bart Harrison could snatch pole position from 4th in the standings. This is a terrific junior heat and a real precursor to what we'll see in the finals tomorrow. Niall, Harrison, Phillips, Ramakas, David, Arias, Lagaye, Klosmanil, Mustienis, Isha. Are we going to start? Yes, we are. And who's going to get the best start? Harrison trying to hold on, but round the outside, he's going to lose it. A spin in the middle of the pack, and avoiding action. Goodness me, a couple of carts have gone off there in the middle. But out in front, it is Teofil Nal. It's a spin from Thibaut Ramakas, and avoiding action there, the 23 of Finn McLaughlin. But they keep going up at the front end of the field. It's Teofil Nal who leads. Bart Harrison is there in about 4th position. Everybody else has got through without major drama. But Vinnie Phillips is second to Teofil Nal. Battle begins. So here comes the charge. Let's not forget about Zachary David. He's there in 3rd position. A good start from Bart Harrison. Despite losing ground, he's still in 4th place. There's still a good chance. And where is Ivan Arias? Well, he's there or thereabouts as well. So there's still plenty to do in this one. Ivan Arias is behind Bart Harrison, I do believe. Yes, he's right on the tail, and he's already started to think about it. There goes Adrian Mustienis. He gets on the inside of Gaspard Lagaye. And through on the inside of Lagaye. Lagaye obviously takes a couple of drivers with him there for good measure on the far side. There's the 66, Sebastian Murray, trying to get his way up through the field. So Teofil now leads. Vinnie Phillips going for the lead on the inside line, and Vinnie Phillips hits the front. So Vinnie Phillips takes the lead. Down into the braking zone for the hairpin. He holds the inside line. Not about to lose ground and not about to lose momentum. So Vinnie Phillips holds the lead now from Teofil Nal. Zachary David. There goes Bart Harrison getting back on terms with Ivan Arias. Arias had got through. But now Ivan Arias is going to try and work his way forward. So what can Ivan do now this time? He closes up on Bart Harrison. Harrison holds the inside line, so Ivan Arias is going to have to work harder there to get back into 4th position. But Vinnie Phillips checks over his shoulder. Watch for Teofil Nal. He knows he's going to go for the move, so he chops right across. Don't even think about it. You've had that move on me once before. I'm not letting you have it again. So Vinnie Phillips, wise to the maneuver from Teofil Nal. And he knows that's where he's going to be vulnerable. So at the moment, it looks good for Vinnie Phillips to get pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. He pulls right across on Teofil Nal. No way are you having this. And there's a mechanical flag for Henry Jocelyn as they continue to battle. Zachary David slides in on Teofil Nal. 3 wide. Bart Harrison has to back out of it. Ivan Arias comes through on the far side. That got hectic very quickly. My goodness, that escalated. And now here's Adrian Mustienis. But it's a technical flag for Henry Jocelyn down at the back of the field. And I think he might be out of the race, in fact. So I think he's already pulled in to retire. What a shame for Henry Jocelyn. Couple of carts going off on the far side. Managing to get going again, though. So at least there is a little bit of discrepancy there. But Vinnie Phillips hanging on in front of Teofil Nal, who is somehow still able to hang on to this 2nd place despite everything that's been thrown at him. But now Ivan Arias has come through to 3rd position, and that's critical for the Spaniard. He can snatch this away from both of the drivers up front. The Brit and the Frenchman are under severe pressure from the hometown hero. So Ivan Arias is going to work hard to catch up to these two. Vinnie Phillips still holding on. Teofil Nal getting close in behind. Bart Harrison having a look at Zach David. And now again, Vinnie Phillips having to move to protect. Zach David has a look on the inside of Ivan Arias and can't get through. Bart Harrison is not able to make the move either. He gets a little bit of pressure from Adrian Mustienis. And that's Vinnie Phillips still hanging on in front of Teofil Nal. Phillips is trying to back Teofil Nal into his opposition. Look at that. He ends up having to get off the throttle there, Teofil Nal. And he knows that Vinnie Phillips is up for the scrap. These two are absolutely at each other's throats, and their rivalry is just building and building and building. Now up on the inside line. Teofil Nal is backed up there by Vinnie Phillips. Zachary David trying to squeeze through. Ivan Arias trying to squeeze through. He's in the fight for the pole position as well, don't forget. The top 3 drivers all have 2 points apiece. Whoever beats the other is going to get pole position for the final. Arias getting hectic and frustrated behind Teofil Nal. Big moment onto the main straight. Just as I start to lose my throat. I do apologise. Teofil Nal riding behind Vinnie Phillips. Phillips moves to protect. David's going to launch in on the inside of Ivan Arias and squeezes by. Adrian Mustienis is in there as well. A very close battle. Trying to tuck in Zach David. Going wheel to wheel with Teofil now. Very close now as Zach David moves to defend. Is there going to be enough space for Ivan Arias to try and squeeze through? There's a little bit of bumping and boring between them. They just about get through. So now Ivan Arias looking for an opportunity to get back through on Zachary David. So Vinnie Phillips in front of Teofil now. Zachary David third. Ivan Arias in fourth. Adrian Mustienis fifth place. Bart Harrison sixth position. Is there going to be a run here from Gaspard Lagaye in front of Arthur Poulain? Well, David moves to cover the inside of Ivan Arias, and that's the move from Adrian Mustienis, and sideways! It's all come undone for Bart Harrison! Bart Harrison spins, and Bart Harrison is out of the fight for pole position. He can't believe it. Bart Harrison is the one who gets spat out, and I'm fairly sure Zach David almost lost the cart as well. So now it's just Vinny versus Teo. Ivan Arias is still in there. He's in third position, but he's a long way back as a result of all of that. Look at these two arguing with each other as they battle for position. Teofil now just gesturing to Vinnie Phillips. Come on, step on it. What are you doing? But Vinnie Phillips knows that Teofil Nal is a ruthless operator. He wants to chop him down. Oh, a big punt on the back of Vinnie Phillips, and Teofil Nal has to get off the throttle. He's got to be careful. They don't want to loosen the front fairing. Vinnie Phillips chops across, stops the move from Teofil Nal. Trying to back him into Ivan Arias. That's what Vinnie Phillips really wants. But this is amazing dueling so far. Whoever beats the other of these three at the front end of the field is going to get pole position for the pre-final. Here we go. Teofil Nal, big move to the inside line. Vinnie Phillips squeezes in. No chance of getting through. So Phillips tries again. Teofil Nal goes left. Sweeps through right. This is the big duel. Whoever beats the other will be pole position. If they take each other off, Ivan Arias is going to get it instead. Vinnie Phillips shuts him down. Well held by Phillips. Ruthless from Teofil Nal. Holds him again. Nal around the outside. Phillips holds it. And Ivan Arias is chasing them down rapidly. Be careful, boys, because Ivan Arias could snatch this off both of you. Phillips parks the car to the inside. Stops the car in the travel. Teofil Nal goes left. Phillips is still there on the inside for the right-hander. Well held by Phillips. Look at Arias. Arias is right there with them now. They're so busy focusing on each other that Arias may get a chance to sweep through past at least one of them. Nal tries again. Arias waiting for an opportunity, but I think Phillips may have done enough here. He's got to move to cover Teofil Nal. He's got to predict where he's going to go. They're going to go, sweeps through on the far side. It's going to be Vinnie Phillips. He hangs on from Nal and Arias. Amazing. Vinnie Phillips bags pole position for the pre-final with an absolute flyer of a race. Well defended, well held throughout. That wasn't so much a Junior X30 heat, that was a boxing match with each driver trading blows, and Vinnie Phillips was the man standing proud and on top of the head of the field at the end of an excellent, excellent race. Vinnie Phillips just hangs on. There was nothing left in the can for any of them, but Vinnie Phillips hangs on for an epic run to the flag. My goodness. Junior X30 is going to be epic in 2021. They all wanted to try and take on Teofil Nal. And as it stands, if it stands, Vinnie Phillips will be pole position for the pre-final in front of Teofil Nal and Ivan Arias. And the fight now goes for fourth position in the battle for the next step in the grid. They really did take my breath away on that particular occasion. Well done, boys. Amazing. Vinnie Phillips from Teofil Nal and Ivan Arias covered by less than 0.2 of a second at the finish line. Zach David in fourth from Gaspard Lagaye, Paul Kayos and Arthur Poulain, Adrian Mustienis and Adrian Klosmanil. The top 10 rounded out by Mikel Marino, Sebastian Murray in 11th and Jan Duran in 12th from Alexis Constant and Mark Granada, Aaron Ferrazzano and Ben Doughty from Ethan Isher and Finn McLaughlin, who had to recover after that spin. Thibaut Ramakers in 19th place, Lars Venink in 20th position. What a shame for Bart Harrison, spat out of the field and down to 21st. Francisco Costa lines up in 22nd. And then the retirements, Julian Carmen, Vilga Bernsen, and Henry Jocelyn. But you have to feel for Bart Harrison. He had a great chance in that race to get pole position as well. And it was taken away from him after a spin that has dropped him out of the top 5. He might get a chance to get back in, depending on what happens to the likes of Kudivali, Kanato Lee, Brandon Carr, Thomas Straven, and Eric Genet in the next heat. They are all going to be out on track in this next encounter as well. So we will get an interesting opportunity to see what the drivers are facing and what they're up against. Well, very close quarters racing. So the man that we will get to see out on the track, let's see if we can hear from him this time. He'll be in the midfield off the grid for this one, but it is the young man from Algeria, Adam Rahali, who is going off the middle of the grid. We spoke to him over the course of yesterday.
The settings was not very good. We work a lot to be fast. And yeah, we progress. The straight is very, very long. Then you want to have a good engine on the last corner for everyone, P1. But you need to work a lot for it. It will be difficult. But yeah, it's possible.
-19 air temperature here at Zuera as the sun tries to poke out through these clouds that have joined us to make the day a lot cooler here at Zuera. You can see how the battle is going to unfold for the rest of the day. We have the junior and mini qualifying heats still to go. Then we will have a grand total of 6 senior qualifying heats with a small gap in between. It's only going to be about a half-hour pause or so, so we may even have time to show you the highlights from the first round of the championship at Marienburg in between races. That would be great to catch up with what's been happening over the first part of the season. And then, of course, you can see there that after the senior qualifying heats are finished, we have the repêchages for junior, for mini, and then, of course, for the senior consolation race and the senior repêchage in there as well. Interesting battles all the way through to the checkered flag, and there are definitely going to be some fascinating battles from our competitors who will gear up for the battle. There's only one Junior X30 heat left before we get into the main battle for the final 6 places on the starting grid for the pre-finals tomorrow. So a fair handful of the drivers there have just finished for the day because they will not have to go racing again over the course of the afternoon. But the X30 juniors are about to continue. A fair few of these will have finished for the day as well, because obviously the races after this one for X30 juniors are the second chance heat. That's it. So there's only one race for juniors after this one, and that is the repêchage, which, as you can see on your screen, will be taking place later on today at 4:05 local time. So definitely going to be an exciting and interesting battle for all of the competitors as they get ready to go racing once again. But from pole position, it is going to be Adrian Maliero, who spun it away at the first corner in the previous heat. Hopefully it's not going to be such a dramatic start to the race for him. Just to give you some updates as to what's been happening over the previous races. Obviously we had the victory for Bart Harrison earlier on in qualifying heat B versus C. Only a handful of penalties to discuss in that one. Angelo Melli, Thomas Kinsey, Sam van Voskulen and Mark Granada all picking up front fairings. They were down towards the tail of the field. So it didn't impact a massive amount in terms of their positions. Eric Genet picked up a front fairing in his heat where we saw Vinnie Phillips beat Theo Nile and Zach David. Also picking up penalties in that one were Gaspar Lagaye, Eduardo Dominguez, Natalia Granada, Lars Vennig and Federico Rifai. But now, of course, we have the races finishing up in fine style for this one. Adrian Maliero and Denis Kudivali that will line up on the front row of the starting grid for the Kart Republic España squad. The two teammates will have an interesting run to the first corner. Sam van Voskulen will line up in third position on the grid for this one with Thomas Straven and Matteo Quintarelli from Federico Rifai and Iko Segret. Then it will be RGMMC in front of Daniel Dalakian. Zach Skular will be in front of Brandon Carr and Rima Blanc. Then 13th on the grid will be Kimi Duron in front of Adam Rahali. Noah Montero and Eduardo Dominguez from Kanato Lee and Natalia Granada. So it's already going to be a very, very tough race indeed for our juniors as they continue to quest over the course of the weekend. The 1 minute board going up there, you can see at the end of the pit lane as the drivers are getting ready in qualifying heat B versus D for the X30 juniors. And this, as I mentioned before, is the last race of the day for X30 juniors before the second chance heat, which will be for the drivers in positions 31st through to 66. And seeing as how there are 50 drivers, there will be 20 of them that will go to battle in the second chance heat later. So about the same as we have had from the heats thus far. Just a handful of drivers less. But that will be an interesting race because then it will be the first 6 drivers across the finish line in that second chance heat at 5 minutes past 4 later this afternoon that will make it through to the pre-finals tomorrow. So it's definitely going to be a very tough race battle. That is for sure. The drivers will give it absolutely everything they've got. And it's now or never for a lot of these guys to put themselves into a strong position for the pre-final. For others, it's just a case of staying in the competition at this point. They won't be completely out of it yet, but they're certainly on the home stretch to that as the battle continues for the victory. So the battle is very, very close indeed. Adrian Maliero and Dennis Coulibaly from Sam van Verskulen and Thomas Strauven. Matteo Quintarelli and Federico Rifai from Iko Segret and RGMMC. Daniel Dalakian and Zach Skular from Brandon Carr and Rima Blanc. Kimi Duron and Adam Rahali from Noah Montero and Eduardo Dominguez. Kanato Lee and Natalia Granada from Arta Valsort and Jan Baral. Juan Aluja, Oliver Martinez, Angelo Meli, Kevin Rabin and Thomas Kinsey. So 25 carts. And they're all going to be battling very hard indeed off the start. Adrian Maliero and Dennis Coulibaly from the front row of the starting grid. So what can we expect to see from the competitors off the starting line? That is obviously going to be the first major question. And then we'll have an interesting battle between Maliero and Coulibaly, the teammates to the front row of the grid. But they do say, don't they, in karting, after the gates, no mates, even in your own awning. Because you've obviously got to race for your own race battle. They may be on the same team, but there are no teams championship. You don't race for chassis points or team points. You just race for yourself, and it makes it very interesting when you've got several drivers under the same awning. They all want to go for victory. So the psychology of it and the interesting battles that the drivers face with each other is always very interesting to witness and observe. This is actually a very controlled opening formation lap from Maliero and Coulibaly. They're not going particularly fast around the circuit, just trying to get the tyres and brakes back up to temperature, especially now those clouds have come out again because the circuit is not as hot as it once was. It's certainly not as hot as it was yesterday. It was absolutely baking yesterday, but the cloud cover over the circuit really has dropped the air temperature down to a lowly 19 degrees Celsius. Lowly, you say? That doesn't sound particularly cool. Well, when you consider that yesterday we got to a height of 31 at one stage, and that definitely gives you a big indication of just how much this cloud cover has affected the temperatures. So we now know that barring any further investigation, it's going to be Vinnie Phillips, Ivan Arias and Teo Nal at the front end of the field. In fact, we think it is going to be Teo Nal in that third position because it looks as though he's had to carry a front fairing penalty, we think, into the next race. So from the last race result, we'll update you on that as soon as we get word of it officially, but we are not racing yet. The drivers will go around again for a new formation lap. Just want to see if there has been an update on that previous qualifying heat. If there has been a slight change in positions, then we obviously do need to keep an eye on that. Teofil Nal apparently in second position in qualifying heat A versus C. Although I do have a feeling that there may be a slight change to that. There's a possibility that he may have had a front fairing penalty, which will have cost him a few positions. So it's showing up that Teofil Nal has 9 points from the qualifying heats. He should have 4. So the fact that he doesn't means he must have dropped back to 7th position in the final rankings for the previous heat. and that would indicate that he is carrying a front-fairing penalty to drop that low down the order, so I think that's exactly what has happened. So that means that the front row of the grid for tomorrow's pre-final is going to be Vinny Phillips and Ivan Arias, which in a way is good news for Teofil Nal, because he will start third. He will be in the reverse position to where Vinny Phillips was all through the heats today. He'll be in third place, ready to attack him into the pre-final. So silver linings, but it's definitely going to be an interesting one now, because we've got Kudavali hoping to secure fourth position on the grid for tomorrow's pre-final from the outside of the second row. Is there going to be a start? And away we go. Up to the first corner, and it's a good start from Kudavali. He runs around the outside. So Denis Kudavali takes over the lead. He gets a better launch than Adrian Maliero as the rest of the field work their way through up towards turn 4. Everybody keeping themselves to themselves. Eric Genet running a good start there as up the inside. That's a good launch from Matteo Quintarelli. He's managed to get the GGM cart up into the top 6, going very well as they come through towards the long sweeping left-hand hairpin. So Kudavali and Maliero out in front, and the start is under investigation. Now, I did wonder, just in the back of my head, did Denis Kudavali briefly come out of the tram lines? Because he might just have squeezed out of those tram lines. You've got to keep in them until the lights go out, and that's when you go racing. You cannot leave the tram lines before then, and I just wonder, was there a slight travel for Kudavali out of the tram lines? We'll have to keep a look at it, because if that's the case, then obviously there could be a penalty coming his way post-race. It's really getting to them today at Zuera. The pressure is really building for these juniors. Kudavali leading in front of Adrian Maliero. Then it's Genet, Strauven, Rifai, Quintarelli, Van Voskulen, Duron, Scular, Lee, Segret, Carr and Delakian. So a good battle between these two out front, Denis Kudavali and Adrian Maliero. Is there going to be the move from Maliero? He has a look at it on the inside line and gets the lead. So Adrian Maliero in front of Denis Kudavali. And he just changes the position of the cover of the radiator. Now it's all about controlling engine temps. They can monitor it on the little dial on their dash of the steering wheel. So Adrian Maliero just trying to control this opportunity in front of Denis Kudavali, but here's the other Spaniard in the mix, Eric Genet. He wants a part of this as well. And Eric Genet could really do with fighting his way forward, especially if Kudavali does carry a penalty. And Genet could be the man to move up into fourth position if he can get a good run up the inside, and he gets into second there on Denis Kudavali. So he gets through into P2. That's going to help no end for Eric Genet. That's going to put him on 5th position so far in front of Thomas Strauven, and he's going for the lead. Big lunge on the inside of Maliero, and as they bang wheels, Kudavali gets through as well. So that's a big moment, and here comes Kudavali. He gets through on Eric Genet because he doesn't have the lack of momentum from losing the wheels or banging wheels. Oh, they're cannoning into each other here on the inside. Maliero and Genet. Big rivalry between the Spaniards, and through comes Strauven. Through as well comes Federico Rifai. So Federico Rifai has come up into 3rd position. A great run from the young man from the United Arab Emirates. Doing a great job here in the 22. 3rd position. So Denis Kudavali leads Adrian Maliero. Federico Rifai goes for 2nd, and Eric Genet looks to squeeze through as well. No love lost between Genet and Maliero, as Maliero is squeezed and he loses 4 more positions. Eric Genet ruthless in his way of getting through into 3rd place there, past Thomas Strauven and Kanato Lee, the 2 teammates at Strawberry Racing. Fascinating stuff so far in this final X30 Junior Heat. A lot of rivalries playing out on the circuit. Drivers with clearly a score or 2 to settle. So it's going full guns blazing for Denis Kudavali as Genet defends from Thomas Strauven into turn 1. And here comes Kanato Lee. Kanato Lee, who's stormed back again, and he's doing yet more fantastic racecraft. There he goes into 4th position. So Kanato Lee has worked his way forward again. Absolutely astonishing. He's up 13 places now. An absolutely sensational performance from him so far. And into the pits, that is game over for Art de Valsort. So Art de Valsort in trouble, and that is very unfortunate indeed for him. So Art de Valsort now in dire straits as the race definitely comes to a bitter blow for him. So the competition continues on its way as Denis Kudavali in front of Federico Rifai, and Rifai is gaining very rapidly indeed. Up the inside, good move from Strauven. He gets through on Eric Genet to follow his teammate Kanato Lee. They are now 3rd and 4th, the 2 Strawberry Racing carts. 3rd for Kanato Lee, 4th for Thomas Strauven. Eric Genet has to contend with 5th position for the moment. They come down the straight once again, and Dennis Kudavali in front of Federico Rifai. Third place for Kanato Lee. Fourth for Strauven, fifth for Genet. Is there a move on the inside? Nothing yet. Federico Rifai just waiting for his moment. He doesn't want to go too early, but he also doesn't want to lose ground too soon to Kanato Lee and Thomas Strauven. They both get through on Rifai, so does Eric Genet. He hesitated, and that was enough of an invitation for Kanato Lee. Kudavali defending big time. Kanato Lee goes it to the inside line. Can't quite make it through. Dennis Kudavali absolutely insistent that he holds the place. But Kanato Lee is trying his best. Chops across from around the outside. Goes deep. Holds the line. Kanato Lee tries again. Kudavali just swarming around all over the place. Desperate to hold the line. And Kudavali knows that there's a big overtaking chance there to the inside. Kanato Lee gets shut down. Thomas Strauven tries again to close up on his teammate. And look at the queue that's building with 2 laps to go. You've got Kudavali doing a great job up in the front end here. And you've got Kanato Lee, Thomas Strauven swarming around. 4th place is Genet. 5th is Rifai. So they continue round. Maliero in 6th position. Then Van Voskulen. Giron, Carr, Quintarelli, and there's the move! 1 and 2, the Strawberry Racing twins get through in the 1st and 2nd. Kanato Lee in front of Thomas Strauven, and that will do them very nicely indeed. So no hesitation at all from Kanato Lee and Thomas Strauven. They get the moves they were hoping for. Excellent run from them so far. They get into 1st and 2nd, and there's no major dramas from their point of view at the moment. So the contenders continue on their way through. It's going to be a very tough run as they continue to charge forward. Up on the far side. And we're still waiting to see if there's going to be an opportunity here from Thomas Strauven. He gestures to his teammate, come on, let's keep going, as Adrian Maliero gets on the inside of Sam van Voskulen, who is now way up in the top 5. Doing a great job as he works his way forward. But this is going to be a good shot here for Kanato Lee. On the inside of his teammate Thomas Strauven, they go into the final lap, and the 2 Strawberry Racing teammates will battle for the victory in the final heat of the weekend before we get to second chance heats. Down in the braking zone, is there going to be a move? Strauven's thinking about it. This could be his first win in a heat in the IAME Euro Series, Thomas Strauven. He's been working up to this over the course of his mini career. He had some good heats, but it was never a win. Now he's so close to it. On the tail of his teammate Kanato Lee. Can Thomas Strauven pick up the pieces? Adrian Maliero has fought his way back to 3rd place, by the way, in front of Dennis Kudavali. So those 2 are trying desperately to catch up to the 2 Tony Kart-backed Strawberry Racing teammates. This is going to be very interesting. But I think Strauven is going to have to concede here. Kanato Lee holding on to the lead of the race, and I think it's going to be 1-2 for the boys. Strauven has another look. He's not quite going to be close enough, so Kanato Lee is going to have this, I'm sure. Strauven will get very close to the finish line, no doubt, because he'll have the toe. He might just have one final chance of it, but I think Kanato Lee will have done enough, and he has indeed, just in front of Thomas Strauven. Very close to the finish, 0.046 of a second, but Kanato Lee holds the victory, and that puts him 7th on the grid for the pre-final tomorrow if he keeps hold of that. Dennis Kudavali retains 4th position despite the comebacks from Eric Genet. But an absolutely terrific run from Kanato Lee from 17th on the grid to 1st position. You can't deny just what a comeback Kanato Lee is making to this weekend. Absolutely phenomenal fight back at the moment. Really exciting battles, excellent displays, and a really solid effort from the young man, who is working very hard indeed thus far. Excellent, excellent work. So the X30 Minis are going to be out in about 20 minutes time. We'll take a short pause after this race. But what a fantastic battle sees Kanato Lee work his way forward in fantastic fashion. 17th on the grid to 1st in 7 laps. That's how good Kanato Lee is in this X30 Junior field. Excellent, excellent driving. And a real talent for the future, Kanato Lee. So Kanato Lee gets the victory, storming back from P17. Thomas Strauven in 2nd, his teammate, then Adrian Maliero and Dennis Kudavali. The Kart Republic of Spania teammates in 3rd and 4th. Eric Genet in 5th from Brandon Kart, then Matteo Quintarelli and Ico Segret. Juan Alugia and Adam Rahali from Federico Rafai in 11th. Zach Scular, his teammate in 12th from Kimi Giron. Sam Van Voskulen and Jan Paral from Eduardo Dominguez, Noah Montero and Natalia Granada. In 19th place behind them is Kevin Rabin in front of Daniel Dalakian. Very unfortunate to slip to 20th. Then Angeli Mello, Angelo Melli, even Oliver Martinez, Thomas Kinsey and Rima Blanc. Just the one retirement from the race, and that is Arthur Vausort. So there's going to be a pause in proceedings now, as I mentioned, because obviously the marshals need to have a break. They've been at it non-stop since the start of the day, so they deserve a little bit of a breather. We will come back in time for the next race, which is at 2:05 local time, and we will return to the action at 2 p.m. When the racing will continue here at Zuera, and it will be the X30 mini qualifying heats that will come to a conclusion in about 15 minutes' time. So let's get back into the action here at the IAME Euro Series at Circuit International Zuera. The battle will be very interesting for the X30 Minis. 2 races to go. And of course, we were destined to see Raul Thantharin in pole position alongside Tiziano Cugnini on the front row of the starting grid. But rather unfortunately, Tiziano Cugnini has now been excluded from the meeting after his earlier heat, where he took the victory for removing, or replacing, I should say, the position of his front fairing. And before anybody decides to jump down the throat of a youngster who is battling for race victory, trying to put the position back in on the front fairing, you've got to remember that these guys are 8 to 12 years old. And they are still very young, they are still learning, and there's a lot of pressure, there's a lot of excitement and adrenaline pumping through the veins when you're a youngster. You obviously just want to race, you want to keep the result, you don't want to let people down, you don't want to offend people, you don't want to cause stress or concern. It's a very easy mistake to make in the heat of the moment. And it's unfortunate, but Tizzy is a lovely young lad. He will come back from this, he will repair himself, and he'll learn from this mistake, and hopefully we'll see him back in the brilliant action we know him to be capable of next time out at Castelletto. So don't jump down the throat too hastily, because he is a very talented young lad, Tizzy Cugnini. We will see him out again next time, and he will learn from that little error in judgment. Raul Thantharin, pole position, then alone on the front row from Luna Flusha and Roman Kamyab, then Jesse Phillips and Joseph Martin from Matt Corby and Hugo Marti, Alejandro Martinez and Ben Smith from Jensen Graham and Sasha Van Padbosch, Rodrigo Seabra and Georges Nazar from Bosco Arias and Eluan Bianami, then Thomas Pradier, Javier Broasca, Jimenez Alvaro, Roberto Bas, Jules Avril, and Liano L. Martinez. So the drivers now warming up their tyres and brakes to the optimum temperature. Raul Thantharin will be ahead of Flusha and Kamyab. And this is a great opportunity for Luna Flusha. She knows that she's on the inside line on the second row of the grid. And if she's able to beat the drivers around her and stay relatively in good position, she has a great opportunity to move into pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. This is a big opportunity for Luna Flusha. It's also a big chance for Roman Kamyab, who is there in 4th position on the grid. He's got a good chance of it at the moment as they stand. Luna Flusha has 3 points accumulated, as does Hugo Marti, who is in the next heat after this one. Oh, no, sorry, he is in this heat. I do apologize, Hugo Marti. So essentially, the battle between Luna Flusha and Hugo Marti for pole position is in this race. Sandra Perez is in the race after this one, so there's a lot of pressure riding on the youngsters in this one. And that is, of course, why you are likely to see little errors like we saw from Tizzy Cugnini. As I said before, please don't judge him too harshly. He is only a very young driver, and it's easy to make these mistakes when your pressure is on, when you've done a very good job, you want to keep the result, you know how difficult it is, the margin for error is so slim. The heat of the moment, we all make mistakes, we all make errors, so let's not judge people too harshly. Let's just continue on and focus on the racing. They'll make the mistake and they'll learn from it, and we'll see them out again next time. So Raul Thantharin, Luna Flusha and Roman Kamyab from Jesse Phillips and Joseph Martin, then Matt Corby, Hugo Marti, Alejandro Martinez, Ben Smith, Jensen Graham, Sasha Van Padbosch, Rodrigo Seabra and Georges Nazar as they come off the final turn. Let's see how this start gets underway. Will it be a good one for the pole sitter, Raul Thantharin? Looks like a good start. We're away! And a great start from the front of the grid from Thantharin and Flusha. They get through no problem at all. Up to 3rd comes Jesse Phillips, and Matt Corby is up at a 4th place around the outside. Looks like a good challenge coming in from Roman Kamyab, and up to the... Oh! Karts all over the shop! Karts all over the shop on the far side. We've had 4 of them go, and that is Rodrigo Seabra with Alejandro Martinez. What a shame for Seabra and Martinez. Oh, they could not have afforded that at this time. It's the worst possible exit for them. But it leaves Thantharin and Flusha up into the first end of the course. So they are leading. Thantharin and Flusha out in front. Yellow flag, and it's full course yellows. Full course yellows because we've got a couple of drivers in trouble. Up on the far side, it's Joseph Martin and Jensen Graham who are also there in a separate incident off to the side. So it's full course yellows for those two. So we've obviously had Rodrigo Seabra. I think he's managed to get going again. He has indeed. So Seabra will join in at the back of the field. As to will... Rodrigo Seabra is going to join in at the back of the field. And I think we're also going to have someone else joining in at the very tail end of the field. after avoiding the incident. It's going to be Ben Smith. So Ben Smith and Rodrigo Seabra both involved in incidents on the first lap, but it's full course yellows, so they should be able to get to the tail of the field and start their battle again. So it's a second chance now for Ben Smith and Rodrigo Seabra, provided that they can catch the tail of the field. Ben Smith, I think, has done so. Rodrigo Seabra still needs to, but there is a good chance for them to get back and at least try and salvage something from this final heat of the day for each of these drivers. Because obviously the X30 Minis will be battling very hard indeed. You can see that Raul Thantharden and Luna Flusha just getting themselves up to speed again. Jesse Phillips in third position. Critical opportunity for him as well as he battles for position. Roman Kamyab in P4. Fifth place, it is Matt Corby from George Nassar, the Lebanese driver, in sixth position. What a great run from him so far. Bosco Arias, Sasha Van Bosch, Eloan Bianami, and then Alvaro Jimenez, Javier Borrasca, Jules Avril, Roberto Bas, Thomas Pradier, Leone Ella Martinez, and then Hugo Marti, who was involved in that incident then. So Hugo Marti right down at the back in 16th position. Not good news for him at all, as the drivers involved in that earlier incident now walk away from the scene, escorted by the marshals. So it looks as though everybody's okay. It was just a rather awkward position for the drivers to be in. So we may be able to get started fairly soon indeed. Obviously the carts need to be removed from the scene as well. So let's see how quickly the drivers will be able to get going once more. But they're going to come through at the end of the lap, and we're still going to be under full course yellows, I do believe, for at least one more lap around the course. Yes, indeed we are. So this could end up being a 2-lap sprint. And you could see a rather frustrated Luna Flusha was rather hoping we could go racing with another lap in hand. 2 laps completed, obviously. And so there is going to be a third one under yellows, if you technically count the fact that the first one was brought under full course yellow. So we're going to get a 3-lap sprint at the end of the race here. And it's going to involve all but 4 drivers who started the race, all but 3 drivers, sorry, who started the race. Youssef Martin, Alejandro Martinez, and Jensen Graham, all out of the race. And obviously that means that Ben Smith and Rodrigo Seabra, who were involved in that one, as was Youssef Martin, as was Hugo Marti, even trying to avoid the conflagration, they're going to have to fight their way forward. Now, Luna Flusha being in second place, that would give her 5 points accumulated. That would actually drop her behind Sandro Perez, but Sandro Perez would be under massive pressure to then win his heat coming up for him to secure pole position for the pre-final. So it makes it very interesting indeed in the accumulation of the points. But there are still 3 laps to go, and Luna Flusha in second place behind Raul Thantharden when we restart. Could be very exciting for her to try and get herself back into the front end of the field. The pressure is on for these Mini X30 youngsters, and it will be very interesting to see who does what and who gets to the front end of the field. So we're about to go started again. The cards come off the final corner, and it is going to be a green start this time, and Rolf Thantharden and Luna Flusha have already hit the hammer, so now they're going to fly out of the final turn. Green, 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 and we're racing once again here in the X30 Minis penultimate heat. Through to the first corner, and Raul Thantharden holds the lead on Luna Flusha. Jesse Phillips has got plenty of opposition, but he's also got a bit of support from Roman Kamyab. 5th place for Matt Corby, the young Swiss ace. So here comes the move. Kamyab gets stuck in. Corby goes for both of them. Matt Corby gets into 3rd position, and round the outside, he's got pressure from George Nassar. George Nassar gets into 3rd place from 6th to 3rd in one corner. George Nassar, what a move. And now he's in P3. Excellent work from the young Lebanese. Here comes the move from Matt Corby. Kamyab trying to get in there and squeeze into the inside line as well. But he's not going to get there. 2 wheels come together. And that is Nassar and Kamyab. They just tag wheels. So Corby back into 3rd position. Oh my goodness. Very close stuff between Thantharden and Flusha as they continue on their way. 2 laps to go, and Luna Flusha still trying to get the move here on Raul Thantharden, who still holds the pace, but this is not going to be easy to sustain. Down the main straight, we've got Luke Tull, I think, Sacha Van Bosch trying to make his way through on the inside line there to move up another position. He's up to 6th place in behind George Nassar. Matt Corby in third behind these two, Thantharan and Flusha. So then Corby, Phillips, Nassar, Van Pabosh, Kamyab, Bianami, and then Broaska, I think, is in ninth place in front of Alvaro Jimenez. So some good battles as drivers try to charge their way back into position. But Luna Flusha still all over the back of Raul Thantharan. Looks as though we've lost George Nassar from the leading group. He seems to have dropped down to about ninth place. Ben Smith is up there. Goodness me. Ben Smith, who was involved in that first lap incident, has charged his way back into 10th position. What a comeback from Ben Smith. Keep it going, lad. This is brilliant. So up on the far side, we've still got Thantharan versus Flusha, and Flusha's going to want to pick her moment carefully here. On the inside of Thantharan, not going to be on that cheeky move on the right-hander. So Flusha just biding her time, waiting for the move. It's not Thantharan she's technically racing against for the pole position here. It's the driver off to the sidelines. It's Sandro Perez who's waiting to get his race started. Here we go. Flusha, Ultima Vuelta, as they go into the last lap. And Thantharan protects the inside line. Jesse Phillips up to third position again. And Flusha looking for her way to get into second position. Make that first place. Can she get there? Thantharan defends and protects. Flusha comes round for the outside. Tries to tuck back in on the exit. And Flusha looking very fast, looking very composed. Roman Kamyab with the fastest lap of the race gets up into 5th place. In behind teammate Sasha Van Bosch. Flusha comes around the hairpin, trying to get the switchback maneuver on the inside of Thantharan. Thantharan still protecting and defending. Flusha tries again. She's had great opportunities to win. She's already won one this weekend. Thantharan squeezed her last time. Is she going to fall for that a second time? Flusha trying her best to come through on Thantharan. She's keeping him guessing. And is there going to be a maneuver from Flusha to try and switch back on the inside of the left-hander? Flusha goes right, tries to squeeze in round the far side. Thantharan stretches her, and now coming into the final turn, Flusha's got to run on Thantharan. Is there going to be a last-minute change? Thantharan protects big time to the inside, and it's going to be Thantharan from Flusha. She hangs on for second. She decides to cut her losses. Great decision from Flusha. Phillips hangs on for third in front of Kamyab and Van Bosch. That gives some big drivers some big moments in the race. Luna Flusha knows that there's less pressure on her now, having bagged another second place finish. She's now on 5 points accumulated. She's guaranteed to be second minimum on the pre-final grid if she can keep that together. So an excellent bit of maturity there from Flusha. Decides not to get involved. Raul Thantharan gets the victory, but he is going to be down and out of the top 4 positions on the grid. So Raul Thantharan snatches back a win to improve his position for the pre-final. But Luna Flusha consolidates. A second place finish is better than losing even more. So a solid decision-making process there from the driver who could end up pole position for the pre-final. No woman has ever been pole position for a pre-final in IAME Euro Series history. Could happen in the next race. If Sandro Perez fails to win, then it's going to be Luna Flusha on pole. Raul Thantharan takes the victory. Luna Flusha in second place from Jesse Phillips and Roman Kamyab. Sasha Van Bosch and Matt Corby from Eloane Bianami. Ben Smith, what a fight back to 8th place. George Nassar doing a great job, and another great fight back from Rodrigo Seabra to finish 10th after an amazing fight back through the field. Bosco Arias and Hugo Marti from Alvaro Jimenez and Javier Broasca, Jules Avril and Thomas Pradier from Roberto Bas and Leonie Ella Martinez. They were the only finishers, and there is a big lesson to everybody else in the field that has been taught to them by Ben Smith and Rodrigo Seabra. Whatever you do, never give up, because you never know what might happen next. They have fought back from dead last to 8th and 10th. Great fight back from those two. Retirements from Youssef Martin, Alejandro Martinez, and Jensen Graham, all out on the opening tour. And of course, the absence of Tiziano Cugnini for the rest of the weekend, unfortunately, after his transgression. But he'll learn from that. He'll come back, and we'll see him again at Castelletto, no doubt. So that was a very intense one. And for the driver up at the front end of the field, this is the last chance saloon for our competitor at the front end of the field. For Sandro Perez, it's a big moment. We caught up with him yesterday in preparation for these heats, How is he feeling about his chances this weekend?
A lot of confidence in me and in the team, and I think we can do a very good result. I like a lot this circuit because it has a very fast corners, and me, I love the last sector. Well, in the final, I think I can do a podium, a top 3. I am very happy with me and all the team. We can do a very good result because we are working very hard. Yeah, the team is working very well with me. I am very happy with they, and I think we can follow working with he a lot of years.
And this is easily the most important heat of the weekend for him, because if he stays in pole position, if he stays there to the finish, he will snatch pole position for the pre-final. Very fast all weekend, Sandro Perez, noted by the fact that he is there at the front end of the grid for this heat, and it will be qualifying heat B versus D, of course. But as it stands, Sandro Perez is looking good to be pole position, but he's got to win this race in order to do it. So the battle very convincing indeed as they continue to charge forward. But now we've got just one race to go. And this is the toughest one yet for the X30 Minis, because this is the one that will decide the pole position runner for the X30 Mini pre-final tomorrow. Sandro Perez in pole position. Watch out for the man alongside him, though, Harrison Mackie, who has got a win under his belt. And as a result of that, he could end up on the front row of the grid. If he takes the win and Sandro Perez ends up second, then Harrison Mackie is going to be the one who starts on the front row of the grid for the pre-final tomorrow. So there's big pressure on the two drivers up front. Third position on the grid for this one. Just in behind the leading two is going to be Luke Taal, the young Dutchman. And he is doing a fantastic job there as well. In third position on the grid beside Jonathan Landstrom, the Swedish driver, who is in P4 on the energy course. Fifth place for Danny Babicek, the privateer aboard his Paralin, younger brother of the Babachkova sisters. Quinten van Leuven, sixth position on the grid for the PDB racing team aboard the Falcon chassis. Elio Gilter lining up seventh on the grid for kart management. And then eighth on the grid is Sasha Avril after a fantastic performance in the previous race. Excellent driving from Sasha Avril, and he can have another race like that all day long. Ninth on the grid for Mick Blankenspoor in the VK Racing Comp Kart. He's ninth on the grid alongside Connor Clancy for George Gibbons Motorsport. These guys have been doing an amazing job this weekend. Daniel Sofroneya did a brilliant job in the previous heat for Oliver Rowland Motorsport. Let's see if he's got another of those epic drives in the can. And then alongside him is Victor Galmiche for Top Chrono Competition. He is there in 12th position on the grid. Noah Baglin lines up 13th on the grid for Oliver Rowland Motorsport, along with Oscar Gouchot, who is P14 on the starting grid. Jason Bralich in 15th place for the PDB Racing Team. And then Gustavo Cunha for Formula Motorsport Academy. And he will start up in front of Martin Marquez for the Racing Academy and Competition Team. And then it will be Romain Kinsinger for kart management. 19th on the starting grid will be the privateer from Portugal, Romeo Melo. And then we'll have Giovanni Tarazona for the ECK Motorsport squad aboard his Tony Kart. The last two drivers on the grid will be Senna Mounier, who is in 21st on the grid, the 948. And beside him on the grid will be Raul Luis Martinez for Euro Karting. And he will be there in 22nd on the grid in the 923. The Swiss driver will be battling away for position in 22nd place. So 43 drivers remain in the battle for Mini X30. A few more of them are going to find themselves in the second chance heat a little bit later on today. And of course, the drivers will have to finish in the top 6 positions of that race if they want to progress through to the pre-final. So much pressure riding on this one now as we get ourselves ready for the drama. So now it's going to be a very interesting one for the competitors at the front. Just to confirm, if it all stays as it is. The temperature is actually going up, actually. I was just keeping an eye on the temperature gauge in the commentary box here. It's looking at 20 degrees Celsius now, so it's starting to increase in terms of temperature, which is great news. It means that the sun is actually going to beat the clouds away by the look of it. So we are going to get a perfectly clean race the way things currently are, and hopefully bone dry throughout. But we've definitely got some exciting races upon us now as the battles continue to intensify. We've still got 6 races to go today in the X30 Senior campaign, and we have a second chance heat in the X30 Juniors, and after this one, a second chance heat as well in X30 Mini. So a lot still riding on the day's activity. But this is the last X30 Mini race before we close for business ahead of the second chance heat. And for Sandro Perez Sanchez and Harrison Mackie, this is the right to be on the front row of the grid. Only one of them will get there, but in which position will it be? Will it be first or second? And who will get it? Will it be Sandro Perez or Harrison Mackie? The first time they have met on track together all weekend. So Sandro Perez in pole position from Harrison Mackie, Luke Taal in third from Jonathan Landstrom, Danny Babicek along with Quinten van Leuven, Helio Gilter and Sasha Avril, Mick Blankenspoor and Connor Clancy from Dan Sofranea and Victor Galmiche, Noah Baglin and Oscar Gouchot from Jason Bralich and Gustavo Cunha, and then Martin Marquez from Roman Kinsinger, Romeo Melo and Giovanni Taravona from Senna Munier and Raul Luis Martinez. 22 drivers, the sun coming out to make the track a little bit drier, and obviously that means it will be a little bit hotter as well, so that's going to make the track temperatures go up as well. It will be around 30 degrees Celsius, I reckon, track temperatures, so that's going to make the tyres a little bit tougher to cope with, but at least it's a lot cooler today than it was 24 hours ago when racing got underway, and we've had some very interesting battles leading up to this point. But this is the battle for pole position in the pre-final of X30 Minis. This is the last chance for these guys to book their place on the front of the grid. What is for definite is that Luna Flusha is definitely going to be on the front row of the grid. We just don't know whether it's going to be first or second yet. At the moment, it's looking likely to be second because she has 5 points accumulated, compared to Sandro Perez, who has 4. But if Sandro fails to win this race and finishes second, then it's going to be Luna Flusha who takes the pole position. Sandro Perez must win in order to get that pole position. It's not easy, and the pressure has never been higher for Sandro Perez of the CRG MDC Racing team. So it's now or never to see who gets pole position for the Mini X30 pre-final. We already know who's going to get that in the juniors. That is for Vinnie Phillips. So he will be pole position in junior. But who's going to get it in Mini X30? It will be one of 2 drivers. Sandro Perez, who starts this race on pole position, or Luna Flusha, who has to watch it from the sidelines, having done all she can to put herself into contention for pole position. It's now or never for Sandro Perez. He's got to make this race count. And I can see from the side of the road Luna Flusha actually watching along intently to see what happens with Sandro Perez out in pole position. Is this going to be a race win for the CRG, or will he have to settle for second place? Harrison Mackie on the other side has already won a race this weekend. It's time to see who gets the pole position in Mini X30. Away we go now. Up to the first corner. Good start from Mackie. He's alongside, but Luke Taal's going to cut into the inside line. Sandro Perez going ultra defensive as they head down to the corner. And Harrison Mackie trying to hold it round the outside. He holds third position in behind Luke Taal. Now the Fusion Motorsport teammates can work together here, and Harrison Mackie goes straight in, up to second place. No waiting around, decides to go straight in. We got contact. Karts are in trouble already behind them. So already there's karts going off behind. As Sandro Perez, Harrison Mackie and Luke Taal battle for the lead. It's Landstrom, Quinten van Leuven, Victor Galmiche and Senna Munier all involved in that one. But it looks like they're all able to get going again at least. So indeed we've already had all 3 drivers managed to get their karts started again. So they will rejoin just at the back of the field. But out in front, it's Sandro Perez battling away with Harrison Mackie and Luke Taal. So they've got 5 more laps of this war, and it is going to be an absolute scrabble between them as they continue to charge forward. This is a very tough race in the offing for Harrison Mackie. He'll want to challenge Sandro Perez from the get-go, but he's got to time it right, and he might want to go with his teammate Luke Dahl. Here we go, the two teammates working together. Sandro Perez through turn 1. Mackie and Luke Dahl, the Spaniard, the Brit, and the Dutchman. They run together. Danny Babacek, the young Czech, doing a fantastic job in 4th position. 5th place for Elio Gilter. Then it's Sofronia. Up the inside. There's the move from Harrison Mackie. He takes the lead. Now, that's going to put Luna Flusha, his teammate, on pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. But Sandro Perez will be wanting to take the victory back as soon as is humanly possible. So Sandro Perez currently in 2nd place. Luke Dahl making a bid for 2nd place himself. Sandro Perez getting close behind. Luke Dahl having a look at Sandro Perez, trying to force the issue. Is there going to be a run? He's really struggling to hold this position up at the front end. Harrison Mackie doing everything he needs to do to take his 2nd victory of the day. And it looks very good for him at the moment. Just needs to keep this together. Solid and smooth effort from Harrison Mackie. He just wants to hold on to this for the rest of the day's activity. For the next 4 laps, can Harrison Mackie hang on to this in front of Sandro Perez? Luke Dahl is gaining ground on them both as well. This could be very interesting. Through turn 1, Mackie, Perez, Dahl. Then it's Babacek in 4th place, a little way back from these 3. But the 3 drivers are stretching away. On lap 3, Harrison Mackie still holds the advantage in front of Sandro Perez. No overtaking moves into turn 4 this time. Mackie just trying to shut the door in front of Sandro Perez. And Luke Dahl in 3rd position, doing a good job there in 3rd. As they sweep through the hairpin once again in the left-hander. Tuck out for the right. Get back on the power. Down the short stretch. And into the left-hander for the hairpin. Is there going to be an overtaking move? No, there's not. Mackie moves to cover. No problem at all for Sandro Perez. Luke Dahl not getting too hungry yet. Babacek 4th from Sofronia. Bralic. Then 7th place is Blancaspor from Gilter. Gusho. Baglin. And that's Connor Clancy in the mix there in 11th in front of Roman Kinsinger, who has dropped now, unfortunately, he's dropped to 13th now behind Sasha Avril. So just one retirement from the race. That is Victor Galmiche. And I'm not sure we've been able to see him out because of the damage we saw to his kart on the first lap. 3 laps done, 3 to go. In the background, we've got a nice little battle because Dan Sofronia is having a great tussle with the likes of Babacek and Bralic. So those 3 having a great run. And I think Jason Bralic may have made the bid to get into 4th position. In fact, I think he has. Oh, there's one kart going off onto the grass and out of the circuit. That is Jason Bralic. So Jason Bralic overshoots and goes off onto the grass. Unfortunate there for Bralic. And now you can see Victor Galmiche's kart parked up at the side of the road there. So that's Galmiche out of the race. But Jason Bralic, unfortunate, because that was a great run for the top 6 for him. And Bralic has now come off the road. He rejoins in behind Sasha Avril, I think, in 11th place. But it's not where he wanted to be. Harrison Mackie, the fastest lap of the race, 1:12.784. Just 0.02 of a second quicker than Sandro Perez, and a couple of hundredths of a second quicker than Luke Dahl. So very close indeed between these 3, but they have definitely started to check out from the guys in behind them, a long way back. A full 3 seconds behind these behind this trio. 2 laps to go. This is when it's going to start getting serious now between these 3 drivers. You've got Sandro Perez bearing down on Harrison Mackie. Luke Dahl is having a terrific race in 3rd position as well. Great run from the young Dutchman. But who's going to get the victory between Mackie and Perez? This will also decide who gets pole position in the pre-final tomorrow, because it could be Sandro Perez or it could be Luna Flusha. Harrison Mackie, by winning the race, will displace Sandro Perez and drop him to 2nd on the grid. If Perez loses one more place, he'll drop to 3rd. So if Luke Dahl can get through to 2nd, then that's going to be Perez in P3 on the grid and Mackie in P2. But on countback, Sandro Perez's qualifying time was better than that of Harrison Mackie, so it's not just enough to beat him, he needs his teammate to beat him as well, and that's a lot harder to control. So Harrison Mackie is doing the best job he can. Luke Tull is still right there in third position. We could see an absolute titanic dogfight between these three drivers in the last lap and a half as Sandro Perez tries again on Harrison Mackie, but Mackie is holding fast. No way are you getting through here, Sunshine. Continues to hold his advantage in front of Sandro Perez and Luke Tull. And now we go into the final lap. Sandro Perez will never have been more determined to get past anybody down the main straight. Here we go. Sandro Perez knows it's now or never. He may as well go for it. So Sandro Perez does not want to start the pre-final from second place on the outside line. That is the worst possible place to be. Can Sandro Perez make this happen? Warning flag for Elio Gilter. That will come with a 5-second penalty, unfortunately. Luke Tull trying to get in round the outside of Sandro Perez and make the switchback maneuver. And here's Harrison Mackie throwing anchor. He's defending big time to the inside. Luke Tull trying to come in round the outside and then slingshot through for the inside line of the hairpin. Sandro Perez will not budge. Luke Tull tries again. Still not getting through. Harrison Mackie parks the kart to the inside line. Here comes Luke Tull. Trying to squeeze into the inside. Almost got through on Sandro Perez. And that would be a fairy tale for the Fusion pairing if they could get their karts first and second. Luke Tull needs to do his part to get past Sandro Perez. Harrison Mackie still defending as they come into the final three corners of the race. Up into the left-hander. Sandro Perez commits, slides in, side by side with Harrison Mackie. Mackie gets back, they tangle. Luke Tull's got through, past both of them. They slide wide. Sandro Perez gets back in front. Sandro Perez takes pole position for tomorrow's pre-final. Oh my word! The Fusion teammates tangle. It was all going beautifully. And Sandro Perez just sits and waits and lets it come back to him. Amazing from Sandro Perez. Good things come to those who wait. That's absolutely unbelievable. In the final reckoning, Sandro Perez takes the victory and with it, pole position for the X30 Mini pre-final. So there you have it. It came right down to the wire. It came down to the last corner of the last lap. And Luke Tull ends up second ahead of his teammate Harrison Mackie. The game plan backfired at Fusion Motorsport. They had it all done. They ended up sliding wide. And it's Sandro Perez who takes not just the win, but pole position in the X30 Mini pre-final. And he couldn't help but punch the air with jubilation. They don't do that too often in the heats. But this time, it's a big moment as Sandro Perez will start the pre-final tomorrow from pole position. How about that? So Sandro Perez gets the job done in front of Luke Tull and Harrison Mackie. Dan Sofronia in front of Zdeněk Babicek. Connor Clancy and Oscar Gouchot from Noah Baglin and Mick Blankenspor. Sasha Avril and Jason Bralic. Elio Gilter in front of Roman Kinzinger and Martin Marquez. Then Gustavo Cunha and Raul Luis Martinez from Giovanni Taradona and Romeo Melo. The last karts home, Jonathan Landstrom, Quintin van Leuven and Senna Munier after their involvement in the incident on the opening lap. And rather sadly, we had a retirement from Victor Galmiche on the opening lap after his part in the incident. So X30 Mini comes to a close and Sandro Perez hangs on for dear life at the end of a very exciting race, and he secures pole position in the pre-final for tomorrow. There is a second chance heat coming up later for the X30 Minis. That's the next time you will see them out on track. But just check out this top 8. It is an absolute plethora of talent. Sandro Perez is set to start pole position. Luna Flusha, second. Harrison Mackie, third. Roman Kamyab, fourth. Jesse Phillips, fifth. Luke Tull, sixth. Hugo Marti, seventh. Sasha Van Bosch, eighth. That is going to be a brilliant X30 Mini pre-final tomorrow if it stands the way it is. And that is going to be absolutely phenomenal. Great stuff. Really exciting battles. Really great challenges. And a wonderful, wonderful battle is set to continue in X30 Mini later for the second chance heat. We'll catch up with them a little bit later. Next up, though, it is the X30 Seniors once again, as they will challenge for more great action in qualifying heat A versus F. There are 6 qualifying heats to go for the Senior X30s, so most of the action this afternoon now is going to come from them, because there are obviously multiple drivers in the field in Senior X30, a grand total of 79 to be precise. So there's an awful lot more racing still to come from our Senior X30 drivers. And so we're going to have qualifying heat A versus F. Then we'll have D and E and B and C. And then there will be another short pause, I do believe, before we get the X30 Junior second chance heat at 4 o'clock. Then we'll have the qualifying heats for the seniors. And then we will obviously have the X30 Mini second chance heat at 5:20. And then the consolation race for Senior X30 at 5:40. And the second chance heat at 6 p.m. And that will finish us off for an epic day of racing. Worth pointing out to Vinny Phillips and Sandro Perez, don't disappear. Do not leave the circuit, because there's going to be a television interview after the race. So Sandro Perez and Vinny Phillips, please do not leave the circuit. I know that obviously there'd be a temptation to get to the hotel now that the racing's done for the day. But Sandro Perez and Vinny Phillips, please do not leave the circuit, because there will be a television interview after the races today. And I know that the fans back home would love to see your reactions to the day's racing action. So please don't disappear, Sandro Perez and Vinny Phillips. We will have interviews with you guys later on in the day. And of course, we will have them with whoever ends up pole position in the Senior X30 grid. I do love the banter in the IAME Euro Series paddock. We have great banter. I've just been sent a lovely message from the top of the gantry from Martin Bean, who's offered get well soon after my little accidental coffin fit earlier on in the race. Thank you for that. It doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen often. I don't usually lose my worms in the middle of a flow, but I did on that occasion. So thank you, Martin. I do love the banter in this paddock. It's wonderful. So we've got the Senior X30 drivers up next, and they are going to be battling tooth and nail from the front. It'll be Ivan Bataya in pole position. Alongside him on the front row of the starting grid is going to be Kalai Atkins, and it really has been phenomenal to watch how the racing has played out between those two thus far this weekend. Eli Goldstein will be third position on the starting grid, and then it will be Federico Scalvini, who lines up in P4. Josep Vea will be fifth position on the grid, and then we will have Francois Hernandez in P6. Clayton Ravenscroft hoping to repeat the first heat of the day with his charge from 7th on the grid to first in one, well, I was going to say one lap. It wasn't one lap, it was 2 corners. Clayton Ravenscroft doing things very quickly. 7th on the grid. 8th position on the starting grid will be Hugo Natteril for the AC Motorsport squad. 9th position for Lucas Tileman, the privateer in the Cosmic Chassis, and Benjamin Hovelak for Dan Holland Racing will be there in 10th position on the grid from France. Elo Gonzalez will line up in 11th place for the FA Racing España team from Isabel Labas of WJS Racing. Great to see her again at the sharp end after a very good qualifying session. 13th place for Paul Caban. And hopefully we're going to see a great race from Paul Caban in this one. Ferdinand Winter will be 14th on the grid. The Babichkova sisters will be on the same row of the starting grid. They'll be on the 8th row with Eliska just a whisker in front of Teresa. Or at least Eliska will be on the inside line. Teresa will be on the outside line, I should rightfully say. Matilda Olsen will line up just behind them in 17th on the starting grid on the inside line. Morgan Porter will be there in 18th position on the grid. 19th place for Bart Pluch, who is there in 19th position. Alongside him will be Roman Andriolo. From Enzo Peugeot, 21st position. Sita van Meert will line up 22nd on the grid for EGP. And then we will also have Maximus Meyer trying to fight his way through the field again. Alongside him on the grid will be Sam Balota, who has done so quite rapidly through the course of the previous heats. And then we will also have Matteo Salomone and Alfie Prince, who will line up at the back of the grid. Now, there is one kart on the starting grid that is notable by its absence. And that is the kart of Isabella Bas. Now, I'm not entirely sure what has happened there to Isabella Bas, why her kart is out of the race, or certainly hasn't taken the start of the race. She had a front fairing in the previous race, but I can't see anything in particular that would keep her out of the running this time. She had a decent finish in the first heat of the day, and in the third heat of the weekend, namely the second heat of the day, she did cross the finish line, but she was down at the back of the field. So I can't automatically see anything that would indicate that she is not able to take up the start. I wonder if they just missed the gate on the entry in, because obviously they've got to make sure that they are at the starting gate at the right time. And if Isabelle Abbas is not there in time, then unfortunately she cannot take the start. Either that, or there is all kinds of difficulties in trying to get the karts started again from the race. But if you don't get there to the gate in time, that's it. You can't race. And it's unfortunate, but that's the way it is. So unfortunate, but I don't know why Isabelle Abbas's car is missing from the grid from P12. But sadly, her kart is not in position. And that is a shame, because she's done a great job thus far in the weekend. And the chance to go racing is taken away from him there. Whether it's a technical difficulty that's denied her a shot at the racing, or whether it's something else, we don't actually know the answer to that one. So for Ivan Bataya and Kalai Atkins, it's time to go to battle again in Senior X30. They will continue to charge forward, and it will be a very exciting race from the get-go, that is for sure, with Ellie Goldstein and Federico Scalvini wanting their part of the action. Two drivers that have had a lot of bad luck so far coming into this weekend, and certainly have not been able to make the best of the heats, whether opportunities have been taken from them or they've had difficulties. But they now need to step up and go for broke. In these last two Senior X30 heats, they really need to make a move of it, because it's ultimately now or never for these drivers to really step up the attack and make a play. So now the competitors will be pushing to try and get a little bit more out of these final few heats. The battle is on and raging for qualifying heat A versus F. It will be Ivan Bataya from pole position, Kalai Atkins in second place from Ellie Goldstein and Federico Scalvini, Josep Vea and Francois Hernandez, then Clayton Ravenscroft and Hugo Naturel, Lucas Talman and Benjamin Hovelak from Eloy Gonzalez and Isabelle Abbas, Paul Coban and Ferdinand Winter from Aliska and Teresa Babachkova together on the row, Matilda Olsen and Morgan Porter, Bart Pluch and Roman Andriolo, Enzo Peugeot and Sita van Meert, Maximus Meyer, Sam Balota, Matteo Salomon, Alfie Prince and Sam Figueras, who has not made it out either, I do believe. I do apologise. Sam Figueras is there at the back of the grid in 274, so he is there on the starting grid. But as previously mentioned, we do not have the presence of Isabelle Abbas. She is not on the grid. That is unfortunate. So the battle continues for the competitors up front as they run for position. It will be very interesting indeed to see how the competitors continue on. As it stands at the moment, Santivalve remains unbeaten from the first three heats of the weekend with Senior X30. Callum Bradshaw has 2 wins and a second. Oliver Greenhill has 2 wins and a third. And then Onzo Levesque has 6 points. Thomas Fleming has 9, as has Clayton Ravenscroft. Clarissa Dervich has 10. Pedro Hilbrand has 12. So that's the way it looks at the moment in Senior X30. Definitely giving us plenty of excitement and drama. But now we get to see how the weekend battle progresses. And it will be very intense to see how the drivers get on and how they will battle away for supremacy. Well, the drivers come through on the qualifying heat A versus F. And obviously they have an out lap and a formation lap. So this is the formation lap that has just been completed, or being completed, I should say. Ivan Bataya again waits very late in the lap actually to form them up, but that doesn't necessarily mean they can't start from that procedure. It just depends on how quickly the rest of the field form up in their 2 rows. And of course they come off the final corner. They're not allowed to leave the tram lines. They've got to be in a solid position as they come through. But let's see how it goes. The lights will go out if we are ready to go racing. Is this going to be a good start? Yes, it is. Away we go. Good start from Bataya and Goldstein. Kalai Atkins does well to get through and crosses the path on the inside line and now cuts the kart out round the outside. 2 or 3 karts going off at turn 2, unfortunately. So 3 karts going off round the outside. Ravenscroft getting back into it again as he now hustles into 3rd position. Couple of karts taken to the grass, and that is Ferdinand Winter. So Ferdinand Winter going off, and it was Morgan Porter again in trouble and Roman Andriolo. So the 2 CV Performance karts going off on the first lap. So Ivan Bataya leads, Goldstein in 2nd. 3rd now is Josep Vea, I think that is. And in 4th position, that is Clayton Ravenscroft, as up the inside goes Kalai Atkins to get back into 5th position. In front of the very fast starting Eloy Gonzalez. The 252 has come up to 6th position. Goldstein already starting to put pressure on Ivan Bataja. And after Bataya's problems, he's not even in the top 8 on the starting grid, despite being the original pole position sitter from time qualifying. Here comes Goldstein, already getting alongside Bataja and taking the lead as they go into turn 1. So Goldstein leads from Bataja. Ravenscroft up to third now past Veja. Goldstein defending, making sure that Bataja can't get through. So Goldstein and Bataja obviously having their contact earlier on in the weekend. Now they find themselves having to work their way back through the field. So Goldstein just keeping in watching brief on Ravenscroft, who's now up to second place. Good run from Clayton Ravenscroft. Can now the young Brit make his move on the Belgian? So Eli Goldstein hustling away with Clayton Ravenscroft. Ivan Bataja in third. Josep Veja in front of Eloy Gonzalez, and right round the outside, Carl Atkins. Atkins is trying to get through there, side by side with Lucas Tileman. And he slots it into the inside line and gets 6th position. A good run there from Carl Atkins. Benjamin Hovelak and Matteo Salomon losing some places on that lap as they tumble a little down the order. But some really excellent kart control at the moment from the guys up front as Clayton Ravenscroft gets into the lead past Eli Goldstein. So Clayton Ravenscroft now in front. Goldstein comes back through onto the inside. He gets into the lead once more. So Goldstein retakes the place from Clayton Ravenscroft. Third place from Ivan Bataja. Josep Veja in fourth. Gonzalez in 5th place. Atkins in P6. Nataril, Tileman, Teresa Babichkova and Scalvini. But it's still very early doors in this race. We're only on lap 3 of 9, and we've already had a couple of different leaders. Bataja, Goldstein and Ravenscroft all having had a turn at the front. So now it's about who can sustain the lead of the race for the longest. Ravenscroft getting very close indeed behind Goldstein. Will get his chance on the inside, will he? He decides not to take it. So Ravenscroft having a look at some of the other drivers and where they've been able to utilize a little bit more grip. Has a look to the inside of Goldstein. Can he make the launch on the inside? He has to think about it. Someone's gone off there on the far side, kicked up a little bit of dust, but I don't think there was a major accident as a result, just a driver running wide more than anything else. So Goldstein, Ravenscroft, Bataja, Veja, Atkins, Gonzalez, Teresa Babichkova, Lucas Tileman, Federico Scalvini and Hugo Nataril in front of Paul Caban and Matilda Olsen, who's working her way through the field up into 12th place. There goes Babichkova. She gets the run on Eloy Gonzalez, and up into 6th place goes Teresa Babichkova. Goldstein leading the race from Ravenscroft. Third position from Ivan Bataja. So Ravenscroft just trying to get a nice move or two out of this one. He's looking at 7th on the grid thus far, Clayton Ravenscroft. Really doesn't want to add too many more points to his tally. So this could be very interesting indeed for Ravenscroft. He's got to judge where he gets the maneuver. Yellow flags are out. We've got an off at the far side. It's Bart Pluch and Francois Hernandez. So Pluch and Hernandez have had a problem out at turn 4, so they are both recovering. They have managed to get going again, at least certainly Hernandez has. I'm not sure that Bart Pluch has managed to. No, Bart Pluch is out of the race, I'm afraid. So he is now on the sidelines. Oh no, he has got going again. I do apologise. So Pluch does get going, but he's now a good half a minute behind the rest of the field. As Ravenscroft chases after Goldstein. 4 laps done, 5 to go. Bataja third, Veja fourth, then Teresa Babichkova, Kalai Atkins, Tileman, Scalvini, Olsen's up to 9th, and Eloy Gonzalez into the top 10 from Hugo Nataril and Paul Caban. Then Enzo Peugeot and Sam Balota in front of Ben Hovelak and Sita van Meert, I think that is in 16th place, is it? Yes, it is. Then Alfie Prince, Matteo Salomon, Max Meyer, Sam Figueras, Roman Andriolo, Morgan Porter, Eliska Babichkova way down the order after having to take avoiding action herself in another incident. And then retirements from Ferdinand Winter just at the moment. So Winter picked up too much damage, and I wonder about Francois Hernandez and Bart Pluch as they have come through to complete the lap, but they are a long way down the order, a good 22 and 35 seconds back from the leader, respectfully. So 5 laps nearly completed, and Ravenscroft all over the back of Eli Goldstein, who comes through out of the final turn. And Eli Goldstein looking very, very good indeed from the front end of the field. Comes off the turn, ducks down in the car, trying to cut through the air more efficiently. Here's Teresa Babichkova making the move on Josep Veja. And Teresa Babichkova into P5. I think that's actually P4, thinking about it now for Teresa Babichkova. Yes, it is. So she gets through into 4th place, chasing after Ivan Bataja. But let's not forget that Teresa Babichkova and her 2 sisters, Eliska and Petra, have been on a massive wave of confidence as they continue to plough forward. It's been really excellent to watch them do such a fine job. as they continue to battle forward. They've been really exceptional through the course of the last few weeks and months under the tutelage of 2017 karting world champion Danny Curl. But Ellie Goldstein versus Clayton Ravenscroft, it just keeps on ticking over nicely. Nothing majorly exciting happening between the two of them at the moment. Just Ravenscroft keeping right underneath Goldstein. He's just waiting for his moment. Waiting, ever waiting. Just trying to get that move on Goldstein, but he doesn't want to do it too early because the last thing he wants is to lose the lead on the last lap. He may as well gain the lead on the last lap. Bataya third, Babichkova fourth, then Kalai Atkins, Joseph Vea, Lucas Talman, Olsen's up to 8th now in front of Scalvini and Balota. Sam Balota charging through the 10th place. Enzo Peugeot has come up to 11th as well. Good comebacks again from the drivers in the midfield. But what can Clayton Ravenscroft do about Ellie Goldstein? Fastest lap of the race from Sam Balota, a 103.71. A very tough battle, a very close race, and a tough encounter for all the drivers in the mix as the battles continue. Ravenscroft having a nice look on the inside of Goldstein, who again holds the door firmly closed. No chance yet. Still battling for position. Still trying to make the move count. But Ravenscroft is not going to rush this move on Ellie Goldstein by any stretch of the imagination. It's still going to be a tough battle as they come in on the far side. And it looks like Teresa Babichkova is getting very close now to Ivan Bataya as they battle over third position. Babichkova might get a chance into turn 2 here down the main straight. Here they come, and it's Ravenscroft still hustling Goldstein. Here's Babichkova. She gets the run on Ivan Bataya and into third place. Good run from Teresa Babichkova. That puts her in third position now. So the TEPZ Racing Team driver now gets up into third place in front of Ivan Bataya, just to add to Bataya's woes. He's really struggling to hold the pace of the leading duo, and now Teresa Babichkova, quite rightly so, has been able to overtake and get into third position. Fifth place is Kalai Atkins, doing a much better job than he was able to do this morning. So a good run so far. And Teresa Babichkova just hanging on to this third place from Ivan Bataya. But Bataya is really struggling at the moment to utilize the raw pace of the AC Motorsport Kart Republic. So it looks good for the Tony Kart run by Teresa Babichkova, doing a great job in third place for TEPZ Racing. But as it continues on, Ellie Goldstein in front of Clayton Ravenscroft is about to go into the final lap, and Ravenscroft has just been sat there waiting all the way through the race. Is this going to be the moment he makes the move? Here we go, last lap across the line, and Ravenscroft is not close enough yet to challenge Goldstein, but Taya is reasonably close to Teresa Babichkova, sorry. So there is still a good chance of a few things working on together there. Goldstein and Ravenscroft. Ravenscroft slides in from nowhere! Ravenscroft comes from a million miles back and goes for the move and takes it. Absolutely terrific. Now Goldstein trying to get back on him. Ravenscroft caught him completely by surprise. Absolutely incredible move from Ravenscroft. Now Goldstein tries again, and Ravenscroft is just parking his kart on the apex. Snatches victory from the jaws of defeat. I thought it was all done, but Ravenscroft proves otherwise. Now he's protecting the inside line like crazy, and here comes Teresa Babichkova. Babichkova's got a chance to get past Goldstein before the end here, especially if Ravenscroft keeps this nice and tidy in the inside apex. Babichkova goes for Goldstein. Can't quite make it stick. Now Bataya's got to run, and it's going to be Ravenscroft who takes it from Goldstein, Babichkova and Bataya. What a move from Ravenscroft. Just when you think you've seen the best of Clayton Ravenscroft, he digs that out of the treasure chest. Amazing. That is supreme overtaking skills from Clayton Ravenscroft. You'd never try that move from so far back. Never in a million years. But then Clayton Ravenscroft does not know the meaning of the word never. Excellent. Just astonishing. That is an overtaking move you'd never ever try from that far back. But Ravenscroft decides, you know what? What's the worst that can happen? He certainly didn't find out. Excellent stuff from Clayton Ravenscroft. Great move. Goldstein in second, Babichkova third, Bataya in fourth, all covered by half a second at the line. And that is how to steal a win. Well done to Clayton Ravenscroft. Goldstein doing a great job to hang on in second place there in front of a very fired up Teresa Babichkova. I'm actually very surprised she was able to hang on to third there at the end. So good waft from the TPZ Racing Team kart. Just in pure momentum, I thought Pataya might have had her, but nicely done. So Clayton Ravenscroft takes the win from Ellie Goldstein and Teresa Babichkova. Great fight back for her. Ivan Bataya in 4th place from Lucas Talman and Kalai Atkins. Matilda Olsen and Sam Balota do a great job going through the field. Josep Vella in 9th and Enzo Peugeot in 10th. From Federico Scalvini and Hugo Nataril. Alfie Prince back to 13th place. What a fight back. Eloy Gonzalez and Sita Van Meer going through the field well. Benjamin Hovelak, Paul Caban and Roman Andriolo. Behind them, Morgan Porter salvaged 19th in front of Maximus Meyer, Matteo Salomon, Sam Figueras and Eliska Babichkova. The last two home, Francois Hernandez and Bart Pluch after their earlier incident. The one retirement from the race, Ferdinand Winter on the second lap, having completed the first to try and get the car back up to speed again, but there was nothing doing on that one. And a non-start, of course, from Isabella Vaz. We hope that she is perfectly okay. We don't know the reason for her absence from the grid in that race, but certainly her absence was notable. So a fascinating situation for the drivers then in Senior X30 as they continue to battle away for supremacy. We're going to have a lot more great dramas from the races as we continue our path forward. But Enzo Levesque finds himself at the front end of the grid once again as he prepares for battle in qualifying heat D versus E. So this race will get underway in a little under 10 minutes time, in a little under 5 minutes time, in fact, as Enzo Levesque will battle away for the front end of the field for Karting Loisir Neuilly. Such an impressive young man, this French ace, doing a great job over the course of last season. Came within a hair's breadth of taking the Euro Series title, but in the most controversial and dramatic of circumstances, he lost out in the final reckoning after a front fairing penalty allowed Guy Cunnington to score an additional point, and that gave him the Euro Series title instead. So Enzo Levesque will line up on the front row of the grid beside Oliver Greenall. This will be a good battle because these two have both been fighting for the victories all weekend long. Henke Kalteren has really stepped up the attack this weekend. The Dutchman has been supreme when he's got the kart underneath him, which has been pretty much all the time, and he is in 3rd place off the starting grid of this one. On the second row, on 4th position on the grid, it is going to be Yannis Steven Aydens of the Euro karting squad. He will line up 4th position on the starting grid. And then it will be Pedro Hiltbrand in P5, Thomas Fleming in P6, from Callum Bradshaw, Dan Antunes, Robert De Haan, and Joan Pasalaigua. Just a reminder to all of the drivers in the paddock, you must make sure that the timetable that you have access to is version 4 of the timetable. Version 4 of the timetable is the version that you should have. So all drivers and teams, if you have version 3 of the timetable, it is incorrect. You need to have version 4 of the timetable. That is the one that you should be following. Do keep an eye on it, and if you don't have a copy of version 4 to get to the end of the day, then please ensure you collect it from race office. So please make sure you have version 4 of the timetable. So let's give you a guide to the drivers on the grid. Enzo Levesque, pole position as we mentioned. Oliver Greenall in 2nd place. Henke Kalteren in a valiant 3rd place for Strawberry Racing. 4th position for the Belgian talent for Euro karting, that is Yannis Steven Aydens on the 2nd row. 3rd row of the grid, the 2016 world champion Pedro Hiltbrand will line up in the 3rd row of the grid on the inside line for Fusion Motorsport. Beside him is Thomas Fleming for Dan Holland Racing. Great to see him still fighting at the sharp end. 7th on the grid, the reigning world champion Callum Bradshaw, 7th position as he runs on the inside line of row 4. And beside him is Dan Antunes of the TD Kart Marlon Kart squad. Rounding out the top 10, Robert De Haan, the tallest kart racer in the world, it seems. He's there in 9th position and doing a fantastic job. Great to see him back in the paddock once again. He is there in 9th position. Alongside him, Joan Pasalaigua of the MDC Racing Squad aboard his CRG chassis. 11th on the grid for LLK Belgium, it is Laurens de Sertois, the man who doesn't sleep. He literally goes from one racetrack to the next, to the next, to the next. He just doesn't stop racing, Laurens de Sertois. I swear there aren't many people in the world who does more racing than he does. Malo Bollier in 12th position on the starting grid. He will be there on the outside of row 6 in 12th position on the grid. Aaron Walker for Strawberry Racing. He lines up 13th, continuing to fight his way back through the mire and doing a sensational job of getting those elbows out and finding those gaps to make an overtaking move where other drivers wouldn't dare. 14th on the starting grid at the outside of row 7. Joey Hansen, the former Gearbox World Champion, still loving life and still loving racing and still showing he's got every bit of talent that the youngsters have. Joey Hansen still ridiculously quick out there on the grid. 15th on the starting grid, the reigning Euro Series title winner, Guy Cunnington, 201, and he will line up in position. He's been charging his way through the field rapidly every time as well. He lines up on the grid alongside Alex Martinez of the AC Motorsport squad for the Kart Republic chassis in red, white and gold. Then 17th on the grid, Jose Gomez for TD Kart. He is there in 17th alongside Evan Bachera of the VDK Racing team. We'll see how well he can go from the outside of row 9. 18th position. He made up 10 places last time, Evan Bachera, so great racing from him so far. 19th on the grid, Sami Dahri of the Victory Lane karting squad. He lines up on the inside of row 10. Beside him on the grid, it is the Algerian superstar Abdi Naji for the Mega Kart squad. Then it is Dan Steenman for PDB Racing. He lines up 21st on the starting grid. Beside him on the grid is Alex Kobe for KR Sport from Ireland. Then on the Kart Republic chassis, it is Jaime Sanz in the 275. Beside him on the grid is the treble 2 of Dreke Jansen. And then Rihanna Reagan and Olivan Veit will take up the fight on the back row of the grid. See what I did there? So X30 Senior qualifying heat, D versus E about to get underway. And for these guys, a lot of pressure starting to build. They're running out of chances to make it count in this battle. Here's the grid once again. Enzo Levesque and Oliver Greenall from Henki Kalteren and Yannis Stevenadens. Pedro Hiltbrand and Thomas Fleming from Callum Bradshaw and Dan Antunes. Robert Dehaan is with Duan Pasalaigua. Lawrence de Sertua and Malo Bollier from Aaron Walker and Joey Hansen. Guy Cunnington and Alex Martinez from Jose Gomez and Evan Bachera. Sami Dahri and Abdi Naji from Dan Steenman and Alex Kobe. Jaime Sanz and Drake Jansen from Rihanna Reagan and Olivan Veit. So the 26 drivers ready to do battle once again here at X30 Senior for qualifying heat D versus E. One out lap and one formation lap as always. But is this going to be a pressure cooker that Enzo Levesque can cope with? Because Oliver Greenall is just getting faster and faster as the weekend continues. And he's already taken a couple of victories out of the blocks. As it stands, it's still Santivalde unbeaten. And he will come out in the next heat to try and keep that record alive. Callum Bradshaw has 2 points accumulated, so a win for him this time will definitely keep him in the hunt for pole position. Oliver Greenall in third, Enzo Levesque in fourth from Thomas Fleming, Clayton Ravenscroft, Marissa Devich and Pedro Hiltbrand. Could be all sorts of interesting battles by the time we get to it. So now we're going to see some absolutely sensational stuff. Confirmation, by the way, in X30 Junior that the pole position will go to Vinnie Phillips. He's done a fantastic job in the X30 Juniors. He will have that pole position from Ivan Arias and Teofil Nal, from Kanato Lee, Dennis Kudavali and Thomas Strauven. And confirmation as well in the qualifying heats for X30 Mini that it'll be Sandro Perez in pole position for the pre-final from Luna Flusha, Roman Kamyab, Jesse Phillips, Harrison Mackie and Hugo Marti. Now we need to sort it out in the X30 Seniors. Still a bit of a way to go on that one. And still plenty of great racecraft coming on the march. So we'll see some great driving, no doubt. And it'll happen sooner rather than later. But Enzo Levesque from Oliver Greenall, Henki Kalteren from Yannis Stevenhadens, Pedro Hiltbrand and Thomas Fleming. They're going to come out of the final turn, and this is where we're going to start to see some truly splendiferous racing from these drivers. They come off the turn and down the straight. This is where we can see some great drama in action. Are we going to go green straight away? Yes, we are not. I gave it too soon. So no race start just yet, as obviously there were a few drivers out of position. So Enzo Levesque and Oliver Greenall will go round again from Henki Kalteren and Yannis Stevenhadens. More tension, more suspense, and more nerves frayed as the drivers continue on behind the race leader, Enzo Levesque, who controls the pace. There is no safety car, or safety cart, I should say, in the world of karting. It's just up to the driver out in front to control the pace of the pack. So it's up to them to keep themselves very much cool and calm and under wraps. as they battle for position. Hanzo Levesque, Oliver Greenall, Henki Kalteren, and Yannis Stevenadens. From Hiltbrand, Fleming, Bradshaw, Antunes, Dehaan, Pasalaigua, Lecertua, Bollier, Walker, Hansen, Cunnington, Martinez, Gomez, Becerra, Dari, Nagy, Steenman, Kobe, Sands, Janssen, Reagan, and Fight. And all 26 of them are there on the grid for this one, around this 1.699 kilometer circuit. Air temperature currently 20 degrees Celsius. So it's still a lot cooler than it was this time yesterday, but the race is about to heat up as they come off the final turn. Hanzo Levesque on the inside, on the outside, Oliver Greenall. Are we going racing this time? Yes, we are! Great start from Hanzo Levesque. Greenall's going to slot into third position. Nicely handled as he only loses one place to Henki Kalteren. Up to the braking zone. Kalteren going straight in for it on Hanzo Levesque. He gets through and round the outside. Tucking in comes Greenall. Hiltbrand getting in there as well. Excellent start from the Fusion twins. Hiltbrand into third. Greenall remains second, but Henki Kalteren takes the lead. And watch for Callum Bradshaw. He's trying to come around the outside to get into fifth position. Can't quite make it stick. Has to wait for Stevenadens and Fleming to get themselves into position. So Bradshaw remains P7. Robert Dehaan up to 8th position off the start as well. And already Kalteren being boxed in by Greenall, who takes the lead. So Oliver Greenall gets the lead of the race from the Dutchman, Henki Kalteren. Kalteren tries again, gets through. Hiltbrand takes on his teammate and gets into second place. Oh my word. What a good lap from Henki Kalteren, but also great opportunistic driving from Pedro Hiltbrand to come off the turn and get into second place. He would dearly love to be on the podium on home soil in the IAME Euro Series, Pedro Hiltbrand. Great to see him back in X30 racing after a couple of seasons out. Pedro Hiltbrand looking for an opportunity as he tucks in through the far side. Can he get the opportunity? Can he get the run on the inside of Henki Kalteren? Here he goes, and there's a gap in there for Oliver Greenall as well. And even Hanzo Levesque has got a chance to get into third place here. Hiltbrand leading. Greenall goes rogue on the former world champion and his own teammate. Greenall takes back the lead from Pedro Hiltbrand. And now we've got Hiltbrand, Kalteren and Levesque all squabbling. Here comes Bradshaw. Bradshaw gets in on the inside line. He gets up into fourth position. And Dehaan gets into fifth. Welcome back, buddy. Charges his way forward. And that's Oliver Greenall with a bit of daylight between himself and his teammate Pedro Hiltbrand. Kalteren trying to get through in second position. Can't make it. Has to stay in third. Bradshaw in P4 from Dehaan, Levesque, Fleming, Stevenadens and Antunes. So they come off the turn down the main straight. And Pedro Hiltbrand is actually swarming around, trying to protect his teammate in the lead of the race as Hiltbrand keeps Kalteren at bay. Bradshaw is in the mix there as well. Don't forget about Dehaan and Levesque. So Pedro Hiltbrand is going ultra defensive. So he's obviously clearly giving Oliver Greenall a bit of a chance to move forward. And this is going to help no end for Greenall. Bradshaw is down in fourth position, and that's not going to help his chances of getting onto the front row of the starting grid. Whatever happens here, if Bradshaw can't get by, then it's still a very tall order for the world champion of 2020 to move his way forward. And he comes to move on the inside of Kalteren, squeezes by, no problems, no hesitation. So Bradshaw into third, yellow flags. Yellow flags, we've got an off at the back of the field. I think that might be Dan Antunes, who's had a moment there at the back. It is indeed. So Dan Antunes spins the car and comes to the back of the field along with Alex Martinez. So the two of them will now be racing against each other for the foreseeable as Dehaan runs now in front of Henki Kalteren and Hanzo Levesque. So Robert Dehaan has got his way up into fifth position, fourth position. They're going to bang wheels at the first corner. Kalteren slides in. Levesque gets through on the inside of Dehaan as well. Fleming is there. Here comes the big move. Oh my goodness, a big move from Walker. He slides in and he's up in the air. Aaron Walker loses ground to his teammate Guy Cunnington now. So Aaron Walker goes airborne. Manages to get it landed on four wheels without too much drama. Kalteren sliding around all over the place with Hanzo Levesque all over the back of him. Fleming is there, Cunnington is there, Dehaan, Walker, and in behind him, that's Evan Becerra doing another great job to charge back. Joey Hansen in 11th. Here's Levesque on the inside of Kalteren, and storming through comes Cunnington. He gets the pass on Fleming. Great racing once again. Would we have expected any different from the world of X30? Hanzo Levesque still hanging on in front of the 218 of Henki Kalteren. The amount of drivers that have raced on the world stage in the World and European Championships, they come back to X30. Why? Because they love it. They go racing in sports cars, but come back. Why? Because they love it. There's nothing quite like X30 racing, and they absolutely adore it. Bradshaw now makes the move on Hilbrand. Two former world champions going to blows, and it's Bradshaw that gets through on Hilbrand. Now he's got to try and close up on Oliver Greenall, but he's got 1.3 seconds to make up. Bradshaw is on it. So that maneuver puts Bradshaw back into fourth position on the starting grid. Back into third position, I should say, on the starting grid with accumulated 4 points. But he needs to turn the tables. He needs to close up on Oliver Greenall and pass him in order to get a front row starting grid position maintained. But there is still another heat after this rotation for the X30 seniors. They've got another race to go after this one before we even get to second chance heats and consolation heats in the X30 senior paddock. So there's a lot that needs to play out here for Callum Bradshaw. He needs to catch Oliver Greenall, and he's only got 4 laps to make up a 1.3 second deficit. Challenge accepted for Callum Bradshaw. So Greenall out in front, and Bradshaw with some assistance. Here comes the move from Cunnington on the inside of teammate Calteron, up on the curbs to get the move done. Cunnington having to be brave there to take on his teammate, and utilised a lot more of the curbs than he wanted to. So Bradshaw running in second place. Here's the move again from Calteron. He gets through on Cunnington, as does Levesque, as does Fleming. So Cunnington down to 7th as a result of all of that. And Aaron Walker now trying to get in on his teammate, but Cunnington holds the position. And let's not forget that Aaron Walker is still the upstart in this current team. All the others have been senior for a couple of seasons now. But Aaron Walker is the young pretender to the senior X30 battle. Oh, Ansel Levesque gets squeezed there as Calteron and Fleming both storm by. They rub wheels, and Levesque has nowhere to go. Cunnington and DeHaan are going to get the move on the inside line, and Aaron Walker's going to assist them past Levesque as well. Oh, goodness me, 2 wheels off the deck for Robert DeHaan. The front wheels stayed on the floor, the rear wheels came off the deck. He was very lucky there, as Oliver Greenall continues to lead from Bradshaw and Hilbrand, and they are losing ground to Greenall. They're not gaining ground. There is Bradshaw in front of Hilbrand. The gap is up to 1.6. So Hilbrand with 3 laps to go. Surely he must be thinking about second place now for his own ends, because Bradshaw is there in second place, not gaining on Greenall at all, because Greenall has just set the pole position lap, essentially, a 103.813. Excellent run. Hilbrand has a look at Bradshaw, can't quite finish it off. Fleming is in 4th place, but they are 7 seconds now off the lead. That is a combination of factors, of course, partly down to Greenall being so quick, but also partly down to how big a scrap there has been for 4th place downwards. So Thomas Fleming in 4th position ahead of Calteron, Cunnington and Aaron Walker, although Cunnington now down to 10th as a result of the latest squabble. Walker P6 from DeHaan, Levesque, Hansen, Cunnington. And then we have in the 339 next up, that's Jose Gomez. Here comes Hilbrand. 2 laps to go. May as well go for it. In a second place, they're losing time rapidly to Oliver Greenall, who's looking to book second place on the grid for the pre-final provisionally, because of course there is a race after this one. If there's one mistake from Santivaldi now, it's Greenall who will be there to pick up the pieces and go for the pole position. Bradshaw still trying his best to make a bid on Pedro Hilbrand. There's not much in it between these two, as Hilbrand continues on his way in second position. But Bradshaw looking very handy still in 3rd place. Looks like he's got plenty of speed under his right foot. So Hilbrand doing a good job there in 2nd place. Bradshaw still very quick indeed as they come off the turn. And Pedro Hilbrand hanging on for 2nd position for the moment. Callum Bradshaw in 3rd, and Thomas Fleming 4th place in front of Henki Calteron and Aaron Walker. They come off the turn, and Oliver Greenall has already got this race pretty much one-handed out in front. So he's absolutely charging away. The gap is up to nearly 2 seconds between Greenall and his teammate Pedro Hilbrand. And Hilbrand is just trying to get away now from Callum Bradshaw. It's kind of fizzling out for the victory. 4th place is still pretty hectic between Fleming and Calteron. Fleming in 4th place in front of Henki Calteron, but everything else is pretty much sliding into a neat little bow for Oliver Greenall. And this victory will put him net 2nd in the points rankings, of course, as well. With a victory, doing as good as he is doing, it puts him into 2nd place on aggregate. and that is going to make Callum Bradshaw rather fed up at the end of this race. The third was the best he could manage behind the two Fusion Motorsport drivers. So Greenall and Hiltbrand will be first and second. Or is that, hang on, is that Bradshaw into second place? No, I thought it was, but it's not. I do apologise. So Bradshaw has not been able to get close enough to Hiltbrand, who's really just driven away at the front end of the field. But the checkered flag flies, and it's going to be Oliver Greenall who does it again this weekend, and that puts him net second on the grid for the pre-final thus far. Hiltbrand second, Bradshaw third. A great result for Oliver Greenall. He just disappeared, over 2 seconds clear of the flag. That does not happen very often in Senior X30. It certainly doesn't happen very often from a young upstart from junior in the previous year when racing up against 2 world champions. 3 world champions, I do apologise, Joey Hansen in that race as well. So Oliver Greenall just came to battle, and he outsmarted 3 world champions in FIA karting in the past. Absolutely astonishing from Oliver Greenall. That's a real feather in the cap. He can be happy with that one. But there's still plenty more to come from the Senior X30 brigade, and Oliver Greenall has one more race later this evening, which will decide his fate in the battle for the grid. At the moment, he looks good for second on the starting grid, but if anything happens to Santivalve in this next heat from pole position, then you can bet that Oliver Greenall will be there to pick up the pieces at the start of the pre-final grid. So a great battle from the drivers here in IAME Euro. They really have been exceptional thus far. And let's talk you through the results, provisional as they are, for qualifying heat D versus E in X30 Senior. Oliver Greenall from Pedro Hiltbrand and Callum Bradshaw, Henki Kalteren and Aaron Walker, Thomas Fleming, Guy Cunnington, Enzo Levesque, Robert Dehaan and Evan Becerra in the top 10. From Jose Gomez, Laurence de Certua and Yanis Steven Haydens. Dan Steenman in 14th place in front of Malo Bollier. And then Joey Hansen 16th in front of Oliver Veit and Juan Pasalaigua. Then Abdi Naji in front of Sami Dari. Rihanna Reagan fighting up to 21st in front of Alex Martinez, Dan Antunes, Jaime Sands and Alex Kobe. With the one retirement from the race, Drake Jansen, who retired with 4 laps remaining. So pulling off the circuit on the end of lap 5. So some excellent battles from our Senior X30 drivers thus far. And the battle is definitely going to be very intense again as we turn our attentions to the last heat of the rotation. And this is the 4th rotation of the Senior X30 drivers, of course. Pole position this time will go the way of Santivalve alongside Lazar Lartigo. Now, so far, Santivalve has been unbeaten across all 3 of the previous heats. If he can keep this together for heats 4 and 5, he will start undisputed pole position, and he'll be the only driver this weekend not to have been defeated in the qualifying heats. But this is Zuera. It gets very tricky very, very quickly. And Lazar Lartigo, starting from second on the grid alongside him on the front row, has a great chance to break the deadlock and come up with a strong result from P2 on the grid. On the second row, it is Kian Shields of the Dan Holland Racing Team, the Flying Scotsman there in 3rd position. Alongside him, Erbelt Moore for the TD Kart team. He lines up P4 on the grid. Clarissa Dervich of AC Motorsport in 5th position on the grid from Hugo Trichard of the PB Kart team. Then Noah Maton for RSD Karting and Senna Van Solen, who will be there in 8th position on the grid. Caleb Marshall in 9th for Dan Holland Racing. Alexandra Mono in 10th position from the Victory Lane Karting team. Alvani Vivas finishing up 11th on the grid for this one for the MDC Racing Team. Alongside her will be Andreas Hebert. Then Rivaldo van der Westerlaken of the Dimes Racing Team, Hebert's teammate. Alongside him will be Louis Westover, racing under a Spanish license, of course, but the young man from Essex in Great Britain lives out here, of course, nowadays. 15th is Enzo Le Cruz for Karting Loisir Neuilly. Alongside him on the grid is Mark Kimber, the British driver and former Euroseries title winner, of course, twice over. David Rodriguez, 17th place on the grid, alongside Daniel Nogales in 18th on the grid. Then Aton Vaison alongside Benjamin Pack, 20th on the starting grid. Alejandro Huguet should be there in position on the starting grid this time. Although I note that, again, Alejandro Huguet has not been able to bring his kart out onto the circuit. I'm not sure what the reason is for his absence, but it seems as though maybe he's had a bit of a drama and cannot continue. Mika Voss lines up alongside him on the grid in the 289, the VV Racing machine from Cosmic. Then behind him, you have the 310 of Berend van der Burg. He will be there on the inside line of row 12. Beside him will be Jolan Rakimir, who is 24th on the starting grid. Then we have Luciano Morano on the inside line for Castellet Karting, and alongside him on the grid, the privateer on the Paralin, that is Sergio Pereira. All the pressure is now on Santi Valvi. He has got maybe three victories, I do apologize. 3 victories from 3 starts from pole position. He really seems to have nailed the circuit down here at Circuito Internacional Zuera. It's a very tough circuit, this one. Fast, flowing. Not particularly technical, drivers have told me, but certainly incredibly challenging. And there's always a good battle on the racetrack, especially in IAME X30, when it's very rare for drivers to break away and get clear out in front of the field. There's so much great racing that happens on this circuit that it can get very spicy very quickly indeed. And so the drivers are waiting for an opportune moment to charge their way forward. So here at Zuera, the drivers are ready for the action, and it will be a very tough battle for them. But can Santi Valvi sustain the pressure from Lazar Latigo at the start of racing? Qualifying heat B versus C. And this is the penultimate race. Well, this is the last race before the final rotation of Senior X30 heats. So there will be 3 races to come after this one in Senior X30. And then they will all be done for the day. The tension and the pressure mounting apace here. Just to inform you that after this race, there is going to be another half-hour break. And that will take us through to the second chance heat for the X30 Juniors in a short while. So the drivers head out onto the circuit. Let's talk you through them one by one. Santiago Valve and Lazar Latigo from Kian Shields and Herbert Moore. Then Carissa Dervich and Hugo Trichat from Noah Maton and Senna Van Solen. Caleb Marshall and Alexandre Monod from Alvani Vivas and Andreas Hebert. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken and Louis Westover from Enzo Le Cruz and Mark Kimber. David Rodriguez and Daniel Nogales from Arton Vezon and Benjamin Pack. Then Alejandro Huguet, Mika Vos, Berend van der Berg, Jolan Rakimir, Luciano Morano and Sergio Pereira. So unfortunately we seem to have a retirement from Alejandro Huguet, who for the second time has ended up retiring from the race. So that is rather unfortunate from their point of view. Not entirely sure what the cause of Alejandro Huguet's absence was from the last one, but certainly a retirement previously, not able to take up the start again. So all kinds of technical difficulties by the sound of it for Alejandro Huguet. We're just going to try and see what happened in the first race of the day to see if there was an issue of some kind. Not seeing anything in particular, certainly nothing that would prevent him from having a problem. I wonder if he's got an issue of some kind. I wonder if he's sprained a wrist or an ankle or something, whatever it might be, but certainly he's not able to get out onto the circuit again for qualifying heat B versus C, and I fear that might be the end of the line for Alejandro Huguet. We saw him get involved in a couple of incidents earlier on in the weekend, so maybe that's it now for the Spanish star. So back we go again, around on the formation lap. Drivers on the far side of the course at the moment, just trying to get the tyres up to temperature, the brakes up to optimum temperature as well. Always very difficult to measure the pace as they run through from the far side. But Santi Valve, 3 wins from 3 starts. He's going into his 4th race now. This is an important streak for him to keep up. He wants to be undisputed pole position sitter in the qualifying heats. He doesn't want anything to get stressful. And with the likes of Lazar Latigo, Kian Shields, Herbert Moore, Clarissa Dervich and Hugo Trichat on his tail, there's a lot that could kick off here. He's got to be so smooth and so calm and collected from the off. They come off the final turn, and I think that's a great start from the look of it from Santi Valve. He should be able to hold the lead as they go through. Is it going to be a clean start? It is, and away we go. Santi Valve, Kian Shields and Clarissa Dervich once again break through to the front end of the field. A great start from Santi Valve. Completely catches out Lazar Latigo in terms of the timing of it, and comes straight through to the front. So Santi Valve, Kian Shields and Clarissa Dervich. Here we go again. Kian Shields on the inside of Santi Valve and takes the lead very easily. And there's an off further back, 2 or 3 cuts going off there. And don't tell me yet again Hugo Trichard is involved. Yes, he is. Senevan Solen, Artem Vezon and Jolan Rakimir all trying to get themselves back into contention again. But Hugo Trichard from P6 really struggling to sustain the pressure as into third position. A nice move there on the inside from Noah Maton as he now gets through on Clarissa Dervic. The battle at the front end of the field matching what we've seen from them so far. Lazar Latigo is really struggling to maintain his run in the top 5, and here's Clarissa Dervic on the inside of Maton. Maton shuts the door. And so the two leading drivers up front, no major change between them. It is Keen Shields who leads from Santiago Valve in second position across the line. Here comes Clarissa Dervic on the inside of Noah Maton, and Dervic gets through. 308 is next up. That is Caleb Marshall. Can Marshall get through into fourth position? Meanwhile, Shields still defending valiantly to Santivalve as he holds position. Oh, someone off in the background that looked like Onzola Cruz. So I think Onzola Cruz just overshooting there on the far side of the course and traversing the grass runoff on the exit of turn 2. So now we've got a very feisty battle. Kian Shields versus Santivalve. They've already battled with each other 3 times so far, and on each occasion it's been Santivalve that has made it stick and got the position. Kian Shields must learn from these 3 races that they've had before and hold and maintain his position. Keeps it nice and tidy for the right-hander, where Santivalve has sneaked through a couple of times. But Kian Shields keeping it very honest. There's no way he's not prepared for what's being thrown at them. As they battle through on the far side, over the start-finish line once again. Kian Shields, Santivalve, Clarissa Dervic in third position. Fourth place for Caleb Marshall, then Maton, Latigo, Moore, Kimber. A little puff of dust there from Shields and Santivalve. Pushing very hard off the final corner, off the first corner, I should say. Was that a little puff of dust from Shields, or was that Santivalve? I didn't quite see. But Clarissa Dervic in third position, doing a great job there. In front of Noah Maton, who has now got back past Caleb Marshall. Lazar Latigo finds himself in sixth position in front of Abel Tamora and Mark Kimber. Good fight back from Kimber. And Alvani Vivas is doing a good job as well, up in ninth place. So good work from the CRG racer, Alvani Vivas, as she finds herself neatly in ninth position and with every chance of moving even further still. So up into ninth position now has come Alexandra Mono, so Alvani Vivas slips into 10th place in front of Louis Westover and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken. But Kian Shields running a good race here in front of Santivalve. We come onto the main straight once again, and so far so good. Really exciting battles from them. Here is the move on the inside from Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, trying to close up on his team, or I was going to say his teammate, but they have been awning mates in the past, Louis Westover. They have often shared equipment and shared awnings in various times. This is racing not just on the world stage of X30, but it's also great fun racing. The drivers love it, and it's good to keep the banter and the community spirit flowing wherever possible. Here is the challenge from the 308 of Caleb Marshall, trying to put pressure on Noah Maton to get into fourth position. Not yet for Santivalve. Let Kian Shields do all the hard work is his motto and option at the present moment. So a really interesting battle for the drivers. Kian Shields still motivated and hanging on to the place in front of... Oh, that's a slowing kart. That is a very slow kart. That is Alvani Vivas. Alvani Vivas has got a problem. Now, did she have an off prior to that? Looks like there was some dust being kicked up, so I assume she must have done. What a shame for Alvani Vivas, because she was up in the top 10, having a great race, and I think she's been spat out to the scenery. Meanwhile, Kian Shields is trying to fend off from Santivalve. If it finishes like this, Valve's winning streak is broken, and he at least has to settle for a second place finish. Kian Shields wants to get himself back into contention with a victory here and is not prepared to concede to Santivalve in the hunt for victory. A great battle so far. Kian Shields just keeping his nerve, holding it together to the braking zone. Valve doesn't go for the move. And Clarissa Dervic running a good job in third position as well. Plenty of exciting reasons to keep your eyes on this battle at the moment, as we've got Kian Shields hanging on from Santivalve, Clarissa Dervic, Caleb Marshall and Mark Kimber, who's up in fifth place, up in front of Abel Tamora. What a fight back from Mark Kimber. He's doing an amazing job here. And he's not done yet. He's up to fifth position. There must be something more to come from Mark Kimber. There he is in the background. You can see him coming onto the main straight. as Santivalve still hangs on behind Kian Shields. Rusidovic in third. Marshall is fourth. Kimber is fifth. Moore in sixth. From Lartigo, Maton, Mono, Westover, La Cruz, Pack, Nogales, Vanderberg, Morano and Herbert. Still a few drivers struggling to get their carts right. Oh, problems further back. That was Lartigo. Lartigo's come together there with Maton. Lartigo and Maton come together. And Maton able to get going just as the rest of the field come through, but I'm afraid, oh, it was Mono. It was his teammate, Alexandre Mono. I do apologize. That is Lartigo's teammate. So Alex Mono going off there with Noah Maton. So the two drivers tumble down the order. That is a real shame, because Noah Maton and Alexandre Mono were looking like they could be in for a decent top 10 finish in this one. But as Kian Shields comes through at the end of lap 6, Santivalve doing as best as he can in 6th position, still working hard to try and get close to the Brit in the lead of the race. The young Scotsman doing an excellent job, Kian Shields, ever since he made his debut in the IAME Euro paddock way back in 2018. His first ever race as an independent in the juniors. He classified 3rd place in the final. Here comes the move from Santivalve though. Santivalve has been unbeaten this weekend, and now he launches into the lead once again on lap 7 of 9. And is there going to be an opportunity for Santivalve to get clear of Kian Shields, or will Shields have something more in response? We'll have to wait and see. Down into the hairpin, and Santivalve being a little bit cautious and reserved into the hairpin there, just to try and hold a little bit of grip on the exit of the corner. But you do compromise speed for grip and traction. So it's all going to be about where Santivalve can make this bid stick on Kian Shields. This is going to be a fascinating battle for all of the competitors. Clarissa Dervish in 3rd from Mark Kimber, Caleb Marshall, Lazar, Latigo, Herberts Moore, Louis Westover, Onzo the Cruz and Dan Nogales. That's your top 10. A lot of drivers still trying to catch their breath as they work their way through. Here's the move on the inside from Louis Westover. Can't get past Lazar Latigo. But with 2 laps to go, it's still these two battling away. Now he gets through on Lazar Latigo. But is there going to be a move? Valve defending valiantly from Kian Shields. Shields is getting fired up. He wants to go for the overtake. So Kian Shields still hustling right in behind Santivalve. As they run through the hairpin, they're going to tuck back in for the right-hander. This is nicely handled so far from Santivalve. He's just got to try and keep this together, but Kian Shields is still looking very ruthless and very motivated indeed. Up through the right. So far, so good for Kian Shields. Can he hold it? Santivalve. Oh, and that's collision. 2 karts involved in that one. That is Noah Maton again involved in an incident, this time with Hugo Trichard. I'll tell you what, Noah Maton needs wing mirrors on these karts, because he genuinely doesn't seem to be getting himself out of trouble. As Santivalve puts a little bit of distance between himself and Kian Shields going into the final lap. And if Shields comes from a long way back, maybe Santivalve won't see it coming. Kian Shields through 2, through 3, the left-hander, and where's the move coming? Shields is going to try and come right round the outside of Santivalve. Valve is holding him back, protects, parks the kart in the middle of the road, holds it through the hairpin. Kian Shields is still there, still trying to make the overtaking move. It's going to be very close for them as they come off the turn. Kian Shields, with one final effort, could still get something done on Santivalve here. You need to be brave. You need to be incredibly committed. So this could still be a chance to turn the tables for Kian Shields. Santivalve looks behind him and realizes, I don't need to come off racing line here at all. I can still just drive my normal race, finish the lap, and I should be absolutely fine indeed. He comes through. And it looks good for Santivalve. He remains unbeaten. 4 wins from 4 for Santivalve. Absolutely amazing. And if he keeps this up, he is going to be the unprecedented, dominant Senior X30 pole position sitter here in Zuera. Kian Shields in 2nd. What a fight back from Mark Kimber to storm up from 16th on the grid to 3rd. He can be mighty happy with that. 4th place for Clarissa Dervish, 5th for Caleb Marshall, and 6th for Louis Westover. Yet more great performances from our drivers, and yet more great reasons to be excited about what is coming in the latter stages of the race battle. So Santivalve remains unbeaten, 4 race heats and 4 race victories. Can anybody stop him getting this final victory? They've really got to pull out the stops to go for the Mole Racing driver here today at Zuera. And now, of course, we're going to take a short breather after this encounter, and it will take us another half hour to reset things, ready for the X30 Junior second chance heat, which will take place at 4 o'clock local time. So we've got a little bit of breathing space to play with now before our next race, as the drivers prepare for action in the X30 Junior second chance heat. Here's the provisional result of qualifying heat B versus C. Santivalve and Kian Shields from Mark Kimber and Clarissa Dervich. Caleb Marshall and Louis Westover from Erbalsmoor in front of Lazar Latigo. Onzo Le Cruz is ninth in front of Daniel Nogales. Then Benjamin Pack and Berend Vanderberg from Luciano Morano and Sergio Pereira. Andreas Sever in 15th from Yolan Rakimir. Artem Vezon finishing up 17th in front of David Rodriguez. Then we saw the retirement, well, we saw the off for Alvani Vivas. That dropped her down to 19th place in front of Mika Voss. Rivaldo van der Westerlaken got into an incident or two. Noah Maton got into 2 incidents guaranteed. Hugo Trichard behind him. And then retirements for Alexandra Mono and Senna van Solen. A non-start, incidentally, for Alejandro Huguet. We'll take a pause and we'll come back to the action again, ready for the Junior X30 heat, which will decide who will progress through to the pre-final. Only the first 6 drivers across the finish line in the second chance heat will get through. That'll take place at 4 p.m. local time. We'll give our marshals and officials the chance for a breather, and we'll be back at 4 p.m.
Welcome to the 2021 IAME Euro Series. We start our journey at the Karting de Fagnes circuit at Marienburg in Belgium. 1.366 kilometers of tough technical apexes, high-speed straights, and fast sweepers. With 37 races over 3 days and a total of 179 competitors from all 4 corners of the globe, it's the perfect time to find out who the best X30 racers of 2021 will be. So, let's go!
A long time on the throttle heading into turn 1 at Marienburg as we ride with Sam Balota on board. It's a fast but technical first corner. The marbles on the outside mean there's only one fast line through. Then a tough second corner which tightens, opens, then tightens again and leads into a prime overtaking spot into turn 3. A lot of accidents happen here too, as it's hard to get right.
Then up to 4, a square left that many choose as an overtaking spot to catch out the unprepared. You're back on the power through 5 and 6, working hard to keep the line, fast but strong. And then a double apex right-hander, which again is a perfect overtaking spot for the last of the late breakers. The exit's important to protect too, back through the left and into the complex affectionately known as the escargot. Right and left before a heavy braking zone for a pair of hairpins where drama and action are never far away. Once out of the right, you accelerate out as the corner opens on the run to the pit bend. Many a race is won and lost here in the closing stages. It's a key corner to excel at, as the time gained past the mechanics gantry and onto the home straight can be the difference between winning and losing.
Race I was already in Formula 1, so I took it a bit late to the go-kart world. So I'm discovering lots of things, you know. That's why I try to get a lot of information from the best experienced people around and try to surround myself with experienced and good people that I can trust and that can guide me, because this is really new to me. When you look at the paddock, I mean, this is sometimes better than some of the racing car paddocks, you know. So the level is really intense, very good team. Very good drivers coming up. It's nice to see their evolution. As I said, I'm quite excited by this whole new world for me. I like to discover and to learn about motorsport in general. So whether it's in Formula 1, Junior Series or go-karts, I'm always trying to look at the best opportunities.
I can be more confident now since I've seen how all the drivers drive, and maybe I can get another win. It's fun because you can go fast, and knowing the track from last year, going around it again, remembering. It's hard, the track changes a lot, so you just have to work with the setup. It's good because I can do data and camera after my sessions, and I also have my notebook that I can write down what I need to do in the next session. Well, I just kept improving, and I'm helping my teammates, they're helping me, and in the sessions we practice working together, and when it comes up to qualifying, we do a great job. Since I do a lot of wet practice in the UK, I think I'm really confident for the wet. On one of the other days, I had a wet session and I did really well. I think top 3 is a good result. Hopefully win is way better though.
We're underway, and it's a great start for Tizi Kushnini through to the first corner. Brilliant start in the first corner from Ben Smith. He gets into second place, and there's contact. That looks like Harrison Mackey's gone around. A spin in the first corner. It's the 922.
To go before the checkered flag, so plenty of things and action to see, and a beautiful move around the outside of the escargot turn. This is turn number 9 on the left-hander, happening through the midfield with a wait for confirmation of the gaps as they make their way into the last sector. Beautifully made from the 926.
Max Cuthbert gets the run on Henry Domain, and he's being charged down by Elouan Benoume, and Elouan Bien-Ami doing a fantastic job there in 7th position.
And there comes a switch for the first position with Kushnini losing a place to Sasha Van Padbosch.
Oh, that's Marianito, a spin for Marianito and Jonathan Landstrom. So those two are going to be battling away. They could snag a podium here if anything happens with these 3. Up the inside comes Kamyab. He storms on the inside of Kushnini.
Wow.
Talk about timing. I think Van Padbosch has done enough here. Kamyab defends. Kushnini launches. Gets in a second on the final turn. Sasha wins it. Brilliant victory for Sasha Van Padbosch. He opens his 2021 account with a glorious victory. And Van Padbosch, Kushnini and Kamyab have risen to the brim like absolute phoenixes from the flames. Van Padbosch is back and he's on top. Sasha Van Padbosch wins it from Tiziano Kushnini and Roman Kamyab. Ben Smith in 4th, Jesse Phillips in 5th. Elouan Bien-Ami and Zach Drummond from Henry Domain and Luna Flusha. Jason Bralich and Rodrigo Seabra ahead of Matt Corby and Harrison Mackey. Roman Kamyab, Tiziano Kushnini, and your race winner, Sasha Van Padbosch!
The whole week is good, and in the final, on the start, I start 2 and I go to 3rd, and in 2 laps I go to and after to Tiziano Kushnini. In lap 3 I overtake him, I go first, and the rest of the race I go first and I'm winning.
In the first heat we make P3, second heat P4, 30 P4, and at the pre-final we start at 7th and go to 1st, and at the final we start also at 1st and we finish at 2nd. In the final we managed to get up to 3rd through the 3rd corner, and I overtook Cuginini and I pushed my teammate Sasha away. On the last lap he overtook me because I didn't defend. But yeah, I'm very confident for Zuera since I've done a few laps around it on a simulator at iZone. And yeah, I'm feeling confident.
It's quite different as the weather is very different. It's very hot in the Middle East and quite cold here in Marienburg. But I'm really enjoying the track and really enjoying the time here. The drivers are a lot more skilled and more experienced than back in the Middle East. It's a very nice circuit and I've really enjoyed learning it. We've had some good pace in practice and the team have helped me a lot by improving those little steps. There's a really good environment inside the tent and we learn a lot inside and outside of the tent. Qualifying's always been my struggle, but in the races I plan to move up if we get a bad quali, for example. And over the season just improve out in racing in general. The first session is always the most important. You're adapting on how the day and how the track is affected from the past few days and the weather overnight. Pretty confident. We've shown some good signs of rain in past European races, but we haven't had a session here in the rain just yet.
The juniors will race now up to the first corner, and it's a great start for Teo Villeneuve, and Finn McLaughlin is trying to get a move or two on the inside line in the middle of the top 6. Villeneuve is already starting to unleash the speed and try and get clear. It is up to Jaden Tian and the man in 3rd position, Leo Robinson, not to let him get away.
One lap completed and Teo Villeneuve is doing what it did for the pre-final, and for the back, a switch for 2nd position, beautifully made by Leo Robinson, the Fusion Motorsport driver. Paul Chaos is trying again, and this time around he succeeds in his overtaking maneuver into the hairpin.
And Paul Chaos gets the run on Leo Robinson up at the 2nd place. Finn McLaughlin hasn't read that script. He wants 3rd position and he takes it. Bart Harrison fails to get the move on Jaden Tian. Finn McLaughlin dives for the inside of Pod Chaos. There's room enough for Robinson, but Pod Chaos chops across.
And we're going to keep our focus on the battle for the last 2 steps of the podium, because Paul Chaos is about to lose the 3rd place. Beautifully made by Leo Robinson. Ahead as well, number 23, trying to escape from that very aggressive field. And watch out for Bart Harrison going through as well, Jaden Tian. Increases space, and watch out for Bart Harrison actually going around. To have a bit of exit. Oh, and some trouble for the 24, I'm afraid. Yeah.
Paul Chaos!
There you go, in the meantime. Beautifully made by the Spaniard who's going through.
That is the 143 disappearing off the road. Takes the victory for France and for 2N Racing in the Junior X30 final here at Marienburg. Finn McLaughlin 2nd, Bart Harrison 3rd. Out in front, he starts his season the way he needs to go on. I wonder how strong he's going to be. Teo Villeneuve is the winner in front of Finn McLaughlin and Bart Harrison. Bod Chaos in front of Leo Robinson. Will McIntyre in 6th ahead of Jaden Tian and Kimi Abraham. Vinnie Phillips and Clement Outram round out the top 10. So our 3 drivers, Bart Harrison, Finn McLaughlin, and your race winner, Teo Villeneuve!
In all honesty, it was a very tough final, even though it may not have looked that way. Watching it back in my mind made it look easy, but I was trying to keep my pace up throughout the race as much as possible, because I'm not experienced against this field. It was very satisfying though.
Sunday pre-final, I didn't, it's a bit of a squabble down to 7th. Started 7th for the final. First few laps of the final, got up to 2nd, and then the leader was already 4 seconds ahead, so I didn't have enough time to catch the leader. Yeah, I've never been there before, so it's going to be a challenge, so just can't wait to see the experience to different countries, so can't wait.
So I managed to do quite a good job, especially with the penalty in the pre-final. I thought I managed to come back quite well, and I'm happy with how I did in the final. I'm very confident. I couldn't go to, well, I could have gone to last year, but we decided not to. So I think we're going to do the entire series this year, and I think I can win it.
Yeah, I feel good here. Yeah, we have good speed for the moment, so yeah, I'm happy. Last year we won here. Yeah, it's good, good memories here. Yeah, it's my circuit. I train a lot here. I need to win this year. I don't know. We will see during the championship, but I will try. I will do all I can to win the championship. No, I don't think it's an advantage because we drive a lot here in the Euro Series also, like 3 years. I don't think it's an advantage, but I like the track, so yeah, it's good. We are going to work hard because yeah, there is good drivers this year, very high level. So yeah, we will see during the year, but I'm confident. Yeah, I think because with the new tires, we have little space to do our time. So yeah, we have to do the times fastest as possible early in the session. So it's difficult to maintain the tires in good condition. We have to think about and do everything to don't use the tire too much.
We're out! Let's race at Marienborg! Perfect start from the inside line as Walker tucks in behind his teammate, and we've got it off in the background. That's one of the Dimes racing carts. I think that's Ravalda van der Westerlaken.
Outside, and there's a crash.
That's Matilda Olsen.
Oh,
Matilda Olsen goes off on the grass. So a great battle. Here comes Levesque on the inside, tucks in front of Walker and gets second position.
Look at him being taken in sandwich, but not for long, as he takes first position in lap number 2 on the hairpin.
Westover gets the move on Kimber, and that's a crash. Unfortunately, we've got 2 of them off the road. That is the 220 of Teresa Babichkova and Lewis Mackey. Bart Pluke is going to try and make the bid on Kimber with some support from Sean Butcher. They both slide through because Pluke runs wide. Butcher gets both of them, and that puts him up into 5th position.
As Enzo Levesque is still leading away for 0.2 of a second faster, and beautifully made the 283 run the inside. This is Dan Steinman run the inside of Mark Kimber, wasn't it? Yes, indeed, in turn number 2.
Mark Kimber all the way down in 9th. Here comes Pluke up the inside of Westover. Nicely done. 5th position for the young Dutchman.
Santiago Valves, I think the fastest lap below. Westover fighting back, and watch out for the back because we had Dan Steinman as well, and one of the Vinique drivers, unfortunately, another one having to retire. There was Nathalie Goldstein in this one, but you identified him, Jake.
It's Laurence de Sertoua. Yet again, another Belgian superstar falls by the wayside as they succumb to the pressure and the might and the anguish. Kimber, Steinman, Pluke, Pataya, and there goes the move on the inside from Greenall. He gets up into 5th position. Don't forget, this is his first weekend as a senior as well as Aaron Walker.
Run the inside, no, that's Sean Bradshaw who does it, and he takes him with him. Then 2 positions lost by Callum Bradshaw, I'm afraid, from 3rd to 5th in just 1 corner. So once again, the worst possible case scenario, and there goes another move! Beautifully made in the escargot by Oliver Greenall, going up to 3rd position.
He definitely didn't see that one coming. Now Bradshaw storms up the inside of Butcher. He really has paid up and pay attention. Here's Kimber, gets the move, and so does Westover on Sean Butcher. He's got to try and do all that hard work again, so he gets on with it. As Westover gets Kimber, so does Butcher.
And there goes a switch, another for position, Mark Kimber driving through, and watch out for Dan Steinman because we had forgotten, and there's another switch, and Bradshaw taking the place back. This is Ivan Bataler as well, those two might want to get involved, and Dan Steinman goes through as well, Sean Bradshaw losing positions outside of the hairpin. Oh, unfortunately, one of the drivers indeed.
Santi Valve.
Yeah, Santi Valve. As we're going to see Dan Steinman driving around the inside. Oh, that was close, but he actually didn't make that stick on Kimber. Kimber fighting for position. He's actually busy all over the place because Dan Steinman as well as the others.
That's Maximus Meyer!
Yeah, where did he come from actually? Maximus Meyer, we didn't see that coming in 9th place.
He'll launch on the inside and he takes the lead! As these two continue to squabble, Greenall absolutely resolute to get past Westover, forces the issue. Butcher comes around the outside, grabs 5th position away from Westover. Levesque is trying every trick in the book. He squeezes. Walker will not let him have it. He squeezes back into the lead. He's going to get assistance. Oh, he sweeps on the inside of Levesque. Turn 3. Back on the power. Oh, he's let Bradshaw go on the far side. Walker has opened the door by accident. Bradshaw sweeps through. Levesque gets there as well. Bradshaw snatches the lead on the final lap. Here comes Levesque. He gets back through. Walker gets alongside his teammate. Levesque is in the lead. This is going to go right down to the wire. Bradshaw tries again. Levesque holds it. Bradshaw absolutely determined. They come together. Levesque and Bradshaw up and over the top. Aaron Walker gets a reprieve. Aaron Walker's going to take the victory after all. Levesque and Bradshaw lick their wounds for second and third, but Aaron Walker wins at Marienburg. Oh my word! Oh my word! Remember where you were when Aaron Walker came to town in Senior X30. He took on everyone. He took on the vice champion. He took on the reigning champion. He took on the world champion. And Aaron Walker is the man on top. Aaron Walker wins ahead of Enzo Levesque and Callum Bradshaw, Oliver Greenall and Sean Butcher from Mark Kimber, Ivan Bataya, Clayton Ravenscroft, Louis Westover and Sebastian Hedin, the original pole position sitter from Friday. Ladies and gentlemen, Oliver Greenall, Enzo Levesque and your race winner here at Marienburg, Aaron Walker!
It was a good weekend. We had the pace right through from Wednesday. We carried it all through qualifying and the heat, and then once we got to the final, we tried to push away with Callum, but he made a slight mistake on one of the laps, and we got through, and then I was catching Levesque every lap, just trying to dig into the gap. At the end, I managed to get through about 6-7 laps to go, and then he caught me again. And on to the last lap, the two in front got into a bit of an incident, and I managed to come out of that all right and into the lead. Yeah, I've showed the grid that I'm good enough to race in this grid and good enough to win. I'm looking forward to Zuera as it's a different track and a new track for me. It's got long straights and it's quite technical in the middle of the track, so I'm looking forward to it.
It was a tough weekend which definitely had its complications, but in general we were very fast in qualifying and just as fast in the races, so we can't be too disappointed. I'm quite proud with second place. I hope that everything will be a little better for me at Zuera. We've now got the hunger as a team to win because we were so close this time. I don't think we'll be happy with second next time. A win is what we want.
Merci beaucoup tout le monde, and a massive thank you to everybody here at the Karting d'Espagne International Raceway. We thank our Senior X30 drivers. We will see them and of course you at the Circuito Internacional Zuera in 2 months' time at the end of May. We are so delighted to have continued this 2021 season here in the IAME Euro Series. It's time to return to the action at the IAME Euro Series 2021 second round here at Circuito Internacional Zuera in northern Spain. Jake Sanson with you for the continuation of the day's actions. There are 3 Senior X30 heats still to go, and now second chance heats in X30 Junior and Mini, as well as the consolation race and second chance heat in X30 Senior. Still some great banter and some great action to be seen out on the circuit. X30 Junior has seen 30 drivers qualify up until this point. Vinny Phillips, Ivan Arias, Teofil Nal, Kanato Lee, Dennis Kudavali, Thomas Strauben, Otto Poulain, Brandon Carr, Eric Genet and Paul Kaios, Adrian Mustienis, Bart Harrison, Finn McLaughlin, Adrian Klosmanil, Zach Scular, Juan Aluja, Kimi Duron, Jan Duran, Mikel Marino, Zachary David, Adrian Maliero, Thibaut Ramakas, Gaspard Lagaye, Ethan Ischier, Noah Montero, Alexis Constant, Jan Paral, Iko Segret, Dan Dalakian and Kevin Rabin. Those are the drivers that have currently qualified for the pre-finals. So there are still a fair few drivers that need to qualify to get there for the pre-finals tomorrow. And it's only the first 6 drivers across the finish line that will progress through. All the others will be walking home, or flying home, I should probably say, a little bit early. So it is time for the race that will decide which 6 drivers will join the already qualified 30 drivers in the fray. And there are 20 drivers on the starting grid for this one who will try to progress into that top 6. And there are some good names in the field here who are very quick indeed. So we'll have to see who is going to have the best chance. These are the drivers who have basically had absolutely no luck at all over the course of the weekend. And now they've got to go for it in the final race of their weekend in the hope that they can get through and make it not the final race of their weekend. So the green flag flies, and it's the second chance heat for X30 Junior drivers placed 31st and above. And only the top 6 drivers across the finish line will progress through to the pre-finals tomorrow. Henry Jocelyn for the Coles Racing Team is on pole position. Sam van Voskulen in second place from Adam Rahali of Algeria and Aaron Ferrazzano of Belgium. Eduardo Dominguez is 5th on the grid alongside Ben Doughty from Great Britain. Mark Granada finds himself in 7th alongside Vilgold Benson. And then we have Julian Carmen in 9th position alongside Angelo Melli in 10th. Arthur Valsort is in 11th position on the starting grid. Thomas Kinsey in 12th place. Then it is the pair of KR Sport drivers from the United Arab Emirates, Federico Rifai and Sebastian Murray. 15th on the grid is Lars Venning for VK Racing. 16th is Matteo Quintarelli for GGM. Rima Blanc for the PDB Racing Team. Natalia Granada in 18th for Kids to Win. Then Oliver Martinez alongside Francisco Costa. Just 6 drivers across the finish line will progress through to the pre-final as mentioned. So it's all going to come down to this last gasp race for the drivers. They only get 7 laps. The air temperature is 20 degrees Celsius. It's climbing all the time as well because now the clouds that were present over the course of the circuit are starting to lift and the sun is coming back. So it's going to get very hot indeed. The weekend will be well and truly over 24 hours from now. So this is it, the last chance saloon for the drivers in the X30 Juniors. They get this race right and they will progress through to the pole position tilt tomorrow. Now just a reminder of course to 2 of the drivers not to disappear and leave the circuit. Sandro Perez Sanchez and Vinny Phillips, please do not leave the circuit because you will have television interviews to do after the races. That is Sandro Perez Sanchez and Vinny Phillips. Please do not leave the circuit because you will have television interviews to do on the start-finish line when the final race of the day has finished. So the drivers getting themselves ready then for this second chance encounter. Great to see how tight the battle is going to be. It will be a very ferocious day at the office for the drivers. The second chance heat about to get underway, and Henry Jocelyn will find himself in pole position for this one on the inside line. Sam van Voskulen, the Dutchman, on the outside line. But again, on the front row, and this is going to be very tough from the get-go. Expect a lot of banter on the racetrack for this one, because this is the last chance for all the drivers involved, as they will be progressing through to the finals, only if they can get into the top 6. It's a false start. So a false start already from the drivers, and that was signaled very early on indeed. So they will go around for an additional formation lap, as if the tension and the drama and suspense for these drivers wasn't enough already. They've now got to go around for an additional formation lap because they weren't quite formed up in the positions they needed to be. So it is going to be a very tough battle indeed for the competitors as they gear themselves up. Ready? So an absolutely sensational run for the competitors. Let's see how they get underway. X30 Juniors second chance heat. So they will battle away for position. Now who's going to get the best run of it? X30 Junior will be the tough battle between the drivers here. Henry Jocelyn and Sam van Voskuilen from Adam Rahali, Aaron Ferrazzano, Eduardo Dominguez, Ben Doughty, Mark Granada and Vigot Benson from Julian Carmen, Angelo Melli, Alto Valsort, Thomas Kinsey, Federico Rafai, Sebastian Murray, Lars Venink, Matteo Quintarelli, Rima Blanc and Natalia Granada from Oliver Martinez and Francisco Costa. So now it's going to be a very interesting battle as the drivers progress out of the final turn. And onto the main starting straight once again. Now this time are we going to go racing? It's going to be tough, it's going to be close, but are we going to go green? Yes, we do! Away we go. Henry Jocelyn moves straight across in the hope that he can get through to the first corner first. Adam Rahali looking very convincing as they come up to the first corner, and it's going to be a big dive to the inside line. Can't make it stick though. Henry Jocelyn manages to hold on in the lead of the race then, and the Coles Racing youngster holds supremacy at the moment. The start is already under investigation by the look of it, and Sam van Voskuilen finds himself in second position. So we could see already a couple of drivers having an interesting run of things. Oh, a couple of carts off at the background. And I think that is that Aaron Ferrazzano down at the back end of the field already? Certainly a couple of drivers really struggling off the start. Ben Doughty having a problem. So Ben Doughty struggling at the start of the race there, and I think we already had a big problem for Francisco Costa. But anyway, Henry Jocelyn leads the way, and this is exactly what he wanted to come into the race with. A decent advantage, and he's already got some good gap between himself and the second place man, Sam van Voskuilen. So we'll double check the drivers as they come through. It was actually Vilgot Bernsen who had the problem on the first lap. I do apologise. So Vilgot Bernsen is the man down at the back of the field. It's Henry Jocelyn from Van Voskuilen, Rahali, Dominguez, Granada, Ferrazzano, then Carmen, Valsort, Rifai and Melli. So they will battle through at the end of the first lap, and now we're going to lap 2. This is Van Voskuilen's chance to go for the lead. Up the inside, makes the move on the inside of Jocelyn. Jocelyn leaves the door wide open. Rahali gets there as well, and there's a couple of drivers taking to the grass, but it's a good start already from Van Voskuilen in this mix. Rahali is there in second place now, the young Algerian. So the battle continues as they reach the far side of the course, and some absolutely exceptional racecraft from the competitors as they duke over position. They now tuck into the left-hand hairpin, climbing up the ranks. That is 192 Julian Carmen, just reminding everybody that they need to race together, not battle together. There's the move on the inside, the 56, riding the curbs on the inside of Henry Jocelyn. Jocelyn runs out wide, gets back on the inside of the 56 of Aaron Ferrazzano. They battle together, they duel and quest away. Julian Carmen trying to get through again on the inside. Wild ride from Aaron Ferrazzano as the steering wheel gets a little bit off kilter at one stage. And now here comes Federico Rifai with some support from Alto Valsort. They could make their way through on the run up to turn 2. Jocelyn tries to eke out the brakes and get a little bit further in behind the raceman in front of him. That is Aaron Ferrazzano. And there goes Julian Carmen and Federico Rifai! Rifai up and over, and Jocelyn's got nowhere to go. Oh, Federico Rifai tangles with Julian Carmen, and Federico Rifai is able to get going. So too is Julian Carmen, but he's not happy about it. But what do you expect when you've got two drivers racing wheel to wheel? Sometimes they're going to get a little too close together. Diving up the inside, that is Mark Granada trying to come through. Oops, and off the road there goes Matteo Quintarelli briefly. So a little bit of a squabble there. Now there is the 70... Is that the 73 in the mix there? I do apologise, I missed the number in the halfway point of that. Still, they battle away. Two of the kids to win carts squabbling away there in behind Henry Jocelyn. That is going to be Mark Granada and Natalia Granada, I do believe, all battling away there in together. There is the GGM sliding through. The 93 of Matteo Quintarelli. So Quintarelli's actually made up quite a few places there. Further up, this is the battle for the lead. Adam Rahali has lost the lead now. Down to third position, and out in front, that is Sam van Voskuilen. Eduardo Dominguez is in the mix there. Aaron Ferrazzano sets the fastest lap, and in fourth position he is, where currently battling away with the top three drivers. So Sam van Voskuilen leads. Eduardo Dominguez in second place. Adam Rahali is in third. And the 93, Matteo Quintarelli, is trying to close up on Alto Valsort as they chase after Aaron Ferrazzano in fourth position. So excellent battle. So an absolutely sensational battle. And it would be an absolutely fascinating opportunity to see if they can make their way through on this far side of the course. Sam van Voskuilen, oh, a bit of a squabble. Eduardo Dominguez trying to hold on to second position as Adam Rahali was getting a little bit racy there, trying to tuck in on the inside. Van Voskuilen just holding on to his nerve at the moment in the lead of the race. Adam Rahali tries again as he squabbles away with Eduardo Dominguez. Coming around the outside, we've got Aaron Ferrazzano trying to get the switchback maneuver. His teammate Alto Valsort is in the mix there, and Matteo Quintarelli in the vital, crucial P6 position at this moment in time. So they sweep through around the hairpin, and it's going to be an interesting run down to the very tight late braking point on the far side. Is there going to be an opportunity? A very close run. So Sam van Voskuilen, Eduardo Dominguez, Adam Rahali and Aaron Ferrazzano in the top four. Alto Valsort in fifth position. Quintarelli in P6. Up on the inside comes Valsort. Again right to the curbs as he comes through. So an absolutely fascinating battle as they continue to charge forward. So the battle continues to rage, and it is going to be an absolutely fantastic run down the main straight. And it's Sam van Voskuilen who leads the race at the moment. Is he going to be able to hold it for the entirety of? Eduardo Dominguez in second still. Aaron Ferrazzano having squeezed into third place now. Behind him is Alto Valsort. Matteo Quintarelli up to fifth position. He's trying to come around the outside now of the 115 of Alto Valsort. 2 laps to go. This is the critical moment. Henry Jocelyn sets the fastest lap of the race in his bid to get back into contention. Quintarelli dives down the inside of Alto Valsort, and he gets through into position. Brilliant stuff. So an absolutely fantastic moment for the competitors as they continue to dive through on the inside. That is Valsort hanging it out there on the outside. So we are going to have an absolutely sensational run for the continuation of this battle, but who's going to get through? Matteo Quintarelli with a warning flag. That really does ruin his chances, because that will come with a 5-second penalty that cannot be contested or repealed. So Matteo Quintarelli, no matter where he finishes, is going to have to add 5 seconds to his time, and that's going to drop him out of the top 10. What a shame for Quintarelli. But Sam van Voskuilen is hanging on in front of Dominguez. Dominguez is trying to shake off Aaron Ferrazzano as they battle away for position. In second place on the far side. Ferrazzano swings right, comes back in for the switch, tries to go down the short stretch up towards turn 4, gesticulating rapidly. Eduardo Dominguez trying to keep Valsort at bay, Ferrazzano at bay, sorry. Here comes Henry Jocelyn. He's back in action all of a sudden on the inside of Adam Rahali. Can Henry Jocelyn make it into the top 6 after all? He's got a great chance. Here he goes on the move on Adam Rahali. Rahali jumps across, and Jocelyn gets there. Adam Rahali shutting the door violently, but Jocelyn will not be held back. Great racecraft. And Matteo Quintarelli, what a shame for him. He's going to come through in 4th on the road, but he's going to have to add the time. The 5-second penalty to his time. Sam van Voskuilen, though, is going to be in a great position out front. A great result. Sam van Voskuilen wins the second chance heat. He goes through, as too will Eduardo Dominguez, Aaron Ferrazzano. Sadly, Quintarelli will not with that 5-second penalty that gets added to his time. So that'll go to Alto Valsort, Henry Jocelyn and Adam Rahali, pending investigation. Well, Henry Jocelyn fights his way back into contention and gets the job done. That was a very tough final lap and a very tough race all in all. But it's Sam van Voskuilen that gets the job done at the end of a brilliant, thrilling race there. So an excellent job and a fantastic performance from Sam van Voskuilen as he holds on to his mark there. So it is an absolutely sensational battle, a great run and a magnificent opportunity. So Sam van Voskuilen is going to take the victory and take that into the second chance heat. So an absolutely sensational battle and a great chance. And that is a really, really strong performance from them. They can be very, very proud of that one. Excellent, excellent stuff from Sam van Voskuilen. He takes the victory then in fine style. And it's Eduardo Dominguez in second position in front of Aaron Ferrazzano. Matteo Quintarelli will carry that 5-second penalty rather sadly. That will drop him to 12th and out of contention. Arthur Valsort, Henry Jocelyn and Adam Rahali should go through. Sebastian Murray, Federico Rifai and Angelo Melli are next from Oliver Martinez and Natalia Granada. Then Rima Blanc and Lars Venink from Francisco Costa. Ben Doughty, Thomas Kinsey, Julian Carmen, Mark Granada and Vilgot Bernsen. They all managed to finish. So it is going to be a very, very tough end to the weekend for many of the drivers out there. But it is a very, very difficult situation for them all, as only 6 of them can progress. And by my money, it's going to be Sam van Voskuilen, Eduardo Dominguez, Aaron Ferrazzano, Arthur Valsort, Henry Jocelyn and Adam Rahali. But obviously that needs to be confirmed by the officials of the meeting, because there could still be investigations into this, that and the other. So we will have to see how it all plays out. So now we get ourselves ready for the next heat, and it is an X30 senior heat, the last 3 heats of the weekend for the X30 seniors, as their weekend is coming to an ultimate crescendo at the end of a very tough weekend for them all. They have been very, very closely matched all the way throughout, and now there are going to be a handful of drivers that will go home empty-handed after these 3 heats. Some of them will be able to take part in the consolation race. Others will get a chance at the second chance heat. But there's a lot of drivers who will have to fight their way forward in the hope that they are going to have a better run all the way to the finish line. So here is the grid for qualifying heat A versus E. And this is going to put 2 big names on the front row of the grid together for the first time. Ivan Bataya, the original pole position sitter, beside Oliver Greenall, the fast, furious, frenetic fusion on the front row of the grid. Third position on the grid will be Ellie Goldstein, the Belgian. Very strong, very fast, and very charismatic in the kart. Alongside him will be his countryman, Yanni Stivenhadens, for the Euro karting squad on the Cosmic. He'll be there on the outside of row 2. Josep Veja will be there in 5th position on the grid for Monlau Competition. And then in 6th position on the grid will be Thomas Fleming for the Dan Holland Racing Team. Clayton Ravenscroft in 7th place for KR Sport. He'll be there on the inside of row 4. And on the outside of row 4 will be Daniel Antunes for TD Kart Marlon Kart. Then Lucas Teilman will be there in 9th position on the grid from Joan Pasalaigua. So this is a fabulous opportunity for the drivers up at the sharp end of the field. Eloy Gonzalez will be 11th place on the starting grid from Malo Bollier for Karting Loisirs Neuilly. And then Paul Cobain in 13th place for FA Racing España. And Joey Hansen will be there 14th on the grid, the former world champion, in 14th on the starting grid for AD Motorsport. Then Eliska Babachkova, 15th position for the TEPZ Racing Team. Alex Martinez for AC Motorsport will be next up in 16th on the starting grid. Matilda Olsen, the Swedish driver, will be there 17th on the grid for Fusion on the inside of row 9. Beside her will be Evan Becerra in the VDK Racing Team kart in 18th place. Then it will be Bart Pluch, who will be there in 19th on the starting grid for the Thierry Del Rey chassis. And beside him on the grid will be Abdi Naji in the Mega Kart Sodi. And this is going to be a fabulous opportunity for the Algerian, who will want to charge his way forward. Then 21st on the grid, is the PB kart of Onzo Peugeot. So he will be there together in 21st on the grid. And then 22nd on the grid will be Alex Kobe, the Irish racer. Let's see what she can get out of this final race. The heats have been very difficult for her, to be fair. 23rd on the grid, Maximus Meyer, struggling right from the word go after qualifying, but always trying to fight his way forward, as Maximus Meyer always does. 24th on the starting grid, beside him will be Dreke Janssen, the AD Motorsport Dutchman. He'll be there on row 12. And then Matteo Salomon for Castellet Racing will be 25th on the starting grid. Alongside him will be Olivan Veit of the VDK Racing Team. And then at the back of the grid, after failing to set a lap time in qualifying, Samuel Figueras will be there for Kart Republic España in P27. So the IAME Euro Series Circuit International Zuera here, 1.699 kilometers in length, and it is a clockwise configuration. You're flat out from the penultimate corner all the way through to turn 2, where you just lift the throttle and then you plant it into the inside apex for the right-hander, back on the blip through the left-hand kink, and then into the hairpin for turn 4. That's the big first stopping point on the course, and it's where a lot of the major incidents are always often taking place. Hello to all those of you who are watching the stream, wherever you're watching it from, whether you be on YouTube or whether you're on Facebook. And of course, it's been a very, very exciting day at the races so far for everybody. So this is going to be a very exciting battle all the way to the finish line, as the competitors are having a wonderful, wonderful day of racing. Thank you all for tuning in wherever you are. And apologies we haven't been able to keep an eye on the Facebook stream for a while, but I am now looking at it, so any messages you have, more than happy to share your messages and your questions out there to the people watching along. Great to see so many people putting in a fantastic job. Kate Taylor watching a little earlier on. Get in Vinnie Phillips did a great job in the Junior X30 race a little earlier to secure pole position for the pre-final tomorrow. That's definitely where he wanted to be. And also Joachim Bentracourt cheering on Alexis Constant. Good luck ready for the race later, because indeed Alexis Constant is going to be in the pre-final and final tomorrow. Managed to qualify in the top 30, so excellent job there. Also from Fabrizio Caruso, he says, bonne course et à toi, on croise les doigts. He's crossing fingers. So fabulous stuff. And obviously we've got great battles coming up once again. Louis Westover being supported by Nicholas Westover, who is watching along not very far away from here, I imagine, because of course the Westovers live in Spain nowadays. Out they go onto the circuit. Ivan Batalla ahead of Oliver Greenall. Qualifying heat A versus E, the last chance for each of these drivers in Senior X30 than the preceding 3 heats. So it's time to see who's going to get through and who's going to go home. Ivan Batalla and Oliver Greenall on the front row of the grid from Ellie Goldstein and Yannis Stevenadens. Josep Weyer and Thomas Fleming from Clayton Ravenscroft, and Dan Antunes from Lucas Teilman and Joan Pasalaigua from Eloy Gonzalez and Malo Bollier. Then Paul Kauban and Joey Hansen from Eliska Babichkova and Alex Martinez, Matilda Olsen and Evan Becerra, Bart Pluch and Abdi Naji, Onzo Peugeot and Alex Kobe from Maximus Meyer and Drake Janssen, Matteo Salomon, Olivan Veit, and at the back of the grid, it is Sam Figueras. So 27 carts on the grid for qualifying heat A versus E. Air temperature 20 degrees Celsius on a dry track. The clouds came over the course of the day to make it a little bit cooler, but there's no threat of rain from what we can tell on our forecasts until Monday, when we have all disappeared off to the next race meeting anyway. So as far as the drivers are concerned, it's going to be a really exciting battle for all of the competitors. A really solid effort for the competitors, and we'll see an absolutely sensational battle for all of the competitors as they run through. But Ivan Batalla running a great race weekend so far. He just needs to keep it together for this last qualifying heat of the weekend. And of course, only the drivers that have not been successful enough to reach the next stage will be in the consolation race. So there's going to be a slight gap in proceedings between the Senior X30 heats while the mini second chance race goes on. So we have 6 races still to go, of course, including this one. And then we will get ourselves ready for the 6 races that take place tomorrow, the pre-finals and the finals. So the drivers getting themselves ready for the drama and the action. So the drivers coming through, and it's going to be close between Ivan Batalla and Oliver Greenall from the start. Ellie Goldstein in 3rd position, Yannis Stevenadens in 4th place, Josep Weyer, Thomas Fleming, Clayton Ravenscroft, Dan Antunes, Lucas Teilman and Joan Pasalaigua. So they will continue through out of the final turn. Is this going to be a clean start straight away? Looks like a good one. Here we go. And up to the first corner. Great start from the pole sitter, Ivan Batalla. They go through turn 1. Everybody's got through cleanly. It's now the race up to the first corner. Is there going to be a fast start? There's a cracking start from Dan Antunes, who really has shot forward into 3rd position. What a start from Antunes. Absolutely perfect off the charge. And now he is charging his way forward. So Dan Antunes making up some ground. A couple of drivers going off onto the grass. But it's a great start from Oliver Greenall. He gets through on Ivan Batalla on the opening lap. So a good start from Greenall. Initially, it was Ivan Bataya. We've got a kart going slowly at the back of the field. It's one of the VDKs in trouble at the tail end of the field. Can't quite make out who that is, unfortunately, but we've got one kart going very slowly at the back end of the field. One of the VDKs, I think it might be Ollie van Veit. So we're going to keep an eye on that. It's actually Evan Becerra. Evan Becerra, he's pulled off the road. There he is. So Evan Becerra, his race is over, and that's definitely going to hamper his chances of getting a decent grid position for the pre-finals tomorrow. So Greenall leads. Second is now Antunes in front of Bataya. What a cracking launch from Dan Antunes on the opening lap. It was Paul Caban that ended up in the incident, I think, with Evan Becerra on the opening lap. That's why he's down at the back of the field. But it's Oliver Greenall who leads from Antunes, Bataya, Pasalaigua, Fleming, Stephen Haydens, Goldstein, Veyer, Tileman, Bollier, Gonzalez, Ravenscroft, Hansen and Olsen. And there's more drama as they come up towards us. This is the battle for fourth position we were watching on screen briefly there. Pasalaigua versus Fleming, and I think Fleming's got through. In fact, Pasalaigua's down to seventh. Make that eighth, make that ninth, make that 10th. He's just losing place after place after place. Make that 11th now. Make that 12th, and a spin. A spin there from the 335 of Malo Bollier. So Bollier loses the kart, manages to get back relatively on the racing line. Almost holding up a couple of the other drivers. He's trying to come through, and Bollier trying desperately to slam the door shut on Sam Figueras. Well, that didn't quite go according to plan. So here is Oliver Greenall, 0.4 of a second ahead of Dan Antunes, who's really making a race of this now in front of Bataya. Here's the battle for fourth. Fleming, Stephen Haydens and Goldstein. Two Belgians up against Thomas Fleming. Seventh place for Josep Veyer, Eloy Gonzalez, Lucas Tarman, Leighton Ravenscroft, Joey Hansen and Juan Pasalaigua. Here's Goldstein on the inside. Thank you, that'll do nicely. But Yannis Stephen Haydens doesn't want to concede. Goldstein actually got alongside and shook his fist there, pointed at Fleming and said, come on, let me through, we can catch him. Yannis Stephen Haydens, maybe the same country, maybe the same nationality as Ellie Goldstein, but they're not in the same team, they don't know each other that well. So they're not going to play ball with each other on that part of the course. They're certainly not close enough in that particular racing moment to see eye to eye on that one. So here's the move this time from Goldstein. Now he gets the move done, and again he gestures to Yannis Stephen Haydens. Right, enough. Let's go after Fleming. Come on. So they've obviously got to control the pace as they come through. End of lap 3, 6 to go. And it's a great chance from Oliver Greenall in front of Dan Antunes, but Antunes has caught him right up. Here we go. Now this is going to be interesting. Antunes has not had a chance to win a heat all day, and Greenall has done it a couple of times now. So what does Oliver Greenall do here? Does he consolidate second position, or does he try to firmly put Dan Antunes in his place? So this could be very interesting before the end of it all. Absolutely astonishing racecraft from the drivers so far. It's going to get very interesting from them. Greenall in front of Antunes, then Bataya, then Fleming, then Goldstein, Stephen Haydens, and we're watching the 7th place battle. Ravenscroft making his bid on the inside of Josep Veyer. Gets through, nicely done. And round the far side, we've got Lucas Tileman trying to come through as well to get into 9th position on Josep Veyer. Can't make it stick. Lucas Tileman still there in 10th position in front of Matilda Olsen and Joey Hansen. Big launch on the inside of Lucas Tileman. He gets through and gets the overtake on Josep Veyer for 9th position. Matilda Olsen 11th. Joey Hansen 12th. Then Enzo Peugeot, Joan Pasalaigua, and Bart Pluch in 15th position, trying to work his way through the field as well. Here comes Matilda Olsen, getting through on the inside of Josep Veyer into P10. So good overtake from Olsen. Now Goldstein getting very hectic in behind Thomas Fleming, trying to battle away for his position. On the inside comes Goldstein. Goldstein gets the place on Fleming. So that is Ilya Goldstein getting into 4th position on Thomas Fleming. We've got Yannis Stephen Haydens there in P6. So still the battle rages all the way through the weekend. It's going to building into a big fever pitch moment and a big opportunity. So Goldstein in 4th place from Fleming and Stephen Haydens. They're trying to close up on Ivan Bataya. There might just be an interesting opportunity again as the competitor is going very, very hard indeed. This is a very tough run from Oliver Greenall. Dan Antunes is right there with him, but Greenall is not giving him any quarter at all. They come down the home straight, and you can see Greenall in front of Dan Antunes up towards turn 1. No problems for those two. They're well clear. Bataya, Goldstein, Fleming, Stephen Haydens up the inside. That's the move from Lucas Tileman, I believe, to get through on the inside of Josep Veja. Joey Hansen is now in 12th place. He's making a bit of a comeback in this race as well, as Goldstein launches on the inside of Ivan Bataja. He's been building up to this. Now he gets into 3rd place. Eliska Babičkova sets the fastest lap of the race as well, a 1:03.573. So Eliska Babičkova now the fastest driver on track, and she has got plenty of work to do. Matilda Olsen's now been to 8th place. She is cannoning through this field, I should point out, and she could do with a decent finish to end the weekend on, or certainly end the heats on, to secure her place in the pre-finals at least. It's not been a very fruitful couple of weeks for Matilda Olsen. She had a crash last week when she was battling for the win, and then she didn't get qualifying altogether this time, but she could still fight her way back into some kind of contention. She's certainly got the equipment and the materials to move forward. Now it's about putting them to good action in these last 3 laps. Greenall leading, Antunes second, 3rd is Goldstein, 4th is Bataja, or is it? There goes Fleming on the inside. So Fleming gets past Bataja, and now there's a chance for Janne Steven-Adens with Ravenscroft and Olsen bearing down on them. Olsen's up to 7th. Matilda Olsen gets the move on Clayton Ravenscroft, has up the inside. There goes Janne Steven-Adens. So Janne Steven-Adens gets into 5th place past Thomas Fleming. Past Ivan Bataja, I should say. So Goldstein, Fleming, Steven-Adens, Bataja, Olsen, Ravenscroft, Gonzalez and Lucas Tarman in the top 10 behind the leaders, Greenall and Antunes. So Ellie Goldstein running a good race in 3rd position, just trying to get well clear of Thomas Fleming. There's still 2 laps to go, and Antunes is just biding his time and waiting for an opportunity to take on Oliver Greenall. From his point of view, nothing to lose. He may as well go for it and see if he can get the victory. But Dan Antunes just biding his time in 2nd place behind Oliver Greenall. Even a 2nd place finish could keep his weekend running in fine operation. So we'll see how it continues, and hopefully all goes according to plan across the line again. And the battle for 3rd position really starting to sing praises. Here comes the battle for 7th place, all the way down to Bart Pluch, battling away with Eliska Babičkova. So from 7th down to 15th, a very strong run. Ellie Goldstein just controlling the pace in 3rd position here. So this is obviously a very important one for Oliver Greenall to keep together with. Oh, and there's an off at turn 1. We've had an off at turn 1, a spin there, and it's Alex Kobe. Alex Kobe has gone off at the first corner. That is such a shame. There is Alex Kobe. Now, I don't know, again, whether she was assisted to the scene of the spin or whatever it might be, but Alex Kobe is out of the race there, and that is so unfortunate. She really had a decent chance of a good result this weekend based on what we saw over the course of the testing. Now that is Fleming still battling it out with Janne Steven-Adens and Ivan Bataja, and they're still trying to get well clear of Matilda Olsen. But the checkered flag is only a lap away for Oliver Greenall before he looks very comfortable for a front row start in the pre-final tomorrow, and we know how strong he can be from the outside of the row. The only person Oliver Greenall hasn't beaten so far this weekend has been the man who is currently looking at pole position for the Senior X30 heats, and that is Santiago Valve, who has been so strong for the Mole Racing team. But fair play to Dan Antunes. He's made good work of things as he battles in. Matilda Olsen's got up into 6th position. So Matilda Olsen, this is 7th position, I should say. Ivan Bataja still holding the position for the moment. Matilda Olsen drifts out wide. Ravenscroft trying to cut through. And I think Ravenscroft has indeed got through into 7th position there, back past Matilda Olsen. But Oliver Greenall, her teammate, doing an absolutely fantastic job, as out of the final turn, Oliver Greenall is going to take another victory here at Zuera. A great performance from him. Dan Antunes in 2nd place, and Ellie Goldstein in 3rd for the moment from Fleming, Bataja, Ravenscroft, Olsen and Steven-Adens. Joey Hansen fighting back to 9th place on the last lap as well, in front of Eloy Gonzalez. So just the 2 retirements at the end of it all then, Evan Becerra and Alex Kobe. But what a fascinating race for Oliver Greenall, able to stretch clear. Dan Antunes just shadowing his every move, almost like a ghostly shadow on the tail of him all the way through. And as far as Oliver Greenall is concerned, it's exactly where he wants to be. No major concerns there and no major problems. So he can just take another fabulous scalp in the run through to the victories. An excellent run so far. Excellent work. And Oliver Greenall looking perfectly okay for the front row starting procedure. But we'll see how it continues as we head into tomorrow, because so far so good for Oliver Greenall. He looks very good at a charge for victory. So the battle is well and truly joined. It's going to be fascinating for Oliver Greenall to continue on tomorrow, but he ends the qualifying heats with another victory, and that puts him very much in a good position for tomorrow. Oliver Greenall from Dan Antunes, Ellie Goldstein and Thomas Fleming. Ivan Bataya from Clayton Ravenscroft and Matilda Olsen from Yannick Steven-Adens and Joey Hansen. Eloy Gonzalez and Josep Vea from Enzo Peugeot and Bart Pluch. Eliska Babichkova and Lucas Tileman from Joan Pasalaigua and Matteo Salomon. Malo Bollier in 18th place in front of Alex Martinez, then Maximus Meyer and Sam Figueras. Paul Coban and Drake Janssen from Abdi Nagy and Olivan Fight. And then the two retirements from the race, Alex Kobe, 2 laps from the end, and Evan Becerra out in the very first lap of racing. Now that means, of course, that Oliver Greenall finishes the qualifying heats with 3 points net across the 5 races. Callum Bradshaw has 5. Santiago Valve has none at all, because if he has been unbeaten, you get 0 points for the win in qualifying heats. 2 for second, 3 for third, 4 for fourth, 5 for fifth, and so on and so on. And then, of course, it's like a golf scorecard. Whoever has the lowest amount of accumulated points takes the victory in the run for the pre-final grid. And obviously that gets them pole position for the pre-final. A reminder to all drivers that after racing today, you must not leave without picking up your race licenses. So all drivers, you must pick up your race licenses at the end of the day. If you need them to go racing next weekend, you won't get them if you don't collect them, because we are moving on to another race directly after this one. So do please remember that drivers must not leave without picking up their race licenses. They cannot be sent on to you, because we are going straight to another racetrack after this one. So please ensure that you collect your race licenses, otherwise you will not have them ready for racing next weekend. So all drivers, remember that after your racing is done, you must return your transponders and collect your race licenses. They cannot be posted to you after the event. So next up, it is the X30 Senior Qualifying Heat for drivers C versus F, and it's already getting very hectic and very exciting out there for the drivers in this group as well, because we're obviously getting close to the bitter end of the dais. And now we've got Lazar Latigo and Kalai Atkins, who are desperately trying to pull a victory out of the bag from the front row of the starting grid. They've had mixed races so far. This one could be the one where we have all sorts of flotsam and jetsam to battle with over the course of racing. And there are some big names in the middle of the field here as well. So this race heat could have absolutely everything attached to it. Pole position for Lazar Latigo, the Frenchman, for Victory Lane Karting. Alongside him on the starting grid will be Kalai Atkins, the Jamaican based in the UK and racing under a UK license, of course, for the Croc Promotions racing team. Urberts Moore for the TD Kart squad. He will line up in third position on the grid for this one. Fourth place will be Federico Scalvini at the AC Motorsports squad, the Spanish driver there in fourth position. Hugo Trichard, no luck at all so far this weekend for the PB Kart team. Hopefully he can salvage something from the last heat of the weekend from third on the starting grid. Then we'll have Francois Hernandez in sixth position. Senevan Solen in seventh place from Hugo Naturel in eighth. And then rounding out the top 10, we will have a pair of Frenchmen. Alexandre Monod will be there in ninth position on the starting grid. And alongside him on the grid in 10th place will be Benjamin Hovelak of the Dan Holland Racing team, who will be there together. The 3-minute board goes up. 11th on the starting grid. We start to get some really big names coming in now. Andreas Hebert will line up 11th position for the Dimes Racing team, alongside Isabelle Abbas, who returns to 12th position on the grid. A shame we couldn't see her out for the last heat, but she is back where she belongs in P12 on the grid for this one, and it's good to see that she is down there ready to race. 13th on the grid is Louis Westover. Nicholas is watching, by the way. And Louis is obviously getting set for another great race behind the wheel. So he is there on the 7th row of the grid. Wishing you good luck, by the way, Louis. So Nicholas sends his best. 13th on the grid. 14th is Ferdinand Winter. So it'll be a really exciting run there from Ferdinand as he runs in P14 on the grid. And then two big names together on the 8th row of the grid as Mark Kimber goes on the inside P15, and alongside him is Teresa Babachkova, 16th, and amazing charges through the field from her this weekend. So let's see what she can do from P16. Dan Nogales, 17th on the grid for this one, and then Morgan Porter lining up alongside in 18th. Two very strong drivers there. Dan Nogales, a podium finisher at the IAME Winter Cup in the past at Valencia. And obviously Morgan Porter, not just racing here, but also in the OK category in the FIA European Championship. He'll be racing at SA next week, of course. Benjamin Pack, 19th position on the grid for RSD Karting. And Roman Andriolo will be in 20th on the starting grid alongside. And then 21st on the starting grid, we will have Mika Vos, who will be there on the inside for the VV Racing team. He'll be there in 21st on the grid alongside Sita van Meert, who is making some amazing comeback drives in the EGP Racing team this weekend. She didn't get the best qualifying performance, but she's been able to charge her way through towards the top 10 several times already. And if she gets one more decent result, she'll be in the top 30. So let's hope for the best for Sita van Meert. Another big comeback for the driver behind her on the grid, and that is Sam Balota, who is going to be right there behind her on the grid as Sam Balota, of course, lines up beside Jolan Rakemir in the all-white privateer entrant as he runs there aboard his Cosmic chassis. And then Sergio Pereira lines up in 25th on the starting grid. 26th on the grid will be Alfie Prince, ridiculously quick over the course of the weekend, and has charged through the field in every single heat he has started to try and get his way back up to prominence. There's still every chance that Alfie Prince can salvage this weekend and run very well from the pre-final to the final. So the last chance again for these drivers to book their place in the pre-finals. They will have to do their best, otherwise they will go into the second chance heat, which will be their last chance to get through. So these guys are doing the best they possibly can now, and it's their last race of the day to prepare them for what will either be qualification, the consolation race, or the second chance heat. So here's the grid in full. Lazare Lactigo in front of Kalai Atkins, Eberts Moore beside Federico Scalvini, Hugo Trichard and Francois Hernandez from Senavan Solen and Hugo Naturel, Alexandre Monod and Benjamin Hovelak from Andreas Hebert and Isabelle Abbas, Louis Westover and Ferdinand Winter, Mark Kimber and Teresa Babachkova, then Dan Nogales and Morgan Porter from Benjamin Pack and Roman Andriolo, Mika Vos, Sita van Meert, Jolan Rakemir, Sam Balota, Sergio Pereira and Alfie Prince. Now, according to... Oh, hang on a minute. We've got someone pulled off the course there. Is that Eberts Moore? Is he in trouble already? It is! That is Eberts Moore! I can't believe it. On the opening lap, well, not even before then, we got to the formation lap. Eberts Moore has pulled to a standstill, and his race is over before it's even started. That is horrific bad luck for Eberts Moore. The TD Kart, Tony Kart driver has pulled out with a mechanical failure, and from third on the starting grid, Eberts Moore will not start this race, and that almost certainly costs him any chance of getting through other than through the second chance heat. What an absolute disaster for Eberts Moore, who has been so fast over the weekend. It's just absolutely heart-wrenching when a driver is so far up the grid and has nothing they could do about it, hasn't even been taken out, hasn't even had the chance to go racing, has just been forced to sit on the sidelines and watch it all unfold. What a disastrous situation and an awful turn of events from poor Eberts Moore, now having to watch the rest of the race from the side. So Lazare Lactigo will be on the inside of the front row. Kalai Atkins will be on the outside. There'll be a bit of a gap between them and Hugo Trichard, because Eberts Moore was meant to be starting third and will now have to wait for his fate to be unveiled after this race is played out. So the drivers come out of the final turn. Is this going to be the perfect start from Lazare Lactigo? We have to wait as they come off the corner. Is this going to be a good start? They're going to go round again. So it is an additional formation lap then for the drivers. And that was taken an early decision there, I think, as a result of, well, partly due to the retirement very early of Eberts Moore, who had the mechanical problem. But also just in general, the fact that there were a few positions, a few drivers out of line there. And I think a couple of the drivers towards the front end of the field had not quite slowed the field initially out of the final corner and had made a little bit too strong a start. Martin Bean has been very adamant right from the start of the weekend. You will not rush these starts. You will do them fairly so that everybody has a chance of getting up to the front end of the grid. And he will call it as he sees it. If they get a decent jump, but they've given plenty of time to get going, then that is perfectly fine. But if you make a rush before anybody's really formed up and ready in position, that is going to be judged to be a false start. So they've got to be very, very careful, but at the same time, they've also got to be very adhering to the fact that the drivers will obviously be challenging for position right from the start. So Lazar Latigo from the front of the grid, Kalai Atkins alongside. There is no Erbeltsmoor, unfortunately, who now has to wait. Are we going to get a good start here? Is this going to be a launch forward? It is indeed. We race. Oh, that's contact into the first corner and a spin from the 234. All done for Senna van Solen, and he's absolutely enraged. So Senna van Solen is out of it as he gets completely sideswiped on the run to the first corner. Senna van Solen is out, and he can't believe his luck. Poor Senna van Solen. His race is over before it's even really got going. The rest of the field are absolutely storming down towards turn 4. So Van Solen gets spat out of the queue, and out in front it is Lazar Latigo in front of Hugo Trichard. Trichard is going to try and have his look to get through on the inside. Trichard with a good start this time in front of Kalai Atkins. Yellow flags again, and we've had 2 more carts go off at the far end. So 2 more carts going off and then rejoining at the tail end. It's Isabel Abbas who has come together there with another driver. I think it is Mika Vos who has spun off. So Mika Vos and Isabel Abbas getting thrown down the order. What a shame for Isabel Abbas after not starting the previous heat and now being chucked to the back. This is just where she didn't want to be. So Lazar Latigo leads Hugo Trichard from Kalai Atkins, Francois Hernandez, Hugo Nataril, Benjamin Hovelak, Federico Scalvini, Andrea Sever, Ferdinand Winter. Here comes Hugo Trichard on the inside, and the door left open for Kalai Atkins, who sorts it out on the inside. A good run from Kalai Atkins, and also Latigo loses ground to Francois Hernandez, so Hernandez gets through. Hugo Nataril is there in 5th position, waiting for a chance to break it at P4. But Kalai Atkins now into 2nd behind Hugo Trichard. So Hugo Trichard, oh, here's the move on Latigo, back on Hernandez. Tucks out wide, and that could have been very nasty, but what it does do is give Hovelak a little bit of a run on Hugo Nataril, and he gets through. So up the position, side by side. Hovelak swarms in on Francois Hernandez and gets past his countryman. So some great battles in this last heat of the day for the qualifying groups C versus F. As they know this is their last chance. They want to make a good race of it, and they want to make sure they get the best possible result out of this final race of the day. So there is Ben Hovelak hanging on in front of Francois Hernandez. Francois Hernandez in front of Mark Kimber. Mark Kimber now P6. So watch out for Kimber. He's definitely going to be marching forward. Here he goes on the inside of Francois Hernandez. That's P5. And P7 behind is now Scalvini as he gets past his teammate Hugo Nataril. So Scalvini up into P7 and Westover up to 9th place now in front of Morgan Porter and Andreas Hebert. So some big moments then as we get towards the end of race battles. But so far so good for Hugo Trichard, who leads the way from Kalai Atkins and Lazar Latigo, from Ben Hovelak, Francois Hernandez and Mark Kimber. So Hugo Nataril, oh, Federico Scalvini making his bid on the inside line. This is going to be a really strong challenge, and a big run on the inside again from the 298 of Mark Kimber. He gets through past Ben Hovelak, and that puts him into 4th position. So an excellent run so far. Now coming across again on the inside line. This is the big launch forward from the 265. That is Hugo Nataril. So Nataril gets through into position. Oh, and a nice move there from Lazar Latigo to get back through into 2nd place past Kalai Atkins. Atkins will have another look, but he thinks better of it. He's got Mark Kimber in behind him. So Kimber's not going to want to wait around forever to get his overtaking move done either. We've got 6 laps left of this heat, and the gap between Trichard in the lead and Lazar Latigo in 2nd is a 2nd already. So they've got to be very careful about where they position the kart. Here is Kalai Atkins into P2. Room for Kimber. He gets there as well. And there's room for Hovelak. He gets by as well. So Atkins to second, Kimber to third, and Hovelak to fourth place. Watch out for the move from Scalvini on Lazaro Latigo. He gets through, and that puts the Spanish driver into fifth position, one of the shorter drivers in the Senior X30 battle. Federico Scalvini doing a fine job and gets into fifth position. They come off the turn, back down the straight, and here comes Kimber making his spin on Kalai Atkins. P2 is his. So now he's got 5 laps to close up on Hugo Trichard. And with Kalai Atkins and Ben Hovelak in tow, you can bet that Mark Kimber is going to settle for nothing less than a crack at the victory. Here comes Hovelak on Atkins, and Latigo gets through again on Scalvini, taking Hugo Naturel with him. Louis Westover with the fastest lap of the race as he gets up past Francois Hernandez into 8th position. Morgan Porter's up to 10th. Alfie Prince is up to 11th. What a fight back from Alfie Prince. Yet again, he's charging his way forward. There is Benjamin Hovelak, who was in 2nd position. Now he finds himself in 3rd, behind Mark Kimber. But he's got through past Kalai Atkins, so from his point of view, that is a very solid effort as he runs again in 3rd position. Ben Hovelak trying to work his craft to close in on Hugo Trichard. But Mark Kimber is the one who's going to try and catch him first. They come off the corner and onto the main straight. What is the gap between Trichard and Kimber going to be this time? It's less than a second now. So is there going to be a moment from Kalai Atkins to get the run on Ben Hovelak? You know, he's going to wait and basically work with him to keep Kimber pretty honest so that they can all catch up to Hugo Trichard. So Kalai Atkins doesn't want to spend too long sat in the slipstream, but certainly for the moment, it's the right position to be into the toe of Ben Hovelak. So the two of them can edge the race. I was going to say leader, but not quite the race leader, Mark Kimber, to close in on the race leader. So they continue to charge forward. Big battles for 5th position at the moment. You've got Scalvini, Latigo, Westover, Naturel and Porter all in the mix there. Francois Hernandez, Sambalota and Alfie Prince are not far away either, with Alexandra Mono in front of Sita van Meert, who again, she's making great progress through the field and making some good overtakes. So this is the battle for 3rd position between Ben Hovelak and Kalai Atkins. They come through again onto the main straight behind the race leader, Hugo Trichard and Mark Kimber. Kimber takes another 10th out of Trichard's advantage. Hovelak and Atkins pushing hard here to try and close up on Hugo Trichard. So is there going to be a big charge forward from Mark Kimber? Can he catch Hugo Trichard before the end of the race? It's a big gap, but with 3 laps to go, it's down to 7/10 of a second. Kalai Atkins hustling Ben Hovelak. Sambalota with the fastest lap of the race as he tries to break into the top 10, which he does, having got past Francois Hernandez. They come through the hairpin. And now Kalai Atkins is stepping up the attack on Ben Hovelak. Hovelak looks to his right, knows that Atkins is there, tries to shut him down. Well responded, well reacted from Ben Hovelak. No major concerns there as Kalai Atkins tries to stay with him. But Ben Hovelak places his cart in the right place. Kalai Atkins tries to go for the big slingshot move on the inside and the right-hander, but it's shut down nice and early by Ben Hovelak, and now Louis Westover is closing in on them. So he could snatch a top 3 finish here quite easily if he's not careful. Hugo Trichard has now got Mark Kimber raining down on him. Kimber's going to go for the move, surely, into turn 2. Here he goes. Mark Kimber will take the lead here on Hugo Trichard. It was inevitable, really. Once he started closing in on Hugo Trichard, there was not going to be anyone to deny the former IAME Euro Series title winner the chance to get back to the front. And now we've got Kalai Atkins in 3rd. He's got past with Westover on Ben Hovelak. Federico Scalvini is still there in P6. Now, can Hugo Trichard follow behind Mark Kimber and go for the move again? Or is this going to be the 3rd position battle we're waiting for? They're hoping to close in on Hugo Trichard. But with a lap and a half to go, I think that's too big a gap to get down. So now Mark Kimber will just hold the pace up at the front. He didn't wait around to go for the overtake on Hugo Trichard. He just let it open up naturally. Through comes Louis Westover. 3rd position on Kalai Atkins. He gets through. So Westover now into 3rd position. And that's going to be a great result to end on if he can stay there. 1 lap to go. Hugo Trichard doing the best he can to get close again to Mark Kimber. But Kimber is not one to back down from the opportunity. He's already got a couple of kart lengths on Trichard. He will not want to lose ground. So Trichard keeps pushing, but he's not quite going to get close enough to Kimber to challenge, or is he? Because Kimber knows he's there. Trichard still coming at him. Trichard tries. Kimber holds his line. Hugo Trichard doing the best he possibly can. He's going up against the IAME Euro Series title winner. And the man, of course, who has taken international final success as well. So Kimber being very defensive. Trichard is coming at him. Hammer and tongs. Can Trichard make the move? Kimber knows he's going to be there. So Trichard keeps throwing everything at him. Kimber losing a lot of time to Louis Westover, but he's got time in hand, so he can afford to do this. But he just doesn't want Hugo Trichard getting close enough. Well handled by Mark Kimber as they come off the final turn. Trichard is going to throw everything at him, but surely Kimber's going to get there first, which he just does. Trichard in second, Westover third from Atkins, Hovelak and Scalvini. Very close racing to the end there as the drivers battle all the way through to the finish line. But it's Mark Kimber who bounces back and gets a heat victory. Excellent work from Mark Kimber, the former Euro Series title winner, does a fantastic job there. And good to see him putting in an excellent show. So a great performance and a great display. Mark Kimber has never lost his speed. He's got himself back into contention once again. And so he's definitely going to be one to keep an eye on heading into tomorrow if he can get a reasonably good position for the pre-final. And he has made good progress. If he can get up towards the firing line at the sharp end, then there's every chance that Mark Kimber can return to his former glories and get himself back in a position once more. So the competitors doing a fair job here of giving us plenty of entertainment and good racecraft. So in his last heat, it is a victory for Mark Kimber, and quite an important one as well. He needed to make that come back to him after the difficulties we saw earlier on in the dais. So Mark Kimber taking a brilliant victory in front of Hugo Trichard and Louis Westover. Kalai Atkins and Benjamin Hovelak from Federico Scalvini and Sam Balota. Morgan Porter, Alfie Prince in ninth. What a drive. And Alexandra Mono in 10th place from Hugo Nataril and Lazar Latigo. Sita Van Meert fighting back to 13th in front of Francois Hernandez. Roma Andriolo in front of Dan Nogales from Jolan Rakimir and Ferdinand Winter. And then Andreas Hebert in front of Sergio Pereira from Mika Voss. Benjamin Pack, Teresa Babichkova not having any luck on that occasion. And Isabel Abbas, who was the last driver home. Herbert Smoor and Senna Van Solen out on the very first lap. And for Senna Van Solen, taken off at the start, Herbert Smoor didn't even get to go that far. So big problems then for Herbert Smoor and Senna Van Solen. Hopefully we haven't seen the last of them over the course of the weekend. They will, of course, be able to hopefully get into the top 30. If they are not able to do that, then we will see them in the second chance heat or the consolation race, depending on where they will end up in the final rankings. But this is the last heat before the break. And, of course, the race after this one is going to be the second chance and the consolation race. And this is going to line up two of the most feisty and competitive drivers in Senior X30 onto the front row of the grid beside each other for the first time this weekend. From Spain on the inside line, Santiago Valve. He has not lost a race all weekend so far. Beside him on the grid, though, is Enzo Levesque for Karting Loisir Neuilly, the man who has really made Senior X30 his own discipline over the last 18 months. He is one of the stars of this paddock, and he is definitely one not to cross swords with unless you know you're in for a ruthless battle. So Santiago Valve versus Enzo Levesque on the front row of the grid. Who's going to come out on top of that one? Your guess is as good as mine. Cian Shields will be there on the second row of the grid in P3 as always. Fourth position on the starting grid. We're going to see a very tough battle with Henki Kalteren. Clarissa Dervich starting fifth position on the grid again. She's another one to watch for from the start. She's always made very good work of it in the first corner and has already come through with a couple of second place finishes, Clarissa Dervich, so far this weekend. And sixth position on the grid, the 2016 World Champion, Pedro Hiltbrand, still very much in contention at the front end of the field here. And looking good for a top 5 starting position in the final rankings. Behind the likes of Santiago Valve, Oliver Greenall and Callum Bradshaw this weekend so far, the best placed driver on the aggregates for the grid is actually Clarissa Dervich. She's been so solid and is looking good for a top 5 starting position for the pre-final tomorrow. There are so many people who would love her to be there when we get the final rankings. She's done so well since stepping up to Senior X30. This is only her third Senior X30 meeting at this level, let's not forget. And she is up there in the top 5 already. So excellent work from Clarissa Dervic. And we all want her to stay towards the sharp end and give the boys a real run for their money. Noah Maton lines up on the 4th row of the grid beside the reigning world champion, Callum Bradshaw, in 8th position, who is gunning for a front row starting position. Has a great chance to secure that in this particular battle. My apologies, has the chance to secure 3rd position on the grid for this one, because with Oliver Greenall winning his heat, Callum Bradshaw will be at best, well, it could be front row of the grid actually, thinking about it, 2nd or 3rd on the grid. If Bradshaw wins and Santi Valve finishes 5th, 6th or lower, then Bradshaw will get onto the front row of the starting grid with Oliver Greenall. So there's a good chance still for Callum Bradshaw to make the front row of the starting grid for the pre-final. 9th on the starting grid this time is going to be on the inside line Caleb Marshall, and then alongside him will be Robert Dehaan in 10th position. Then on the 6th row of the grid, it will be Alvani Vivas in her last race before we go to the second chance and consolations. Hopefully she'll automatically qualify in the top 30. We would love to see that. And on the outside of the 6th row, it is going to be Laurence Le Certois, the Belgian megastar. Rivaldo van der Westerleken 13th on the grid. Watch out for Aaron Walker from P14. He will not want to finish there. And then on the 8th row of the grid, we will have Enzo Le Cruz alongside the reigning IAME Euro Series title winner and the man who's been charging through in every single race so far this weekend, Guy Cunnington from P16 on the grid. Do not count him out. He's going to be charging through from the get-go. So the green flag flies and the drivers head out onto the circuit for the last time in Senior X30 before we get to second chances and consolations. This is it. Will Santiago Valve remain unbeaten, or is the pole position going to go the way of Oliver Greenall? We will find out. Santiago Valve from Onzo Levesque, Kian Shields and Henke Kouterman, Clarissa Dervic and Pedro Hiltbrand. Then it's Noah Maton and Callum Bradshaw, Caleb Marshall and Robert Dehaan from Alvani del Vivas and Laurence Le Certois, Rivaldo van der Westerleken and Aaron Walker, Enzo Le Cruz and Guy Cunnington from David Rodriguez, Jose Gomez, Arton Vaison, Sami Dari, Alejandro Huguet, Dan Steenman, Beren van der Berg, Jaime Sanz, Luciano Morano and Rihanna Reagan from 26th on the grid. So the drivers gearing themselves up ready. Alejandro Huguet, I think, is not going to take any further part in the meeting. We haven't seen him since Heat 2. And unfortunately, his kart obviously damaged. Either the kart is damaged or he is damaged, one of the two. We haven't heard of any major problems for Alejandro Huguet, but certainly his race is over. And that is unfortunate from his point of view, as there's no further part for the Spaniard. But there are still plenty of races to come from our other competitors out there on the course. They all want a battle for supremacy. A reminder to all drivers, of course, when you are finished racing, you must collect your licenses. They cannot be sent to you. You have to collect your race licenses, so make sure you do so. Santiago Valve bidding to become the only driver all weekend to go unbeaten. In Junior X30, there were drivers who squabbled for the race victory and who suffered defeat. Likewise in Mini X30, nobody went through the races undefeated. But in Senior X30, there is a very good chance that Santiago Valve, who is still in only his first season as a Senior X30, stepped up from Junior last year, and this is only his 3rd race meeting in this paddock as a Senior X30 driver, could be about to go unbeaten in a field full of European and world champions. Not just at X30 level, but even at FIA grade. What a story this is turning into for Santiago Valve. He could become the only driver all weekend to go unbeaten, but there are so many drivers to try and take it from him in this one. Enzo Levesque is going to be a steely competitor. Let's get ready for the final heat of the weekend for X30 Senior before we get to second chances and consolations. Is this going to be a clean start from the get-go? Yes, it is. Let's race. Good start initially from the two drivers on the front row. They remain first and second, no problem at all. A sweep through as they come through onto the far side. Everybody trying to get through without incident. Onzo Levesque still there in second position behind the race leader Santiago Valverde. Keane Shields trying to go the long way round to get himself into second position. Hasn't quite worked out. And there in fourth position is Pedro Hiltbrand. Great start from him from sixth on the grid. And as the field works their way through on the first lap, a couple of drivers kicking up the dust, but no major controversies at the moment as the field storms its way through. A lot of drivers trying to make an overtaking move, all three on the opening lap. And that's the move on the inside from Callum Bradshaw. He gets through on Henke Kalteren. Unfortunate problems for Robert De Haan. He loses 2, 3, 4, 5, possibly 6 places on the opening lap as he runs wide there. Manages to catch the kart just before he loses ground to Jose Gomez. But Robert De Haan struggling on the opening lap as he goes a little bit wide there at turn 7. So a very tough battle for the competitors as they continue to charge forward, but out in front it is Santiago Valverde in front of Onzo Levesque and Keane Shields. So it's as they started in the top 3. Pedro Hiltbrand up to 4th, then Bradshaw, Kalteren, Dervich, Lecertua, Mapton, Marshall, Walker, Cunnington, Van der Westerlaken, and then it is Robert De Haan from Gomez, Steenman, La Cruz and Vivas. So the battle very close indeed up the front. Santiago Valverde holding the lead on the second lap of 9. Long way still to go for Santiago Valverde, but he knows that he has a great chance to go unbeaten and undefeated over the course of this weekend. Onzo Levesque and Keane Shields are doing everything they can in their power to prevent that from happening. The 2 world champions in the field continue to battle away. Callum Bradshaw closing in on Pedro Hiltbrand, 2020 world champion meets 2016 world champion. There is another world champion in the midst of the Senior X30, Joey Hansen, but he was in the previous races. So now it's going to be a tough one between Hiltbrand and Bradshaw as they come through again on the far side, down on the main straight. Onzo Levesque in second place in front of Keane Shields as they try and chase after Santiago Valverde. The gap is less than 0.4 of a second. In the toe, there's still a chance they can get close to Valverde and make another battle for it. And Bradshaw getting very racy in behind Hiltbrand. Is Bradshaw going to go for the move? No, because Hiltbrand's going to go for his own overtaking move. He gets through on Keane Shields. So Pedro Hiltbrand gets into third position. Watch for Bradshaw. He might make the same bid on Keane Shields into turn 7. We're through 5 at the moment. On the exit of 6, through the kink. And now down the short stretch. This is where Bradshaw's going to make his bid. I thought as much. Here he goes on the inside. And Callum Bradshaw gets up into 4th position past Keane Shields. So Santiago Valverde leads Onzo Levesque, Pedro Hiltbrand, Callum Bradshaw and Keane Shields with Kalteren in 6th place, Dervich in 7th, and then you've got Aaron Walker in 8th place from Lecertua and Cunnington. Now, this is going to be the first time that Santiago Valverde will go to battle on track at the same time as Callum Bradshaw and Pedro Hiltbrand, as well as Onzo Levesque. These guys are really going to be putting pressure on Santiago Valverde to crack the Spaniard. If anybody can get it done, it's going to have to be these 3. But they have not raced him so far this weekend. Only gone against him in the qualifying. Hiltbrand gets into 2nd place. Watch for Bradshaw to try and make the same move on Onzo Levesque at the same moment as he did on the last lap into turn 7. He's going to spend 5 and 6 getting close enough to Levesque to challenge. Here he goes, and surely now he will slingshot up to the inside line at the end of the short straight. I thought he would. Here he goes. He loves that move, this Callum Bradshaw, and he's not afraid to give it a go. So he gets through into 3rd place. Now Pedro Hiltbrand is within half a second of his Spanish compatriot. And interestingly, on the start line, as Shields gets through on Onzo Levesque, the first person, the only person that Santiago Valverde went to wish good luck on the starting line was Pedro Hiltbrand, his countryman up at the sharp end of the field. So he clearly respects the world champion with every ounce of fibre that he has underneath him, but he also wants to beat him. So Pedro Hiltbrand, the man who won the World Championship title in 2016 in the OK category, the first ever running of that category at World Championship status, is now hustling Santiago Valverde in the hope that he can beat him and be the only driver this weekend to topple Santiago Valverde. 4 wins out of 4 so far from Valverde, but Hiltbrand is catching rapidly. Guy Cunnington sets the fastest lap of the race as he moves up in a 10th position. So far, so good. It's Valverde leading, Hiltbrand 2nd, Bradshaw 3rd, Keane Shields is 4th, in front of Onzo Levesque, Henke Kalteren, Clarissa Dervich, Aaron Walker, Laurence Lecertua, and Guy Cunnington from Noah Maton and Robert De Haan. Then it is Caleb Marshall from Jose Gomez, and then Rivaldo van der Westerlaken from Dan Steenman, And then we have Onze de Cruz in 17th ahead of Artem Vaison, Alvani Vivas, and in 20th place currently it is Beren Vandenberg in front of David Rodriguez, Luciano Morano, Sami Dahri, Hami Sands and Brianna Reagan. So there's Cian Shields chasing after Callum Bradshaw. Not every day you get to go race to race with a world champion, and that is exactly what Cian Shields is doing with Callum Bradshaw at the moment. Will he get his lunge on the inside line? No, Bradshaw protects nicely. Anzo Levesque is down to 5th position. We watch to see what Cian Shields does. I think he's playing the long game here, as Santivalve, with 4 laps to go, continues to put pressure on the drivers around him. But Pedro Hiltbrand is gaining ground. Surely on the next straight he's going to have a great chance to go for it in terms of the draft on the toe down the main straight, because Hiltbrand is really going to have a good chance here on Santiago Valve. Valve is obviously the class of the field, as he was in junior last year at Onnet-le-Bois in the opening season round. But can he get it together and sort it all out for victory in the 2021 season here at Zuera? Wasn't able to do it in senior last time out. That went the way of Aaron Walker at Marienborg in Belgium. But just think, if Santiago Valve could go unbeaten all the way through the weekend on home soil, there'd be a lot of very proud Spanish aficionados of the karting world here. But with 3 laps to go, Valve is pushing hard, and Hiltbrand is gaining ground. Bradshaw's still there in 3rd from Shields and Levesque. Then Clarissa Dervich in P6, having got past Henke Kalteren. And Aaron Walker is the next one waiting in the wings. So excellent racing at the moment from the front of Senior X30. Guy Cunnington sets the fastest lap to get into 9th place. And now into the braking zone for these big stops. That's where you've got so much travel potential in the kart. You really have to know where the balance of the kart is going to put you around the course. So far so good for Santiago Valve, but Hiltbrand is now less than 0.2 of a second behind him. There you go. This is surely going to be Hiltbrand's best chance yet. They'll come off the final turn, and there'll be 2 laps to go. This is where we're going to get to see Hiltbrand really charge after Santiago Valve. What if he's the first one to go for the lead on Santiago Valve and make it stick? They come through out of turn 1. Hiltbrand's going to make a move that Valve can't respond to. That's Hiltbrand's way. He looks back, realizes how far away they are. It's not going to be the overtaking move yet. Hiltbrand is going to time it right by the look of it. So Hiltbrand putting pressure on Santiago Valve. Here he goes on the inside line. And Hiltbrand, a lap and a half to go. And he storms up the inside of Santiago Valve. And the 2016 world champion hits the front. Pedro Hiltbrand takes the lead here in Zuera on the penultimate lap of the final heat of the weekend before we get to second chances and consolations. So Santiago Valve now has to respond to the challenge from Pedro Hiltbrand. He has got through and taken the lead away from him. Can Santiago Valve get back into the lead? Or will he just accept the fact that second is the best he can get and he will have to settle for that? But settling for that will still make him pole position for the pre-final. Here they come down the straight. And it's an excellent, excellent run for Hiltbrand, but Valve still, of course, has the slipstream and has the toe to close in on Hiltbrand once again. So Santiago Valve is not done yet here. He's still got a chance, and he knows it. Hiltbrand is right in there behind Bradshaw, still working his magic to try and close up on Santiago Valve. Valve knows he's there. Bradshaw needs some assistance to close up more from Shields and Levesque. But they are battling for position. I don't think Santiago Valve needs to worry about Bradshaw. He's going to focus on Hiltbrand. Here he goes. He looks back. He realizes that there is no reason at all to battle with Hiltbrand. He doesn't have to. He can just sit there in second place. Hiltbrand can have the victory in the heat. That will put him 4th on the grid for tomorrow's pre-final. But Santiago Valve can consolidate here in second place. He doesn't have to panic about this at all. He can sit there in P2 and take the pole position for the pre-final. No drama, no panic for Santi Valve. He is defeated by Pedro Hiltbrand, but he takes and secures pole position in the pre-final regardless. Great win for Hiltbrand, 2nd for Santi Valve, and 3rd for Callum Bradshaw. So Pedro Hiltbrand is a winner again in the IAME Euro Series. It's been a while, and it's great to see him back. So Pedro Hiltbrand denies Santi Valve the clean sweep, but Santi Valve cares more about a pole position for the pre-final than he does about the 5th race win in the heats. He takes 4 wins and a second, so nobody in the entire weekend will go unbeaten, but certainly Santi Valve is as good as, allowing Hiltbrand to take the victory and get things done in fine style. The Mini X30 second chance heat is coming up shortly, as you can see there. But Pedro Hiltbrand steals a famous victory from Santiago Valve and Callum Bradshaw. Some good fight backs. Kid Shields top 5 with Onzo Levesque. Clarissa Dervic still strong in 6th position. But that race result does put Clarissa Dervic down in 7th place behind Clayton Ravenscroft and Thomas Fleming on the starting grid. A P6, not quite where she wanted to finish the weekend, but still remarkably impressive and great racecraft through the weekend. So Pedro Hiltbrand takes the last heat from Santiago Valve and Callum Bradshaw. Kian Shields and Onzo Levesque. Clarissa Dervic in P6 from Aaron Walker and Guy Cunnington. Laurence de Sertois and Henke Kouteren from Robert De Haan and Caleb Marshall. Jose Gomez and Noah Maton in front of Onzo Le Cruz, Rivaldo van der Westerlaken, Dan Steenman and Arton Vaison. And then 19th place was Albany Vivas from David Rodriguez and Luciano Morano, Beren Vandenberg and Sami Dahri from Rihanna Reagan, who was the last driver home. Retirement in the end for Jaime Sanz, who crashed out of the running with 5 laps to go. Number 322 is apparently under investigation from that last race. Now that is Arton Vaison. Not quite sure what that's for or what it relates to, but I'm sure we'll find out when the time is right. So now we can tell you about the X30 Mini second chance heat, because the drivers that have qualified for the pre-final tomorrow are confirmed. Sandro Perez in pole position from Luna Flusha, then Ramin Kamyab, Jesse Phillips, Harrison Mackie and Hugo Marti. Sasha Van Bosch and Luke Tahl. The top 10 will be rounded out by Dan Sofranea and Raul Thuntharen. Danny Babacek will be there in position in 11th on the grid for that pre-final from Matt Corby. And then it will be Sasha Avril from Connor Clancy, Ben Smith and George Nassar from Eliwan Benyanami, Alejandro Martinez, Jensen Graham and Rodrigo Sayabra. Then it will be Oscar Gouchot and Jason Bralich from Youssef Martin, Mick Blancasport, Thomas Pradier, Noah Baglin, Alvaro Jimenez, Victor Galmiche, Bosco Arias, and Roberto Bass. Those are the 30 that have automatically qualified for the race, for the pre-final and final tomorrow. But there are 6 spaces left to fill on the starting grid for this one. And those are the battles that we will now observe in the second chance heat. Pole position for that will be the Swedish talent, Jonathan Landstrom. Very quick indeed in qualifying. Very unfortunate indeed across the 3 heats. Hopefully he'll be able to salvage a place in the finals tomorrow. Elio Gilter will line up alongside him on the starting grid, the Frenchman, as he lines up P2. And then Roman Kinsinger in the kart management, kart number 972. He'll line up 3rd on the starting grid alongside Quinten van Leuven of the PDB racing team, as they will run together in position. Then we will have in 5th position on the grid will be Javier Broasca of the Kart Republic España team. He will line up on the 3rd row of the grid on the inside line. Raul Luis Martinez for ECK Motorsport will be P6 on the starting grid aboard his Tony Kart chassis. So we'll keep an eye for him. 7th on the grid will be the Portuguese driver Martim Marquez for the Racing Academy and Competition. And Senna Munier for the Euro Karting will be next up in 8th position on the starting grid. And then next in 9th place will be Romeo Mello in the Birolart chassis, the privateer, running in 9th position on the starting grid. And alongside him on the grid will be Giovanni Tarazona for ECK Motorsport aboard his Tony Kart chassis. The last 4 drivers in the mix, or the last 3 drivers, I should say, in the mix with the 3-minute board going up are Jules Avril for the JLA racing team, as the Alpha Karting chassis will line up 11th on the grid. Leonie Ella Martinez will be 12th on the starting grid for ECK Motorsport. And then 13th on the grid and taking up the rear of the field will be Gustavo Cunha from 13th place on the grid. A reminder once again to the drivers in the paddock, that we would please like Theophile Nile, also Vinny Phillips and Santiago Valve. They need to stay at the end of the races today, because they will be starting from pole position in tomorrow's pre-final, so we will need television interviews with them all. So that is Teofil Nile, Vinny Phillips, and Santiago Valve. My apologies. No, I do apologize. Let me go through that again. The pole position drivers will, of course, be Sandro Perez, as well as Vinny Phillips and Santiago Valve. Those three drivers, please attend the start-finish line at the end of the races today. So that is Sandro Perez Sanchez, Vinny Phillips, and obviously, of course, Santiago Valve. If those drivers could stay, we will do a television interview with you at the end of races today. Please stay if you can. Please stay behind. Don't leave the circuit. A reminder to all race drivers as well, when you have finished racing for the weekend, when you have finished racing, you must return your transponders and collect your race licenses. If you do not collect your race licenses, they cannot be sent to you if you have to race next weekend somewhere. So you must collect them from the race office today. So please ensure you do so. They will not be posted to you because we are traveling from here to another racetrack straight away. So they cannot be posted to you. So please ensure that you collect your race licenses at the end of the day's racing. So the second chance heat then in the X30 Minis. Unusual to have it on a Saturday afternoon. Normally it is a Sunday morning job. But Jonathan Landstrom in pole position, hoping to be one of the 6 drivers to go through. You've just got to keep fighting. You cannot afford to give up. You never know what's going to happen. And you could be in with a shout of a decent result coming through. So Jonathan Landstrom on the front row from Elio Gilter. Roman Kinsinger will be third on the grid from Quinten van Leuven. And then it'll be Javier Proasca alongside Raul Luis Martinez as the drivers get themselves ready for the X30 Mini second chance heat. 10 seconds. And the drivers will be sent out onto the circuit. 5 seconds. And then this is the last chance for the drivers as they head out on track. Away they go. And this is it. Only 6 drivers, the first 6 drivers across the finish line, will progress through to the pre-finals tomorrow. And that's where the action will happen. Jonathan Landstrom in pole position for this one from Elio Gilter and Roman Kinsinger. Quinten van Leuven in 4th position. Javier Proasca and Raul Luis Martinez from Martin Marquez, who is there in 7th on the grid from Senna Munier. Then Romeo Melo of Portugal from Giovanni Tarazona, the Spanish driver from ECK Motorsport. Jules Avril is there on the Alpha Karting chassis in 11th place alongside Leoni Ella Martinez. And then 13th and last on the grid is Gustavo Cunha, as Amir Navarro was unable to take up his position despite entering the race, was not able to compete. So there are 13 karts in the X30 Mini final showdown. The second chance heat, only the first 6 across the line will be there in the pre-finals tomorrow. Amazing racecraft from the drivers so far this weekend. They really have been exceptional. Some great performances from the competitors, and hopefully it's going to be a great end to the race from the drivers in X30 Mini. They just want to get across the line in the top 6 positions. So we will see how the drivers prepare and quest on. And then, of course, we'll have the second chance and consolation heat for the Senior X30 category after this one. In fact, it will be the consolation race coming up very shortly indeed for the drivers in Senior X30 after this one. So it'll be a bit of a frenetic run to the start of the holding area for the Senior X30s while this Mini X30 second chance race is going on. But they will be ready to go for it from the start. And now the drivers in IAME X30 Mini will battle for the final 6 places on the starting grid for the pre-final. Just 6 drivers will get there. And what a battle of drivers there's going to be. A Swede, 3 Frenchmen, 3 Portuguese, 3 Spanish, and a Dutchman in the mix there, all ready to battle for position, as well as a Belgian. So Jonathan Landstrom, Elio Gilter, Roman Kinsinger and Quinten van Leuven are the front of the grid from Javier Proasca and Raul Luis Martinez. If we stopped it now, they would be the 6 that go through, but you've got to race if you want to battle up to the sharp end. The likes of Martin Marquez and Senna Munier, Romeo Melo, Giovanni Tarazona, Jules Avril, Leoni Ella Martinez and Gustavo Cunha could all get through to that final race, and it's going to be a false start. A very hectic start from the race as several drivers made a very hectic launch forward. They all wanted to get to the first corner first. And you've got to remember that these guys are aged between 8 and 12. So it got very desperate very quickly there between our youngsters. And they will get themselves into their starting positions once again. Just some very eager drivers out there as they all want to launch forward. But fortunately, the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, picked that one up nice and early. So they knew, obviously, which way their bread was buttered. They knew it was going to be a very difficult start. But that was not a fair start at all from the pole position. And Jonathan Landstrom will take up his position at the start of the field once again. And the Energy Course driver will be in a great position to go racing here in the second chance heat. So look, there you go. You've got Jonathan Landstrom, who is basically gesturing to the other drivers, let's slow right up, slow right up. We are not going to launch until we need to launch. Just reminding all the drivers to slow down. I think that's what we've got officials and marshals for at the side of the road, Jonathan, but thanks for getting involved anyway. As he comes off the final turn, they obviously need to make sure they get a good start, and this is a very quick and rapid response off the line. Is this going to be a good start? No, it's not. A false start again. Very, very rapid through turn one. Very rapid out of the final turn, and for the second time of asking, the drivers are going to be sent around on the formation lap. They've had 2 false starts already. Now is this going to be, yes, it's red flags for the second time again. So they've basically decided that 2 false starts and you're not getting the hang of it. So a very tricky situation indeed for the drivers out there as they continue to paddle forward. Here is Martin Bean, the clerk of the course, and he will remind the young X30 Mini drivers who are obviously getting a little bit eager, a little bit desperate for a decent result. But it's understandable, you know, they're trying to make good progress. They're trying their best to get the final top 6 position that they need to get through. But at the same time, you know, they did say coming into the weekend, we will stop races if we feel we need to remind drivers about the starting procedure. And so Martin Bean is there, the clerk of the course, along with Gonzalo Planta, who will hold the red flag ready for the drivers to come through. But the competitors in the X30 Mini, they will hold their position on the start-finish line as they come to the grid once again. They will come out of their carts, and the drivers will obviously be given a spoken to by the clerk of the course, Martin Bean. So they are told to step out of the cart and come to the side of the circuit. Obviously, you do as the official tells you, you do as the headmaster decrees. So the drivers are off to the side of the road. So while we're waiting for that, why don't we hear from the drivers who will be starting the X30 Mini pre-final from the front end of the grid after their performances today. It's been an exceptional run for the competitors so far. Sandro Perez is the man who books his place in pole position after an excellent run in the heats today. Let's hear from him when we caught up with him yesterday.
Of confidence in me and in the team, and I think we can do a very good result. I like a lot this circuit because it has a very, very fast corners, and me, I love the last sector. Well, in the final, I think I can do a podium, a top 3. I am very happy with me and all the team. We can do a very, very good result because we are working very hard. Yeah, the team is working very, very well with me. I am very happy with they, and I think we can follow working with he a lot of years.
So the X30 Minis will get themselves back to the starting grid once again, back to their positions on the starting line, and they will go racing once again. But obviously it's been a very interesting start for the youngsters. The mechanics have been told to leave them to it. They will start their own race karts on the grid again. So it'll only be if there is a problem with the drivers as they get underway. The X30 Mini drivers all just waiting for gestures from their mechanics, obviously, because when you're this young, you do rely upon the mechanics to a certain degree when you're aged between the ages of 8 and 12 for instruction from them. But the drivers are getting ready to go. Green flags wave, and Jonathan Landstrom almost doesn't get going at all. Fortunately, he does now get going. And there is one kart stuck on the start line, not going anywhere. That is the 956. That is Gustavo Cunha. Now he gets going. So fortunately, Gustavo Cunha is going to be able to move his way around with the rest of the field. So the field will obviously take up their positions. Now, it looks to me as though there's one kart that didn't get going, or certainly is not transponding if they did get going, and that is Roman Kinzinger. But now Roman Kinzinger has got going again. So I suspect there was a slight problem with Kinzinger initially, and they've managed to get Kinzinger back into contention again. So there was a slight difficulty there, but fortunately now Roman Kinzinger will be able to take his position from third on the grid. Jonathan Landstrom will go off pole position, provided that this start is a clean one. Second place will be Elio Gilter. Roman Kinzinger in third position from Quinten van Leuven. Javier Prohaska will be in fifth place, and then Raul Luis Martinez. Then Martin Marquez and Senna Munier from Romeo Melo and Giovanni Tarazona. Jules Avril, Leonie Ella Martinez, and Gustavo Cunha. And is this going to be a start straight away? I'm not sure. We're going to have a very interesting run off the final turn. Is this going to be a good start this time? No. Formation lap again. So this is going to be the fourth formation lap that the drivers will officially have. 5 if you count the one where they were actually red flagged, and I think that's partly because they had 2 karts at the back of the field that they were trying to bring back into contention to the grid, Leonie Ella Martinez and Gustavo Cunha. So I totally understand the decision there for diverting and giving us another start, another lap. But it's certainly going to be very tricky off the start from these youngsters in the X30 Minis, as they will battle for supremacy, and it is going to be very tough from the get-go. We've got X30 seniors ready to go in the consolation race. That's coming up after this race, and then the one after that is going to be the second chance heat in senior, and that will decide the final 6 drivers that will go through to the starting grid of the senior X30 pre-finals. A reminder again to the 3 drivers in pole position for tomorrow's senior pre-final. That is Sandro Perez Sanchez, that is Vinny Phillips, and Santiago Valve. You will have a television interview at the end of racing today, so please do not leave the circuit. Make sure you are available on the start-finish line at the end of the senior X30 second chance heat. Out of the final turn, this looks as good a start as it's going to be for the X30 Mini second chance heat. Away we go, and it's a great start from the outside from Elio Gilter, who pulls right across and takes the initial advantage. Landstrom down to third because Quinten van Leuven goes with Elio Gilter to move up into second position. Landstrom in third. Fourth position, that looks to me like Javier Prohaska, who has moved his way forward. So Javier Prohaska is now in fourth position, is around the outside. Now ducks in for the inside. Prohaska into third position. And there is a great squabble as they come down the straight. So who is going to be leading? Elio Gilter for the moment in front of Quinten van Leuven, Javier Prohaska, and up into fourth position. That looks to me like Roman Kinzinger. So they tally their way through on the first lap. Jonathan Landstrom going hard here to try and get up into fourth position, has made the move. And for the lead, Quinten van Leuven gets up into the lead of the race here. So Quinten van Leuven is now your race leader. Second position is the 911. That's Elio Gilter. So Elio Gilter going full guns blazing in behind Quinten van Leuven. And they will continue to charge forward on the inside. Trying to squeeze through. That is the 940 of Javier Prohaska, who is trying to move his way forward. Now the race has been reduced in length, I've been told, to 5 laps for the second chance heat as a result of the delays. And obviously we have 2 races left to go in the proceedings. Here they come down the straight. And is this going to be a lead change? Elio Gilter on the inside gets past Quinten van Leuven. Javier Prohaska goes with him. So Elio Gilter leads the way, the younger brother, of course, of Evan Gilter. So Elio doing a good job here in the lead of the race in front of Javier Prohaska, who makes the move on the inside line, and Javier Prohaska takes the lead here at Zuera. Look at the squabble we've got between the drivers from the front to the back. And still the X30 Mini drivers battling all the way through. Great squabble between the 921 and 923. That's Giovanni Tarazona and Raul Luis Martinez, the teammates. Onto the straight they come, and they're being hustled in there by the 939 of Martin Marquez. The Portuguese driver gets up on the inside of Martinez and gets through. So Raul Luis Martinez manages to defend the place, in fact, on the inside line again. So no position change there. But Javier Prohaska is currently looking good for 31st on the starting grid for the pre-final tomorrow. Only the first 6 drivers across the line in this race will progress through to the pre-final. So it's now or never for these youngsters between the ages of 8 and 12. And Javier Prohaska breaks the toe of Elio Gilter and Quinten van Leuven. They just drive round the outside of him. Excellent from Elio Gilter and Quinten van Leuven. They just go right round the outside of Javier Prohaska. And so the lead battle continues. Prohaska trying to get back in there for the position. It's a very tough order for all the competitors as they continue to charge forward. There's the move from the 921, Giovanni Tarazona and Raul Luis Martinez. Excellent racecraft so far from the drivers. Still battling round the outside. Prohaska's about to lose ground to Landstrom. Landstrom gets into third place behind Gilter and the new race leader again, Quinten van Leuven. So Quinten van Leuven, oh, there's Landstrom going on the inside of Elio Gilter, and he gets through. So Landstrom into P2. That's a good comeback from the Swede, making up 2 places in that one sector. So Landstrom up from 4th to 2nd, and Prohaska down to P4. Martin Marquez having a look at Giovanni Tarazona. So this will be a very tight run for the competitors as they continue to charge through. Quinten van Leuven, Jonathan Landstrom, Elio Gilter, Javier Prohaska, Roman Kinsinger in 5th place, and in 6th place, that is Giovanni Tarazona. Down the straight, they're all still on the same bit of racetrack, these guys, as they battle for position. Martin Marquez running in front of 923, that is Raul Luis Martinez. I think Tarazona is there or thereabouts still. Top 4, and up to 3rd place comes Javier Prohaska. So Prohaska gets past Elio Gilter, now having a look on the inside and not able to get the overtaking move. Great battles all the way through as Tarazona and Martinez go side by side. Now Martin Marquez is trying his best to gesture to the man behind. That is Senna Munier. Just back off. We need to close up on these guys. Let's catch them, and then we don't have to settle for 6th position. We can battle for higher places. But we're on the penultimate lap, don't forget. Landstrom goes for the inside line, takes the lead, drifts wide, holds it on the exit on the inside. A little puff of grass from Quinten van Leuven as he runs wide there and up to 2nd position. So a brilliant bit of driving, and now Javier Prohaska is going to get through on Elio Gilter, I think, for 3rd position. Did he make that through on the exit? He has not managed to do so. So Elio Gilter holds on to P3 as we come onto the main straight for the penultimate time. Prohaska now on the inside of Gilter, and goes with him is Roman Kinsinger. The final point is up for grabs further back. Martin Marquez for 6th position. Elio Gilter tries to dive through on the inside, going into the last lap, and Jonathan Landstrom is extending his lead out front. Great work from the young Swede to get himself up to the lead and now disappear in front of Quinten van Leuven. But the last place in the race is P6, and they're all dueling for it. There's Senna Munier getting through on the inside of Raul Luis Martinez. So Senna Munier with a chance to get it. And there's still a battle for the victory between Landstrom and Quinten van Leuven on the inside. There goes Munier. Munier gets into P6 past Martin Marquez. So that's the last position of the race. Can Senna Munier get into the pre-final? Here comes Marquez and Martinez. They both go together. They all drift out wide. Martinez side by side with Marquez. Munier can't afford to give up yet. There's still plenty of time for Munier to get into this one. Marquez defends. Martinez round the outside, holding speed. Senna Munier trying to tuck in for the inside line to get on the switch, but Martinez holds the move to cover, and it's going to be close at the line, but Jonathan Landstrom is going to take the checkered flag. And the final turn, Munier gets the run, and so does Mello, and it's going to be close to the line. It's Jonathan Landstrom, and he's delighted with it. Jonathan Landstrom picks up the pieces. Quinten van Leuven in second place, Javier Proaska in third, from Elio Gilter, Roman Kinsinger, and Senna Munier. Amazing, that's your top 6 in the X30 Minis. And if it stands like that, Senna Munier kept it going all the way to the finish and gets through. Look at the comradeship between these drivers. A wonderful battle between these youngsters as they all battle away for position. They're good friends in the paddock. They battle, they have fun on the track, but they are also really good friends. And they get to know each other quite quickly over the course of a race weekend. There's a good community. Poor Martin Marquez, you've got to look at him and say, what a disappointment. 8th position, so near and yet so far for the 939. Next time, Martin Marquez will get his chance again. But a great race all the way through and a fascinating battle all the way to the death from Jonathan Landstrom, who picks up the victory in fine style at the end there. So I'm not sure what the timing screen is going to say, because I think there's a little error for Javier Proaska. There is indeed, but Proaska was actually third across the line. Landstrom was the winner from Quinten van Leuven and Javier Proaska. Elio Gilter in fourth from Roman Kinsinger and Senna Munier, the last one in. Romeo Melo and Martin Marquez just missing out, as well do Royal Luis Martinez, Giovanni Tarazona, Jules Avril, Leone Ala Martinez and Gustavo Cunha. So if it stays as it is now, it's going to be Jonathan Landstrom starting P31, Quinten van Leuven starting P32, Javier Proaska in P33, Elio Gilter in 34, 35 will be Roman Kinsinger, and 36 will be Senna Munier. So just 2 races to go then in the battle for position in the Senior X30 Brigade. It's going to be very dramatic, that's for sure. Very tight-listed battle, as well as the Senior X30 drivers come to the final positions they will be in for the consolation race. These are the drivers who sadly will not make it through to the finals, but they will still have one final race to battle for, and that is the main thing. So they will be there in position, and they're all learning as they go, of course. They're not always going to be in the best possible positions, but they've had all sorts of difficulties in the run-up to things. But it's still important to go racing if you get the chance to one last time, because after all, this race could learn them, teach them to be in the position that they want to be in for the race battle next time. So in pole position, it is going to be Berend van den Berg that will line up in position in the consolation race. In pole position from Luciano Morano from the Castellet Kart Racing team on the front row of the grid. Sam Figueras will be in 3rd position on the grid. Alongside him will be Mika Vos. Then it will be Senna van Solen. We don't appear to have Ayrton Vaison on the starting grid, so I guess the race will go on without him. We've also got Alex Kobe there in 7th position. I don't see Jaime Sanz lining up on the grid either. So I'm not sure we're going to see Jaime Sanz taking up position on the grid. Hugo Trichard will be there in 9th position on the starting grid. A real shame for Hugo Trichard. There could have been such a different race weekend for him. But after so many difficulties, Trichard will line up 9th on the grid for this one. Drake Jansen will line up in P10 on the grid in the treble 2. And then the last 2 drivers on the starting grid for this one will be Rihanna Reagan, the British driver for Crop Promotion, all the way from the worlds of the Coningsby Grass Track Karting Club. And they're in 11th position on the grid for this last race of the day. Isabella Bass will line up 12th position. So unfortunate, having missed one of her earlier heats and having all sorts of difficulties through the course of the weekend as well. But there's still chances to fight back, and every race is good experience, especially on European soil, because you never know what you're going to get next time. All the drivers will obviously be fighting tooth and nail to work their magic and go further up the order. But everybody's got to keep hopeful, and they've got to keep fighting for position. So now we have just 2 races to go, and this is the race where essentially this one is just for pride as a consolation race, but the battle will be very closely joined. So we're getting ourselves ready for the X30 Senior Consolation Race. Beren van der Berg in pole position for this one. Luciano Morano and Samuel Figueras from Mika Vos and Senna van Soelen. Arten Vezon is not there on the starting grid, nor is Jaime Sanz. So Alex Kobe and Hugo Trichard will be there together on the grid with Drake Jansen. Rihanna Reagan and Isabel Abbas will be the last ones on the grid. So of the 12 drivers that will be eligible to race in this consolation race, it looks as though only 10 of them will take up the start. So the green flags fly, and we get ourselves ready for the X30 Senior Consolation Race as the battle continues in fine felt for the drivers out there on the circuit. Berend van der Berg in pole position for this one. Luciano Morano in second place from Sam Figueras and Mika Vos. Senna van Soelen is alone on row 3. There is no Arton Vezon on the grid. Alex Kobe is alone on row 4 because there is no Jaime Sanz. And then we have Hugo Trichard, Drake Jansen, Rihanna Reagan and Isabel Abbas to finish up the field. So it's going to be a really fascinating run from the competitors as they battle away for position. Berend van der Berg and Luciano Morano, Figueras, Vos, van Soelen, Kobe, Trichard, Jansen, Reagan and Bass. Just 10 drivers that will fight for supremacy in the final rankings. And obviously it's going to be very, very tight-knitted from the competitors as they run together in solid formation. Hugo Trichard has not got away, I notice, from the grid. So Hugo Trichard is actually still on the dummy grid. And that is very unfortunate for Hugo Trichard. Now he is getting going, so he will join at the end of the first outlap, and he will join the field at the end from the formation lap. So he will still continue his battle forward, but he will have to join up from the back of the grid, and the hope is then essentially that he will take up his position a little further back in the fray, but will hopefully have time to get back into his original starting position, which of course is 9th on the grid for this 12-position race, although there are effectively 10 karts only running it. So once they form up into their positions, there will be 10 drivers to battle. And those 10 drivers are Berend van der Berg, Luciano Morano, Sam Figueras, Mika Vos, Senna van Soelen, Alex Kobe, Hugo Trichard, Drake Jansen, Rihanna Reagan and Isabel Abbas. So they will run together in position. But what can the BDB driver Berend van der Berg do from the front end of the grid? This is a last race of the day, essentially, to get them ready for the drama and the action and suspense of the battle. But only 10 karts will run in progression for the race battle. So let's see how the competitors go off the grid. Is it going to be a clean start straight away? If so, then we're going to have a great race to finish off with. And we do go racing straight away. No problems to the first corner. A great start from Figueras and van Soelen. They tuck in behind the race leader, Berend van der Berg. Oh, and there's karts going sideways there. 1 or 2 karts going off the road there. Who's that at the back of the field? That is Rihanna Reagan. I think she got completely pelted off the circuit, unfortunately. So Rihanna Reagan spat out of the queue, and that's an off there from the 274. That is Sam Figueras? Yes, it is. So Sam Figueras going off on the hairpin and dropping down to 9th place. So a real problem there for Reagan and Figueras on the opening lap. And we've had an off further back as well. Now that looks to me like Senna van Soelen, is it? Oh no, that is Isabel Abbas. So Isabel Abbas with damage to the side pod on the right side. So it looks as though we've already got a handful of drivers that are in dire straits. And with Isabel Abbas's damage to the car, there may be a technical flag infringement for her, unless she decides to bring it into the pits of her own accord. We'll have to see how that plays out. But Berend van der Berg is out in front of the race. Senna van Soelen is in 2nd position. And in 3rd place, that is Luciano Morano from Alex Kobe, Mika Vos and Drake Jansen from Hugo Trichard and Sam Figueras. Rihanna Reagan in 9th. And in 10th place, Isabel Abbas. Now, is that going to be the move from Senna van Soelen completed? Yes, it is. Berend van der Berg gets back in on the inside. And there goes Alex Kobe into 3rd place. So she is now P3. So Berend van der Berg leads the race. A big slide from Senna van Soelen. Van Soelen trying to come through. Alex Kobe is in the mix there in 3rd position as they run through together. Excellent run so far, but Senna van Soelen is trying to get through and into the lead of the race. He gets through on the inside, and Senna van Soelen makes the move. Alex Kobe in third position, now trying to make the move on the inside for second place, and she gets through. Great run from the Irish racer to P2. So Alex Kobe holding on to second position for the moment. Great performances from them so far. Senna Van Solen still leads. Alex Kobe second. Beren van der Berg in third. And Luciana Morano in front of Mika Vos in the top 5. Hugo Trichard has fallen off the back of the top 5 carts as he runs in 6th position in front of Sam Figueras. Drake Janssen is in 8th position now with Rihanna Reagan in 9th position trying to catch up to them, and Isabella Bass in the move. Alex Kobe takes the lead. Alex Kobe gets through and Beren van der Berg gets through. So Alex Kobe hits the front of the consolation race. Luciana Morano gets the move on Senna Van Solen as Alex Kobe holds mark there in the lead of the race. And that's very nicely handled from Alex Kobe. She gets into the lead of the race in front of Senna Van Solen and Beren van der Berg. So Beren van der Berg is now second behind Alex Kobe. Luciana Morano about to be passed by Mika Vos. And Vos gets through, Senna Van Solen gets through as well. So Luciana Morano down to P5. A really interesting challenge from the competitors now. Senna Van Solen gets the move on the inside line there. The 289. Mika Vos in 4th position as a result of that little melee between himself and Senna Van Solen. Van Solen back into 3rd position. But Alex Kobe leads the race in front of Beren van der Berg. 3 laps completed, 6 to go. And Alex Kobe out in front, doing a great job out in the lead of the race. Beren van der Berg in 2nd position, still hustling Alex Kobe. 3rd position, Senna Van Solen. And in 4th place, Mika Vos. Vos looking for a way through. Beren van der Berg takes the lead back from Alex Kobe. So Alex Kobe in 2nd position. Beren van der Berg with a good move there in turn 4. Alex Kobe trying to go right around the outside and make the switch back on the undercut. But Alex Kobe has to settle for 2nd position for the moment. They go back down to the straight, up to the hairpin. Is this going to be the move from Alex Kobe? Yes, it is. She gets into the lead once again. And up to 3rd place now comes Mika Vos. So Mika Vos into 3rd position. This is going to be an opportunity now for Mika Vos to get into 2nd position. Senna Van Solen up to 3rd place now instead on the inside of Mika Vos. And Beren van der Berg. Oh, a big slide on the inside of Alex Kobe, and Kobe runs wide. Beren van der Berg takes the place. Now, that was a little bit forceful from Beren van der Berg, but Alex Kobe can't afford to think about that at the moment. She's just got to get straight back on with it now. 5 laps to go, and the battle continues to rage. Is there going to be a run on the inside from Alex Kobe? Oh, 3 wide, and Kobe spins! Kobe spins! Oh, what a chance gone from Alex Kobe. 3 carts go into 1, and Alex Kobe is the one who gets squeezed out. What a shame. Kobe was doing such an amazing job. And now the 6 carts that remain at the front end of the train continue their battle. And it's Mika Vos who comes through to take the lead from Sam Figueras. So despite going off on the opening lap and dropping to the back of the field, Sam Figueras is now in 2nd place. This is what can happen in the consolation race. You just don't know what's going to happen. So Sam Figueras riding behind Mika Vos. 3rd place is Senna Van Solen. 4th is Beren van der Berg. 5th now Luciano Morano. But Hugo Trichard has got past him for 5th, so Trichard is now in 5th position in front of Morano. Side by side, Sam Figueras gets the move on Mika Vos. So Mika Vos in 2nd position behind Sam Figueras. 4 laps to go. And Mika Vos wants his battle with Sam Figueras. The battle raging as they go into the hairpin turn 4. And the race still continues on for some. As down at the back end of the field now, Alex Kobe down in 10th position. Still she races on. She's not going to throw in the towel if she can help it. Martin Beat still keeping an eye on what's going on around the course. But Sam Figueras leads from Mika Vos, Senna Van Solen, Beren van der Berg and Hugo Trichard. As the battle continues. Oh, it looks as though Hugo Trichard has got a big problem. Hugo Trichard has fallen from the fray. And I think he's been involved in an incident there. So Hugo Trichard down at the back of the field after a spin. Alex Kobe has pulled in to retire, I can tell you. So Alex Kobe is out of the race. And Hugo Trichard is trailing in to retire as well. So the battle continues up front between Figueras, Vos and Van Solen. Beren van der Berg is there in 4th position as well. Drake Jansen in P5. Here goes Mika Vos. Storms through. Gets the run on Sam Figueres. Figueres comes back to the exit, but Mika Vos takes the place. And now Mika Vos defends to the inside line. Senna van Solen gets into 2nd place. Mika Vos holding the line as they battle for the consolation race. Down the straight, up to the inside line. Senna van Solen now gets for the move on the inside line. And Senna van Solen takes the lead from Mika Vos. It may not be for the victory in this Senior X30 battle for the pre-final, but they can still have a great race and give us plenty of entertainment. Mika Vos all over the back of the new race leader, Senna van Solen. Sam Figueras is there in 3rd position. 4th place for Beren van der Berg. Here's the move on the inside. Mika Vos can't quite make it. So they duel again, and they battle for more positions. The racing continues in on the far side. Sam van Voskulen still battling away. Mika Vos in 2nd. Sam Figueras in 3rd from Beren van der Berg. And they come down the straight. 2 laps to go. Across the line, and who's going to get the run into the first corner? Mika Vos looking strong. Sam Figueras going in for good measure. A big attempt there from Mika Vos. Sam Figueras edges him out wide, and Figueras comes alongside. Mika Vos is now going to try and make the move on the inside of Van Solen, who chops right across on the way through the hairpin. These 4 absolutely nose to tail on the consolation race, and they are racing for pride now. A little bit of a love tap from Mika Vos on the back of Senna van Solen. Figueras drifts out wide. Beren van der Berg gets the run on the inside line for 3rd position. Now this is all about pride. This is all about racecraft, and this is all about determination in the consolation race. They may not be the champions of the field, but they are definitely the great underdogs battling for victory. Senna van Solen in front of Mika Vos, Beren van der Berg, and Sam Figueras. Luciano Morano, Drake Jansen, Rihanna Reagan, and Isabella Bass, with Hugo Trichard, Alex Kobe, and out of the race, and also, of course, Vincent and Sanz, who didn't even start the race. Into the last lap we go. Can Senna van Solen hang on in front of Mika Vos to the first corner, flying through. Mika Vos now close in behind. Senna van Solen defending big time to Mika Vos. Vos is going to try and get the switch back. They drift wide. Beren van der Berg's got pressure from Sam Figueras. Figueras trying to cut through for the undercut switch on the inside of Beren van der Berg. And I think Figueras has got a run here. 3rd position, he gets through. Van Solen protecting from Mika Vos. Vos launches. Beren van der Berg gets back through on Figueras to get into 3rd place. A little bit of dust on the far side. The checkered flag waits for no man, and they're going to be battling very close in the braking zone. Vos tries to get the switchback maneuver on Van Solen. They're going to come side by side, and Mika Vos is squeezed out. Beren van der Berg gets across on Sam Figueras, and they are defending like crazy. Senna van Solen hanging on from Mika Vos. Vos is still there, trying to make the move on the outside. Now to tuck back in for the inside switch. Beren van der Berg still very close. Vos has got a good run. Can he get there to the finish line? He's going to try and make the switch to the finish line. Who's going to get there? Mika Vos, side by side! And it's Van Solen by 19 thousandths of a second. That is great racing. Who cares if it's for the consolation race? Who cares if it's not for the trophy on the top step of the podium? X30 drivers come to race, and they will race tooth and nail to the final hour. Brilliant from Senna van Solen and Mika Vos. They make a race of it to the finish line, and it's Senna van Solen by 19 thousandths of a second in front of Mika Vos. Brilliant racing all the way through to the death. It's not just about the big names at the front, it's also about the consolation races in the mid-pack. And well done to Senna van Solen. That's a race he could say he won with pride. A brilliant job there from Mika Vos and Beren van der Berg. That was excellent entertainment, and they end their weekend on a high. You can't win them all, they say, but you definitely can win the consolation race if you work hard. And the 3 Dutch drivers are the ones at the top end of the dais. Excellent racing from the trio as we wait for the X30 Senior second chance heat, the last race of the day. Here are the results from the consolation race. Senna van Solen from Mika Vos by 19 thousandths of a second. Beren van der Berg in 3rd position. Sam Figueras in 4th place. Then 5th position for Luciano Morano in front of Drake Jansen. Rihanna Reagan taken out on the start, manages to get back into 7th place. Isabella Bass likewise finishing in 8th place. And then retirements, rather sadly, for Hugo Trichard and Alex Kobe, both caught up in incidents on the circuit. Very unfortunate to see. But you can't finish every race, but you've got to be in the fight to go for the victory. They do say you've got to be in it to win it. And good to see the consolation drivers giving it everything they've got. We'll see them again, hopefully, at Castelletto in a couple of months' time. Looking forward to seeing them when we return to the action at the beautiful Siete Larghe circuit at Castelletto di Branduzzo in Italy at the end of July. But now our attention turns to the Senior X30 second chance heat. And of course, in a very similar fashion to what we saw from the juniors and the minis earlier on, this race is the last chance gasp. We know the 30 drivers that will be on the pre-final grid tomorrow and the order in which they will be. Santiago Valve from Oliver Greenall, Callum Bradshaw and Pedro Hilbrand, Clayton Ravenscroft and Thomas Fleming from Clarissa Dervich and Kian Shields, Enzo Levesque and Henki Kalteren in the top 10. Mark Kimber, Sam Balota, Aaron Walker, Ellie Goldstein, Benjamin Hovelak, Eloy Gonzalez, Yannis Steven Haydens, Ivan Bataya, Lazar Latigo and Hugo Natterell in the top 20. And then Kalai Atkins, Herbert Moore, Morgan Porter, Louis Westover, Enzo Peugeot, Matilda Olsen, Noah Maton, Evan Becerra, Daniel Antunes, and Laurence Lecertua will be there in position in the pre-final grid in the top 30. But now there are 6 places available, and there are some big names that are not yet confirmed as being in the pre-final. And one of them is the reigning IAME Euro Series title winner, Guy Cunnington, on the front row of the starting grid for this race. So it's time to put up or shut up and go for race victory. And these guys will be going for it from the off. There are 36 drivers questing after just 6 places on the starting grid for tomorrow's pre-final. They will go off 31st to 36th, but 36 drivers to quest for it. Enzo La Cruz in pole position from Guy Cunnington. Caleb Marshall and Lucas Tileman from Alexandra Mono and Daniel Nogales. Josep Vea and Robert De Haan from Marlo Bollier and Teresa Babichkova. Sita Van Meert and Federico Scalvini from Joan Pasalaigua and Joey Hansen. Then Alex Martinez and Paul Coban with Sergio Pereira and Bart Pluch. Roman Andriolo and Jolan Rakamier from Alfie Prince and Jose Gomez. Alvani Vivas and Rivaldo van der Westerlaken from Benjamin Pack and Ferdinand Winter, Eliska Babichkova and Francois Hernandez, Maximus Meyer, Andreas Hebert, Matteo Salomon, David Rodriguez, Sami Dari, Olivan Veit, Dan Stiemann and Abdi Naji. "36 drivers questing to become race winners over the course of the day here. And if they get to the race win, they will be on the starting grid for the pre-final after all. But there's only 6 spaces on that grid and 36 drivers, all whom feel they have a right to be there. And it's up to them to prove that it can be done. The last race of the day from their point of view. And they will battle for supremacy right to the finish of this weekend. And of course, for 30 of the drivers in this race will be the finish of their weekend, because there are only 6 races to go in the meeting after this one, the pre-finals and the finals in each of our 3 classes, X30 Mini, Junior and Senior. So it is really now or never for the drivers in the second chance heat for X30 Senior. And we will battle for supremacy one last time before pre-finals tomorrow. This is going to be pretty special, very spicy, and incredibly exciting, that is for sure, as the drivers will battle and quest for supremacy. Are we going to see a brutal battle and a terrific title fight in this little conquest? 36 drivers, all questing to get to the first 6 positions in the race, because if you do, you'll continue your race weekend. If you don't, it's time to say goodbye, and we will see you, of course, again at Castelletto di Branduzzo on the Siete Larghe circuit in Italy in 2 months' time. So, it's now or never. La Cruz, Cunnington, Marshall, Talman, and they're going to go again. Yep, they are going to go again. That is a false start. So there's no way that one was a clean start. Several drivers out of position as they made a big launch forward. I think that was Enzo La Cruz who made a very big squeak of the throttle pedal a little bit too early, and that is, as far as they're concerned, a jump start. But of course, when the field goes with you, it unsettles the entirety of the pack. So they'll have to wait for another bid and another chance to make up the numbers and make up the progress. So another chance and another battle still to come then from the competitors as they race for victory. And there's only 36 drivers left to quest over these 6 places. But it's not going to be easy to figure out which of the drivers is going to get the job done here. Such a difficult race, the consolation race, and such a difficult race, the second chance heat, because this is the only chance you get. 9 more laps of racing this weekend for 30 drivers. And for 6 lucky competitors, or should I say worthy competitors, if they get into the top 6, then they will get to continue their journey for another day. But the last race of the day is always one of the most brutal, always one of the most difficult, and certainly one of the most hectic, as the competitors are getting ready one last time. Enzo La Cruz, Guy Cunnington, Caleb Marshall, Lucas Talman, Alexandra Mono, Daniel Nogales, then Vea de Haan, Bollier, Babichkova, Van Meert, Scalvini, Pasalaigua, Hansen, Martinez, Coban, Pereira, Pluch, Andriolo and Rakimir. Here we go. Is it going to be a clean start this time? No again. No again. Formation lap, twice over. And so here we go again. And it's going to be red flags around the course. So the red flags go out. So that means that the field will once again come to the front end of the grid. And there's going to be a stern word with Martin Bean and the officials. Martin Bean and Gonzalo Planta will once again bring the guys to the starting grid. And they will give them a severe reminder of how to start a kart race. I mean, it sounds lackadaisical, but obviously that is the reason for the red flag. They've had 2 false starts. So as far as the clerk of the course, Martin Bean, is concerned, and these guys are Senior X30, it's not as if they don't know. So they will be reminded once again. So while we wait for the drivers to return to the start-finish line, let's talk about one of the drivers who is in this race and starting from the sharp end. The last chance for Guy Cunnington. We actually caught up with him yesterday. It's hard to believe that he's in this second chance heat when you consider he was the IAME Euro Series title winner last year. But he is obviously carrying a very tough mission on his shoulders coming into this race. He'll go off P2. We caught up with the IAME Euro Series title winner from last season yesterday about his chances in 2021.
Yeah, I hear this track is known for the wind to pick up, so if that happens, it will definitely change everything. The times drop a lot when it got windy. On Wednesday, the track was slow and it was windy, so I just hope the wind stays off. First round didn't go amazingly, so we're going to be a bit up against it for the rest of the year, but I'm still confident and I think I can still do the job I did last year. So with the overtaking practice I had last week, I think it'll be fine. The qualifying here, I don't think is as important as other tracks because the overtaking is very easy. It's easy to come through, and if you're quick enough, then you'll be able to get through them.
So as you can see, the school children are having their lecture from the headmaster on the start-finish line as we prepare for the last race of the day. The reason we are under red flag conditions, of course, is for 2 failed attempts to start the race, and the race was brought under red flags as a result of 2 false starts. So the competitors will get underway very shortly indeed once they have had their discussion. And we can then progress to the race. And this is the race that will, of course, decide which 6 drivers will join the 30 that have already managed to qualify for the pre-finals tomorrow. So there we go, the discussion all over. Racing drivers always feel a little bit sheepish when they've had to have a conversation with the drivers at the side of the road that's called the red flag. It's always a little bit of a sheepish moment. But the drivers know exactly what is expected of them. They know how to get the job done. And sometimes the nerves and the determination and the eagerness to get into the race can get the better of them. That is Enzo Le Cruz, currently discussing with clerk of the course Martin Bean and the race steward Chris Lambrecht. They're just discussing with him, you know, it's up to you. It's your responsibility to control the pack when you come through. So you have to control them. You're the pole position sitter. It's your duty. So you have to be the one to control the pack. Just giving a gentle reminder there, Enzo Le Cruz for Karting Loisir Neuilly. But yeah, 36 rather sheepish looking racing drivers at the side of the road there. I'm not going to criticize. I couldn't do any better. These guys are absolutely incredible professionals. Great racers. They do an amazing job. But sometimes the eagerness and the anticipation of the race vastly outweighs the control and discipline, especially when it's the last chance, when it's the last race of the day, and when there are so many big names in this field hoping to get just one of the 6 places. You've got a couple of champions in the mix here as well. Guy Cunnington, reigning IAME Euro Series title winner. You've got Robert De Haan, who's been one of the stars of karting over the last few years. Teresa Babichkova and Eliska Babichkova, 2 brilliant sisters. They've been absolutely incredible all weekend long. Maximus Meyer, who's had an awful weekend in terms of raw pace and luck. Alvini Vivas, who has been so strong over the course of the weekend, as has her teammate Duan Pasalaigua. Federico Scalvini, who qualified so high, now finds himself down at the back. Dan Nogales is in the mix of this one as well. Sita van Meert, who's been making some great comebacks. And of course, there is a gearbox and 4-time Dutch champion, Joey Hansen, in the mix as well. A lot of names that will almost certainly feel they have earned the right to get into the final on pure skill and ability, but it's not enough. You've got to do it by dexterity, skill, and a little bit of fortune as well. But this is all going to come down to one simple fact. There are only 6 places available on the grid for this one, and there are 36 drivers that want them. So how on earth is this 9-lap race going to play out? So the battle will continue here, 1.699 kilometers around the course, and is this going to be a fast and furious dash to the first corner? Almost certainly is the answer. Looks like it could be a good start this time. Now we're racing! And it's a great start from Guy Cunnington. Side by side with Enzo Le Cruz. And Cunnington gets there first. And we've got it off on the far side. Off on the grass. I think that was Robert De Haan going wide. So De Haan gets going again, but has lost several places in the process. But Guy Cunnington hits the front. And in second place, that is Caleb Marshall. So Caleb Marshall has come through into second place. Enzo Le Cruz has not had the best getaway at all. And the KLN driver now down in 4th position behind, I think that's Lucas Teilman, who has come through into 3rd position. An excellent start from these guys this time. And it's Guy Cunnington and Caleb Marshall that will control the pace of the field throughout. Drivers trying to make up some places with some good overtaking moves in the opening stages of the race. But Guy Cunnington has the initiative. At the end of the first lap, it will be him that leads it out from Marshall and Teilman. There's the 316, trying to fight his way forward. That's Alexandra Mono battling with Josep Vea. And remember, only 6 places available in the starting grid for the race tomorrow. In the pre-final, only 6 karts that cross the line in the top 6 places. Teresa Babichkova is going beautifully. She's up to 5th place already from 10th on the grid. 12 places made up for Ravalda van der Westerleken, up into 12th position, and that is Teresa Babichkova getting the move on Enzo Le Cruz for P4. Great run from Teresa Babichkova then. An excellent battle so far. It's Cunnington, Marshall, Teilman, Babichkova, Le Cruz and Nogales. They're the top 6 at the moment, and they're the 6 that will progress through to the pre-final tomorrow. Several drivers trying to fight their way back into contention. It's going to take an awful lot of overtaking moves. Ravalda van der Westerleken is up into 11th place. That's 13 places made up from the grid and 10 places made up as well from Abdi Naji in 26th position. So they're trying their best to make up as many places as they can. Only the top 6 progress. Rivaldo van der Westerleken now in 10th position, so he's made up another 2 places in that sector, getting past Joey Hansen and Sita van Meert. So there's still some great racing to come, but there's a big battle. Guy Cunnington, IAME Euro Series title winner, bizarrely leads the second chance heat. We don't expect him to be in this one, but he is there and looking to win going away. Lucas Tileman in behind Caleb Marshall, second and third. Teresa Babichkova is there in 4th position, hoping to get herself into the big show. Onso the Cruz has got pressure from Dan Nogales, and Teresa Babichkova into 3rd position, past Lucas Tileman. So a big run there from Teresa Babichkova. She does well to get into 3rd position. Lucas Tileman in P4, Onso the Cruz 5th, and Dan Nogales in 6th. So this is going to be an interesting quest on lap 3 of 9. Only the top 6 get through. Only the top 6 have a chance to make the progress. So it's going to be a very difficult race battle, that is for definite. As they come through on the far side, we're still going to have Guy Cunnington holding his nerve in front of Caleb Marshall and Teresa Babichkova. Lucas Tileman in 4th position from Onso La Cruz and Dan Nogales. And then you've got the 316 in the mix there as well. That's Alexandra Mono. He's in the position to make the ground. Teresa Babichkova gets through on Caleb Marshall. So a good run there from Teresa Babichkova into 2nd place. Not a good run this time from Ben Pack and Fernandez. Francois Hernandez and Ben Pack have had a problem, and they've slipped down several positions down towards the lower end of the field. So we've got Guy Cunnington in front of Teresa Babichkova, who sets the fastest lap of the race. A 1:03.761 for her. And that puts her into 2nd position, past Caleb Marshall. 3rd position is the youngster for Dan Holland Racing. 4th place is Lucas Tileman. 5th is Onso the Cruz. And 6th, and in the crucial 6th position, that means they'll still get in, is Dan Nogales. Everybody behind them is facing elimination from the competition now. Only the top 6 go through. Here's the move from Lucas Tileman. Gets through on Caleb Marshall. And Onso the Cruz is going to pounce on the move as well. So into 4th place goes Onso the Cruz. 4th position now for him. Down the main straight. Cunnington and Babichkova. Here comes Caleb Marshall. Another run at Onso the Cruz and gets by. Watch out for Alexandra Mono in 7th position. He is 1 place away from qualification. Abdi Naji gets a little bit of a moment there and loses ground. And up the inside for the lead in the second chance heat comes Teresa Babichkova. She takes the lead away from Guy Cunnington, and Babichkova hits the front. A great run from Teresa Babichkova today. She really has worked very hard indeed over the course of the weekend, and she leads now in the TEPZ Racing Tony Kart. A great run from the Czech, Teresa Babichkova in front of Guy Cunnington. And so the battle really raging out in front. Guy Cunnington not under pressure here, in 2nd position, could just follow Teresa Babichkova round and wait for the moment in the final couple of laps. If he wants to get the overtake, he can, but he doesn't have to get through to the race. He can just stay neatly in position. They're going to be in an impossible situation regardless anyway. But the battle is very, very tight indeed as the competition runs their course. And it's a very tough race battle for all of them. But Babichkova in front of Cunnington. Lucas Tileman in 3rd position, then Caleb Marshall, Onso the Cruz and Dan Nogales. That's the battle so far. And we seem to have had a moment from Abdi Naji, who is down at the back of the field there with, is that one of the CRGs down at the back of the field? Yes, it is, Juan Pasalaigua. So very unfortunate indeed there from Juan Pasalaigua down at the back. And there's contact further back. 2 or 3 carts getting involved in a nasty little squabble in the middle of the pack. I think we saw about 4 carts coming a cropper there. That was Prince, Martinez, Pereira, and I think that might even have been Albani Vivas. So Albani Vivas may have got involved in that one, but I think they've just about got away with it with just a little bit of light petting. Paul Coban was involved in that mix as well and has dropped back behind Max Meyer and Sergio Pereira, who has made good ground to get up to 20th position. So Teresa Babichkova still leads from Guy Cunnington. 3 laps to go. Lucas Tileman in 3rd from La Cruz, Nogales and Alexandra Mono. Here comes the move on the inside from Mono. Gets through into 5th position, and that's a good run for the Victory Lane karting driver. In front of Dan Nogales. Nogales edges through. Mono goes wide. and Mono gets wide. Caleb Marshall cuts through into position, and they are squabbling big time now. Dan Nogales holding his nerve as Mono breaks through past Caleb Marshall, and here comes Josep Vea for a move to get into position as well. Josep Vea trying to get into contention. He's in 8th position behind Caleb Marshall. Mono and Marshall both make the move on the inside of Nogales. Nogales holds it around the outside to at least keep 6th position. Vea gets into 7th past Caleb Marshall. These are the last 2 places in the pre-final being contested by 4 drivers. And it's getting pretty personal out there between these 4. Lots of uppercuts and lots of slam dunks in each apex as we've got Mono in front of Nogales, Vea and Marshall. Down the main straight, the top 3 are still together. Babichkova, Cunnington and Tileman. And there are 2 laps to go in this race. The top 6 are the only ones that can progress through to the pre-final tomorrow as Caleb Marshall goes down to the back of the queue with Josep Vea in 7th place. Having a look at Dan Nogales, it's a late move, but he gets there, and Caleb Marshall gets the switch back on both of them. Caleb Marshall gets into 6th position, and a very angry Dan Nogales shakes his fist at Vea and Marshall. Also, the crew sets the fastest lap of the race in P4, trying to close up on Babichkova, Cunnington and Tileman. And they are going to battle on the final lap here. It's going to be very, very tight indeed between the drivers battling for 6th position. It's Caleb Marshall, Josep Vea, Dan Nogales, and don't forget Marlo Bollier in 9th position behind them. He could be a factor in this one still too. And it's not impossible for Rivaldo van der Westerleken in 10th place behind. If these guys kick off, van der Westerleken can sneak past them all. Warning flag for Juan Pasalaigua. There goes his weekend. Down in 35th and a 5-second penalty to boot. That's not going to help. Here we go. Cunnington on the inside of Babichkova for the lead. Babichkova trying to hold on to 2nd place at least from Lucas Tileman and manages to do so. So Cunnington has taken the lead, but this is the battle to watch out for in 6th position. So Cunnington now back in front to race Babichkova. Here's Vea on the inside of Marshall. Nogales gets the switch on them both, and they're going to go drag racing down to turn 5. Nogales holds the inside. Marlo Bollier sweeping around the outside. Vea sweeps on the inside of Nogales. It's a wrestling match between these 5 or 6 drivers now. Josep Vea, Marshall, Nogales, Bollier. Watch out for van der Westerleken. He's trying to get in there as well. Nogales sweeps past them all. Marshall and Vea run wide. And a big launch forward from Sita van Meer. She's trying to get in there as well. An epic contest. Bollier is 1 place away from making it in 7th position, trying to get through there on Dan Nogales. Oh, they've come together. Rivaldo van der Westerleken's going to take it. Rivaldo van der Westerleken will get 6th. Cunnington to the line from Babichkova, Tileman, La Cruz, Mono, and a big run to the line. Rivaldo van der Westerleken gets 6th position. What did I say? I did say, did I not, that you just can never give up because you never know what's going to come around the next bend. And Rivaldo van der Westerleken has fought tooth and nail. Oh, and that's, is that after the race? Or I think that might be after the race, you know. We've got an off there, and that is Rivaldo van der Westerleken, the man who grabbed 6th position. I think he's just been punted off post-flag. Well, that is very dramatic indeed. Goodness me. So this story may have a chapter or 2 left to be written. You're going to have to join us tomorrow morning to figure out how this is going to go down, because that is post-flag. Rivaldo van der Westerleken has been punted off at the 2nd corner. My goodness, that is an absolutely unbelievable and sensational end to a dramatic second chance heat. Somebody was not happy there with Rivaldo van der Westerleken getting 6th place and decided to take their business out on the track. So Guy Cunnington wins from Teresa Babichkova and Lucas Tileman. Ansel de Cruz 4th, Alex Mono 5th, Rivaldo van der Westerleken 6th, and promptly punted off post-race. Caleb Marshall 7th from Josep Vea and Sita van Meer. Federico Scalvini 10th from Joey Hansen and Robert De Haan. Jolan Rakemir and Alex Martinez. Alvani Vivas and Alfie Prince from Maximus Meyer 17th. And Eliska Babichkova coming home in 18th position. 19th place goes the way of Sergio Pereira in front of Marlo Bollier and Andrea Seber. Paul Coban and Roman Andriolo from Dan Steenman and Daniel Nogales. Benjamin Pack and Matteo Salomon from Olivan Veit and Sami Dahri. Francois Hernandez, Jose Gomez, David Rodriguez, Bart Pluch, Ferdinand Winter, Juan Pasalaigua and Abdi Naji. Well, a day full of controversy and drama. A reminder to the 3 drivers who got pole position from their Mini, Junior and Senior X30 races that they need to come for a television interview now post-race. So we would like to see the following 3 drivers on the start-finish line, please. And they are, of course, Sandro Perez Sanchez, Vinny Phillips and Santiago Valde to the start-finish line. What a dramatic race. What an incredible battle all the way to the finish line. And there is going to be some interesting conversations overnight as we get ready for the pre-finals and finals tomorrow. I'm Jake Sanson. Hope you've enjoyed the action from the Circuito Internacional Zuera. There are 6 races to go this weekend. Pre-finals and finals. Join us tomorrow for more exciting X30 action.